such small pics, right? Them things small. So I was thinking about that. She was saying about the government, right? And the thing is, I guess I'll look at it from a different way, right? Um, because like I said, it is more of like, and that's why we gonna get to the main too, because we kind of mentioned and hovered around it, you know. We said, I think she mentioned something about the government, how the government can, so the government could do whatever they want, but I think the government is the reason why you get to even have an abortion, right? Well, I think we forgot the other half part of that, right? Don't take the government for you to even have it, because they the ones that sit you down and had this I guess it's a surgery. I don't know what it is. They sit you down in the thing. Otherwise, they'd be probably thinking what they used to do, hangers or something like that or whatever. But um, back then they didn't have all these things that we add. I mean, they didn't have like it was literally like I think it was like it just had to been like I don't even think the risk was really that high because if it was really like that, a lot of people would get married. Just wouldn't. But I think people just going crazy now with it because they know that they have that as an option, and they uh they just being, I guess they being careless from it from this point. That's how it is though. But it's tying into my first prompt now. That's what it was getting to. Y'all was hovering over it though. Cause me myself, like, oh, we can't get to that. I gotta wait though. But yeah, overall, if um, guess basically I'm getting to is like if we didn't have the surgery or what is it called? I don't know what it is. What is it? A surgery? I don't know. If we didn't have it, then what would we do? You'd be just sitting there unalive, right? If that's the case, because I understand it. I think the problem is we do have a lot of health issues, probably dealing with the food we eat and all that other stuff or whatever. That's what make it not the not normal, or based off of how our body is shaped or how women's body is shaped. I don't know how the whole thing is. I don't got the research on that for real though. But
So they would sometimes back then, like a long time ago, they would try to save or preserve a woman's life.
you got an echo like crazy.
Oh, boom.
They have backdoor abortion.
Yeah,
Booty.
they had backdoor abortions back in the day. So they would call over a friend would call over somebody that they said could do the unaliving of the fetus. And then a lot of women were losing their lives. So it wasn't like they wasn't having them back in the day. They was. It was just they was putting themselves more at risk. So in order to stop the risk, because women were still having and getting rid of their children, they decided to do it medically.
Mm, interesting. Interesting.
And they did preserve life the best they can because they didn't, if you go far enough back, right, they didn't have the knowledge that we have.
Exactly.
And so the fact that a woman would unalive, say, to an ectopic pregnancy was because nobody knew that the pregnancy was ectopic. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know that this was going to harm her.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I'm sure. And then once they did see that, they would try to preserve this woman's life because her life matters. Not like she doesn't matter and she should just lay there and unalive. But it's just nowadays there's nothing actually wrong with a lot of you. Like y'all, except for maybe in your head, but not physically. There's nothing physically wrong with you. You just chose not to have a child that you laid down to make. You knew that because I'm sorry, but when it comes to sometimes, Jen, depending on people with morals. Oh, sorry. She asked, do shotgun weddings still happen? Depending if the person got any morals or care in the world. Shotgun weddings when somebody get married because somebody pregnant. So the thing is, I think a big part of this is there's a series of decisions that has to be made, right, before we get to the point where you're pregnant. And then even after that, you have a series of decisions that have to be made. So when people try to say, like, I just got pregnant, oops, it's like, no, baby, there's a whole process that had to happen up till now to where you end up pregnant. Like, you had to get pregnant. First of all, you had to choose to have intercourse with somebody that you didn't have a solid relationship with, whether with them or with yourself, and you still chose to have intercourse with somebody. Then you allowed them to impregnate you. You didn't use protection because let's just say the condom broke. That's rare. that it breaks. Like that's rare. And so and then even after that, let's say it does break, you still have a decision after that, which is the same medical people who came up with the idea of terminating your pregnancy also gave remedy for hold on. Okay. Still gave remedy for that. So you could have took, let's say you could have done it, you could have took a plan B, didn't do that. So you decided to go and be pregnant and then go, this is tough. Somebody come, and I just think it's crazy. Somebody come take this fetus out of me. Just come, and yes, they say they're fetus. Some people will flat out say, yeah, you get a abortion, you get a abortion, you get a abortion. Like, you can do that if you want. F these kids. Like, that's how they talk, and you'll wonder, like, do you feel like you sound evil? Because I feel like you do.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like you sound like an evil person.
Yeah, that's the world we live in today, man. People care more about themselves than the kids. And it's always gonna show. That's been showing all the sense, ever since why people make these decisions and stuff. That's why they pulling up with kids and all that stuff. But that's the reason why I said I could. That's why as I think about, I said I can give grace to the first one, right? You know, having a first abortion or abortion, whatever. I don't think that's a bad word. But after that second one, after you done seen the first one, right? Because like I said, the first one can be, you know, maybe you got, which is another rare case, grapes, right? I can see that, right? But I think after that, right, after you have another one, I just like, you just don't care, right? I think it ties to that addiction that a lot of humans just have, you know, they just love having sex. Even though now you see the cause behind it though. So now we get kind of tied to this. Let's tie it to the first one now. Let's see. What happened to everybody? So if they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, which I figured that was gonna come through, why even open your legs? Why even risk it? Like, even this thing called protection now. Why even do that? Because we see that rarely works sometimes too. You know, so why do that? Why even take the chance if you really talking about your life is going to be on the line? So why even do it? Let's start with Jen because she by herself down there. Let's start with Jen. Dang, more people leaving. That's crazy. All right.
The top one, if they say a lot of women are passing away, I know I've heard it, but I will say that if you're gonna do the deed, wrap it up. You know, have 2 or 3 forms of it. I mean, if you're gonna do the deed, if you feel the need to do it, protect yourself. And you know that's something that I told both of my daughters. I pushed. There are things that you can't get rid of. You can live with a child, but some things will unalive you. And so I told them that you need, if it happens, if somebody sweet talks you into it, right? Make sure that you protect yourself. So they're really unwed people having sex, smacks. They're contraception, like I said in the comments. I mean, 7 to 9% fail, but then with that, I think the number is even smaller because I've heard women say, "Oh, I was on birth control and the condom broke." I'm like, really? Like none of us are in the back seat or in the closet or in the shower or in the bed with these people. So I think it's actually even slimmer than that. Of course, it's going to fail if you really like him. You skip a couple of days taking your BC. Oh, I'm still taking them. They're right here. But is he there every time you swallow it? The pill.
I hope anyway, the pill.
Yeah. I had to emphasize
that.
To
clear that up real quick. I'm pretty sure he's there every time she swallows it.
For people
I was like, this is going to a direction. I wasn't prepared.
No, we're definitely not going to go the X-rated route. But that
At least let the
that's
light
what
shut off first, man.
right. Turn off the lights. Yeah. Oh, strike a candle. Um, but no, I mean, I think of it happening so much. I just think it's really just, I think it's just a really strong lack of not
Just
protecting yourself and, having your life, take a pivotal turn when it's not even necessary. It really isn't. Because even in the heat of the moment, even in the heat of the moment, don't you freshen up or don't you go gargle or, like
oh,
Listerine or whatever? Don't you do those things or don't you go to the bathroom and tidy up and stuff? Uh, I mean, most people do, but I don't. I, I don't think it's so much as closing legs as it is preparing yourself. Like, are you adult about it? Do you know what you're even doing? Do you know why you're even doing it? It's just take a mental pause, but that's my take on it.
mm,
Yeah, I don't think anybody really tries to. Nowadays, I feel like everyone's so worried about quote unquote ruining the mood that they're willing to be absolutely ridiculous and make just like really reckless and crazy decisions with their not only their life but the life of the people around them now. And so and then part of it too is like because then you have to get to the I don't know, you have to get to the point where you're like, does what he thinks actually matter to any of these women at all ever? Because it doesn't seem like it does. I listened to a woman say he found out like they thought they were having a child. He found out that the woman terminated the pregnancy, and she's like, "Can you believe he was so upset? He was so emotional about it. That's so stupid." Like I was just like, "Ooh," because he wasn't also having a child. Like that wasn't happening. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's and I don't. I just feel like the decision is very selfish all the way around, and so if you're claiming that you're trying to preserve your life and let's be real, a lot of y'all didn't even check to see if it was a danger to you as an individual. You heard it was a danger to
mm-hmm.
somebody else and made that decision for yourself. Like you don't even
Right.
know if it's actually a danger to you. You're just saying stuff to
Mm-hmm.
excuse yourself. The same thing people do with everything else that you're like, you're no different. And I feel like that's why people get upset when people call abortion sin. They'll say like, oh, like you can't say that or it's different or it's more complex. Really, because you're making the same excuses that somebody makes when they're doing other sins.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The excuses sound exactly the same.
And you see the problem with casual. I wanted to fit that up there though,
Mm-hmm.
'cause
Y'all
even the
like
thing she was talking about, there was no such thing as safe sex back then. It was just
nope.
I don't see no, like I said, I don't see no dogs putting no condoms on. I don't see nothing. They just do their thug thism, man. But all this other stuff help people get to,
Be free,
yeah.
essentially.
And kids gotta pay, and kids gotta pay all the time.
All the time.
That's the only reason why I feel that way. It's just in general, and
Well,
that's
you
why
can't
we.
tell me that this isn't alive when two alive things came together. Like an egg is alive, a sperm cell is
Mm-hmm,
alive. How two alive things come together and make something that's not alive? That don't make sense.
mm-hmm.
So we're not gonna play. And then it's like, what? Well, what is it alive? It's not like it's not a human. Okay, so what is it? A dog? Like it's like it's clearly of the human species and it's alive. That qualifies it as a human.
mm-hmm,
Now you can listen. I think convictions are personal outside of like things that God has clearly listed. You know why God didn't write this in the Bible, guys? Word for word, because people were not doing this. Y'all are
right.
doing this.
Yeah.
Not in the way that y'all are doing it. Like that's why there's a lot of stuff that's not in the Bible. It don't say don't smoke Mary Jane in the Bible. Duh, because nobody people weren't just like, hey, let me take this piece of paper and roll it up and see what happened. Like that's not what they were doing. Like y'all started doing this crazy stuff. Well, they were, I'm sure, somewhere in some remote space, but they were not doing it in a regular environment. I just feel like everyone's always trying to, excuse their behavior always instead of take accountability for it. But you know, oh, he's up here. You might as well answer the first two before I go to the third one.
Hey, sister, you actually, if you look at Isaiah 18 and 4 and 5, they specifically have brought up what you just said.
What unalive? Are you talking about sacrifice to Baal?
No, no, the roll up the marijuana. It was
Oh, mm-hmm.
I jokingly looked it up one day, and I was just
Yeah.
curious. And it was just playful banner. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm gonna look it up.
What's up, Kev? How you doing, brother?
What's the deal? You all right?
Hey man, I know that live the other day it was high energy, and I literally
Oh
agree with you.
boy.
Yo, I agree with you all the time, bro. I just know your energy is more of a pure hearted energy, and I want you to be effective. So I was like, damn, I agree with what you're saying, but it ain't gonna work that way. And I didn't necessarily mean you to change your approach, but it was just more so I'm like, you got to translate to people that ain't your frequency. And I was just mostly trying to say that to you. That's all.
Oh yeah, for sure. I understood that, brother. I understood that. I was trying to hurry up and get my do a little quick drive by because I'll be trying to catch some. I caught some of them lives before I went to work and stuff or whatever. I knew something was up. I had to go. I heard my man speaking. I'm like, oh nah, he one of them guys. That's why I'm like, man. It made me realize. I'm like, I really need to be talking to some men for real though, because we be trying to let stuff slide because men, I don't like that stuff,
I
man.
get you. That was just one of those examples of a
That was
necessary
a
evil.
facts,
And
facts.
I
And
was
he
like,
just,
bro,
you
you
see
had
how
to
he
flip
started
it.
waking up more and more, man. I'm doing this for myself. I'm like, dang, he wasn't
Yeah.
saying all that
So
one.
if anything, it was a better example of what he was showing you what needed to be avoided. Because
Yep.
even if he was cool with doing what he was doing, I'm like, all right, cool. This is an example I can use. I was even admitting to the part where I might not have his same intentions and stuff, but I had my parts of my, similar mindset. But I'm like, I ain't never purposely went for no baby mama. Like, what you talking about? What are you talking
Mm-hmm.
about? Boy, you tripping. But once
Mm-hmm.
again, this is something that I gotta. Whenever I have a daughter, whenever I have a son, I'm like, all
Yep.
right, I live life. I need my daughter to avoid me if I wasn't at the right me, and I need my sons to be better than me if they ain't looking like me. That's what I was really trying to speak to. I was like, man, this is gonna go left. But yeah, good.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true, man. All right, let's see what y'all take on this, man. We got two. What's my brother, Mr. P, is in the building too. How the trick or treat and all that stuff still go yesterday or no?
All good, man. So in the movie Logan, like the girl Laura, she carries a backpack with her everywhere she goes. So my daughter was using that for her candy bag, and she had every pocket like overflowed, like she couldn't zip them like all the way shut on her backpack. She got so much candy, and I took a lot of pictures with people and whatnot. And then by the end of our night, but all of our props broke. We broke all of our props. Just that shit happens. But it was a fun night. She's been bitching all day that her legs are sore. She's like, my quads are so sore. And because it got to a point where it's like I just dropped the tailgate on the truck, and so the kids would just hop onto the tailgate, and I would drive like 4 houses forward, and then they jump off, and then they just run, hit 4 houses, hop back on the tailgate, and then I drive and another a few houses up. And so we did that for like an hour and went through a bunch of different neighborhoods. It was a good time, man.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. All right, let's get it going now. That's all. I'm glad that's all I knew I had to leave a little leeway with this topic. That's why I put down more than one on here though, because after that one, even though I'm for none, right? But you're gonna get to the reason why I'm for none. No abortions, but we gonna get to it though. But Professor, since you came up, I think you came up first, and then my boy Mr. P next.
Yep.
It was
Huh?
definitely in here first.
Huh?
Professor was definitely in here first.
Mm-hmm.
But before he speaks, I am going to say we got 9 people in here. Let's be tapping that screen. Let's share this live out because it sounds like it's just about to start getting off. So let's get more people in here. Let's fill up this panel. I want to see some hashtag FYPs, hashtag for you page, Hashtag live, hashtag share, hashtag comment. Come on. Be original. Put a hashtag, go ahead, put hashtag be original. Go ahead, put that in there. Hashtag accountable. Don't do that one. That'll hurt us. Don't do that. Feel free to gift the host if you want. This whole thing doesn't happen for on its own. It's all on purpose, which means that there's intent behind it, just like our lives. It didn't happen on accident. Little God plug in there for y'all. Anyways, I believe it is going to go to Professor. So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Let's get this live popping.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. If you say a lot of women are passing away.
Oh no, we ain't on that yet. We on the real one first.
The red one. My bad. You really don't care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. Yes, you don't. And I can just say it just like this. If I were a continuously reckless man that would constantly get a woman or women impregnated, I don't care also. If I were a woman that constantly had them, I wouldn't care. It gets to a part to where whether we want to consider something once inseminated a life or not, and everybody's sparse in that line. So everybody's going to have this difference of perspective, and that's where you're always going to have disconnect. I mean, if you're in more so in the mind of just being preventative, you wouldn't have to worry about neither position. You wouldn't have to worry about whether it be abstinence, whether it be proper protection. I can understand where you might come from. You'll be more so on the abstinence. That would be the moral high ground. But then you got to speak to the reality of what are people really doing. So those people need to be very protected. Then you're going to have that aspect of people that know what they're doing and they don't care. And they're going to use these as ramifications. And they're going to be like in the back of their mind, after the fact contraceptive, that's where we have damage to ourselves, damage to both the man and woman, damage to your body in the future for your future procreation, ladies, damage to us in a sense of it just desensitizes us. But that's all I can say about it right now.
Okay. All right, Mr. P, what you got? Facts.
You don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. Yeah, duh. Now, I say that as kind of an umbrella term, but if we're not talking about the 1% of outliers or the percentage of astronomical cases where things have to happen, outside of those causing a repeat in the procedure there, outside of that, yeah, duh. Someone said something about how the Bible doesn't go into a lot of specificity, but I think that you can find some interesting things about the Bible. I think that there's a moment where it talks about God breathes the spark of life into everybody, and that has been verified through an MIT study where they showed that the second that a sperm hits an egg, there's a burst of light that happens. So this was something that was described in the Bible happening thousands of years before they have the potential to observe it. So there are references, there are ways you can align yourself to see that the Bible did sort of talk about life and when it starts and things that we can verify. So that's kind of an interesting point. But ultimately, one second, my kid's yawning.
Keep tapping, yo.
But
Mr. P for president.
The issue that I see with the procedure, I don't know if we can say it. But the problem that I have is the residual. I think that women are told that if you have this procedure, it means that you're not going to be a mother. Having that procedure doesn't mean you are no longer a mother. It just means that you are a mother that is overseeing the unaliving of your child, and you have to carry that forward in life. And a lot of women gaslight themselves into believing that that's not the case. But I've had many heartfelt conversations with women who at one point stood proud as saying to announce my procedure, to years later having the regret of wondering what their child's face would look like and what the smile would have been like and what the first words would have sounded like. So, there's this misconception that if you have it, it means you're not a parent anymore. No, you still are a parent. You are just a parent that oversaw the unaliving of your child, and now you're going to have to cope with that. And I think that has a profound psychological effect on women, and eventually reality has to settle itself. And that's my biggest problem, really, outside of the loss of life. That's my next biggest problem, is that women are being lied to about the actual ramifications that they're going to feel. Any woman who's had a life inside them and they want to tell me that they don't know that that's a human life, you're lying. You can lie to me, but you can't lie to yourself. I'm a father. I know that's a human life, and I didn't even carry it. I know. And my wife has told me that there's no way to deny that. So you can lie to me, but when you're in bed by yourself, you're still a parent. You're just a parent that didn't give your child the right to life.
All right. So everybody caught up. Now let's get to this next one now. Let's start with Lala. If they say a lot of
I said wagwan.
Wagwan. If they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even open your legs? I think Jen already answered this
I
too.
don't know. Y'all just want to be, listen to me. Y'all just want to do the nothing, and you ain't gonna tell me nothing different. Oh,
Interesting.
period. Is that what I sound?
So yeah, drop for a second. All right. I think Jen already answered.
Do I still have an echo?
I think you got 2 bars as well.
Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all just want to do the nuts and y'all ain't gonna tell me nothing different. I don't care. And my thing is like, if you, what does, and I made the hashtag, it say, the nuts and nut sex makes babies. That's what it does. And you know that. And I know that.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense to keep acting like somebody tricked you into this. This is how it works. And so my thing is, if you don't want to have no babies, buy you a rose or whatever other tool you would like to use, and don't worry about doing nothing, because I just don't. And this is why there's a reason why, whether you believe it or not, God has sanctioned intercourse for marriage, right? Because it doesn't lead to all of this, because it doesn't lead to all of these gray areas and ridiculous notions that make you have to question your own morality on a consistent basis. Like the fact that you have to keep questioning your morality, or you have to keep putting it out for, the judgment of others, is because you have the inability to this is the thing that, like that lady said, the government shouldn't be having a say. Well, somebody got to have a say, because you don't have a say. So somebody need to be your daddy. That's all. That's how I feel. Your dad would have told you no. You don't have a dad, so let them be your daddy. Okay? No. That's all I'm saying, and I don't care. I don't feel bad. I feel bad. Y'all just need to stop being. Y'all need to stop being dirty. It's not that big a deal. Just stop being dirty, please. Jesus. Anyway.
She's taking her chest out tonight.
I was just saying that this is my box. I don't know if you thought I was being dirty.
Not that. No, she was talking about.
Oh no, not you. I was talking about the people sleeping around. They dirty.
That's 2 different boxes.
See, that's how you know I'm from the gutter, straight up.
Right.
I didn't even know what y'all talking about. I'm assuming that it's got something to do with
He nasty.
That's actually funny.
All right, what you got for me, Angel? I think Jen already answered this though. You could do the first 2. You don't really care about kids agreeing to have more than one abortion. So how you feel about that?
I personally agree at a certain point, you should just kind of stop having abortions. I mean, I understand that birth control can fail and condoms can fail, but more than one is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a really good point. The condom failed, and the birth control failed, and the contraceptive failed. At this point, you don't feel like you're supposed to have this baby if it's all not working.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying if you can't get those things to operate properly, which are pretty benign things to operate, a condom and a pill. Okay, these are pretty simple tools to operate here. If you can't use that, you shouldn't even be in a situation to be getting it on in the first place. Like, people need to be looking at people's overall IQ here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then the second one, well, it was proven that not having sex can like have a lot of negative issues on your health. So I don't agree. Just like not opening your legs isn't the option because people are not gonna just stop having sex as a community. And
Interesting.
yeah,
So you said what was proven about not having smacks?
it
What happened?
can sex. Not having sex can actually weaken your immune system. It can cause a lot of stress because sex is.
Don't you go work out and stuff in place of that?
Yeah, you can. It has a lot of health benefits too when you're not having sex too. It's like a rocky situation. It's like you can have good effects by not having sex. You can also have negative impacts.
I
And
think
it's
it's always good though. I think you just got to put your energy somewhere else. That's
yeah,
all that is.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
because
just
I think that's just an excuse. Because it's either that it's the nut part. That's why I'm not trying to be clean, but it's either the bust part, and if that's the case, you can use your fingers for that, right?
yeah,
Or it's the motion, which will be something you can do for exercise or something like that. So it can't. I don't think it's. I think people like using it. That's why a lot of us is in the whole we in now. Well, smacks is very healthy. No, it's either the motion that's healthy or the release that makes it healthy. But the release you can do that on your own. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So that's what I'll be. Everybody, I think people make them excuses just because they want to get. That mean it take another person. You see what I'm saying? It takes another
yeah.
person for you to be healthy. That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
You
Personally,
know.
I'm personally scared to get pregnant, so I'm not even gonna open my legs at all. I'm scared to
There
get
you go.
pregnant.
There you go,
So
Angel.
I'm not
No wonder
gonna.
her name Angel. It makes sense. Okay.
I'm too scared. I'm married, but I'm still scared. I don't wanna. It's scary. I was nah, I'm good.
That's why her name is Angel. Makes sense. Okay. All right. And Mr. P. I think you're the last one. Yeah. If they say a lot of
Jen
women
didn't get
are,
in. Jen
huh?
didn't get in on this, or
Jen
did
already
she?
did this one. I
Oh,
think she the
pro
first one.
life? The pro
No, we ain't
life
on that one.
question?
We not on it yet. We're not on that yet.
Oh,
No.
okay, okay.
You did the one before. Yep. Yeah. Um, because I think main thing and the other one did it, but they dropped down. Yeah. So they say a lot of women are passed away by pregnant. Did you do this one? I feel like Mr. P did this too. No.
No, I haven't done this. No.
Okay. Pass away by pregnancy. Why even open your legs?
Um, in order to have that kind of the discussion associated with this question, I find that most people aren't willing to be genuine. Um, they're the examples that they cite. When you dig deep into the examples, there's usually other things associated with the passing. There was this big one that just got on the news about some young girl that didn't have access to something and had to travel somewhere and missed an appointment, and her pregnancy was the cause of her unalivement. But then once you dig past the surface, you realize that she missed her appointment, and so they gave her an over-the-counter procedure pill, and that pill had an adverse reaction and caused her to go septic, and she didn't treat it properly. So the pill that was designed to preserve her quote-unquote health for reproductive rights actually resulted in her unalivement. If she wouldn't have taken that pill and wouldn't have gone to the appointment in the first place, she'd be alive today with a baby in her belly. So I find that the statistics that support the pregnancy being the legitimate cause for unalivement to be very, very low, and in the extreme percent of a percent of situations, when you actually break it down, I think that the numbers don't support necessarily the claim that so many women are passing away. I don't think that the data supports that claim. I think that that's just an excuse. The statistics show that 90% of it, even when you get into third trimester procedures, is elective. Okay, I don't get mad at me. That's just what the stats are. This is self-reported data. So that means this is what the women who had the procedures themselves were saying. So don't be mad at me. Just be mad at the data for existing if you want. So, you know, the the point is that I hate about this discussion too is that we hear that Donald Trump took away their rights. What Donald Trump actually did was he gave us more democracy and less federalism, because now the government doesn't get to be daddy and determine one rule for every single person in the United States. The states get to send it to the individuals in the state to vote on, which means that if you want to support this, your state is going to have the opportunity for you to have your voice heard. And if enough people in your state support you, guess what? Democracy will win for you. And if democracy doesn't win for you, that doesn't mean you got less democracy. That just means that the democratic system is doing its function. So nobody lost their rights because of Trump. In fact, you gained more power with your voice because now the states get to decide. And I think that that's a good thing. I don't think more people being able to decide what happens in the state that they reside, I don't think is a bad thing.
I was hoping so from this point, I want to make sure this don't shift over to the voting thing. So I know how that's gonna get. I feel like this gonna end up getting to that. And then I don't want my stuff getting flagged to that either. And I don't want to talk about it because I know how the time of period gonna be. We have a new person. She seemed like she's very cool. Just based off the picture, she seemed like a very cool person. I wish.
Honestly, I'm playing my Harry Potter game. That's why I didn't respond. I'm sorry. She was also texting me and telling me that I'm the worst person.
Get your way. Yeah, she over here chilling with the big dogs. Don't worry about it. She with somebody more important.
I'm sick of it.
Not important, more important.
Sick of it.
Cat trying to yank her back.
You know I'm taking
That's so crazy.
This is my friend more. I knew Lala longer than you.
No, I literally tried to
thought
tell
about
him.
that. I didn't know Lala a little more longer than her. Just thought about that. Y'all met each other through me. Just thought about that. So I get to use that on both of y'all. I knew Alta longer than you, Lala, and Lala
I don't care. Period.
And I knew Alta, I knew Lala longer than you. Did I just see AJ here? I knew AJ longer than I. I'm
sick of it.
Oh, that's funny. How you can just reverse it.
I told him that earlier. I was like, no, she's my friend.
I am the bridge.
I don't care. I can hear better longer. I don't care.
I am the bridge. I'm the bridge.
I mean, Kev, the most valuable piece of information is that you've known me longer than anybody else.
Ooh. Okay. That's a war.
Oh, I'm so sick of it.
Yeah, I connected these bridges around here. I forgot how I met Lala. I forgot. It was a long time ago though. I don't know. It had to be one of them. Was it a Kevin Samuels live? Hey.
She just came here to give you some the biz and some knowledge, and then boom.
Yeah.
His family.
I think I ain't call her triplet until she started being on your panel. I was like, oh, she do kind of fiber. That's when remember we was calling us we was twins for a minute. We was like, hold up, man, she got that swag like us a little bit, you know.
I feel like Lala
God,
and
triplet.
I used to be more at odds with each other, but I feel like now we are pretty much in the same boat, rowing the same
Mhm.
direction now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nope, never. Be quiet. Everybody hush.
I'm just saying. I feel like when we first
I
met,
only ever agreed with Alter. I only ever agreed with Alter. She said that's it.
That's it.
well, I mean, Alta usually always agrees with me. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I'm correct all the time, so everybody agrees with me. But
That's
It's really hard when you're always right, I assume.
when he's always right.
that's not the hard part. The
There's
hard
right
part
and
is
there's
everybody else
always right.
realizing they're wrong. That's the hard part. And I'm humble. I didn't know if you guys knew this.
Right.
Oh, I didn't.
He
I
made
know
me crack up the
now.
last time he did that. He said, but I'm humble though. I'm humble and I want y'all to know that I'm always right.
I always tell the truth, even when I lie.
That's a fictional fact.
So which one? Stop, please.
I just
I'm
thought
afraid
about
of
that quick.
that.
So it makes sense
What are
why
we on
angels
now?
are angels. So we heard her point of view. Let's get twin in the building. Let's go ahead
Is
and get you
Angel's
going.
face in her picture? No, it's not. Okay, I see it now. I was like, Angel, where's your face
And
behind
she
your
hitting the
hair?
likes too. See, she
No, that's
already
not
know the
even
deal.
me. That's not even me.
Ain't no hold ons in here, say no.
I'm Puerto
But all right.
Rican black. That's not me, chat. She's just pretty, and I want her to be my profile picture.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's sweet.
I love
Okay,
Christmas.
what's the one we're on?
Do you
We
believe
Do you
God
believe
is
will.
more
God is more
pro-life or
pro-life? Oh,
pro-choice?
Jesus. I
Ooh, I
Why
mean,
had to get
not?
somewhere with that.
he trying to start some mess, and that's why I told him.
Yep, that's why I get everybody say their point of view. Then I came with that out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, it's
Just so
crazy.
people could feel a certain way, so they know where I stand on. Like, no. All right,
Oh God, not an evil laugh.
he will laugh during a godly moment. How can you
During a God
godly be
moment.
evil? I wonder. Right, that's what I wonder. Can you godly be? Can you be toxically godly? Interesting.
Yeah, you can. You actually can.
You can be, huh? I guess you
It's
can.
called
Yeah, I
being
didn't think
holier.
about that.
It's called being holier than thou.
Right, that's true. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I think that's called righteous pride.
Pride. That would
Mhm.
be
That's
pride. You right about that. That is what we. Yeah, 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 yeah. Feeling like you're better. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
That's why
That would be.
pride is a sin, my guy. Whatever you attach
Yeah,
it to, it corrupts it, my guy.
yeah, that's true. That's why I think I literally did a post on that like twice early this week. I've been getting on the man this weekend. I've been getting on pride this week.
So who's jumping in this fire first?
So let's get Jen. I ain't heard from her in a while. Let's start off with her.
yeah. Let Jen do it. Yeah, let Jen do
Jen
it. Good idea.
X in the building.
I'm gonna say, based on the scriptures, so many scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a cross up between both. He talks greatly about life, and then he also talks about, the free will, in the scripture. So I'm gonna have to go with both. I'm definitely gonna lean more to the pro life based on more scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
But based on scriptures, the free will to do what you want, but and to make experiences for yourself to ultimately have a chance to come back. And so there's forgiveness in there as well, based on the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's both, but more so leaning to life.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 What you got, Angel?
What are we on?
Do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice? Why or why not? And explain.
I'm not really educated on that, but I would personally say pro-life from what I know about God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not really educated to talk about it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right. Mr. P.
gonna hate my answer.
Your answer is your answer.
God is fair. That's what God is. It's life that's unfair and gives us questions that can potentially twist us, like pro-life or pro-choice. I think that if you're going to force me into deciding one or the other, I would say pro-life. You want to talk about, you want to bring up points in the Bible and the Old Testament when God had wrath and wiped out humanity and things of that nature, and say, well, that doesn't seem very pro-life. From my understanding, God has instructed us that we all have intrinsic value, every life, but he's also instructed us to not tolerate evil. And I think if you try to put yourself in a position where you're trying to run all the variables and have all the calculations that God does, being omnipresent in every moment, I really don't think I'm in a position to try to say that anything that he did ultimately was wrong or immoral or outside of moral bounds, because I don't have the full picture. But wiping out everybody and having Noah there, he did that because he wanted life to continue, because the path that was going to lead before that was gonna and probably, from my guess, would lead to our own destruction. And if he was truly pro-choice, he would have let the choices ended us there instead of wiping the slate clean so that life could exist. So, there's a lot of nuance to that kind of discussion and what you believe and how you interpret what you read in the Bible. So, ultimately, I think he's pro-life.
Okay. Lala.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, stop texting over there. Sorry, no.
I'm playing Hogwarts, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh my, I forgot. Video game head back. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. I need to get on the duty too, get my skills up. That's right.
Peace.
All right.
Yeah, because you probably trash. But go ahead though.
Do you? What'd you say?
I said, yeah, because you probably trash. But go ahead though.
No, I'm decent. Don't do me like that. Do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice? Why not, and explain? I'm gonna actually answer this too with y'all.
Okay, so if I were to say because this terminology it speaks to a group of people, right? And a group of people in modern time, what pro-choice means to people nowadays, I believe God, because of what it means nowadays, pro-life and pro-choice, I believe God would be pro-life. When people are saying they're pro-choice, they mean pro do whatever you want. God would be for this. And so to sit there and be like, oh, God is God, God be pro-choice because of all because the whole pro-choice movement is, so a lot of the time it's just people saying I should be able to do what I want, and I hate the same kids that probably rebelled against their parents are now rebelling against people who don't even actually care, but rebelling against a whole bunch of other people too. That's all about rebellion.
I bet you the first person to ever say, "It's my life, I have the right to live it how I want," was Lucifer.
Who?
I'm telling you.
Just to think about it.
That's a core tenet of I don't know if people know this. It's a core tenet of Satanism. Do as thou wilt. That is what they teach people. They teach people you do what you want. Nobody has the right to tell you what to do, right? So, whatever.
Ain't that crazy though? Like I be thinking about the nerve people got. That show you how deep pride is. The nerve people got. You get created out of nothing, and then you tell your creations of what you gonna do with your life that you didn't even was even thought of. That is right. That is so crazy. Like Lucifer got his nerve first, and then the way people act got their nerve.
Let's say when people say if God is real, why didn't he wipe out evil? I'm like, because you'd be gone too, dummy.
I was about to say something, but I had to let that compute for a second. Right, that's funny though.
Yes,
That
because we'd
is
all be
true.
gone.
That's true. This another one. I made this on the post too because somebody had asked me this recently in my job. Like, man, if God's so real and powerful, he said, why he and everybody, I understand they go to the same thing. Why he let babies get
Mm-hmm.
unalive and innocent people and stuff. And like I said, I explained to everybody the same as that. Everybody that keeps saying it is like the first thing that God gave us all was free will. So he would. Oh no, I don't like using that word. I know that's not even in the freedom of choice, right? First thing he gave us was freedom of choice, right? Because at the end of
Mm-hmm.
the day, God's will gonna be done, right? That's why I don't like saying free will. So
Mm-hmm.
he gave us freedom of choice. So that would mean he would have to take one human being freedom of choice to save another human being. So why would he not gonna lie and say, well, you know what? I'm gonna stop their choice so I can help you out or something like that. It's obvious that he wanted to
Mm-hmm.
show how human nature work. You know how humans work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, humans gonna do what they want and he not gonna just interfere with it. You notice like even when people get saved by I got saved by a Pum Pum, it didn't go off or something like that. He it might have been him or it might have been Angel, whatever, that interacted with the Pew Pew, but not the human. You see what I'm saying? He don't just stop a human like and just stop right there. He don't like if you ever notice in the Bible that he used other humans to take care of his business for the most part. You see what I'm saying? If you ever noticed that, like that dude that I guess he was supposed to have been it's God personally told him that I want you to have this kid because he's gonna be a king or something like that. And the dude smacked his meat and put it on the side of the he actually pulled out and put it on the thing and then he had everybody unalive, but he had other people unalive him, right? Because he basically broke his plan because he did whatever he wanted to do though. But that'd be just showing that's to show like God's authority to let people know he be serious about what he's saying though. But like stuff like that, he usually get people like when. Well, I guess what happened with Sodom and Gomorrah though. Well, I don't know, but it's like it don't be like him. I'm gonna put it this way:
Sodom and Gomorrah were very, 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 very bad people.
very
Like
bad.
it's just very bad people. And then here's the thing: there's a couple things you have to realize when you say, "Why does God let bad things happen to good people?" You have to truly believe that there are good people,
Right.
meaning there are people that never do anything wrong and never deserve consequences.
Impossible.
Impossible. And then the second thing you have to believe is that babies are better off here in this world with dangerous and evil people than they are
Mm-hmm.
with God in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember my answer. What did I say?
Which part? Sorry. You guys know I was playing the game.
My when I answered the question, I said my first answer is God is fair.
Yeah.
It's life that's not.
Mhm.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
Kev, I understand the point you're coming from. The way that I get them to derail out of that thought process is that I remind them of the wager. The whole point of this is
Mm-hmm.
that Lucifer pulled examples and said basically if you are present in people's lives and you dote gifts upon them and fortune upon them and everything is wonderful, of course they're going to have faith in you. Of course they're going to believe you. But if you step out and you let people make their own choices and you let bad things happen to good people, they won't have faith in you. They'll turn away from you just like I have. That's the wager. And so if the way in God's standpoint is, well, I understand the whole scheme of this. I have infinite knowledge. I'm omnipresent. I'm omnipotent.
Mhm.
I know that my will is going to be done in the end. So
Mm-hmm.
I have to step out and allow a world to exist where horrible things can happen. Because
Mm-hmm.
if that world doesn't exist, then there's no questioning your faith in me if you have knowledge of me and everything is wonderful.
Right.
You still, the test of faith comes in rolling the dice to have a baby that may be born and live for 6 hours and unalive on the table
Mm-hmm.
due to natural unforeseen consequences, or to have a child who lives naturally and grows and outlives you. There's risk
Yeah.
involved. The potential has to be there for good
Mhm.
or bad to happen. If the world was roses with no thorns and we had the same knowledge of God and everything like that, of course we would believe, but we wouldn't have any reason not to.
Mm-hmm.
The whole
Yeah, and
question
that's
is
the
are
thing,
they
right?
going to give
Belief
you
is
your love?
not.
Are they going to have faith without your
Yep.
presence, without everything
Yep.
being wonderful?
Well, the thing is, like, too, when you talk about people saying, like, oh, they're so, I'm sorry, I try not to be callous about it, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, one thing, if God came and sat down next to you and said, hey, I'm real, did he really give you the opportunity to decide whether he's real or not? No.
Exactly.
There was no
Exactly.
decision that had to be made. You're looking at him. Like, at that point, you're just stupid if you start saying he's not real, and you know he is, right? And which me and Alter say all the time. Some of y'all still would be like, God's not real because y'all wow. But
No, it's true. That would be true. That's true. Because some people be like, well, that might have been an illusion. That might have, some people will be in denial, though. You know, that's how it
and the
is.
second, well, God
Some
came,
people will
and
think
we
they
have the
crazy,
evidence of God coming. God came down, healed a bunch of people, was raising people from the unalived, and y'all still was like,
and
nope.
they still didn't want to believe. Yeah, you seen that. That's how humans work. That's not crazy. That's why he tell us that. That's why he give us the option to believe. That's what he just. That's why it's like that, though.
Yeah, and I mean
Dang, I
ultimately,
got a puzzle already.
ultimately I
Hit them
think what
lights, y'all.
this boils down to is like, if you believe in God, ultimately God's given you the choice. Do you want to live this life in his presence? And if you do, you're going to make choices that lead to a life that live in his presence. And if you spend this whole life doing everything you can to live outside of that presence, this God is fair and he will give you what you've asked for. And I think that he's not going to expect you, who spent a lifetime here, wanting to be outside of his presence, isn't going to force you to spend eternity with him. So ultimately, hell, what I think that's going to have to look like is something devoid of his presence. So everything good, everything joyful, everything that you enjoy in life, the party, whatever, all those wonderful things are only provided in his presence.
Mm-hmm.
So
Y'all about to have me look up some more. Oh, and man. I looked up some more. I had looked up some scriptures that I didn't
so
know nothing
it's
about.
like that's what we're our choices. Do we want to live in his presence or not? And he'll give you what you want for eternity once you've done a lifetime of it here.
Yeah. I think it's tough because like it's just one of those things where it's like there's a certain level that they won't know, and I think that's why people get like so up in arms about it because they want to know everything, and if God won't tell them everything, then He can't really be God. But I don't know a parent, a government, anybody who's in charge of anybody or wants to protect who tells them everything. You know what I mean? So it's just people being silly. Honestly, I just feel like a lot of people are just. I mean, you guys know on my panel we argue with people who are atheists. Literally made a post early. I made a post and atheists were so angry with me all week. I've had like so many comments under the same post.
You
Some
looking for the
bitch
smoke?
me. They're so mad at me. Well, first of all I did was I did make a funny about how like if you just say Bible to them, they freak out, and so they're like, ah, like don't say
That's
Bible.
true.
Like I don't know what
That
is up
is
with you.
true.
Why are y'all? They
They
freak
be too
out, and
mad.
I'm like,
You
too
was
mad.
you
Don't
here
say.
last week though?
Which one?
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of felt bold. I actually felt a little hurt though, because I thought I found somebody that was cool though, and I was just feeling her and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Not like that though, but
Hey,
as in
Right.
can we hit
like
these
when.
questions? I got to drop soon, buddy.
Go
Oh
ahead,
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt you in what you're getting
No,
at.
go
I
ahead, do
just
your
want to
thing.
say I only got like 15 minutes or so.
Go ahead for sure. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah.
did Law finish her answer
I'm done.
to
I can
pro
wait.
life?
We're just gonna. You're gonna leave the triplets up here, Kiki, and anyway. So you go ahead.
Uh, why do men believe using nature as an excuse for lack of self-discipline? Um, this may be an answer that people may not like as well. But what do you expect? We've destroyed marriage and families in this country.
Mm,
What do you expect? Look at why marriage was created. Why it came about. Look into what society was doing prior to marriages,
mm,
and then after, and then look at what marriages solved. You know what it solved?
mm-hmm.
It solved women being left raising a child sired by a man whom we don't know and being a bastard. it protected women so that they wouldn't be abandoned on the street with a child. It forced men to exercise discipline because they had to be a worthy suitor in order to gain the permission to even marry a woman. So you had to exercise discipline and show that you could generate wealth and you could own a house and you could take care of things, and all of that stuff was a derivative of having self-discipline, you know. And we've destroyed marriage, and we've watched women turn into the very thing that we heard them say that they hate, which was fuck boys. I mean, essentially, you know, they want to say that they lead. No, they're just following what men were doing in the 90s. They're just following. They're just following the same destructive, toxic behavior that men were going through, calling it being new and independent and leading. It ain't new. They're just doing what we already did. And the problem is men are going to play that game better. We're built to play that game better. We're biologically built to do exactly that game. And when we destroy the foundation that marriage was built on and the purpose that it served in our communities, men are going to go back to their quote unquote nature. And what's wrong with today's society and having pride in your body count? What's wrong with that? Exactly. Nothing. Exactly. The society says nothing's wrong with that. So if we want things to happen, we got to all take our standards up here a little bit. Women, you want men with self-discipline? Be disciplined. Men, you want women who are disciplined? Be disciplined. It's really that fucking simple.
Sure,
If we all want
that's
these
true.
things, be these things. And then guess what? By necessity of us all being the thing, the society who is us becomes said thing, which is discipline. And there was a system called marriage that was put in place to force people into being disciplined, because undisciplined people lead to women being left alone, raising children without a father that can be found or identified. This is not a new problem. Marriage solved the problem for a long time. And now we're attacking it because things are so damn cushy and good. Why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Example, men that claim they are leaders, blaming women to make them better men. Oh, gosh, there's a lot in that one. I'm a believer in the sense that you need to be the change that you want to see in the world. I'm a big believer in that, but I'm also a believer in the profound drive and motivation that a marriage can deliver for a young man, because I experienced it. Before I met my wife, 6 months before I met my wife, I decided to clean myself up, clean up my life, turn into the man that ideally the woman I would want to be married to. You understand what I mean? Change who I was into something that is more, appreciated on the marketplace, specifically for the type of woman I wanted to marry. So that was the initial change that I made on myself. And it was for the opposite gender, but it was to put myself in a position to attract the wife that I wanted. And then when I found that woman who became my wife, she almost like illuminated a whole nother realm of possibility of ways for me to achieve. And she didn't make me a leader, but she definitely gave me a foundation to lead successfully. She helped build that foundation. And I like that. She still does to this day. I lead and I make the final decision, but my wife and I, we hash out every idea until we're both pretty much satisfied. There's only been maybe 1 or 2% of the time where I've just come down and been like, nah, I don't agree with that. We're doing it this way. And that doesn't happen. Like, that's very rare. But most of the time we're able to just illuminate something. I'm like, you're absolutely fucking right. How come I didn't see that? And then the inverse will happen. I'll say something, she'll be like, man, I can't believe I didn't notice. So, like I said, I believe in building yourself, but when you find that right person, they will give you another fuel source that can really help that building process, if that makes sense. And as far as blaming is just a wasted exercise, my guy. In our interpersonal relationships, blaming for our own failures and successes based on other people, and that's just a waste of fucking energy, in my opinion. Go complain to your fucking teddy bear, and when you got that all out, come back to me and we can figure out how to move forward. I got more important things to do, like fucking drown my goddamn goldfish, than listen to someone trying to blame somebody. But yeah, those are my take on those two. If anybody wants to hit me with anything, I got about 8 more minutes before I got to dip.
What the goldfish do though?
Nothing. It's just something sick the goldfish likes. He's a masochist like that, and he wants me to try to drown him, even though he can't be drowned. So
That's wild. You said something I wanted to say was wrong. Can't remember though.
Dang, we got to
it's
think of
because,
something, man,
it
because you
was
got to be
right.
wrong.
That's why you don't remember. It's
Right.
because it was right.
It was wrong. I'll think about it.
Your brain was just like, you know what? We're just gonna delete that incorrect thought and take Prince's advice on
He
You can delete that.
didn't say incorrect from him. He said from his our own thought. He said that's for
that. So
you
I'll
thinking
delete
that
that thought right out of there and upload the new information.
that I have received. That's funny.
Okay, what is the you don't really care about kids agreeing to more?
Let's get it. Yes.
What? I get nervous when he said that means he's trying to set us up. But he's trying to set us up. So
I don't think y'all you the one that I'm trying to set up. You know who I'm trying to set up if you read these enough times.
no, I'm trying to get. Oh, I'm about to say, why does it smell like bleach?
Walter, did you hear what I said on that one, or were you not here for that?
No, I didn't hear. Mind saying this incorrect statement again?
I can't repeat an incorrect statement because I didn't make any.
Just keep talking. I'll let you know when it happens. Go ahead.
But I just had pointed out ultimately the abortion thing that yeah, duh. Yeah, if you're having more than one, duh. You obviously don't care. Outside of the 1% of 1% cases of extreme medical nature, outside of that, the answer is yeah, duh. And then I just alluded to that women are kind of being given a false representation of the after effects, and that they have this idea that if they have the procedure done, that makes them no longer a mother. So in their mind, they're still not a mom. But the truth of the matter is that from the moment that they have had the baby alive and the egg was impregnated, they are a mother from that point forward forever in their life. And I've dealt with women and helped women deal with this. The years after the fact have said, I've realized I'm actually just a mom that just unalived my child, and it doesn't make me not a mom anymore. I'm still a mom. I still think about this kid. Do you agree that women are being told this misconception that it denies them being called a mother or having to feel like they're a mother anymore?
Oh, you're saying like even if they did like abort, that they're still a mother?
Yeah, I mean biologically they're still have carried a child, even though not to term. Their body went through the processes that a mother's body goes through when it's making a child. And what I'm saying is emotionally that catches up with a lot of women.
Yeah.
It doesn't catch up in the first 5 years, but 10 years, you start thinking about what that kid's smile would have been like and stuff like that, and they realize that they actually were just a mom that unalived their baby.
I mean, because most people would say, like, if they never, like, say they don't have any kids and they only aborted, they wouldn't be like, oh, I'm a mom. They wouldn't, like, call themselves a mom. But some people, like, who didn't want to abort them, they say, like, no, like, because, like, even when you, like, go to a doctor, they say how many pregnancies that you have. And I feel like how many times we were, so I guess we run by that, possibly.
Well, a mother is the only person that can help a child gestate in any phase. And I agree that most people would say that the child not being birthed and not raising a child kind of precludes in their own mind that they're not a mother. I get that. What I'm implying, though, is that that's a false idea because eventually it catches up that I am a mother, and what I decided to do with my time as a mother was unalive my baby. And now I have to carry that forward. And I'm not trying to force you. I'm just telling you what I've dealt with women in my actual
Oh no,
life.
I know for sure. Like for some women that did it, or or had to do it, they'll think about it. Like I know for instance, like I mean, I guess that's kind of true because like I know my mom when she had to do, they call it ectopic. She had like an ectopic pregnancy, and she had to, they had to unalive the fetus, or else she would have unalived herself. And still thinks about the baby. I think it was like what 16, almost 18 years ago or something.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's like something like that. It's like she didn't decide for that.
So I
There.
got a question then. Would that really? Because I think I look at it different, right?
As far as what?
Would that be? Because that should be. I feel like that should be called something different, man. I don't think that should be called like an abortion. Because I feel like an abortion should be like something where,
You do it because you want to?
yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Because
You
I
want
can.
to
That's
separate
why I said
them.
I can let stuff like say. Because the reason why I'm about to say after your first one, right? If you realize, but I look at it if it's like a complication where, like, if it's somebody say if it's stuck in your rib or something like that, I can understand that, right? Because you're gonna be unalive if this thing happened, and you want a kid very bad. You know what I'm saying? So I do understand that though. So you can't really help that, and the kid ain't gonna be able to survive that either if they grow in that. So I can understand that, but what I feel like that should be called something different though. Because that
Usually
should
they
like
call
the way people
usually
look.
they call it elective termination. They don't usually use the same term.
It should be
But
separated though.
the
It is the
reason.
same thing, and usually the methods are the same, unfortunately, but it's usually called on paperwork an elective termination
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
or
It's
a
something
medical
medically like
termination.
induced. It's like a
well,
medically induced abortion, not too.
yeah, and I can see
well,
that though.
elective is just because if it was for what Alter was describing, it wouldn't necessarily be classified as elective. It would be classified as medical necessity.
Yeah, like medical. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm assuming legal or medical jargon. I'm not a
Yeah.
health specialist, so please don't take what I'm saying for fact on that.
So on my paperwork, for my situation, it was called selective or elective termination on the paperwork.
Hmm.
That's what they called it.
But I mean, ultimately, the
But
procedure is the same. The procedure is the same.
the
Well,
procedure is the same, yes.
I mean, it
It's either
depends
a
on the
DNC,
age
which
of
is
the
the
baby
suction.
as well, too.
So
Right?
yeah, there's stages to it. Correct. There's stages to it. If it's an early termination, it's either like a pill or a suction process, right? But if it's a developed baby, that thing intense. You hear me?
Yeah,
That thing is like
they got to
they
use
have
like
to pull
scissors
this
and
piece. They have to
Yeah,
piece it up. Piece it up. That's it. That's all I'm gonna
yeah. I
say. They
feel
gotta
like
piece
that's
it
the
up.
only time it should be like I can, and I don't think I can't see like even God having a problem with that one. I don't know. I wouldn't know God on that, but I'm just saying like as in like, how can it grow anyways? You know, if it's in the wrong part of the body or something like that, and it's gonna cost her life, and the baby still don't make it alive, you might as well just say it yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when it's a
So
topic, it's not a viable fetus. It's not.
yeah,
The baby's
yeah,
not gonna live.
yeah. So that's what I mean about it. I think a lot of time people like tying that one into people willingly
Yeah, they
because they
do.
can't keep their legs closed. They want to say, well, I can pass away from this or something like you. If it was, and that's the reason why my first question is like that. If it's y'all keep saying the exact same thing and keep busting it wide open every last second, that's nah. From that point, you on some BS and you just don't care about kids from that point because you just want that pleasure. That's all that really
So
is.
you're coming from the part of like, okay, so you don't really care about kids, agreeing to more than one on one. So like, okay, I get you. I mean, because yeah, I mean, if you think about that point too, it's just like if you're consistently, I mean, because we know sex brings babies. So,
Yes.
so yes, if you're like, well, I don't want to keep getting them, then it's like, but that's the. I know Warlock was on her one day. He was like, well, either you're gonna not do what brings babies, or it's always gonna be a possibility. So that's that. But like if you know that like they're always, it's always happening, whatever case is, and that's one thing. But unless like if you're coming from like,
That's why Angel brought up that point with contraceptives, because she said you saying your birth control didn't work, your condom didn't work, then the emergency contraceptive didn't work, and now you have a baby. You went through everything didn't work. We don't believe that.
yeah, yep, yeah.
You had more than one decision to make. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I don't know. People just try to listen. Women are consistently and constantly fighting for the victim spot. I don't care what nobody say.
Yo, keep
Boy.
the girl on top. Gravity. Duh.
What is it? What was his wrong about again?
I said you avoid it by keeping the girl on top. Gravity. Duh.
Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, no, that's true. You trying to go into the victim spot of it. Cause
Yeah,
like, what about the
and
man or the guy? But at the end of the day, you're the one that has to go through it. So you're still deciding, even for him, because he can be like, well, I don't want this, what the case is, but, or he may say he may do something or may not be there or whatever the case is. It's still always, I mean, that's probably like a sad thing to think about, but like, always having your mind that it's going to be up to you at the end of the day, because it is. At the end of the day, it's really up to you. It really is, though. And whatever happens, it's going to be more so on you because you're the one that has to board this child. You have to you have to decide what happens, and you get to decide whether or not what I'm saying, you keep it. And the dad can. They need to make that though a thing where the dad has to pick off on it because I know that's a lot of stuff happens too where the women get it done and the men wanted their child and they swear up and down. You know, the woman that's happening.
I have a question for you girls and Kev, and then I'm gonna drop. If someone came to you and they wanted to go through the procedure, right? If you had to pick one of these two options to give them, would you say raise the baby and do the hard thing for 18 years? Or would you say do what's going to make you happy now and sign on for a lifetime of regret and pain and what ifs?
Well, you said
So
so.
it's tough because like when you um so obviously I'm going to encourage any woman to go through with her pregnancy because I just feel that that morally that's the best thing to do unless again it causes harm to you, because even following having your pregnancy to term does not necessarily mean that you have to keep that child, meaning that child you could put that child up for adoption and give
I get
that
that.
baby its
I get that.
chance, right? So that's an option. It's just about carrying it to term because having it on your conscience, I'm sure, is not a great time for anybody involved. You know what I'm saying? So I would always want them to carry it to term. Ultimately, it would be their decision. Um, Just like we have to make our own decisions every day. But if it was me, yeah, I would, of course, want them to do it for their own self salvation and for their own peace of mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't precluding that, adoption exists and things of that nature. I guess my point that I was trying to get at is that if we're going to look at it in like a worst case scenario, the worst case scenario is you raise a kid for 18 years, you're legally responsible, and someone pointed out that children are a lifetime. Yeah, that's true. But at a certain point, they become adults, and the effort that is necessarily legally required from you isn't the same. So it's either you can do that hard thing, which is 18 to 20 years, or the other hard thing, which is regret and pain of not knowing what would have happened with that life. And obviously the answer is to do the thing that's hard for 18 years. And that's kind of what I'm alluding to, is that 18 years isn't a long time. It goes quick with kids. Like, as parents, we don't 18 years is a short time frame, and when you have kids, you realize that it goes by real fast, and it's not that big of a deal.
Well, yeah, it does go by fast. Like a lot. Child already 10. It's crazy. And by the time you get to a certain age, you're trying to slow it down anyway. So yeah,
My daughter, man,
I never had
she's
that
a young
mountain.
woman right now. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. It's so difficult to look at this girl I held, like a little baby. What seemed like a blink of an eye ago, and now she's just got makeup and friends. And,
That's in. But yeah, it goes by really fast for sure. For sure. That's why I've never been the type like, I can't wait till my kid 18. He can get out.
My kids are welcome to stay after 18. Both of them are.
That's what Jane just talked about earlier. She says her kid just about to hit college.
I mean, they understand they got to have a job or be going to school or something. They can't just be a couch potato.
Not the couch potato.
Go out in the world if they don't want to. They can stay at home for another couple of years.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I ain't rushing them out, but they better act like they got some sense. What can I say? But yeah, so if...
Drop me, Alter, drop me.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
All right, Mr. P.
Bye. So funny. If they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even opening your legs? Who irritated you today, Kev?
Last night's live, I said it's so quiet in here. I said, nah,
something happened. What?
I'm coming back with a vengeance, and I'm doing this for 2 days too.
Oh my god!
Because I got two big things. I want to talk about that real deep, and I want to talk about that man's nature thing. I want to get on both of those real deep though. So I'm gonna talk about this for a couple days. Yeah.
Men's nature.
Tired of hearing that.
It's to be hard headed. And put the clothes next to the
Did he
hamper.
just get kicked just to come back up? Where's the P?
Men's nature is to put the clothes next to the hamper and not in it.
I got to interrupt you really quick because before I left, I didn't do a mod break. And we could use a mod break. We could use an uptick in likes. We could definitely use some FYPs. So I came back.
You just trying to be right. We don't want to hear it. Anyway, guys, make sure I tap the screen real quick. Miss, let me stop playing with you. I can't have two rivalries on the same mic.
As I was saying, I had to come back and do the moderator job because it wasn't getting done.
Even though I was muted.
But y'all have a wonderful night.
All right. Appreciate you. Yeah, keep on tapping, y'all, man. Come on.
Guys, let's tap that screen.
Tap the screen.
Okay, we're like
tap away, my guys.
If you are in
somebody still remember that song? Who was singing that with me? Who was that?
Me, of course.
What? Wow. Wow, she remember that
She
one.
always singing. That's because she remember all the songs.
She remember my song. Okay.
I told him that song gonna be stuck
Not
in her
now,
head
Kevin
He said it
forever.
was stuck in.
Not
I
nobody
ain't
loves
sucking
you
in
for
a long
Ultraman.
time, right? I gotta bring
You
it
know,
back.
Don't matter if you're right. Wait,
I
no
gotta say,
matter if you're
Warlock
wrong or
told me to
Right.
stop
right.
muting people. It's like the first time I've muted somebody. Like,
I know he muted me so quick. Like, wow.
That was your first time you lost your mutagynity?
Right, his mute Jenny.
yeah, because I
Oh.
don't. I usually
Don't
let
get
people
loose out here,
go.
though. Don't get
Don't get
loose out. That's
loose.
how a lot of people do. They do that first time and like the feeling and start getting loose
Yeah.
with it. Might have to start
Oh.
aborting it in a minute.
I'm gonna get into my nature about this mute button.
Not your nature.
You gotta be disciplined, man. You got to be
Kev's gonna have to
disciplined.
abort that mute function from my
Right.
option list.
Forget that. Mute everybody.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give me a drop again. Y'all have a wonderful night.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
Hey, did you get to the men folk part?
The
The
nympho.
nature.
Nympho. It's a nympho part.
Oh,
I don't want to be on here for that, guys.
about to be real boring. I ain't giving them no grace either.
You didn't get to the bottom two yet.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, a couple people. Oh, well, Mr. P went through all of them, though. Well, we about to
Why
get
wait
somewhere.
on the opposite
They keeping
end?
it active in here. There we go. Yeah, let's get
Yeah,
it
I guess
active.
I guess I gotta drop myself.
Yeah, somebody boot him. Somebody boot him.
Guys,
Damn.
hi. I'm playing the
Damn.
game.
Oh, that's what it was. But that's what it was. It don't matter if you wrong
I
or
just want to point
right.
out I've been on this side quest, the same quest, the whole time we've been talking, and I have not won yet. And I really have an attitude about it.
Tappy
And I'm
boy.
trying not to rage quit
Uh-oh.
out loud on the
I already
live.
know how that be. That's why I
Warlock is
can't.
in
That's
the
why I can't
building.
play. I can't play the fight game on here. I don't want y'all seeing that side. Actually, that's why I've been on TikTok so
That's
much
why he be on me.
I can't let y'all see that side, boy. Y'all be like, "What the heck, this Kev?" Yeah, what? It's exactly. I thought that was me for me. I got scared. I'm like, somebody got recording of me. It'd be way worse. Y'all gonna be like, boy, that dude needs some saving.
Save it. Forget this topic.
For
Let's talk
real.
about this.
I be sounding super ungodly dealing with that game,
That's
boy.
funny.
Especially the fighting. It's the fighting games that get me. That's why I had to take a break. I could play Call of Duty, but the fighting games, boy, they get called all the names. I ain't gonna lie, I really be having, when it comes to that, my anger issue be something else, man. I literally break controllers. That's not crazy.
Oh my
I'm a
god.
grown man that be breaking controllers. I
You
guess I got.
cannot be
Why are you
breaking
still
controllers.
going?
Yeah, I
That's
be
crazy.
breaking
Stop waiting.
controllers for real. That's not crazy.
Crazy.
And it's like I black out. That's why I'm like. That's why I see the power. Like I see why
How?
you ain't supposed to get too angry. That's
You
why I
ain't
see
supposed to
why
get too
angry.
angry, though.
It make you do stupid stuff. I'm like, man.
Like, dang, my bad.
And I ain't got no money like that to be doing stuff like that. That's why I took a break off that. I'm like, my gosh, that wasn't the only break.
Thank you, mister.
Yeah, I knew it was around. I thought it was because it was messed up controllers. I was doing even my new controllers like that. I'm like, yeah, I got a problem. I said I can't play no fighting games.
If you guys are in here, make sure to
My
say live.
nephew, I've been hearing that my nephew broke the controller, and I'm like, what do you mean? How do you break a controller?
Y'all want to hear my worst one I did?
Well,
It go hard. They go that judgmental. Don't give me that one. It's like no. These youngins. It's like no, but I did the worst one I did was like some couple. I think it was 3 years ago.
Come on, tell about your lack of
Besides the
self-control.
controller, I got so mad because I felt like this dude I was going to get. I'm like, I'll let his weak self pitch me. So I threw the controller, broke that. And guess what else happened worse?
What? You broke the TV?
It bounced. It bounced.
it hit you.
Nope.
Hit the
No,
TV?
something. There you go. It bounced and hit my I think I had a 50-inch or something like that. I was like, oh,
I know for a fact
I had a double
that snapped
whammy.
you out of
It
that
was
rage
both.
so quick.
It was
That
both.
snapped you right out of it, didn't it? Snapped you out
Nope,
that
it
rage.
didn't.
real
That's the
quick,
bad
like,
part. That's the bad part. That's the
He
bad
said,
part. That's what I'm saying.
instead-
Like really, it's recently like I had to stop playing like for like at least right now it's probably going on maybe a month now. because I threw. Well, I was. I think I did. I throw the control. I think I threw it like a little throw to the ground though, because I'm
about to
a little
say.
bit. I'm a little smarter with it, but I threw it
Yeah,
on. I threw it like throw it downwards, but I
That
snapped my
reminds
new
me of like when
headset.
your mom yell at you and you don't want to slam the door when you go real fast and it real
Yeah,
real
because it's
slow.
like I get so mad at I can't take it back sometimes after I done be in that motion because it be stupid junk that be happening. I'm like, bro, how did I let him get back? Then I
he
snap
coming,
like so my
smack me from the
headset
back.
snap. Yeah, they don't even be
Yeah, and
that's the
everybody else
problem.
is cheating.
It don't be but it don't be those. It don't be the pew pew games like Call of
Yeah,
Duty or
yeah.
something like that. It be the fighting games that get me because it's like I'm real good at it. That's the thing. I'm real good at it, but I just go against some people that I be like, dog, what the heck? And especially if somebody come back, like say it, this is my worst. This the one that get me all the time is when I got like 90% health and they got like 4%. And they come all the way back and beat me. That make me super. That's the one that get me the maddest. I'm like, you had 4% health.
That little and one.
That's why I
You
can't
knew
never
you was
let
on
y'all
top.
see me.
That's why you can't get comfortable when you on top. You got to keep on going.
That's what she said. Right? It's like that's
Everything
crazy.
in life is a lesson, Kev.
That's a
Everything in life is
fact.
a lesson.
Not
Yeah, it did.
that.
It told me like I said. I said I want to be a better person. I realized that was like that's really my dang on. I'm like, man, I guess it took me because I'm like, man, I'm just literally wasting money, and it don't matter if it's because I thought it was because I had a little bit of money before, and I'm like, I can replace it in my mind. Maybe I was thinking about that. But as I like, man, I just bought these new. These is brand new, and I'm still brand. I'm like, dang. I straight put myself on punishment, but I did went back and play the Call of Duty though. I wouldn't have played that because I said I can't play the fighting games right now. As bad as I be looking at I be wanting to go back and play so bad because I like them. I mean, I like playing it, but I just get too angry for it.
Well, I'm glad that you're practicing self-discipline.
Yeah,
Amen.
self discipline. Speaking of, I should be
Mm-hmm.
like, but it's in my nature.
And it's the thing. Let's go back to that. Just because
Yep,
something being in your nature has nothing to do with it being okay to do.
facts.
That's
Nope.
just what it comes down. It's like okay, fine. It's in your nature. So what does that actually mean? Like you don't get to
Natural.
control it? Because all throughout the Bible it talks about having self-control, not just for
Yeah,
women, but
like
for all of
it's in my
us.
nature to punch somebody in the face because I'm
That
not.
joke
Like
be
we're all
making me
And
done.
that
mad when
goes
I
back
hear
to the
people
whole
say that.
thing that me and Lala argue about when it comes to like God, all that kind of stuff. It's like a lot of things are in your nature to do, but you mad
Yep.
at God because He won't make it. He won't make you stop wanting to desire it. He's like He knows it's in your nature. That's why He's
Facts,
like, "Are you
Yeah,
going to
facts.
they
rely
try to
on me
convince
to
God
fight it?"
instead. They're like, instead of asking
Let's
me to
talk
change
about it.
God,
Let's
I'm
talk
asking you
about
to
it. Y'all about
change.
to see why this gonna be a 2 day discussion. Cause yeah, I got a combination. I'm talking about that nature thing, and we're gonna talk about
Yeah,
you
that
know
nature thing can go all day.
that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said this gonna be a 2 day thing. Cause that junk irritates
Because
my
people fight
soul,
that so
and I
much.
need men to hear this really. Like this what this second half of that part on. The first part is about the women, and the second, like I said, I mixed it in. That's the reason why I did that. That's why I said it's gonna be a topic for 2 days. Cause like the bottom half for the basically for the men, and the top half for the women and stuff. No, I got a mixture in the other part though.
My thing is, like you said, if men ain't gonna stay around, men ain't gonna stick around. How you keep giving it up to them? That's crazy. If you know men ain't ish, but you keep giving your ish to them, how does that make sense?
Hello?
It makes none. It
Make it
makes
make sense,
none.
pal.
And pregnancy can't be that dangerous.
Oh
It can't
my.
be.
It can't be.
It can't
Right.
be.
That's all
Y'all
I be
ain't that
saying.
scared.
You ain't right.
You ain't that scared. You ain't that
Ain't
weird.
that scared that you looking like this. Man, y'all can't see this thing.
Not the
Stop it.
snake.
It's a dog that was can y'all see that?
I'm nervous.
Woo.
It's a clay. It's clay.
Oh.
The real question becomes, why are you
Look
gay?
how
So I
I don't have any my
and
phone.
that's
Why
I
are you
sent that to
gay?
Alter this morning. Why are you
Lala,
gay?
oh my god.
Who says I
Let
am
me
gay?
let me explain how. Let me know. Let me mute her because I ain't got to talk to her today. I'm sick of it. I forgot I was mad at her. Cause who did?
y'all mad. There y'all go. There y'all
Yo,
go.
I'm so done. Why was she? Because she loves this. Why are you gay? As soon as I heard, because I was like doing something and I heard it in Laura's panel, and I was like,
Jabri.
he was just playing it. And I'm just like, oh my God, Lala would just like crack up if she was hearing this right now. The fact that he's playing, I was like, why? In my head, I was like, why is Laura playing this? So like, how does he know about this? Like he kept playing it. I'm like, what the heck? As soon as I was about to text Lala, I'm like, get here and hear this. I see her to come. I'm like, oh, she's already in here. And she heard it. And she heard it. Next thing you know, he told some from Lala, Sense of Serenity. I was like, bruh, I know she did not send that. But that was so funny because Lala sent the sound. That was so hilarious because only Lala be on here talking, why are you geek?
I didn't even send it to Serenity. I sent it to you, and he was like,
I was
Serenity.
like, wait, what?
And he was like, Serenity, Lala wants to know why are you gay? I'm like, no, I don't. I want to know why Alta gay.
I want to know why I was gay. And he told me, you going to answer it, Alter? No, because what?
No.
Brandon was so confused, like, wait a minute.
He was probably like, I don't get it. He was like, y'all must know each other outside the app. He was completely confused.
Oh my God. He was like,
why are you gay?
Alter?
Who says I am gay? You
Who says
gay.
I am gay? You are. But it was just funny how out of all the names, that's who he said. Oh my God.
Yes.
And we're going to keep
I was
going.
like,
So
please
that was
don't get
funny.
me fighting with Serenity out of nowhere because I didn't do nothing to her.
That was funny to me, man. I was
I'm
like,
glad she live in my
always
city,
wants
dog. As soon as I find her, put some tape over her mouth. So you always causing this?
I want to give you something.
I want to give you something.
Let me give you
I want to
something.
give you something as wild.
Let me give you something. All right. Get this tape.
Yeah, I would have cried if she was in a queue.
That was
it is new. Right.
Because period.
I'm gonna keep that to myself, Jabri. I don't feel like even bringing it out. Keep it to myself.
We voted for Jesus.
Jesus. Amen.
They need
mind
to
you,
have
I
it
said
on the
amen,
ballot.
and I didn't hear what y'all said about Jesus. Y'all just said Jesus, and I was like,
No,
amen.
somebody,
Whatever it is.
Jabri said, who did Kev vote for? I said, we voted for Jesus.
Amen.
Amen.
Because you guys know that Trump is Christian, right? I'm just kidding.
Oh,
you know what,
my.
Lala?
You just hurt my heart off that one.
Can you mute her again, please? Mute her again.
Please
Thank you. I don't even think she can.
Please don't start this, so you about to make everybody jump in here. Hey, she didn't say what she said. We talking about abortion.
Trump 2024, everybody.
Stop that. Stop that.
Oh my gosh. No.
Oh, that remind me of Kelly.
Where's Kelly?
She did take a break off this thing, I think.
Yeah, she did.
She took a break. Let me
I forgot about her
break.
for a minute. Yeah, I forgot about her.
Not
some
the
people be
fake
like, I'm
break
gonna take a
y'all
break,
be
and they take like 2 hours off. Like
that's why I said not the fake one y'all be taking.
not the fake one. I ain't coming on this thing for a whole week.
So
and
they
be on
fake,
the
don't
next day.
fake compared to that, huh?
Like that's okay. I ain't getting back on to the rest of the night. Okay, it's 10 o'clock.
Like, bro, it's freaking 4 o'clock in the morning. What you want to say?
No, yeah, they'll be like, I'm taking a break, guys. I have to get my mind together.
Nap?
3 days later, they back on. I got my mind together. So let's go ahead.
I'm minding your
like
business.
Some people again, like, what mind did you get together? Because it wasn't yours.
No, for real.
It wasn't.
What was the break for?
I forgot I can't have them in one panel. Well, I was already having me crack up early. I laughed, man. I can't afford the other twin to come in.
No, the fact that he moved over. So
I forgot. What did she say earlier? That just had me cracking up.
The day that Jane come in here and say, now turn to Romans chapter 7. Y'all know.
That's what she said. That was so funny. She called me on guard. Because I was telling her, I was like, man, I said, I said, man, the more time you spend over here, I'm going to have you stop talking like that, man. I said, I see it in you, man. You a good person. Then she came with that, talking about some, yeah, she said, Jane gonna come in here and gonna say, now turn the poems, songs. I started busting out laughing. She called me on girl with that one. Gonna come in here with scripture on there instead of a doll. That That is so
Look,
funny, man.
anything can happen.
That's funny.
Period. See, that's that ADHD. She busting out in the song.
Anything. Look, I have a song for everything, y'all. I was doing it all day.
Everything. If y'all say one word that reminds me of a song, I have to sing it.
I have to sing it. Like my class, they just be laughing at me like, "Oh my gosh!" Like y'all didn't think of that song when this happened. Like, come on now, what's wrong? What's wrong with you guys? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, I'm
I think
done
I want to
singing.
read these. Like, Mister be trying to read through these. Yeah. Oh wait, those are two different ones. Do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice? Oh my god.
The setup was real for people. That's why I'm trying to get some
Woo!
You want
people.
me to get the
You.
people in here? I
I seem
will.
like she took a
I'll get the
shot or
people in
something.
here.
I was about to
Why
go
do
down there
you
to get
guys?
some wine for a
Got a
little bit
shot
after
of
she
that
did.
question.
Her woo made me want to get a wine or
It's
something.
8 people in here. It's 8 people in here. Y'all need to
I
tap the
low key
screen
about
before
to
I
get
get
some wine
mad.
though. I ain't had
For
none in a
real.
while.
Y'all need to tap the
Mine.
screen if you guys are voting for Trump 2024 and make sure that yeah. And make sure you cash app Kev so that he can open his anti-abortion movement that he's working on because he's sick of y'all just doing the dun and unaliving babies. That's what he's sick of. He said that
Yes,
yesterday.
yes. Yep.
His cash app is Mr. Money Broke. Money sign Mr. Money Broke. So do that. If you hold his face at the top of the screen, you can share it to 10 of your friends. Maybe 5 of them who ever thought about having one, and then show them this is evidence why you should. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't
Or
do that.
change your mind. Close them
Change your
legs tight.
mind. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, and anybody who and tap the screen as high as your body count. Period. And so that's it. Share out the
Ooh.
live. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
Like what the heck? This person just put 300 likes.
No, that's crazy.
I was like, all right, let's get new Nay in the building. This the grown Nay in this boy beginning because I know she got grown on us. I'm about to watch her grow up and that, you know what I'm saying? All right, we gonna get triple new Nay in the building. You know I gotta mess with you. How you? Welcome, hey Nay. How you feeling, Nay? How you feeling? Don't mind me.
Good. How are you?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. You know. All right, we on the first three, I think. Yeah, we on the first three then. Or we can do the first two. Let's do the first two just so everybody can get in. So I got Warlock in too. So how you feel about the red topic itself?
Okay. You don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. Um, well, first of all, well, yeah, like it's like you don't care, but at the same time, like you shouldn't even be doing nothing to have that many abortions
Mm.
if you know that you're not in the right circumstances to even have like kids. But yeah, like it's like to me it's okay, like to me personally, like it's just like it's careless anyway. Like it's irresponsible. It don't even matter, like the whole thing is irresponsible. So like why is you doing that anyway? Like you shouldn't even be yeah, like you shouldn't even be humping nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Like please, like like but you know we struggle with that. So
True. True.
okay, if they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even open your legs? Exactly, like like, why is your legs open? Like, I'm confused. Please keep your legs closed. Like, but that's so hard. Like I said, I really feel like our people like struggle with a lust problem.
True.
Like it's like you have an urge every time to just do it. Why? Like,
Addiction.
please go get seen or something. Like figure
Mm-hmm.
out why like that's the only thing like on your mind, or like why like you just have to do that. Like that's why all these kids out of wedlock.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't even go out with somebody, get to know them, like do something else. Like that's the only thing now. Like that's crazy. Like dang.
Get a
Like
hobby.
dang, you just gotta dang beat they back out every time. Like
Right.
that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like dang, like can we do something else? Like that's crazy. Like
No other.
dang, like can't even get to know the person. Like
True. True.
don't even know them and trying to like you know what? You know what? Like I'm really ready to hear Warlock. Like and also like he remind me like Warlock remind me of this guy Barry. Like one of my coworkers I work with.
Man, I'm tired of
Like
hearing that, man. I was a coworker, now he a coworker? How many
yes,
coworkers you got?
literally like yes, like because he just speak his mind,
Mm-hmm.
like he just look yes, like he speak his mind, like he be like you like everybody know how Warlock is.
Mm-hmm.
Like but yeah, like I mean keep your legs closed. Like nobody got nothing else to do but do that all the time. And then when they do that, now they can't even face the consequences. Like
Right.
don't want to pay that child support. Like
Mm-hmm.
you behind in like $2,000 now. Like
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, to get that back beat in. What you got for me, Warlock?
Oh no! Don't call on me now. Don't mention my name now. I wanted Lala to stay her ass up here because I wanted to jump in her and Alta's ass because they
Not
just wanted
both
to
of them
carry
at the
on the
same time.
conversation. Didn't even fucking acknowledge to say hey, what's up or nothing. They
I
didn't say
said
shit.
something.
Nah,
Wait,
no.
I
Mm-mm.
did.
I said I told Mr. Print to stop muting your ass, and
You
that's the
ain't
only
jumped
reason you
deep in
mentioned
it.
me. But that's okay though. That's
Warlock, I
okay.
cannot believe you did
I
not hear
know
me
how
speak
much
to
I
you.
know. Look, Alter, no, don't even try to don't no. Mm-mm. You
I
started
can't
with a
try it. I
shovel.
gotta do
Don't
it.
go and get a backhoe. You digging a hole for yourself. Nope, don't do it. Nope. Mm-mm. See,
I
you
thought
fed me
you.
too damn well. I can go a couple days without eating now.
Oh,
All
I
right.
said I'm
that's
good
what
now.
y'all do. Y'all get try to get all full just in case we slip, which we didn't. Because I definitely said I was like, "Hey, Warlock." I cannot believe you didn't hear me. That's crazy. Actually, I'm gonna blame Mister because he was talking over me.
Not
It's
her
all good.
Women
doing the,
won.
not her doing what women be doing when
I
they
you
switch the
see
whole
that's
thing
crazy.
around.
Wait,
I just noticed that. I'm like, hold up. She
wait.
like, nope.
Why did Kev know to say that? I thought I literally said this one. Women won.
Right, what the?
Stop telling on me, Kev.
She gonna switch it all. I'm like, hold on, that's
Anyway,
scary. I'm like, who is
I'm
that
not
in my
letting. Nope,
box?
I'm not letting this
Not
shit
her
happen.
playing victim out of
Let me
nowhere.
do these daggone prompts
So
so
that's
y'all
how
can
you
get
gonna
back to
treat
y'all
us.
shit. Let me do these damn prompts so y'all can get back to y'all shit.
That is
Because
funny.
evidently I was not invited to this fucking conversation. Because it was
Oh no,
between
that was
like three people.
we was twinning them, man. That's a whole different conversation. My
You know
bad,
what?
brother.
Pointing to me
That's
has
how
a
I
whole
be
different
sometimes.
meaning.
We sometimes
Nope.
it take a little. You got to break us up a little bit sometimes. That don't be like.
All right. So, all right, Kev, I'm sitting in my fucking car because I ain't went in the house from my damn practice yet. So,
Mhm.
what does the first one say?
So the first one, you don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion.
Agreeing to want more than one abortion. You don't care about kids if you don't marry their goddamn father.
Ooh.
You don't care about kids if you just sleeping with a dude and you only know his real fucking name and he wound up being a fucked up individual. Now you done saddled this child with a fucked up father for the rest of his life when you can move on with yours. Do you really love your fucking kids? I beg to ask that question. There's a whole lot of other things that I could touch on that with that one, but I'm not, because I want to leave somebody some firewood so they can build themselves a log cabin. I'm not burning the whole forest down tonight. What's the next one?
If they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even open your legs?
You know, that confused me. That confused the hell out of me too, man. Because
I always hear it every time. I swear that's why
it's a contradictory message.
I had to ask it out loud.
It's a contradictory message, Kev. All right. So you claim that you have the highest deletion rate because of pregnancy. We tell you to keep your legs closed till you get married, so you can have a better chance to put your kid in a better situation. Mm-hmm. We tell you that single motherhood is an issue. But you can't stop fucking because you say it feels good. But you know the possibility is there every time you lay down with somebody that you will become a part of that statistic. Now, the question comes, do you actually believe what the fuck you are saying? Or do you just want to take your chances and say that you will not be a part of that negative part of that statistic? Is it a probability or a possibility that you're hoping for? Are you hoping that it's possible that you can give birth to this child without deleting? Or is it more probable and you're willing to take that risk, but bitch, when you do, it's very contradictory to me, man. Mm-hmm. If you know that you are deleting at a higher rate than anybody else, but you're willing to have so many daggone kids, but bitch, when you can't have an abort, come on, dude, it's stupid.
I had to ask this one out loud. I swear, I did that on purpose because I'm like, bro,
it's stupid, man, because you're contradicting yourself on a regular fucking basis. So my whole thing is, because truth be told, I'm getting fed up and tired of having these fucking conversations. Every platform I go to for the past 2-3 days, I've been telling motherfuckers, I'm tired of having these conversations. Mm-hmm. So if you're gonna contradict yourself, shut the fuck up.
Facts.
Which they don't see the contradiction most times. And I try to tell them, ladies, I don't give a fuck what the dude says. Unless he does something illegal that he should be locked up for under the jail, you are the last line of defense to your kitty cat. So whatever happens to your kitty cat, you allowed it to happen. Bypass that one. Come on with some. I want somebody, because I don't think any of the ladies up here is gonna try to go against me on this one.
Well, I am.
But if you are, I feel free. Whatever happens with your kitty cat is your freaking issue. It's your problem. You decided to let him off inside of you. What he did when he was inside of you, you should have had that shit under control. But you don't.
But a man will only do what you allow. So why didn't you set marriage as a standard first? What if both of y'all should have did that? Not just the woman, the man too. Because you should have did that for that's dumb.
Here's the thing, Nay. Understand something. Understand this, Nay. Nay, understand something. You require a guy to be able to take care of you. Hold on. You require a guy to make X amount of money. You require a guy to look a certain way. You require a guy to take you to certain places. But you don't require a guy to marry your ass. You don't require a guy to do anything but give you a wet ass and spend money and look. That's the only thing you require of a guy. But yet, most motherfuckers want to sit around here and bitch about guys not being shit. You didn't require him to be anything but shit, because that's what you more than likely like to accept. You don't like to accept the nice guys that's cool as shit, that's laid back, that may be a homebody, because he's boring as fuck. You don't want him You want the bad boy, the motherfucker that's out there fucking everything, and then get mad when he cheat on your ass.
Cause they lustful, like that's all they want. Like all they want
Well,
to do is
guess what?
pump and
I say
dump.
the same thing to them. Shut the fuck up and sit down.
Like all you want to do is pump and dump. Like and then you want to say like say that right there. Like oh um like women are passing away. Like our like mortality rate or like or whatever that thing is so high. Like we can pass away like having a baby. All this. Like well keep your legs closed. Like they can't even keep their legs closed. Like legs be open. Like
Right.
this man ain't even committed to you, and your legs open. Like close your legs. Like
Mm-hmm.
Look,
pumping and dumping.
I
Like
tell them
close
all,
your
close your
legs.
legs, close your asshole, and close your mouth. You'll be happy as fuck
So
until you
all the
find
holes closed.
a husband.
Like you just got to do it. Like
And if
damn.
marriage isn't for you, which
Like
I
damn, you
understand
don't
some
even
people will
know her.
say, marriage is not for them. I get it, or what have you. So you really have no dog in this fight. So you need to shut the fuck up too.
Right.
Oh,
Nope.
I'm making my rounds of telling people shut the fuck up. Because too many people are fighting a fight that they don't even have a dog in.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple. If marriage doesn't pertain to you and you don't want marriage, don't bitch about you being a single mother. And if you are a single mother and you didn't require that guy to marry you, then don't bitch about being a single mother. It's
Mm.
just that simple. Those are the only two things that I have to say about it. Because those
But
are the
I
only
got
two.
tricked though. I got tricked.
Well, then you need to shut the fuck up about you being the most educated motherfuckers in the world.
Oh.
How you get tricked by a motherfucker that you say ain't shit, that don't have no game, that's not smart as you, and all this? How do you constantly get tricked? How do some motherfuckers get tricked 3, 4, 5 fucking times? Really?
Uh-oh.
You are a willing participant in the fuckery.
Mm.
And you
Damn,
smoke.
Warlock. Like at least I still have sympathy for them. Damn.
Look,
I know
let me
you
tell you
ain't.
something.
I
Let
know
me
you
tell
ain't
you something. Hold
expect
on.
any
Oh,
less from
fuck
him.
that. Hold on. Understand something. I tell people this shit. I have no empathy. I have no sympathy. I have no any of the thieves for your ass. None. Because here's the reason why. Because we are the last age before this one was the industrial age, right? Now we are in what they call the information age. You cannot sit here and tell me that you didn't know that if you laid down with a motherfucker, you could get pregnant. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me you don't know the statistics because motherfuckers always throwing them out there. You can't tell me what the studies. You can't tell me you don't know what the studies say. You can't tell me none of that shit. So whatever happens, you were a willing participant in it outside of the shit that I know some people. Well, what about Grant? What about DV? What about ancestors? Fuck that. We know that shit happens. And like I said, whoever does that shit needs to be thrown up under the jail, castrated. No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna say cast. I'm gonna say gelded. And if you know what gelding is, if you don't, look it up. They need to be gelded then. So, with understanding that the motherfucker, anything that happens to your kitty cat is 100% on you because you are the last line of defense to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't get me to understand or you can't get me to agree to anything else. It was your choice to open your legs or bend over or stand on your head or hold on to the ceiling fan or whatever the fuck you did. That was your choice. I don't give two shits about what you think. Well, I told him to wear a condom or why wasn't you on the birth control? Well, you know what? I understand. Birth control isn't 100% either. So the only 100% way to do it is stop fucking. Oh, I can't do that. I have my needs. Okay, well, guess what? These kids that's inside it, those eggs inside of you and that sperm that went inside of you has its needs too. They fulfill their needs. Now you fucking stuck. Shut the fuck up.
Now, like if they like be doing it like more than once and stuff, like hold on, like because if you be going back and stuff, like if you be like, oh, like I went back and stuff, like I be thinking like I don't even feel bad because like you let him talk you hold on, like you let him talk you into coming back, or I don't know, or like it was just so good or something that like you got another child and like
Hold up,
y'all
why are you screwing somebody you know within your heart of hearts you have no desire to be with for the rest of your fucking life?
like and like y'all won't even
Why?
get married or nothing. Like I don't know, like but it's I don't know, like but it's like something in me, like I don't know. I still feel bad, like I just don't know. Like it's like something in me, like I still feel bad for them, like but it's like what was you thinking? Like where was your head at?
Hold on, you said you still feel bad for him.
Yes, like I don't
Man,
know
fuck that. Look,
why.
let me tell you something. I don't feel bad for a dude that makes a kid and a woman has it and this motherfucker on child support. I don't feel bad for that motherfucker either. You know why? Because he knew the same thing that the woman did. There's a great possibility that if you lay down with her, you're gonna get this
Yeah.
motherfucker pregnant.
By now, look, everybody know they got all this social media and all this, even family. I mean, people in their family that did it. Ain't nobody got tricked nowadays. They just be saying that your
Yo,
mama,
who's your baby
all them
mama?
warned them,
Trixie.
all them warned them. They said, "Hey, men, go in. I'm trying to trick you at your." They heard it before. They just thought they was something special.
It's that I am not a part of that. I am not part of that percentage that this will happen to. Watch, bet. Okay.
That's what it was. Yup. Yup.
I've been on my I've been on my I'm on two different types of birth controls. Well, guess what, motherfucker? They cancel each other out. You just as fertile as the next bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say bitch. Sorry. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
Like dang, like it's just like they were just having a good time, like just having kids, like
Well, guess what? Your 30 minutes of good time. That's if you're good, because we know motherfuckers that say they're doing it for hours. They lying because they taking out the foreplay and all that. But that goddamn on 12 minutes of pleasure, is it worth for fucking 18 to 25 to 60 years of your damn life? Because regardless of whether you want to admit it or not, you are a parent until one of you pass away.
what in a row, like it was so good, like now you got kids, like and it ain't good no more because like you don't like they like other parent now, like things ain't so good now. Like what in the world, like people don't think about that. Like dang, like y'all was humping it up and like it was so good, like
That moment, that
Hey,
boy.
Kev, you know what? The more I talk about this shit, the more I hear about it, and it just makes me want to go another fucking 10. Honestly, I ain't even gonna lie to you.
That's why this topic. That's why I said it's gonna be for 2 days though, because there's so much you gotta talk about within just that part and the nature thing. I'm tired of that nature one, boy. I'm digging deep on that one. I'll tell you.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, though, man. Okay, I'll concede that shit to a motherfucker, but at the same token, how many motherfuckers have went against their nature? You just want to be a weak-minded motherfucker and
Mm,
use that as an excuse to do some fucked up shit.
that. Yep.
That's just like when the motherfucking women say, "Well, women are emotional, yeah." But
No.
I could see if every freaking woman in the world acted the same fucking way. I would concede that. But you just want to use that as a crutch to condone your fucked up
Excuse.
behavior.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. That's on both ends for sure. That nature stuff.
So,
I really want to dig
like
into
I
that.
said, all the thieves, the empathies, the sympathy, all them motherfuckers, they out the window when it comes to that for me.
Hmm.
It just is. Now, I'll have some sympathy for somebody. Like I said, when you want to take the minute part, the minority part, in reference to them getting
I got you.
assaulted in any way, shape, or form. But even that has stipulations.
Hmm.
If you're gonna go somewhere and you're gonna dress a certain way and you're gonna be around certain people and you're gonna act a certain way, look, we already know this is why men
So,
tell their ladies, look, man, nope, don't wear that, don't go there, don't do this, stay away from here, this, that, and the other. This is why we do that. because although nobody deserves that shit, we understand how stupid ass men can be when they get drunk and or high. They do stupid shit. They act a stupid way, and so the fuck do you. And then the next morning, you gonna wake the fuck up on your damn doorstep talking about what's this dripping down my damn leg.
I want to dig on that too, though. And like you said, with the stipulation, right? So I can't even really have all the way sympathy, whatever you want to call it, for that situation either, though. I'm gonna say first, right? So the ones, if it's the first time, right? If it was a situation or whatever, but it's the ones nowadays which I can't take them serious. That's why I be saying it's a lot of SA victims or whatever that they messing it up. They're starting to get like watered down now because we don't know who lying now. There's so many people that lying there using that just to derail the conversation and stuff. And I just want you to feel like, so it just seems like every woman in the world, the way they acting now, just done got that work, which ain't cool. I mean, which can't be true, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm getting to is that I'm not gonna feel bad if they said they've been through that, right? And I still see you half naked on this thing. Now, I can't take that serious. I just really can't. You sitting there chest out and booty and all this other stuff or whatever, and you talking about, oh yeah, I used to be a victim. I'm not taking that. I'm just not about to take that serious.
That's why I take them to the edge of my ditch, Kev, and take them in.
Yeah, I can only take the ones that look like they seem like they really, really scared of just men in general. I could see that. You know, that's when I could tell the ones that scared to even, talk or whatever the situation is. They barely want to even tell the story, that type of situation. But the ones that just so open, yeah, I've been through that and looking for sympathy. But then, like, when you click on their profile or the way they talk, and they always talking about, oh man, I'd be tearing stuff down. I do this, and I'm like, I'm not taking none of that. I'm not taking that serious, man. I'm sorry. I'm not having no more empathy from that point.
Back. They're taking their power back, Kev.
Wait,
That's
hold
what the fuck
on,
they're
Warlock.
saying.
Like, Kev, like
they're taking their power back.
Kev, like I had seen like this girl, like personally, like she posted. Okay, like so she been having like bad like experiences like with guys. Like, and so she posted like yesterday, like she posted like it's Halloween. Okay, so this is what you was is like, so she posted like it's Halloween, nigga. Is you tricking or you treating? And I'm just like I thought you just said like that you was having like bad like experiences. Like this is wild. Like you're giving off like 304. Like that's giving off like 304. Like that's what like they're getting. Like it's like tricking behavior. Like what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
look,
so I definitely agree like with what you just said. Like it's wait, hold on, like so I definitely agree like with what you just said. Like so it's like at that point, like that stuff, like I don't even be having sympathy no more because it's like you having like bad like experiences, but like you not even trying to change. Like you want that, like you want to keep having that. Like like they want to be babying and stuff. Like like this, like I got essay and stuff. Like stop.
Yeah. But that's why I be feeling like they lying from that point. I ain't gonna even lie. I just feel like they lying now. You just calling it that because it was a guy you didn't like or it didn't work out with you. And they oh yeah, now it's time for me to use the my trap card. I've got essay. They gonna use that on every last thing because it was a guy that they wasn't interested in, or something happened within the midst of it though. Because somehow I'm like,
yep, or he played the fuck out you or some shit.
it's something, right? A dude that played you, anything. That's what they just gonna come with. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. In my book, right? I mean, whatever. It is what it is, but I say it's getting watered down to me. It's just getting watered down, and it's hard for me to take them serious. You know what I'm saying? Only, like I said, now I can say it's easier for me to take it serious, and I will show way more empathy for the ones that I see that's really like trying, the ones that I see that's afraid. I could try to at least kind of motivate them to even get into marriage though. But like I said, Overall, like if they still doing that freaky talk and talking about how much they sucking on this and naked and all this other stuff, your essay wasn't deep enough. Forget all that junk. And I think you lying. I just really believe you're lying. I don't, I'm not taking that junk serious. I'm sorry. And that's what I stand on. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I literally stand on. I can care less how people feel about that because it's that it just don't make no sense to me. Well, you don't know it does something to the mind and make me more freakier. Forget all that junk. Forget all that. I'm not taking that. I'm literally not taking that. Because a person that's really scared for their life, they're not about to sit there and expose themselves even more than something. I'm not hearing it. That's some other type stuff. And I understand it do some mental destruction. I do get that, but I don't think it worked that way. Oh, I wouldn't believe it worked that way because that's gonna put you in more danger. You know what I'm saying? That just makes no sense though. So forget that. Forget all that. That make me mad thinking about that junk too.
Yeah,
Every
like
kind of
stuff like
silly.
that just like it's just like crazy.
I'll
Like
rack
it
my
just
body count up.
like they love playing victim. Like it just like yeah, like I thought that you were just having a bad experience like with men, like but it's just not like always men. Like the women or like yeah, like the girls, the females can also be the problem. Like you might need to do some self work. Like yeah, like because if you keep attracting bad people to you, like not even like I'm just like like not even just like relationship wise, like but like friends. Like if you keep attracting bad people, then it's you. Apparently, like you need to see like why. Like you can't just keep blaming them. But you
Mm-hmm.
know, like some people, like they can't take accountability.
That's true. That is true though. Because you say that, they're gonna be like, "Well, it's victim blaming." Ugh, I swear, that junk, boy. I think those are like trigger words. Nah, to me, that is a trigger word. I just be feeling like anybody gonna say anything to not take accountability. That's just all it is. I mean, sure. Like I said, I pay attention. I listen long enough to people and all that stuff. That stuff not about to get by on me. It trick everybody else. All the other suckers, not me. I'm not about to get. I'm not getting tricked though. Your actions show otherwise. It don't show that you are really scared. It don't show. Just like when they be saying, we're afraid of this man. I need to choose a bear and all the other stuff. I'm not taking none of that stuff serious. Like you open your mouth way too much. You look for too much smoke, what they call it, or they looking for that whatever just to be so scared of man. You talk. I mean, hey, I just no. You're not tricking me. Like I said, actions show different. That's why I said them the people that whatever. Hmm. Hmm. Can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. The most experience in life. Exactly.
Man, where are all the motherfuckers that want to bring smoke? That want to say no, it's
Right, I
not like
know. That's why I
that.
said I'm running this back for sure, though. Ain't about to, and I swear this is about to be it for sure. This is gonna be it for sure.
Oh, you know where they at, Kev? I know where. It's fucking Friday. They out in the club. My bad. I know where they at.
Friday, right? First of the night, first of the month too.
Yeah, true that. They out in the club. It's too late to be shot. Well, no, not in some areas. I know it is here on the East Coast. But yeah, they might be at the mall or some shit. Getting ready to go to the club. They'll be around a bunch of men that they're afraid of.
Mm-hmm. Every
Yeah.
night I've been in the club tricking with a different girl. Is that main thing? A main thing in that
This
mother.
is why these conversations to me
Right.
are really frustrating and irritating, you know. They're
Mm-hmm.
so fucking contradictory. It's
Yeah.
fucking sad.
Yeah. Just like these dudes, and that's what this other one that kind of tied in from. Like the dude came in earlier because he knew the live I came in with him on. And I was hearing this one dude. That's why I was like, man, I really got to talk to these men for real though, because they be saying some silly stuff.
Yep.
These be the main ones want to hold women accountable, but then you talking about, well, I need I use these women for that, and they the one open their legs to me and all that. So you sound weak. These niggas, who I was about to talk like I was offline. My bad. These dudes be sounding super weak, bro. I'm like, dog. So you saying just because it's wide open that like it just sucked you in and so they be acting like the punani just sucked you in when you, oh man, I couldn't control it no more. I started stroking it by mistake. You know, that sound, man, get out of here, man. You just
Like,
sounded weak.
right.
Weak.
Like, so you just went in it so raw, like,
Right.
please.
These dudes, boy, be sounding so weak on here, bro. I swear, dog. And then these ones that be claiming want to have talking points like they marriage minded. You know, ain't marriage minded either, dog. I gotta do it. It's my urge. I gotta do what I gotta do. Man, you sound. I swear, dude. We
Like,
about
with
to.
no up in anything, like, please.
Yeah. Yeah. I just annoying. These dudes be acting so soft, I swear. Then when you check them on it, they won't be want to fight and stuff. I'm like, bro, these dudes, I swear. But they dangerous at the same time. I ain't gonna lie. If I was have to do that in person, boy, I had to take somebody. I had to take them out, man, because I can't do it. These dudes be so soft and sensitive, man. You could
Let
tell
it
who be
go.
ran by that.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Right. But yeah, that's in my nature here, people. I'm tired of them, man. They messing it up. They the one messing the women up. And then we getting the worst half. We getting the worst rap of it. We trying to tell them what, trying to tell the woman right, but you got these guys saying, I literally just made a couple posts about that recently too.
Like, but I feel like that's because they probably like giving the cat up too early. So that's what they saying. Oh well, it's because it's in my nature. Like, or if you say
Yeah.
like oh like I don't want to do no more. Like then that's when they say like oh well like it's in my nature. Like I feel like that's when they say that like oh like it's in my nature. Like oh, cause ain't nobody gonna tell me that. So you just
Right. It's in my nature. I mean, and even look.
like
Here,
it's in my
let's get,
nature. Like just say you don't got no discipline, baby.
is
Like
they right? They ain't got no discipline. Facts. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly
because
what it
you saying
is.
like it's just in my nature. Like you don't got no discipline. So like if like so yeah like so if somebody don't want to do something with you, then you will go do something with somebody else. Yeah, because you don't got no discipline. So that's how it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Like ain't
Yeah,
nobody stupid.
that's what they gonna keep doing. And I don't know how people be falling
Like
for
if
that,
no man, like if a man don't got no discipline, then good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Cause he gonna be over there with cinnamon cheating, getting her back in.
Not cinnamon either. That sound like I got person. Who the heck you know is cinnamon around here? There. What you watching too much? Said cinnamon. I thought that sound personal, and that boy. What you dealing with cinnamon? What you know? What cinnamon do? Cinnamon no toast crunch.
Like
Yeah,
I
these
mean, good
dudes.
luck. Cause I
I
ain't
swear.
dealing with no man who tell me that. Like it's in my nature. All right, bye.
You say you ain't want no ISO? You ain't want no ISOs?
Yeah, no ma'am.
What the
Like
ISO? My man's cut the whole live out just to talk to Nate. He's like, can I get this ISO real quick? That dude funny. No, he was on too. He's one of them in my nature heads, I could tell.
Did you ever give him a chance, Nay?
oh,
Nay was dodging him like a
She
bullet.
cut him off instant. She did
She
him.
said,
She said,
"Wait."
shut up. She hit him with, I was like, dang.
She said, "No, thank you."
No, thank you. And shut up, boy. I'm trying to talk.
He was one of the ones to talk to himself in the woman's inbox. You could tell, like, how
Mhm.
you doing? The next message, no response.
Well,
So you don't like dark skin? You got a problem with dark skin? Like, ain't gonna lie, I be getting weird ass inboxes like that.
That should be. Oh, you don't like. You got some.
I was about to
Getting
say
started.
you sound like you were at school with it. Okay, that's why you saying that.
Hold on, who the hell is that up there? Because I can't see.
That's man. Hold up, I just noticed somebody been quiet for a super long time.
Gen Z and Ultra.
Jen being
No,
quiet.
I can count on Jen. I know she ain't sleeping on me. I'm talking about somebody else. Let's see. Hold up.
Yeah, she up there trying to figure
You
out.
know
the
she'll fall asleep on
in a
me.
couple of days.
She give all the energy to the other
Leave her
lie.
the
She
hell
come in here
alone.
and
She's
fall
figuring
asleep
out
on me.
my menu.
Mm-hmm. She ate some of her own food, and that's what happened. Now
I'm waiting on y'all to talk about the
no,
last two.
not you. I know I can count on you. I'm talking about Miss
All right,
Alta.
so since you waiting on the last two, let's go to the last two, Kev, if you don't mind.
Let's
I
get
want to
it.
hear some shit now.
Let's hear some.
What are the
Yeah.
last two? Because I can't read that shit.
know,
The
right?
nature right there. The nature.
Oh, it's the nature
Over
shit?
the age of
Why
40.
do you believe men? Why do you believe men are using? Oh, did I write that wrong?
No, you
Why
I
do
meant
saying
to
you
put.
believe?
I meant to put do.
why do you believe men are using nature as an
Oh,
excuse for lack
I
of
did write it wrong.
self-discipline?
Yeah, it sounded weird. Well, I wrote it
Same
down.
reason anybody else does. As a
You
fucking crush to
you
condone
said
their
two
fucked up
plus two
behavior.
is sounding like 5.
Leave me alone.
Look, it's the same thing. You're using it as a crutch to condone behavior that otherwise you know is already fucked up. That's all it is. That's all it is. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have a fucking desire to or what have you, but it's like you have a desire to eat fucking food all the time, but your monkey ass don't because you know it's going to have a negative effect.
Exactly.
You have a
Like, and you
desire to
don't
do a
say,
whole lot of shit,
Listen,
but you don't because you're going against your better judgment because you know it's going to have a negative effect either on you, your family, your children, or just society in general.
but
But
people
when we
gotta
do go
realize
with
when you
our
got so
natural instincts, most times, it leads to a fucked up result because now we're being selfish.
listen,
And we
if
already
you're
know that it's a
selfish,
fucked up thing to do most times. So it leads to a fucked up result. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna listen to y'all until y'all piss me off and I gotta come back on.
people like different flavors. People gotta understand. People is like ice cream. It's so many good looking tasting flavors, right?
Whoa, what are we getting to on that? Whoa,
You get
there.
what I'm saying?
All right,
Chill,
you
man.
didn't
Some
piss me
people,
off.
Goodness.
You brought the
some
old
people
man out
just
of me
don't
now.
want.
What's
Some
this
people
about
just don't
flavors?
want one flavor. That's why they'll go out and buy Napoleon. They get the chocolate, the white, the strawberry. You get all three in one. Okay.
Mm-mm-mm.
Y'all know I'm just talking mess. but
Mm-mm-mm.
but when I hear dudes say it's in my nature, all I think of is, damn, he want to hit the cheek so bad.
She want a clapping noise.
he
A round of applause.
he said it's in my nature. He a nature boy.
Nature boys up. That the city boys.
Something is wrong with people. That's like a girl saying, "Yeah, it's in my nature to want some money from a man."
That's facts,
like,
right?
don't play
It's
with me.
facts.
It's
Like,
just in
come
my
on.
nature to ask.
It's in my nature to cheat.
People
That's why I
be
don't like that. People don't realize that. Like, people be trying to let that junk slide. We cannot keep using that, man. Nature is part of life, but it's up to us as humans to control it. That's why we differ from animals. Self-discipline.
yeah, because
Otherwise,
it's in
people
my nature to just ask a man to pay my bills.
facts. I say it's in my nature to rob a bank. Oh,
They be like, yeah, it's just in my nature to just want a lot of women. Oh, so you Nick Cannon.
facts.
Okay.
Facts. What's the deal, Luna?
So you T.I. out here. Okay. Cam Newton. Damn, it's so crazy. A lot of dudes really got a lot of women. That's a baby mama. Like that's crazy.
What's the other
Future,
boy name?
all of them got about 6 to 8 baby mamas. Like that's crazy.
What's the other boy name? Nick Cannon.
Oh, that's number one. We already know him.
I said Nick, T.I., Cam Newton, fucking. It's a lot of them that got multiples. One dude, he got 14. I said 14 baby mamas. How you do it?
Hold
That's
on for a
14.
second. Hold
That's
on.
14 different headaches.
Stop for a second. Stop for a second.
Oh no, like
This
you
is
got
what
that many
I
baby
want people to
mamas.
do.
I don't have no
Hold on,
sanity.
Nay. This is what I want at least the people that are here on this panel to do for me. Because I am so sick and fucking tired of motherfuckers using celebrities as a point of reference. Yeah, they may have all these fucking kids or whatever, but at least they have the means to take care of them financially. Not saying that that's the only way that you should do it. But see, when we reference them, then motherfuckers, you know, some motherfuckers like to live vicariously through them motherfuckers.
Yes,
So let's stop using them and use normal ass fucking people. Because you can say, well, who are they? Motherfuckers, you know who they are because you probably got a couple of them. You probably the baby mama of one of them, or you're probably one of the baby daddies. So let's stop using celebrities to make a fucking point because their lifestyle is totally different than ours.
Let me make another point. Well, okay, I'm about to make another point. Well, my cousin, he got 13 kids. So at the end of the day, his mama got 13 kids. Well, she pregnant with her 14th kid, and she's 57 years old. And ain't gonna lie, her baby father just passed. Rest in peace to David. But at the same time, imagine your baby father passed, and you gotta call his wife or you get on. I said that's crazy. You been somebody's secret lover, and you gotta call their wife on their deathbed. I said that's what's gonna happen to a lot of people. Your man, the man that you in love with, if he passes, you gonna see a swarm of women coming out out the woodworks, out the woods and shit, talking about son. I was in love with him.
Oh wow.
See, here's the thing, ladies, and this is some in-house shit, right? Most women don't want to fuck with dudes like Kev. Most women don't want to fuck with a guy like me. Although I understand why they don't want to fuck with a guy like me. Kev, you know why women don't want to fuck with you. But they will fuck with a guy that already has 3 children and not taking care of none of them and have 2 by them and then bitch about ain't no good men out here because my baby daddies are pieces of shit. Well, I would hope that you would have figured out that you can't pick a dude by your first 2. Fellas, I hope that you understand that when a woman, and this is going to sound contradictory as fuck coming from me, Kev, because you know I married a woman with 5, right? But I'm speaking of today, not then. Fellas, if a woman has 3 kids and 5 fucking baby daddies, what makes you think you're going to be any better to her or she's going to be any better to you? See, for me, it's not even about how many children you have. It's about your mindset with them children. And with
Same way
the guys that
around
you
Warlock.
get. Say what?
Same way around Warlock. Like because the women be thinking like if the men have multiple baby mamas that they're gonna be like so special that he gonna be taking kids. Like no, but like that cat ain't no better. Like
they living about possibilities, not probabilities. Yeah, I got you.
That's true. That is true, though. I'm about to tame something about women like them. They like taming the man.
Some of these women have a mindset of thinking, okay, if I sit up here and do what this man likes, if I sit up here and, you know, not be as a problematic. I can't get cheated on. Truth be told, don't put it past that it can't happen to you. A lot of people be thinking, "Oh, every man gonna
Go
be
back to bed,
faithful."
Alter. Everybody said you was asleep. Go back to bed.
For real, cause what you so
My
late?
phone, I had to handle some stuff.
Go to bed. I don't want you making me look
Already.
bad. I said you was asleep already. I done gave her real props and everything. I said she earned this. This is her second house, man. She been noticed. She earned this.
You better know it.
Do people blame the baby mamas because at the end of the day you are the reason why you in the situation, and it's like you just don't want to take accountability for playing your part. You just want to put it all on the BD and make it seem like, oh, he forced me to have this baby, he trapped me. I be wondering when people say that, I be like, damn, he trapped you, girl, but he left you. That's crazy.
Hey Cam, did you
How you
DM
trap
these? Did you
something
DM these
that
ladies up here tonight?
Did I what?
Did you DM them? Did you DM them tonight?
Nope.
Or did you DM them once I got the fuck up here?
Nope.
I'm just wondering because that A word is being thrown around like
Oh,
yeah.
they part of my crew. Of course they gonna know that word. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Listen, me and Kev had a
They
discussion
throw
a
that
while
A
ago.
around.
Kev, remember when we had that discussion? Which comes first, account that word or responsibility? Remember?
It's the only A I like throwing around the head.
Yo,
Throw that A in a circle.
you're not on the
I know,
pole.
Look, you said
she put it
you
in the,
took
she
it out
said the
my
same
mouth.
exact thing. See, we was, that was crazy how she said it the same exact time. That was crazy.
Hey, Kev, remember we had that conversation about which one
What's
comes
that?
first, the A word or
Uh,
responsibility?
Oh God, that right there.
I remember that. I remember that too.
That's
I
why I
think.
don't like that A
I
word
think.
because most times on here
Don't
we
start with that,
use
please.
that A word as a post action
Yeah.
after we done something fucked up. You rarely hear people say take that A word when it's something good.
Take that A.
You get
Word.
what I'm saying? It's always a post action word for some fucked up shit that you done. The thing is,
Mm-hmm.
it's not the fact that people don't want to take the A word. They just have no responsible. They don't know how to be responsible for shit.
That's true. Responsibility is supposed to be right after though, for real. 'Cause
But see, that makes sense as to why it's hard to take accountability.
she said, "What's the A word? Is accountability."
Oh
he
my
always
bad.
he always call it the A word.
But that's why it's hard for people to take accountability because they don't feel responsible for what's happening.
That's deep. That's
You know what
deep.
I'm saying? So how can I take responsibility if I don't even, accountability if I don't even feel responsible? So
Hey,
that's
which
That's
one
because you
do
came
come
off mute
first
just to
then?
fuck with me.
That's deep because it showed that both of them is like kind of related. That's deep because I also feel like that's crazy. Because sometimes you got to be the A word first before you be the R word.
hmm.
But
No, I was
it's
just talking
that's
about
deep
the
though.
way
But
that
then
it's
if you
being
don't
used
see the R
here.
word, how could you see the? That's some deep stuff.
But you never hear
If you
nobody
don't
say nothing
feel the
about
R word, how can you be
responsibility
the A
though.
word?
Yeah, you don't hear the responsibility.
It's all
Right.
about the A
True.
word
True. True.
after some
True.
fucked up shit happened.
Well, that's the
It ain't
That's
thing.
into
true.
Like,
being responsible for. All right, here's the thing. Driving a car, you go to the bar, you get fucked up. Be responsible, don't drive. But you want somebody to be the A word after they done rammed into somebody.
but had you
Mm.
been responsible, you
You
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have to be
had
an A word.
you wouldn't have to blame nobody for your
You wouldn't have
accountability.
went the fuck out and got drunk. You would have stayed the fuck home and drank a gallon. I mean, I'm sorry, a fifth. My bad. I was talking about myself in the back in the day in my mind. Sorry.
That's why they
Not-
go to that first topic though. They so worried. Open the A word. They be pets. I'm trying to make that. If they was an R
don't open that
word.
ass. Not playing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right. I swear we still talking about accountability.
We still talking about
Hey, Ken, I got a question. Hey, everybody, I got a question for you. How old do you think I would have to live before we hear somebody come on here and say, you know what? I'm going to take responsibility or a word, whichever one you want to use.
Both. I should
Because
say both.
we are fucked up. And you know what? Fellas, you were right. Maybe
My
this
thing
is
is, I
Can I
I'm
mean,
do
talking
that
about as a
right
it
whole.
now?
take at least to 92, but the problem is this. It's,
Can I do it right
yeah,
now?
you
Can I
can.
do it right now?
I'm not talking about men.
Can I do it right now?
I'm not talking about men.
Nah, man. Oh, shit.
Who the hell? What the hell?
Ooh, it's
Oh,
somebody feeling
goodness.
that D word wrong. Saying I'll take that, but
You
He
said
said,
92?
yeah, a good
Let
92
me
about.
see.
ain't that nature?
Okay, that's like 36 years from now.
You know what? I can't stand all y'all. Yeah, because, I mean, this is the thing, though. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think what the problem sometimes is, this is why I don't want y'all to always get like as frustrated, right? Or like that, even Kev, right? The problem is you're not gonna get everybody to be accountable in your face.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna do it. But what's gonna happen, what can happen, what has happened, we probably just don't know it's happened, is that people have taken what you said and although they fight it to the death of them, if they survive, you know what I'm saying, if they live from that situation, they can say like, man, what they said kind of makes sense. It's kind of true. The
Mm-hmm.
worst part be when, cause I feel like you may do that. It may get to a place where it's like I'm not willing to admit that right now, or even in front of you, but I will take that
Yeah.
home and hold myself accountable and stop going around here blaming men and then put myself in the same situations because I don't realize that I have a big part to play in it. It may happen like that. So, but the ones that get me is the ones who loudly, but that's that part of them not willing to accept it yet. Like then I can't, ain't no way I can accept the fact that I could have prevented this. That's what the really be it. They know that they had a chance to prevent it, but they want to be on both parties. Even if both parties have something to do with it. If you don't realize that you have a bigger amount of ability to not let this happen again, if you realize that you're the common denominator of this not happening again, it won't keep happening. You can't keep blaming them any man for your pregnancy or you getting pregnant or anything like that. You can't keep doing that.
Exactly.
It wouldn't work.
You literally predicting.
Let me turn my thing off.
Like that's all they love doing. Blaming a man for everything. Blaming them for getting pregnant. Blame them for their bad choices. Like blame them for having bad experiences. Blame them for not like finding a good man. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
you, boo. Like
Mm-hmm.
you that self worth. Like stop blaming him. Like everything is not the man. But that's
You
so
know,
hard. Like
It's
you
the
know what I just
world
thought
fault
about that?
though.
You
The
know what I
world
just thought
enabled
about?
that.
I just thought about this, right? We have so many people that don't want to take responsibility slash the A word, right? We have so
Mm.
many freaking women that talking about they don't want to let a guy control you. They don't want to feel like a slave. They don't want to listen to shit or whatever, this, that, and the other. However, here's the contradictory part. You're letting us live in your mind rent free because you're constantly talking about it. You're constantly letting it affect you. You're giving us the power, just not in the way that you think. You are a slave to us, just not in the way that you think. Because you're damn near every thought, your every conversation is about us and what we want. Even though you're not giving it to us, you're still giving us the power because you're talking about it. Somebody asked me before, yo, you ever hear me talk about tomatoes? I was like, no. He's like, you're right, because I don't fucking like them. Do you constantly talk about, have conversations with, argue with people that you don't fucking like? Or a group that you don't like? Do you?
Because they're not fighting you, Warlock. They're fighting their guilt.
I got you. But I'm just saying, if you look
True,
at it
true,
that
true,
way,
true, true.
you're giving us all the power. But yet you don't want to give us any power. We're constantly in your mind, rent free. Boy, man, I wish I could live there. I would be a millionaire right now if I could live. Now, I don't want to live in that dirty ass place. Never mind. Never mind. I just thought about how dirty it is. Never mind. I'm good. I love all y'all little leprechauns. Even the king leprechaun himself for this live, Kev. You notice I ain't said fuck you yet, Kev, right?
Not yet.
It's coming though, but go ahead and speak because it's coming.
That's what she said.
You
How
know
many
what?
accounts you got?
No, that's what he said.
She confused me. I didn't know she had that many accounts. She said I was already following one of her accounts already. Oh, my hair now. You got me. You got me. You got me, Joy. Got me calling her Joy. Now I don't know which one to say. Joy 7. I'm stick with fam.
Yeah, motherfuckers
she
be
part of
fucking
the.
me up with that, with them second and third
She got me
accounts.
with that one. It just 2 now, but I had a third. I had 3 up. I got me. I'm not talking crazy because I'm just. I guess the other profile messed me up though. You said I was following another one. I just followed this one that you got. Come up, or you hiding in down there? I mean, not hiding, but is you you
Yeah.
must be busy. What's up, Gen Z?
Hey, yeah, I wanted to get to that prompt. I mean, to that with the men and their nature and all that. I think the reason why they say it's their nature, based on my experience with those types of men, like coworkers and
Mm-hmm.
neighbors and what have you, is that they don't have any control in any other parts of their life.
Yep.
Oh.
If you think about it, they're not at the job that they truly desire because of maybe having a felon or some bad history out of control,
Mm-hmm.
and so they're stuck there. They're angry, they're mad, about their choices, but they won't tell nobody.
Hey,
you
Jen, you
know
know I say that shit all the
Yep.
time. Motherfuckers come on here talking about XYZ about I need to be a leader
Seven.
or I'm this or I'm that. I told her I said they're here purporting a persona that they cannot live in their real life. I say that
Correct.
shit all the time.
I bet not
Correct.
sound
Exactly.
happier than. No, me
and
sounding
so,
too
so and
happy
so
up
and
in.
so
I sound
if they
happy.
can't control anything else, if they can't control their income, because they've exhausted all their avenues of having more income, they're just kind of stuck complacency, then that gives them life to be able to pick a woman's brain apart, probably 10 to 12 a week. It gives them some sort of control, and it makes them feel like a man. So that's why I
But
think
not
those men
again.
that say that, that's the reason why they act the way they do.
I will say though, they gonna be a man regardless. Now, what kind of man is the question?
Oh,
They ain't gotta try to feel like a man. They already that. The type of
Like
man.
that's what kills me
They
is
be the type.
unalive,
That's
unalive, unalive.
that's but that's how they feel like a man.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I
feel like
know
they're
what a man,
man.
you know what a man is, but
Mhm.
that's the only way that they even feel like what society says a man is. A leader, a true leader. Well, I'm gonna control things, and then that's where I'm gonna have my masculinity in.
But
yeah,
see,
Jen. Like
it's
that's
some
what
way. My bad.
that's what really takes me off. Like when they be thinking like they a man, like but we know what social I well, I don't know. Like but we know what really it is. But yeah, like I definitely seen that like this man was really mad. Like he was well, he wasn't a man, but this boy was so mad, like he was working a job he didn't even like. So I definitely get like
I think some men. I think if you gotta sit up here and tell a person your label, you not a man. Because at the end of the day, men don't have to announce themselves in the room. The room just naturally gonna appreciate and show for itself who you are. How do people treat you? How do people gravitate to you? If you got other men out here respecting you, it's literally gonna show. If you got other men sitting up here treating you like, a certain way, then or even women. Women will also show you if you a man or not. Because I think I'm a firm believer that people who sit up here, because we understand, like, anybody can sit up here and say, well, I'm a leader, I make money.
You
You
better
sound
not
like,
say what the hell I said. You better not.
and
You
that
better
just be
not
funny to
say what
me.
the hell I said.
I got more money than you. To me, when I hear people say that, you just threw that shit out the window, like literally. Oh, let me see you pull out a
Boy.
band. First of all, you still 11 in the mind. Go sit down,
Oh,
cause
oh.
I can't talk to you. Some people you just can't talk to because their mind is literally childish,
But you know what'd be
and it
crazy though,
shows.
honest? They can't talk to him, but they sleep with him. Y'all it's backwards. I can't talk to you. I can't have a conversation with you, but I can have your baby. What? Okay, stop playing.
Girl,
Stop
they told
playing
do
with
you
me.
know do y'all know who Just the Girl is? I know they know who she is. Nay, was you on the live earlier when I clocked the tea? Because she said somebody was on the live talking about her hijab and was like, oh, I would never wear that. I would never wear that. And I'm just like, but you would wear a bonnet outside. But you won't
Oh,
wear a hijab. Let's clock that
Yes.
we
tea.
might have
Let's
found our
understand
next crew
that.
member.
Oh, you don't know Seven Seven?
I do know. I know. I've seen her a few times. I've seen her
That's
about
why I'm
probably
like,
once or twice on my panel, maybe before, but I've seen her around the streets though.
Wait, hold on. Like I
Hi,
want
Joy.
I want
a
to
lot of
reply
people
to
know me as
Alter.
Joy. That's the tea. Everybody know me as Joy,
I
but
do.
I had to
Have
make
I
a new
seen you on?
account.
Have I seen you as Joy on?
Yes, I've been on your
Uh,
panel plenty of times as
I'm
Joy.
sorry.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying. I've
sorry. You
been
ain't
on you
gotta
for like
clap
a
your hands on
year.
me. I'm sorry. I just gotta. I have so many people on my panel. She's like, I haven't been in.
That was
It's
my
like,
leg too.
that was your leg. I'm scared. What the heck? Type
God
of
damn,
leg
you
is
got a
this?
hell of a reach, boy.
What?
Listen.
That's the leg.
Yes. That's what they say. That's what they say. Them girlies don't want to wear a hijab, but they'll wear a bonnet outside. Make it make
That's
sense.
crazy. It never
Protect
makes
you.
sense. Never
It
makes sense.
never makes sense. And it's just like, at least a hijab, you gonna look, like you got some sense. People might respect you a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like they gonna see a girlie in a hijab and be like, okay, cute. But they see
All
you in that bonnet and they think,
people.
oh, you're one of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it
because
is.
if you see like
Shit, they
somebody,
expecting you to be like, oh, girl, that bonnet cute. That
That
bonnet
bonnet is
fire.
trashy and it belongs in the house.
Mm.
yeah, like
Talk
a
about this
bonnet is for.
anti-black. No, it's not, babe. You have a bonnet on outside. You're
Girl, this is the
anti-black,
new
and you're
latest
ashamed
fashion.
of
What
your
are you talking?
hair.
No.
Ladies, I'm gonna tell y'all this
Yo,
right now,
host.
and I
I was
want
just
y'all to
about to
take this.
say, yeah, I gotta get him in too, though. I haven't heard him
Oh
before.
shit, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Di. Jay.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure, brother. What you got for me, my brother?
Hope everybody doing great out here. I mean, you know
For
it
sure,
though.
for sure, for sure.
This is like I can tap in, but I don't know what I'm supposed to tap in.
So
Like,
let's get on this one then. Why do men use why do you believe man is using nature as an excuse for the lack of self discipline?
nature. What like self this. Explain that a little bit more for
Yeah,
me, please.
so
You say that it's natural, it's in nature for men to have multiple different women.
Yeah, like when they say like
Shit,
it's in
hold
nature
up.
to
Like,
wanna, yeah, like they just gotta do it.
I'm trying to listen to the host.
all right. Yeah,
Really,
so
like,
that's all right, I got it.
appreciate y'all.
Nah, so it's basically what they were saying though. Have you ever heard or do you say that? Do you say like if you mess with some women, like do you feel like it's natural that men should talk to a lot of women or something like that? Is in their nature and all that stuff?
Oh, talk like
Sleep with them and they got to get that. that what's the word? I'm trying to think of a clean word. That orgasm out. I don't know what to put it
Nah,
out there.
nah, nah. I know exactly what you're saying. I
Yeah.
got you. I got you. I feel like me personally, if you're a certain type of figure out here, a man, whatever, like somebody that's really influencing a woman on the respect and all that, and the morals and all that other stuff, like yeah, you can for sure deal with more than one woman. Cause the other,
Interesting.
you know what I'm saying? Like other niggas ain't they want them for themselves. Like you know how that go. Like really, you look at it, like these ain't niggas behind the computer. You gotta even understand where a price being on these type of stuff be come from. Like they come from niggas sitting behind the computer and you mean just clicking buttons like, oh I like this, I like that, and you want this one? How much you want? You want $1 million for that? Oh, I got you. You want you understand? So it went from that to become to a little level down to where the our playing field. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
no. Like we don't gotta pay for like what? You get
Interesting.
you get shit off your ghost. You know what I'm saying? You run around there, deal with a certain female and certain female fill you out. Ain't no money involved. You know what I mean? They gonna want to deal with you on some fact. I done been through that. I done dealt with a girl that had a guy that sold uh some type of substance that I didn't sell and then made way more money than what I was selling. And I'm like, why she come at me? Because everybody in the hood came at her and I didn't come at her. And she like, what's up with him? Why he didn't come at me? So she figured me out, you know what I mean? So it goes like that. It's like, you ain't got to be on that level. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all putting a price on it, for sure. And I understand you got the money. I understand you got the jewelry or you look a certain way, but that ain't getting you what you're getting. You know what I mean? Imagine getting it on the strength of you being just you by yourself without all that, then you getting it with that. You know what I'm saying? Take
Mm.
all that off and you gonna get it the same way. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So it's like, y'all don't even know what's going on out here. Like, bro, it's set up like that. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like, yeah, we don't really understand where all this, like, everything we do in life, if we don't understand the means behind it, why we do it, or where it come from, who originated this and that, you don't know the best way to do it, right or wrong. Like really. So I mean, I don't know what they call it. They talking about land, whatever. I'm,
Mm.
I'm on the ocean with it. I'm can't even land nothing. Cause I'm like a sunken ship type shit. So, I appreciate
Interesting.
all y'all on here, and
For sure. For
I'm
sure.
tired of y'all arguing on here about dumb stuff and
That's
y'all
true.
being with the Joneses and no government, whatever. Like, yo, we all in the same boat.
Hmm.
How much y'all gonna show 'em we dumb? Like, really? I don't even want to get real technical, but I would love to get like that and just to put a statement out there. You know what I mean? But I never had the best education, and all that, and I know what's going on in this world, and I know how to maneuver. You know what I mean? Survival shit.
Hmm.
So I hope the best for everybody, and we can wake up tomorrow and it should be different. You know what I mean? Like we
Hmm.
got less than 19 families running the whole world. Like, come on, what are you doing for your family? Question that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I appreciate all y'all, and I hope the best for y'all. Salute to everybody.
For sure. Appreciate you. Devin, what you got for me? Joy.
Period. Wait, so you want me to answer the same thing he said?
Oh no, we gonna start you up. We gonna start you up from the topic itself, the red part. Do you really care about kids agreeing? Oops. I read that wrong. I wrote my own stuff and reading it wrong. You don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. How you feel about that?
Wait, you don't really care about. Set that question up again. What?
So this is a statement. I believe that you don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. And the reason why I put agreeing instead of saying having, because even on the man end, right, they had to agree to it or something like that, right?
Oh,
So,
kids having more than one abortion. I feel like we shouldn't be loose with our legs, ladies. Me
ooh,
personally, I'm 28. I've never been pregnant. I'm a very fertile woman because I checked.
mm-hmm.
There's ways around it. There's ways to not get pregnant. But the thing is that, and then everybody nasty. So you got Lakeisha, Laquanda, and Latoya dealing with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and they all dealing with them and all doing it raw. But then they wonder why diseases is getting passed around and babies is getting made. Stop being loose. Stop being so giving with your body. I ain't saying, you feel me, because I ain't never gonna tell nobody not to do the D, right? But let's be smart about what we're doing. Let's be conscious about what we're doing. Let's not do it with people who we wouldn't even make our husband, who we wouldn't even call family. Because that's another thing. A lot of these women will have a baby daddy and won't even consider that man family. That's your family. What do you mean? You have a baby with that man. You are family now, regardless if you like it or
Exactly.
not. And people
his
don't
family we
want
was
to
calling him
admit that.
daddy.
That's what I'm saying. People don't want to admit that. So it's like, why is you laying down with a man you would never consider your family?
Mm-hmm.
You don't care about that man. You don't love that man. You don't respect that man. So why you laying down with him? That's why me personally, all of this talk of abortion this and abortion that, listen, they could take it away, they could keep it. I don't care, because I'm not worried about what these other women is worried about. You worried about abortion laws? You need to get your mind right. Actually,
Mm.
Exactly.
now it's not. Now I'm not talking because, again, people always want to bring up the whole, what if a 10-year-old get raped and then got
Oh, you,
pregnant? We're not
you know
talking
they got to
about
come
that.
with that all the time.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about, I'm not even going to call them rare cases because it's not rare, unfortunately. But we're not talking about those types of cases. We're talking about the women who is out here going to this man house and that man house. Like, what's old girl name that said that she slept with 3 different men in one day on a podcast? Who was that? Brittany Renner?
Oh, all right.
Brittany Renner said on a podcast in front of a group of men that they was going to post to the world that she slept with 3 different men in one day. To those women, you don't, whatever happens, babe, you don't deserve that. You
Oh
don't
my
deserve to
god.
be able to get an abortion because you should never been loose.
Mm.
Maybe if y'all stop being loose and looking at abortions as a way to get out of a bad situation,
Mm.
then we'll think smarter and we'll think harder about who we laying down with. And I'm just gonna say that.
Mm. Okay.
Exactly. Like that's what I was saying earlier. Like it's like well, you shouldn't be doing it loosely with nobody anyways. Like why do you just have your legs open? Like that's crazy. Like I don't know. And like wait, do I got an echo?
Are you good?
Are you good now?
Is it echoing off mine? I don't know.
I don't know. I ain't hear no echo.
Okay.
Okay, but you know, like it's just like these people are so lustful. Like you got to do it that bad. That's a problem. Like why do you have a high sex drive so freaking bad?
Now use your
Like that's
hands.
literally a problem. Like no, it's wait, huh?
No,
What you say?
I was saying use your hands if it's that serious.
Yeah, they got plenty roses out here.
Oh
Plenty
my
little cute
god.
little situations to get yourself right. You ain't gotta be out here screwing it and sleeping with and loving on everybody. Come on now. And I use this saying, I'm too bad of a bitch to be giving my body away to different men. You crazy.
Like that's
Talk
literally
about
a
these women
problem.
be
Like
talking about they got
You
seriously.
not
20 bodies.
no,
I don't even know 20
you
good
not talking
men.
like that on my platform. Not today. You too bad of a woman of virtue. You
Sorry,
don't call
sorry.
yourself that. You don't call yourself that.
Too bad of a woman. But my thing is, right? These women be talking about, oh, I got 20 bodies. I don't even know 20 good men. I don't even know 20 men right now that I would even go on a date with, let alone give my body to. Why do you have so
Mm-hmm.
many bodies?
Mm.
And then
Joy,
for
hold
the women
on. Like
like me who's older, who don't really have a lot of bodies, if I say my body count, motherfuckers gonna look at me and be like, oh, she lying. Because it's so normal and it's so natural for women to have 20 plus. It's not
Mm.
cute. It's not cute. It's not cute.
Mm.
yes, and like
Preach.
they be
Exactly. That's
saying,
exactly. Like you understand, you're rare. You
like
understand?
they be
You're
saying
rare.
like that many body
Like just
counts.
keep it like that. Be rare. Like there's so many females out here doing way extra than what you're doing, especially your
Mm-hmm.
age, all that. Like so, just stay rare, and you gonna get what you gonna get. Like far as
That's
life,
why I
you
got a
gonna get
ring.
something good.
Period. I'm picked, never
Exactly.
skipped.
So it ain't even why are you worried about them? Like don't even worry about them. Let them be what they at. Like just appreciate what you got. I mean, it's super rare.
And they also
Mm.
be saying like that many body counts, like, and they haven't even been to the clinic. Like that's crazy. Like you haven't got
They
checked, but
don't
you out
care
here doing
about none of
everything with
that.
everybody.
They
Like you
don't
can't even
they don't care about none of that.
like that's crazy. Like you can't even say like,
It's a
okay, like
status
well let's
symbol.
go to the
It's like I got a
clinic.
mansion with 38 rooms and 20 something bathrooms, and I live here by myself. It's the same thing. Like it's a status symbol. Like come on, everybody here for that. Like, but you don't understand. Like, if I was a female, honestly speaking, not to hold you, not on no Diddy, whatever you want to call it. I will save myself the longest I could. And I sell that shit like, what? I'm 40 some year old virgin. You know, you know how much somebody will pay for that? Like, really. You don't even dig it. Like, yeah, I understand you selling yourself $40 or whatever, but you know how the longer you go without it, somebody is fetishes out here. You know what I mean? They gonna pay the top dollar. You get 80 some $1 million. You know
But
what I mean?
yeah, you
Like, really.
but yeah, you're right, Di.
No,
Like
I'm
they
just saying,
really don't care.
for example, like if you gonna do it right. You understand? Make sure you set. Like, come on, like it don't make sense the way they doing. It. Like, and you don't even know who to come at. Oh, you $40 and then you $100, then you you in college. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing it for? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
it's so much. It's confusing. Like, really. Like, all
All
we
right,
want
so
to
let
do
me.
is, my fault, bro.
Oh no, no, I thought you was done. My bad. I was about to say now you can finish up what you were saying. Then we get a mirror in, then we can go back to open panel.
Nah, I was just saying, it ain't no like level on it. Like you don't even know. Like you can look at a girl, like yeah, she look nice, whatever, whatever. But you don't even know the price because everybody else messing it up for the. I don't even know how you want to call it. You mean I'm looking at it like if I sold. I mean I used to be in the street selling stuff, and I'm looking at a female like if she was selling herself and you look a certain way, then this other girl don't even look that certain way, and then she charges a certain amount, and it's gonna mess it up for you that look a certain way. You understand? So it's like, how do you even defer that? Like, who you come at? You know what I mean? Like, you selling that shit regardless. That's how you come at it. You hear me? Y'all all out here selling it, most likely. So I'm sorry if I disrespect anybody, whatever. Like I know y'all all ain't out here selling, but majority that's the likely.
Okay. Go ahead, Nay, and then we gonna get a mirror in.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, yeah, like, and I also wanted to say, also, like, I also wanted to say, also, like, for like a man and a woman, but like for a man and a woman, like, just because they have like a par, like, that don't make them like a man or a woman. Like, yes, like, just because like he got like so yeah like just like, so yeah, like, just because he got a little thing down there, like, that don't make him a man. Like, he's not no man. Like, that's still a little boy. So yes, that's what I be talking about. Like, so yes, because I remember because Alter was like asking me so what was he, because I remember like when Jan was talking also. But yeah, like, it goes both ways, like, and same like with like a female, just because she got like, yeah, a female part, like, that don't, like, she still can be a little girl, like, she haven't matured yet, like, still acting like please, like, and same with him, like a little boy, like, and you sitting here talking about some, oh well, it's in my nature, you're a little boy, grow up, because yeah, like, ain't no little boy gonna be telling me, oh, it's in my nature, little boy, bye. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
It's
Hey,
in
Nate,
my
you
nature
got
to
my
be
man
in
over
your
here
nature.
spiraling because he keep hearing you say like.
Oh my
I
god.
heard him from the closet. He said, "Stop saying like." I'm like, "Leave me alone."
Those like I understand a boy, a man. I understand a
Like, it's a
girl, a woman.
difference.
So what's the difference? Like, can
Hey,
you decipher the
let her
difference?
finish. Can't
Like, really?
get your boy,
Yeah.
man.
Like, cause you're not really explaining the
Yeah, let me
difference. What's
Di,
the
let
difference?
me let Amir go real quick and then
Okay,
you can go back. Well,
I
go
can
ahead,
speak
Nate.
for
I
Yeah,
wanted
finish up.
Nate to
Finish.
for
finish. I'm
y'all.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
finish up, Nate, and then go ahead, Amir.
Okay, so like the difference between a little boy. Okay, so let me just. Okay, so like the difference between a boy and a man, like a man, like has like a job, like he has like his things in place, like he don't have like everything all together, like nobody has like things like all perfect all together, like no, but like yeah, like he don't just sit at home all day all on the game and stuff, like he don't be over here talking about some,
Hey.
oh, it's just in my nature, like no grown man does that. That's what I mean. So yes, like little boys say stuff like, oh, it's in
So,
my nature,
let
like
me
little
cut you.
boys.
Ain't nothing about no morals, no respect, no like protection. Ain't none of that. Like, you ain't say shit like that.
Why your boy
I
keep
mean, I
Like,
cutting in
haven't
really.
and left?
finished.
Like,
Yeah, my bad. You gotta stop cutting the sister off, man. That's
I'm
rude,
sorry.
bro.
Like, yeah, like little boys, yeah, like little boys don't have no respect for you. Like, all they just want is sex. Like, they would say, like, it's just in my nature. Like, they just want the cheeks.
Uh,
Like, I can't finish. So, yes, like, there's definitely a difference. Like, yes.
Yeah, I was. That's all I wanted to hear. So I
Like,
was.
and also, like, there's more to it. Like, like, because some of them like don't be having like discipline like in their life, like Jen was also saying,
Can I ask no
like, so
disrespect?
some of them
How old
will,
are you?
hold on, like, so some of them will also be like working like jobs and stuff like they don't like, and yeah, like they just don't be having discipline in their own life, and yeah, like it shows in their relationship.
true.
How old are you? I don't think it's
Y'all
funny.
have to advertise. What's going on?
You went through that. I don't think it's funny.
Hey, you finished, Nay? I wanted to say something, Kevin. I'm gonna
What the
go.
fuck?
I'm gonna go because I see you being real tolerant tonight.
I'm
so,
always tolerant, but
so
go ahead.
you are, and that's what I love you for, man. Because I wish I had it when I was your age. I wasn't half as tolerant. I'd
It's
lost
all
my
right,
cool
man.
10 minutes ago. But due to knowledge on this, I just wanted to answer that first. I just wanted to answer that first one because it hit home to me, yo. It really hit
Okay.
home to me. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm mad old now, but I ain't ashamed to say when I was 19, I was a freshman in college. And
Yep, that happened with me and my girlfriend. And, ain't no fingers pointed. It happened, whatever, And it been something on my mind ever since, bro. I always think in terms of like, what that baby might have had become. You know what I'm talking about, Kev? Because I got you already know my dude. I got three jewels over here. You know what I'm saying? I got three. Everybody up here. What's up, everybody that I know? And they know about my kids. I be bragging about my kids. But I be thinking about that, Kev, to this day. And that, it haunts me. So I kind of have lived that out. Like I said to myself, never again. You know what I'm saying? And I've never really been a proponent of it. I kind of was like pro choice just because it wasn't really affecting me, for years. But now that we on open forum and we talking like this, and the statistics that I've learned from people on here about why it's used, this morphine thing, why it's used as like birth control and all that. And then I thought about my situation. You know what I'm saying? We was careless, bro. It was nothing more than just being careless. And baby shouldn't have to pay for that, bro. That could have been me. It could have been you. You know what I'm saying? And if is a fifth. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. I know that. But I'm just saying, I'd answer the prompt by saying I agree with you. You really don't care about kid. You might care, but you don't care enough. You care
Yeah,
about
there you
yourself
go.
more.
Enough,
You care about yourself
right?
more than you care about some
Yeah,
kids.
yes,
So that's
yes,
what I'll say, OG.
yes. You're
Going
getting.
out
You,
right.
I have to
I
hear
like
you say
that.
that.
I like that.
I
He
don't
said
know
it the
why.
exact same way I was thinking about it. What'd you say, Twin?
No, I just said I appreciate him for sharing that because you don't always hear it
Yeah,
from
that's deep. That's deep. Yeah, that's super deep. And the fact that he didn't like use his own personal. I wish everybody could be like that because I know earlier somebody just didn't want to see it, but it's okay though. I knew I was gonna get some not her messing with Alter, but I knew it was gonna. That's why I talk about everything because I want us to heal from the things that we shouldn't be limited. I understand we all limited to things and certain things we can't take and stuff, but eventually we need to heal. So we got to heal overall, so we don't have to keep running from every last problem. I don't want you to talk about this today, and I don't want you to know. I'm saying that I'm not based off that, and people that I would give people the option, like if it's certain things that they might not be able to handle, they don't got to come in here. You know what I'm saying? I see you tomorrow when we talk about something different. I'll see you the next day. I've always, since I've been on this thing, I have a lot of friends that have done that, but they ain't use that as a reason why you talk about that? We're never going to be friends. You're not my mutual. But I had some that did that just blocked me and all that other stuff though. But, like usually I'm just trying to get people to see things within themselves and what it is. I can't use everybody's anecdotal things to make an exception and be like, you know what, I'm going to change the way life view things because of you. I'm not going to do that. It don't work like that. So we got to realize that when we going to make mistakes and we want others to learn from our mistakes. If you're not going to teach it right, let me teach it to other people since everybody else don't want to do that. So I'll be trying to let people look beyond, just other things, put things to the light and make us realize that, this stuff is
Can
real.
I
I don't even
say
know
something
what I'm.
quick, Kev?
Go ahead, Dad. Go ahead, Joy.
So I think my problem with abortion is that life is precious. Life is very, very, very precious. And I think when you're offering just any and everyone can get an abortion at any given time, however many they want, life becomes meaningless.
Mm,
Why are you so quick to throw away another potential life because
mm,
you made poor decisions?
mm.
Do you know how many women out here can't even have kids?
Mm-hmm.
Literally suffer. I didn't want all that. I just wanted a little bit. Literally suffering, spending tens of thousands of dollars. Women are getting divorced right now because they can't breed a baby for their husband. And their
Mm-hmm.
husbands don't want to deal with it no more. And you're just tossing away a life because you can. That's reckless. It's reckless. And I can't subscribe to that. And to speak on the
Facts.
birth control thing, I've never even been on birth control. Ever. I don't have these problems. These women are sloppy.
Mm.
They're sloppy, and they don't deserve to even have that kind of option because they
Mm.
abuse it.
True.
You got young girls out here, 20 years old, and already had 5 abortions. What are you doing?
What the? Right. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it gets like that. It really gets like that.
5 at 20.
So it's just a situation where life just becomes so meaningless when you can just toss it in the trash because you made a bad choice. I just don't like that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't like
Hold
that. I'm
on.
always for the kids, no matter what the
5
situation.
abortions.
Well,
Like,
yeah, she heard the same thing. I was like, "What? That's
Yes, five
crazy."
abortions.
like,
At
good
twenty,
lord,
Why?
like you
before
just
20,
getting it in. Like,
That's what I'm
that's
saying. I had a
wild.
homegirl. I had a homegirl like that. That's the only reason why I brought it up. She was 21, already had 5 of them, and I'm like, bro, you lost your virginity around the same time I
21.
did. What are we doing?
Oh
Why do you
wow.
have 5 abortions, ma'am? You know how
Mm-mm.
damaging that is to your body?
Mm-mm.
they like, where's your mama at? Like, how
Shoot, talking
you
about
Where's
shooting the
doing
your
this?
club up.
mother?
Like,
Listen, the mothers don't see
dang.
that. Listen, I said this on Cartoon Live earlier. These women these girls now are raised by side bitches.
Mm.
Right?
They don't have the sense God gave them.
Mm.
They're raised, listen, their
Side.
mothers are side bitches. They're raised by side bitches. That's
Hey,
the problem.
breakfast, lunch, dinner, all that shit. You hear me? What are you, side?
Yeah.
Hey, breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything. Order them up. You hear me? Order up.
Hmm?
24/7. Order up. What you talking about? They eat all that. Ain't no
Hmm?
side nothing. They super.
Hmm?
That shit's sad. It's sad. Imagine the young
Sad bitch.
boy. No,
Not side bitch. Sad bitch.
no.
Sad bitch.
Imagine your kids getting picked on nowadays. Imagine the kids getting picked on nowadays, or later on. Oh, your mom OnlyFans, or your mom. What? You crazy? I'm what? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine that aggression. I'm not talking about no clothes. They all got the designer. They all, you know what I'm saying? Back
Mm.
then, yeah, when we was growing up, we get picked on for our clothes. It ain't about no clothes no more. It's about your parents. Your mom smoke crack. Oh, your mom's fucking OnlyFans, or like,
Mm.
come on, like, you know, they ain't gonna talk about the dad though, cause dad is shooter. Yo, this shit gonna be crazy. Imagine if we don't do nothing right now. Like I'm telling you, if we don't stand up right now for like all the celebrities that's putting all this bad drama, bad negativity, like how Cardi B don't let her children listen to her music, this and that. Like they want for our children what they don't want for their children. You know what I mean? So if we don't understand that and we don't understand the whole setup, oh, we gonna be doomed for as a society. Like really. And we got the way more numbers than them. You understand? How can we even let a select few people control our whole society like this? Yeah, I understand we got the TV, games, music, whatever. But how can all that really influence us for to be less of people? Like it's animals out here got more communication than we got. Yeah, like really. Birds, fucking dogs, all that. Like any animal in the wild, like you look at them and how they communicate and how they protect each other. We only ain't got that. You know what I'm saying? So we
What up,
worse off than
Sean?
animals. And if you don't really understand that the government got us in this chokehold for this game, like it's like a play. I mean, like you know how Medea got her play or whatever you want to call it, and we all got a role in that. And you wrecked your own play though. You hear me? You write your demise, you write how you gonna go out to play, whatever. But y'all not even writing y'all play. Like really, y'all just crashing out. Like super crash out. Like not even caring about the future, not caring about your kids, kids controlling you. You trying to be down with your kids like they your homies and you no longer to be able to is what and look at what they do to us. They set it up. All that setup. Like even your kids going to school, your kids being born, they get money for that because you sign their life away, right there. If you sign that birth certificate, yeah, you sign their life away. You don't even read it. You just sign it. Did you ever read one of them? Not at all. Because you signed it as an informant. You know what I'm saying? If you look it up right now, you will know what I'm talking about. They get money for your kids to go to school, public school, all that. You know what I'm saying? They get money for you die, whatever. Everything they get money from. How can we keep continuing to let these people just care about their family more than we care about our family? And they breaking our families up, but their family good. They don't even need no money. They don't need no money. You hear me? They're just taking ideas. I mean, that's all they know is, oh, they came up with that. I need that. You hear me? You came up with rocket ship. I need that. How much you want for that? Hey, really? They knocking down trees. How you think money is made? Trees. It ain't no gold. It ain't going no ground. It ain't like how it used to be back in the day. How they got us to give all our gold up and bro, like, and you're not even looking at it. The fact that how us as a community, as far as us being who we are, and how our community is out there doing the drill rap and killing each other or unaliving each. I'm sorry, unaliving each other. It's be it's because they strategic about them having babies. We overpower them. Why won't they want that to happen in our community? You know what I'm saying? Why won't they put that stuff out there for us to do it? Like y'all not even understanding the setup. Y'all talking about the trap and all these cold words, but y'all really not understanding the bigger part or situation about it. Like really. Like y'all got kids out here. Y'all having kids, y'all making babies, whatever. But how much do you care? Like really. We way stronger, we way deeper. Everything we do, they learn off of it. You know what I'm saying? We make this world move. We built this shit. And we just, it done been people that stood 10 toes down on this earth for us before we got here. And y'all just putting them to shame. You know what I mean? The Malcolm X's and shit like that. Like, we don't got nobody out here like that because they downed them all. I understand, but we gotta have somebody else to stand up. You know what I mean? Like we way stronger than them. Like without the violence, anything. We letting them just mind focus. Like really.
Yeah. All right, let
Like
me get some more
I'm
people
sorry,
up
I'm
in
sorry,
here.
I'm sorry, I'm
No, you
sorry,
good,
bro.
brother.
I
You
got
doing
real
your thing.
deep. I got real deep.
In facts, that's
I'm glad
facts.
you I'm glad you let me get that deep. I would have got kicked out of somebody else shit. I appreciate
Yeah,
everybody that was listening and I hope y'all take that shit to heat though. Like
for
really.
sure, brother. For sure, man.
Gotta drop. It's always a pleasure being up here.
For
Always a
sure,
pleasure
man.
seeing my good sis Alter Ego and Nay. Hey y'all, hey, let's go. But yeah, I'll see y'all in the morning.
For sure, for sure. Appreciate you.
Love y'all. Bye.
Love
Bye, 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 bye,
you.
bye. Uh, my twin been quiet too long. What you got for us, man? You gotta be stored up. Be stored up like how what's his name? Or like be stored up. What? What? Am I talking to the wall? It's over. I'm talking to a pillow now. Uh, all right. So let's get to the next one then. That Amir haven't answered yet. Uh, I gotta wait till he get off his teacup first. Amir. Until then, can we get some tabs going real quick, y'all? We almost at 20K.
Yeah,
Let's
y'all
try to
tap the
get to 20.
live and share it out.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Trying to, what time is it? Right, getting 11. Yeah, we can make this happen. We almost there.
Yeah, it really don't take shit to share the live and hit the button and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's easy. Especially if you fuck with somebody like that, why not? Share the live, hit the button. We got good topics, we got good conversation. We
Kev, I'll
building
go.
over here. Why not? Mm. Invite your friends, all that, if you want them to have the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
What you
go,
say?
Kev,
Okay, okay, okay.
on the last one. Why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Example, men that claim they are leaders blaming women to make them a better man. Why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Um, I would say to that, why wait on analyzing yourself because of the other gender?
Mm. Mm.
If you analyze yourself from your past experience with the opposite gender, that's your foundation. A lot of women will say, we'll break up with a man because he wasn't in her fashion adequate enough as far as having a well-paying job. He's not doing much for himself, and she'll break things off. Well, that man should sit and analyze why a decent woman left, because she pointed out what he might needed to change to hold her, to keep her. But that same man will go out into society and blame all women. That
Mm-hmm.
woman telling him something right to make him a better man. So don't wait. When the opposite gender tells you, hey, this is where you're lacking, everything else is good, sufficient. This is where you're lacking. And if she or he walks away and you don't change, you have no one to blame but yourself, because you did get a friendly, loving, warm suggestion and you ignored it. And so what I've discovered a lot on TikTok through my year being on this thing is that I sense that from a lot of men, and they switch it for their talking points to clown on women.
Mm.
And I think a lot of them, when they were younger, made a lot of bad choices,
Mm-hmm.
possibly got in trouble with the law, uh, you know, got behind the eight ball, haven't gotten their GED, or haven't fed their ambitions. Everyone has dreams, right? Everyone sees where they want to be in life, but not a lot of leaders go after that. And you can't be a leader until you do. You can't be brave without having fear first. You're gonna get rejected. And so I think what I sense from a lot of the men and their talking points, as an older woman who has experience, and I'm still gonna experience more, but it's like I think a lot of them want control. Again, how I answered the previous statement is they lack control over themselves, and so they need that, and want to blame the woman for their inadequacies, but they were not willing to admit their inadequacies. So they got in trouble, behind the eight ball. They're comparing themselves, always in competition with other men. They get angry, self-defeat. Their ambitions get more laxed. The older they get, they get more lax in their ambition because they feel defeated. And then of course anger comes out. Women are to blame. You
Men.
know, and then they choose not to surround themselves with positive men who have made those changes. They will denounce them and still hang with the clique that's not any better than them, but yet still blame women. That's what I've noticed a lot on TikTok. I don't hang around with a lot of men, out in the street, so I don't really know what's going on out there. But from TikTok, the representation is, um, it's just cool to blame women for your inadequacies, but none of that is ever revealed by the men. They don't ever say, "Hey, well, I don't have my GED yet, and I'm 33." Um, I, 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 I landed the best job that I possibly could, and I'm stuck here because
Mm.
it pays the bills. But I don't have any ambition. But I'm gonna blame the women, and I'll land.
Mm.
I say something, brother. Can I say? Was that a woman that was just talking?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange how a woman that ain't a man can tell you everything about a man and why a man does and does not do what he do. And I say that because women never want to take accountability.
How you feeling, anyways, Mister?
I'm wonderful, Mr. Laugh. I'm wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to come up. I'm wonderful. The
Moses in the
reality,
building.
the reality is we as men have formed in our minds that women are these goddesses. We worship them. And the last thing a man should ever do in his life, the last thing he should ever do in his life is need a woman's approval for him to be what he thinks he should be, because she will always want him to be what she thinks he should be.
Mm.
She'll never be content with what he wants to be unless he's a multimillionaire. Okay, she's never satisfied. All right, and this is the problem with most women. It started out with Eve. Eve was dissatisfied with her
Mm.
role in being what she was supposed to be, and she wanted more. And that's why we got chaos and confusion in the world right now. And this is the natural nature of a woman. And it's why God says she's the weaker vessel, because she's vain. And vain means she thinks she's a god. She thinks she should live life and control life outside of the way God says it should be. And weak men that are led by their flesh are always running around trying to figure out, how do I please this woman? What do I have to do to make her happy? A man can have a job making $45,000 a year and have a car or home, all of his bills paid, putting money in the bank and saving it and be totally content. And then he'll get a woman in his life that wants more. And then she will sit around him and complain and say he don't have ambition. He don't want to do this. He don't want to do that. And he's content with being who he is. And what it is she's not content. Now she wants to use
Mm.
this man. She wants to try to take this man and be a slave driver and make him be what she wants him to be. See, and that's the problem. What men need to do is, when you want advice on how to be a man, go to God. Don't go to a woman. Go to
Mm.
God. God has written it out and told you what you're supposed to be. And if you are what he tells you you're supposed to be, he's going to place a wonderful woman in your life that is going to be content with what you are, but at the same time, she'll be inspiring to you if you want to do something else. She won't beat you down about what you're not doing. She will inspire you without even having to say anything. She will inspire you to want to do
And let
more.
me say this though, since what you were just saying though, and I think Fuji did kind of prove your point. Cause when you said that when you said about him being content, which I agree with everything you said though for the most part, even though hopefully not that's not countering what because Jen was she was speaking on something different too. So both of y'all was right. But Fuji, she when you mentioned that, it's like she just made it even worse because she said, well, so he's content with being mediocre, and that's the problem. Dudes be smooth and living a regular lifestyle, and women always want more out of it. And the fact that you called it mediocre, it show that women, well, I'm gonna say a lot of women just can't take, an average lifestyle
Exactly.
right there. And it seemed like that you are more throwing it as a insult because a man is living a
Yeah.
regular life and because they're not living on the what the way you want
Exactly.
them to.
But
Yeah, and I
but
get
here's
you.
the thing. Here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing. The very thing that she wants you to be. Now they fought their whole life to get independence, be able to make money, to become equal with men in economics and everything else. She can go get that herself. All right. So really, in today's day and age, you don't need me to finance you. You can finance yourself. So if you don't like what I like as far as the money I'm making, then move on to somebody else and do it. But the reason why they don't like doing that is because they wise enough to know if they truly did get a man with a lot of money,
that's got more money than them, he getting ready to do them all any old kind of way that he wants to. All right. But a man that's content with not having a whole lot, he's more apt to put up with a woman's mess when she's complaining and griping. Because a man that has his own and is emotionally intelligent, the one thing about an emotionally intelligent man, he has no problem walking a woman to the door. All right, because we as
True.
most emotionally intelligent men understand that, woman, the only reason why I need you in my life, if I need you, is to have children. I don't need you to make money. I don't need you
Ooh,
to buy a house. I don't
ooh,
need you to buy a car. I
ooh,
don't need you to just have an orgasm. I need
ooh,
you to have to I need you to have a baby for me, because all of that other I could do by myself. I don't need you for
ooh.
that. Okay? So but you got women that and it's not all women and it's not the majority of them. But there's a number of them out there. All of these women that's pushing. You got to talk about a high tier man, and every time they talk about a high value, a high tier man, it's always about his money and his material assets. It's never about his character. They don't. If you're a good guy that's doing the right thing, they think you soft. All right, they
So,
want you to have money. If your pockets ain't what they think it should be, they don't consider you a high value man. And if they don't consider you a high value man, they're going to treat you like you're not a high value man. They're going to try to dictate your life. They're going to tell you you have no ambition because you're comfortable with working on an assembly line and you're not trying to own the company, because they want you to go out there and be a slave driver and provide for them so that they can buy all the blueberry and all this other stuff, and so they can sashay and flaunt. That's why they do it. And that's why I say, men, make sure that when you want to be something or do something, do it because it's what you want to do. Don't never let a woman tell you how to be a man. She don't know how to be a man. She ain't no man. So she can't never tell you what it takes for a man to be a man and what you should do as a man. And
so
like I
I
said,
gotta.
get the right woman. Let me land with this. Get the right woman in your life, and without her even having to ask you to go from $45,000 a year job to $100,000 a year job, she will inspire you to wake up and make that happen, just because you want to make her happy than what she is. You feel you want to do for a woman, not because she's requiring that you do it, but because you feel so good about what she's bringing into your life, you're ready to go out there and capture the world for her.
So okay, nice, nice, nice. So I got a question now. I got a question for what Devin put down. She said you need a real woman to make a house a home. So I wanna know what that kind of mean though, because because I think I had I made a post about something like that. Because that sounds like that complete me thing. It's like, why your house not a home before you even get a woman in your house? I don't understand that part too. So why you waiting on
Hey, Kev.
somebody?
Hey,
Huh?
Kev. Yeah, I wanted to ask Mr. Biblical, because you came in hot, and I was just curious to know what you heard, and maybe the clarity, because you did come in hot, um, and I apologize. I have been suffering from really bad fall allergies, so I am a little hoarse. I've been coughing for the last 10 days. Um, but you came in hot, and I'm curious to know what you came in hot about. Because not one time, because you hit on it a couple of times about the money, and a woman, if you're not making enough, she's ready to leave, and I mentioned nothing about money.
No, no. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what you said. You
Sure,
said
go ahead.
he didn't get his GED. He doesn't have any motivation, or it wasn't the word motivation you said, but it was another term that you used that he doesn't
Ambition.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? What is you saying?
Ambition.
Yeah, you say he doesn't have any ambition and all of this. And when you're speaking of, see, I'm wise enough to know when you're speaking of ambition, you're talking about going to get more money. Okay, that's what you talk about. He's content working at John Deere on the assembly line, but you want him to strive to get more money. He don't have the ambition to get more money. See, I know how to read between the lines and understand what it is you're
Y-
talking about.
I
So when
think
you're talking
y'all.
about
I
ambition,
well,
that's
no,
it. But just a
but
minute, hold it. Just a minute. Just a
I'm
minute.
willing to
Let me
give you
answer the question.
clarity. I'm
No,
willing
no,
to
no,
give
no.
you
Listen,
clarity.
listen. You don't have to give me clarity because I sat down here and I listened to
Well,
everything he
you're
said.
assuming,
And
sir.
and
Go
and
ahead.
and, and
I'll let you
everything and
finish.
everything and everything you said was about what a man ain't and what a man ain't doing
Yeah,
and what
I
a
think you
man need
came
to
at the
do.
wrong angle, brother. You came in. That's why I said y'all
No,
both right though. And she was basically
no,
talking about.
no,
Just for a
Like
quick
now,
second.
what
Just
it
a quick
was
second.
was he got
Look,
upset.
yeah,
Like now, what it was he got upset because like she.
Oh, you're on mute,
no,
Nay. You're on mute.
no.
I
I didn't
think that
Unmuting
get
was.
yourself.
upset.
I think that
I'm
was
not
altered.
upset about
Altered.
what she said.
But let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Let me
I'm
say this
just
real
in
quick.
disagreement with what she said. I'm not upset about it. I'm in
No,
disagreement about it, and I'm just saying that this is commonly what they say: how the man has no ambition, and he, well, because something happened in his childhood, and he didn't have a GED, and he ain't got no ambition, and all of this stuff. And
yeah,
that, that's what triggers me, because you got a whole lot of women that ain't got GEDs and don't have any ambition, and they, more of them are on welfare than men are on welfare, and all these different things. So that's what I'm saying. When you speak about you. You can't speak about men
yeah,
because you don't experience what
yeah.
men experience in this life.
Hold up. So that's what I'm saying. But before you, and I'm not even trying to be like this, but before you come in the room, you got to be able to read it though. First, she didn't come from that angle at all though. That's what I say. Y'all both
You
right.
got I sat down here and listened from the time she
I think you
started
just
talking, brother.
look, just real quick. I'm just saying, I think you came in at the wrong angle. She was talking about the man that be demanding some stuff that ain't got nothing. They life together, which I 100% agree with that. They be trying to set order and do this, and I'm a leader, and I'm all this other stuff, but they don't even got nothing to even show for it. But then they want to call themselves leaders and all this stuff, but they can't control themselves. They ain't got no self discipline, all that stuff, which is kind of tied into that the kind of the last topic though. When a man is waiting on another woman to be better, and you supposed to call yourself leader, but you always want to hold women accountable, but you're not doing anything with yourself. You waiting on a woman to be like, okay, I admit I take accountability. Now I can be a better man. That makes no sense. So that's the angle she was coming from, which it makes a
Well,
lot of sense. But what you talking about make a lot of sense. But I think you came in at the wrong end though.
no, my whole thing is simply this: if you're not a man, don't sit down and have a discussion and speak about why men do what they do. Because if that's the kind of man that's running up on you trying to talk with you, you ain't got no business giving him the time of day. So that way he can't break your heart and prove that he ain't got no desire to do anything better. Leave him alone. You shouldn't even be that versed with what that type of man is like. Because women that I see moving reckless and ain't really got nothing going for themselves, they don't get my time.
Hey, Mr. Biblical.
You
When
know,
I first opened up, I said, with my year on TikTok, what I've learned from a lot of the men and their talking points, and then I followed that up with saying, I don't know what's really going on out here in the streets because I'm not talking to men. So my observation was simply based off heated topics with men, in leadership, and then the women responding and they're clowning on the women. It was just a lot of inappropriate behavior by men that were saying that they're leaders. So that's where I was coming from. Um, I'm an established woman and I see things fairly. I'm not anybody on TikTok has ever heard me bash men. Not ever. It's never come up. I love men too much to do that. But my observation, because women we do have the ability to observe. And then we also have the ability to observe what we think is a leader for our lives and our vision. And if we align with that man's vision, and that's where a lot of couples mess up because the man doesn't have a vision, and then the woman is looking for a vision, and then she gets frustrated because there's no vision. She wakes up every day and he's doing his own thing, and then you know I believe I believe in the whole traditional family. I believe in submission as a woman, but a woman also has the ability to judge for herself, to say, hey, he could lead me in a great direction because he's doing great things. Not
my
money.
whole thing.
I mean, he can be in missions work, in a woman that loves people and loves children and family can be greatly
Not
aligned with
money.
him. I mean, he can be in missions.
He can't be a good husband or a leader if he ain't got a job for foremost. But the thing is, I understand exactly what you're saying. But me being on TikTok for the short time I've been on here, the direction that I get from most women concerning men is that if you're not working at making a certain amount of money, they consider you to not have any ambition and you're not going anywhere, and that's that. So that's the reason why you hear a lot of men speaking in defense. They're defending themselves against that rhetoric. And that's the reason why my point is men need to know and be what they're supposed to be outside of having a woman in their life. Be what God said you're supposed to be. Because I'm going to tell you, God is a repellent. Okay, when you're what he tells you to be, the right women are going to come into your space and be comfortable, and the wrong women are going to stay away. Okay, that's what you do. But if you don't have that leadership by him, then you're opened up for anybody and everybody. And if you're not, and a lot of men get in trouble because the women are telling them what kind of men they are supposed to be. And you can't take a woman's word for it because most women want what they want. And they will try to change you into being what they want. And perhaps you are not that kind of man. Perhaps you need to pass that one up and get somebody else that is comfortable with you being who you are. That's what it comes down to. And then that's where you don't have the issues. Because like I said, majority of the time I hear people when they talk about a high valued woman or a high valued man, it's always about the degrees they got, how much money they're making, and what kind of cars they are driving. And that has nothing to do with the value of who a human being is. You know, that has nothing to do with it. All right. It's your character determines your value. Okay. Because when you get with the right person, y'all can go from $40,000 a year to $200,000 a year because you inspire greatness in one another without even having to ask it. It'll just happen. You know, so my biggest thing is that's the problem. Like the one woman said, well, he likes living mediocre. Mediocre, $45,000 a year ain't mediocre for somebody that don't have no problem being content with one car and a 2-bedroom crib.
Yeah,
You know,
Fuji, I do
with
want you to drop down, come back. You say you got a echo. I want you because I do want to hear your point of view on that
that's
mediocre
that
thing you
you know
talking about.
that's yeah, that's not mediocre. Some people don't want a lot of bills. Some people ain't trying to jet set and fly all over the country. Some people ain't trying to pay a car note for the next 7, 8, 9, 10 years and pay a 30-year mortgage on a house. Some people are content with everything they own right now is theirs. See, I don't have car notes. I don't have house mortgage notes because I own everything that I got. Okay, and
Right.
Sweet,
some
Yeah,
people are content with that.
I think,
sweet.
Mr. Biblical, the audience that you have in front of you, we're all pretty even kill, and we're doing, I think, pretty decent, financially. And so yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. There are a lot of conniving women that are all about money and materialism and all that. And I say to the men, just bypass them. They're not even worth a whistle. But but I know a lot of really decent women. Um, like I said, ambition from my point of view is not just financial, right? Ambition is when you get to know a man and you ask him, what did you always want to be and do when you were little? And if he says, oh, I wanted to do this or that, and what stopped you from doing that? Do you still want to do that? I mean, there's nothing wrong with those kind of questions from a woman. It's not badgering. It's not that she's not content with where he's at. It's getting to know how his mind works and who he is and where he comes from. So I think ambition, you know, I, I, why get in a relationship to any capacity, friend or whatever, and you don't better each other. You don't
But you
encourage one
do.
another.
But you
Right.
do better each other. Number one, you better each other
Right.
because
That's what
now
I'm
you're
saying.
not
Why
out
why would you
because
get in
you're
a relationship
because
if you're
but just let me
not going to better each other? That's what my
but
point
here's what
was.
I'm saying.
I think you
Here's
only
what I'm
hear
saying.
what you want to hear. I'm gonna mute.
Sometimes bettering somebody else means taking them off of the streets. Now you're in a monogamous relationship. That's bettering somebody. Okay, bettering somebody does not always have to do with bigger houses, bigger cars, and striving to be professionals of this and that and the other. I became a better man when I got with my woman, and I no longer wanted to lay up with a lot of other women. That was better for me. And I no longer wanted to hang out with the homies and sip on wine all day and smoke on blunts and do all of this old crazy stuff. That was better in me. See, bettering somebody doesn't mean necessarily that you got to have a whole lot of other stuff. Okay, that's the only point I'm making. And like I said, for men, unfortunately, so many of and no, I want to say to this point, I said the majority of the women are good women, are got their heads on shoulders, but there's a segment of them out there that don't have themselves together, just like men. The same way. But I believe the majority of the women are content with the necessities in life, and it doesn't require a whole lot of other excess stuff in order to make them happy. That's the majority. But for for the men that run into women that are dissatisfied with your economic status and your material status and all of those kind of things, do not ever let a woman tell you what you need to be as a man in order to have her time. Be what you're supposed to be honest, be upfront, be real, be transparent. And if she rejects that, don't take it as a loss and just move on with your life and find contentment. Because at the end of the day, when I'm laying down, getting ready to give up the ghost, last thing I'm gonna be thinking about is the Rolex on my dresser, the cars in my garage, and the money I got into the bank account. I ain't gonna be thinking about none of that. I'm probably gonna be sitting there saying, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Last thing on my mind is that stuff. So I try to live my life in a place to where I try to think about and do the things that are necessary in life. And in doing the necessary, I've gained a whole lot of material and money stuff by just pursuing the necessary because it just happens. It just happens, and you're with somebody that is just happening with, and y'all are happy. It's not the pursuit of a bunch of bills and a bunch of different stuff. Me and my wife can jump on an airplane and fly anywhere in the country we want to right now. But that's not important to us to always have to do that. You know, that's what I'm talking about. But when you got somebody in your ear always talking about, well, baby, what did you want to be when you grew up? Oh, I wanted to play football. I'm too old now, so that's gone. Or I wanted to perform on stage with Prince. I'm too old for that now. And but that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about for the most part in today's day and age is, like I said, the woman is like, well, you've been working for them all the time. Why don't you start your own business? You know how hard it is to start a business? Do you know that in the first almost 5 years of the business that you're operating, you're generally in the red? You're not making no money. And then the more people you got to hire to come in and work with you, the slower it's going to be before you start making money yourself. It's just not that easy to start a business. Most businesses that people try to start fail. So if you got a man that gets up and goes to work and is comfortable, if he's making $800-900 a week, or something like that, be satisfied. Make $800 or $900 a week just like him. So y'all making $1,600 a week. That's a whole lot of money in a month's time, and be happy with that. But a lot of, I ain't gonna say most, but a lot of people of today, especially women, they're not content with that. They wanna wear the new clothes and shoes and drive the fancy car, and they want to get their hair done every weekend and their nails done every weekend. They want to floss, and if you ain't contributing to helping them do that, then they don't see you as high value. That's crazy. If that's something she wants to do, go ahead and get you a job on the side. Because being a man, I'm gonna make sure all the bills is paid, whether
Okay,
you work or not.
anyways, like, cause he gonna go on forever. Like, okay, anyways, you had said like that. Okay, cause I had heard you say that. Yeah. Okay, I had heard you said that like you should like get right with God like, well, I be hearing like people say that and stuff, like, so you can like be with the right person, like, but I'm just gonna say, like, well, everybody not gonna do that, like, but I do like kind of like agree, like, to an extent, but like people are lustful, like that's how all these kids are out of wedlock, like we know that, like people, like that's what this basically what this topic is about, like you cannot keep your legs closed, like people are lustful, so I don't even think like people gonna get right with like getting a word, like I mean people gonna be people, like not everybody gonna listen, so I don't even know like if, yeah, so I mean like we can talk all we want, but like that don't mean that, yeah, like that don't mean that somebody gonna get right
Well, it ain't
and
about
like
everybody else getting right, sweetheart. Just you get right. Don't worry
and
about
like they
everybody
attract the
else.
right person, so
Yeah, what I'm saying is don't worry about what everybody else is doing. You just do what you need to do so that you can have the right people in your life. I don't concern myself with what everybody else, because if I talk to 10 women and 9 of them don't want to line up with or where I'm at, but one does, that's all I need. I don't need everybody else. I'm not going to stay wicked and wrong because everybody else is wicked and wrong. I'm gonna line up and I'm gonna start governing my life by God, and I'm not gonna be the man that's making babies all over. I'm not gonna have a woman. I'm not gonna, you don't have to be the woman that's having a bunch of babies out of wedlock. Because contrary to popular opinion, majority of the women aren't having babies out of wedlock. I know there's a great number that's doing it, but the great majority aren't doing it. So just be one of them. There is somebody else out there that is willing to live and do the right thing, just like you. You just can't allow your flesh or your impatience to make those decisions for you. That's all. But it's possible to do. And just like me, I didn't start out doing what I'm doing now, but I changed and I come around to this place. That's all. You know how you end up is what's more important than how you started off. But it's possible. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Just learn to be what the creator said you're supposed to be. And that don't mean going to church every Sunday. That don't mean reading the Bible every day. It don't mean all of those religious acts. It just means that in your heart you're going to do the right thing for you, and you're going to require people that are in your circle to be doing the right thing as well. You're going to be few in number, but you're going to have somebody with you.
Go ahead, Fuji.
I forgot, bro. What was the question?
You talking about what you was talking about earlier? Oh, your mediocre thing you was talking about.
Oh yeah. So when Jen was talking, and she was going on about some men not having ambition, what I'm saying, whatnot, and then Mr. Biblical came in. He was on fire, and he hit the he spoke on my comment. My comment after he came in was speaking towards Jen's men not having ambition, just okay with living a mediocre life. You see what I'm saying? I feel like married people, especially depending on how long they've been married, don't really see the inside scope of the dating scene these days, or the scene, or what's going on with unmarried people. You know what I'm saying? There are a lot of men out here, and what I mean by mediocre is, if I see a man that's a skilled laborer, right, and he's putting in 60, 70, 80 hours a week. I see this all the time when I'm at work, and I see that he is the one keeping everything going, and I go, bro, why don't you go get a supervisory position, do something more with your skill set, so you're not underpaid for everything that you're offering this company. Nah, I'm good, I got it. Live in mediocre. You can take what you have that is marketable and make more out of it by doing the same dang on things. And some men are just content with it, but then they go on and say, well, I haven't found a woman that's going to motivate me or speak life into me, et cetera, et cetera. And then when she goes to speak life, the men go and say, well, she's trying to tell him that what he's doing is not good enough. That's where I was coming from with it. You know what I mean? A lot of times people come in on the tail end of the stories and then try to take the statements that people said and spin it in a whole different direction. I was not saying that men in general love living mediocre, because my father doesn't love living mediocre. None of my sons do. None of any other family, the men in my family love living mediocre. But there are a lot of women out here that are married to men who need life spoken into them. You see what I'm saying? Some of them are not doing well. Some of them are doing great. And even the ones that are making upwards of $100,000 a year, they're still not all the way happy. Some of them, they still need life to be spoken into them to keep going. I know a lot of rich families where they got all of the money, but the balance at home isn't okay. So that's what I meant.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That don't make sense though. That wouldn't be considered mediocre if a dude is sitting there struggling if he asking for somebody to motivate him. That makes no sense.
But
If
that's
he
not what I was
content
saying.
if he content with his life, that's why I said it sounds like it's two different conversations being had. I don't know what it is. But it sounds like even from what it seemed like that you said that Jen was just talking about a non-responsible dude that was dealing with a woman. That had nothing to do with mediocre. What biblical was talking about, he was mentioning about that a lot of times dudes will be good with content, which I believe. I believe a lot of dudes is good with being content, and then a woman step in their life, some women, right? Some women step in their life and then they just feel like that they're like, actually that actually happened to me. That's so funny. That junk actually hit home though. So I was smooth with it, but then it's like she was like, this is all a relationship gonna be like. I'm like, what the heck, you think I have fun every last single day though? Like the heck? And then I'm the one coming in from work and you ain't did nothing. But
I
anyway,
get
that's
it.
a whole other thing.
The
So the
example
thing is yes, so the thing is that dudes are good with, if you want to call it mediocre or not, usually be the woman that's not satisfied. And that's the point that biblical was getting with, is that the reason why it's mediocre is because it's the woman that's stepping her foot in there and like, dang, this, like I said, she gonna be like, it ain't good enough, and why this all, this all you gonna do and all the other stuff or whatever, and then now he have to do extra when he was already good and being content. He
Right.
wasn't complaining about it. He wasn't asked for motivation or none of them things. Like he was really living life smooth until he threw you in there.
Right. And
Right.
let me say this right quick, brother, because listen, let me say this
Hold
right
on a
quick.
second,
To
Mr.
like what she said,
Biblical.
well,
Hold on, biblical. Hold on, biblical. Hold on. You were saying what? Fuck it. I forgot. Fuck it. Go ahead.
okay, so what she said about, well, you working 60, 70 hours a week, why don't you go ahead and get a supervisory job? Number one, when you
That one,
become
I
a
was about to say that
supervisor,
too. That's what,
number
yeah, yeah.
one, when you
That's the
when you
point I
be
was about to
now
get to. This
now
show that she was
if
talking about.
this listen, yeah, let me say this: a man is going to work, and all he's got to do is push a green button, a red button, and he's stay in his station, and he's content with that. Because
That's how
when
I
you
knew
become a
what angle she was
supervisor,
coming
when
from,
you
because she's
become
a
a
supervisor.
supervisor, now you got a whole lot more responsibilities. Yeah, they'll give you some more money, but you got a whole lot more responsibility. Everybody is not trying to go to work and have a headache. Everybody's not trying to be over 50 people and have to be concerned about how they're going to act. Some people
All
want to
that's
go to work,
understood.
work
All
in their
that's
state.
understood,
Just a
Mr.
moment.
Biblical.
Just a
All
minute.
that's
Just a minute.
understood, but all of that
But just a
was not what I
minute.
was
Just a minute,
interpreting.
Fuji. Just a minute, Fuji. Some men are comfortable going to work, working in their station, and not having to be bothered with nobody, and going home and getting their paycheck and being happy. And then for a woman to come into his life and say, well, you working hard. Maybe he don't mind working hard. Maybe that's what he like to do.
And maybe he does, and
Maybe he
maybe he
likes
does.
that. And like I said, that's one of the problem with women. They want to come in your life and tell you what they think you should do because that's what they want, rather than just accept him for who he is. And if you don't like who he is, leave him alone. That's all.
Hey, what's happening, y'all? You mind if
What's
I?
the deal, cuz?
What's up, kid? What's up, panel? How's everybody doing tonight?
All
I'm
right, all right.
mediocre.
I know, right?
Don't do that.
I'm feeling
Mediocre.
mediocre.
Don't do the fun that. Don't do that. That is not what I meant. So let's twist. Look, love fucking with my look. Don't do that. Just don't. You know what I'm
But
saying? That's
I
not
worked
what
for the
I've been
city
listening.
I
I
worked
meant.
for I worked for the city for 4 years as a supervisor, and I left it. I
So
walked away from it
Mr.
because of
Biblical,
all the responsibility, and you dealing with different people that you hiring that's coming in, and that they mindsets
That's
is
dope.
all
That's
crazy.
dope.
It's just, it was madness.
Yeah,
But money
that's
was
dope. But
great.
everybody doesn't have the same supervisory experience as you, and I'm thanking you for sharing yours. All right, cousin.
So yeah, I've
Look,
been
you ain't
listening
got to
for a
try to
minute.
be facetious because I put down that garbage you was trying to put out on
It
us, that we ain't
ain't
got,
that, baby. It ain't
that
got.
we need to
It's
have
just
more
a
ambition.
soliloquy. It's just like it's your soliloquy, baby. It's just like there's one, two other people on the panel, and you have a lot of information that you're giving, and we're listening to it. But you know what I'm saying? We got to get our words in too. I didn't fuck
See
around and
what I'm
forgot what
saying?
I was gonna
See what
say.
I'm
See, look
saying?
at you, look at you, look at you,
See,
look at
this
you,
is
look
women
at you.
for you. This
Hold
is
on a
women
second
for
though,
you.
biblical. Damn, calm down.
This is women for you.
Relax,
I don't need you
bro.
to tell me about my character.
Ain't
Go get
nobody
a
said nothing
husband
about
and
your
do that.
character. Relax. Calm down. Calm down.
Go get a husband and
Calm,
do
calm,
that.
calm down. Calm down. It's almost 12 o'clock in the morning. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. What's up, cousin?
So man, listen, we just trying to be the best we can for who we are. But I'll say this. As I was listening, there's a couple of points I think. One, the idea of mediocre. Okay, let's just first of all let's clarify this. Okay, it's nothing wrong with mediocre. We have gotten to a point in life where not struggling and not balling is a problem. Like, yo, most of life, matter of fact, the majority of people on this planet is mediocre. It's okay. Get over it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So people saying mediocre and taking offense of it, and I'm not saying anybody here
Come
did,
on,
I'm just saying
man.
in general.
You gotta be
Mediocre.
real.
Listen, if you don't have a luxury vehicle in your car, in your driveway, right? But you are not struggling. You are mediocre. That's in definition. That's what that is. It's
Well,
like
we
it's
know
in the
people
middle.
try to use it as an insult. We know that.
No,
Come on, we
I
gotta be
know, but what
real.
I'm saying is, hold on. I'm saying people use it as an insult, but I'm saying
Yes.
that if we take it as an insult, that's our bad. That's what I'm saying. Somebody could
What?
call me mediocre. You can call me that shit all right. If I'm happy, I'm happy. Fuck you. That's what we have to be at. And I'm
Okay.
saying, I get it. I get that people will use it, but we give that power if we let it affect us. Is
That's like
that
me telling Fuji you acting like a female right now. You know,
right?
it's
And
a
if she
regular
could,
word, but if I want it,
I feel
it gonna
like,
seem like
hold
it's
on,
offensive. Everybody be knowing like intense behind it though. That's what make the
right?
difference though.
But what I'm
So
saying is, we give it but we give it the teeth. So like, so if it's because if
huh?
you said that to her, right, and she said, "Yeah, I am a female," and what now? Your whole
We know
insult has
delivery
just lost.
matters.
No, no. But what I'm saying is, your whole delivery or your whole insult lost its luster because she does not affected by it. So now your insult has not landed. Is my point. You get what I mean? So like
Okay.
if we get offended, that's when the insults hurt because we you know what I mean. It touches. But when somebody throw that shit off, like okay, and what you got? What you got? What else you got? That's all you got. Now you looking for another insult because that one didn't land right. You get what I'm saying? So my point is we give it the strength by affecting or by reacting to it in whatever way. So if you are upset or you don't want to be in what you call mediocre and somebody brings it up, then yeah, you're going to get butthurt, right? Because you want to be in another position, but you're not. And somebody using it against you. But if you're content, there's no way that that's going to offend you. You're going to be like, hey, this is how I want to live. I'm good. See what I'm saying? And it don't matter what their intention was, you're gonna laugh at that because you are content. So I think that the key is there's a lot of people that aren't content, right? And they act like they are just to kind of give an excuse to say, well, I'm happy doing this job. Knowing damn well that if you had a choice, you would change it. But because you don't know how to change it, you use that as a cope. You know how me and you, we talk about copes all the time, Kev. This is one of those things, I think, in a lot of cases, and this is not for everybody. And I'm just going by what I heard for the last 20 minutes, right? Just touching different points. But so there are certain men and certain people in general who do need some kind of external motivation. Okay, everybody is not a leader. Everybody don't have internal motivation. Everybody don't have the get up and go of some people. Some people are naturally get up and go, make shit happen. Those are usually the leaders of industry. Those are the people that have businesses. Those are the people that got up and did it. That's what they do. Then there's other people who just want to go to work and not have that headache, make their little money and live their life. Okay, it's nothing wrong with that. We need all of these types of, but what's happened is society, as to Kev's point, has demonized certain fractions of society. Like if you are a worker, you are fucking bad. You're not this, you're not that. And so there are going to be women who would desire a certain lifestyle. Really, if you really look at it and listen to women, it's not even about the money. It's about just how you live. If you can figure out how to travel and go kick it and have spend time and do all that on 40 grand a month, they'll be happy with 40 grand a month or 40 grand a year, right? If you could do all that. But they know that you can't. So now they're looking for you to boost up that money and live a certain life. So it's the lifestyle at the end of the day. But I think that it kind of lands on both of us, the man and the woman, because if I'm a man and I'm content with my little 1 bedroom apartment, I'm content with what I have. I'm living my life. My schedule is nice. I ain't got no stress. I'm good. When a woman comes in, it's up to me to recognize if she's going to be good with that too, just as much as it's her to not try to change this man, right? So if you're a woman, you can't change. If you trying to motivate a man to be better or more than what he is to suit your standards, you wrong, ma'am, right? But just the same way, man, if you are trying to get a woman who is wanting to you to move up, and you're telling her, no, you shouldn't be wanting to change, you're wrong. You chose the wrong woman because she's obviously not what you need. You need somebody that's in the same boat as you. So my thing is, we are all trying to choose people that don't belong to us, and then we complain when that shit don't work. And it's crazy because if you look at the dating scene, that's what it seems to be. You have traditional minded men trying to change modern minded women into being traditional minded women so it can suit them. That shit ain't never gonna work. Meanwhile, you got women who are traditional minded, but they acting modern, and then they telling men that they want to be traditional sometimes and then be modern sometimes. Like that ain't gonna work. You get what I'm saying? We gotta choose a lane, recognize that lane, and then drive in it. But right now, everybody's swerving on the road and trying to make that shit happen. And I think that's where all the confusion is. I'm gonna sit down for a minute and let somebody get on it.
No, wait. I want you to, because I actually agree with everything you said, though, right? So I'm trying to say this because I always want to know what's the reason why people say what they say. Because I listen to people, I pay attention, right? So say if you was just saying, because this how I looked at it, right? And it ain't about how somebody internalized nothing or whatever. It's like, what's the point, right? So if somebody said, okay, your man is content or something like that, man content of doing this and that, and then a person come in, well, that's mediocre. What's the point of saying that? We just said he was content, so what
Yeah,
was the point of you saying that is mediocre?
As
yeah,
long
that
I
as
was a
don't
that
slight.
man,
understand that. That's what
as
I
long
don't
as that
understand.
That
man, Kev,
that
here's the
was a
difference.
slight
As
at
long
that
as that
man.
man, if he's happy and content, right? True enough, he's happy and content. As long as that man doesn't utter a complaint about being broke, not having enough,
Right.
he's good.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's
and
not.
that's
He's
cool
not
though.
mediocre. Just
That's
don't
the
But
complain
cool
that he don't
part.
mediocre,
have enough. Just
That's the
don't complain when
me,
you don't have enough.
exactly, and
mediocre's it,
that's
bro.
cool. That's the cool part. But my thing is, why do the third party got to come in? Well, that's mediocre. What's the point of
Because they
saying that?
think they better
I said
than.
it
They
because
That's
think
what
they
I'm saying.
better
It seemed
than.
like that's what I'm trying to get them to answer the question because I know we
Yeah,
smarter than this, right?
because I was the
And
one that said
I
right.
know we know what shots is. We know what all that stuff is. I'm trying to see what will be the point if we saying man is cool with this or whatever. Say we was just speaking in general, right? And then somebody come in out of nowhere. Well, that's mediocre. What's the point of saying that?
Well, I said it because when a lot of times when we're talking about men and women, marriages or couples or whatnot, and the man is courting the woman or vice versa, and this one single person is trying to include another person in their life, but it's the way that they want it to go. Let's use your example: the man living in the 1 bedroom apartment, and whatnot, right? He's happy with his little pennies. He's wanting to date Jessica. You know what I'm saying? Now, because you want her in your life, there are a lot of changes that have to be made for you to include another person. But because you are content in your mediocrity, you want that other person to somehow mesh into your life. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That's what
funny.
I'm
I
saying.
think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if
I
I'm
might be
wrong.
tripping. I don't know.
Let
Maybe
me
I'm
let, let
just
me say
crazy or
this.
something.
Let me
People
just
not
say
really
this.
seeing what's going on. That's
Maybe
funny.
there's a
Let me
problem with
say
me
this,
But
not
that's
Hope.
funny.
being
Let me say
okay with
this, Hope.
mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? I myself
I
Correct
am
don't
me.
get
not
the point
okay.
of you saying that though. I still don't
Listen.
Why
understand it
not?
though.
I mean,
Correct me if I'm
everything else
wrong.
is being
I don't
said.
get
That
it.
could be a thing
Just a
that could
minute.
not hurt
Because
somebody's
every
Just a
last
minute,
person I
host. Let me
heard say
say
that be
this.
making it seem like they a better person,
Listen, host.
like
That's not how I was coming off,
they not
Biggie.
mediocre or something.
Just
Like
like
I
how
never
Host.
I,
you
Host.
I never
said,
Let me
for
say
understood
me
that.
this.
to respond to
Let
what
me
I
say this.
said, it's not on me, it's on you. You see what I'm saying? But
But
that's not what
What's
you
the
said
point
to
though?
call a
What did
shot.
you what you want a congratulation? What's the point of saying? I don't understand. That's what I'm saying.
Because
It's
I
always
just said it. I
look.
just answered
Everybody
she
that.
say
was
say
trying to
no.
be
Look. Let me say this
disrespectful.
biblical.
You
Biblical. Let me
can't
just
answer for
get this
me,
real
bro.
quick though, because like I said, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid, and I deal with people all the time though. It's always a reason why. Like I said, we can play silly games though, but it's a reason why people say certain things for a reason. Ain't nobody.
I wasn't saying it as a
Whatever
shot.
whatever it is though, everybody have a reason why they say what they say. It's a point. Like if a dude said it was like I said, like I done said it 100 times, right? I know it's that, but I'm trying to get people to say it for themselves, or trying to get them to realize that nobody says nothing for no reason, right? So the thing is, if it, and I'm listening to words, I'm literally listening. It's like nobody really hearing this though. It's so funny. Maybe it's a habit,
Right, Jen.
or a bad habit that she don't realize though, but or it just seemed normal talk to her. But it's just sounds so funny to me because it's like we literally saying, okay, a dude is that and all that stuff. Well, if they okay with being mediocre or just or normal or something like that, like the way it's being said, it just sounds freaking funny. Like what the
But
heck?
hold
Like
on
what's
a
the? I
second.
don't understand the purpose.
The first time that I mentioned it was when I texted, and then after that, I was just like, I'm typing it, so you don't know where I'm coming
This is
from.
crazy.
But you came to your
This
own
is funny. No,
conclusion
you
about
said
where I'm coming
even though
from.
you said it out
Hold on a
loud, it
second,
still
Dan.
sound the
Dan,
same
hear
to
me
me. It
out.
still
You're
sound the
not gonna
same.
understand where I'm
Hey,
coming from if
host,
you're
can I
not gonna
say
hear me
this?
out.
Okay, I'm gonna
Hold
say what
on,
do.
biblical.
I'm
You're not.
talking to the
Y'all never
host.
are going to understand where I'm coming from if you don't let me. If you don't hear me all the way out, bro. You see what I'm saying?
You can't
I
explain the
do
way
not.
you was being
Here you
facetious.
go. No, I
You was
was
being
not biblical.
disrespectful.
No, I
Yeah, you
wasn't
was.
biblical. No,
Yeah,
I
you was.
wasn't. And I'm not going to accept you telling me that because that's not what I was. Now, if you felt that, that's
Only
between
reason
you and
why
your
you would
God.
say it was
That's
trying to
between
take a
you and your
shot.
God. Don't put words in my mouth,
Period.
baby.
You
Don't do
was trying to
that.
take a shot, and you
I
got
have not
called
done
on it.
anything disrespectful to you.
You
I
was trying to
literally
call
just
it, take a
added
shot, and you
my
got
comment
called
in
on it.
there like everybody else does. And if you took it
It's
that
okay.
way,
It
then
don't
that's
matter.
between you and your God. That
You
has
don't
nothing
owe
to
no
do with
explanation,
me. That
Fuji.
has nothing to do with me. Okay?
You don't owe no
Nothing. Bye
explanation.
bye.
That's how you
Mr.
feel.
Biblical,
That's
stop.
cool.
Stop, Biblical. Stop. I did not interrupt you one time when you were talking. Not once. What I was saying, I was not saying it to be facetious. I was not firing shots. But in this live, I now know that I will burn a whole bunch of asses by saying mediocre. And I apologize for hurting y'all feelings.
I
And I'll
love it,
land there.
man. I'm glad I ain't no. I'm not a foolish person, man. I see y'all game, man. But it's cool. Um,
Let me speak to this right quick, host, because she did mention. She said, if this man is living in a one-room
like I said, you
house,
just gotta listen. All you gotta do is just listen to people, man.
okay,
I
just let me
really, I
say,
ain't about to
yeah,
keep. I can't keep arguing the same thing when I'm very observant. I was just
okay,
bringing what's noticed. It's either a person was going to
okay.
admit it or not.
Yeah.
That's all it
Okay, check
is.
this out.
Can I
Let me
just
just say this right quick, because she said if he's living in a one room house and another woman come in, changes have to be made. So my thing is, didn't the woman fight for the right to make money? Can't she get a job and bring some money into the income? And now the 40,000 go to 80,000 because they both working and contributing. Can't that happen?
you know
I mean,
what?
for
Yeah.
real.
I think that these are all scenarios that are worth considering. The
Every
answer,
man doesn't have to be a trick. Every man don't have to be paying for your time. You
right?
know, I mean, let's keep it 100. You know,
But
if you
so can
got a
I?
job and he got a job, that's just like two people working at McDonald's full time. If they making $25,000 a year, both of them now they making $50,000 a year. They can live off of that.
Right. And that goes back to my thing of we just got to find that person that is willing to do that, right? But like to answer Kev's question, I think that the the reality of this of what's going on is most people, right? The majority of the time, when somebody throws that out there, they are meaning it as an insult. Okay, and they're probably doing it because, especially in these spaces, that is a way to uplift yourself is by belittling somebody else. And a
Mm.
lot of people, they will use tactics like that. Oh, that's mediocre. They'll use those tactics to try to quote unquote humble somebody, right? Or
True.
and the reason, and so Kev asked, why do they do that? I think
Yes.
that the people who do that, because I do believe that there's certain situations and contexts where that's not the case, where they're just using it
True.
as an actual description, right? Or whatever. But in the cases where they are using it as an insult, it is because they probably live mediocre themselves and they
Mm-hmm.
want to feel better than mediocre. So they try to downplay something else or to have some kind of appearance on this public view.
True.
I don't know why y'all out here living mediocre. Motherfucker, you got a honey yourself. Like, what are you
Right.
talking about?
Exactly. That's
So
true. That's true.
that is, I think, at the crux of it. You know what I mean? And I think
Yeah.
people, just like we use marriage, it's the same thing, right? It's nothing wrong
Mm-hmm.
with marriage. Marriage should be the ultimate thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we will see it all on these apps. If a woman start talking, what's the first thing a lot of men might say? Well, you married though? Like they're
Right.
using that as a shot,
Right.
right?
Right. True.
So
True.
we can recognize that in itself isn't bad. But like to Kev's point, I will concede this. There is a point when you hear it, when someone is using it and they're trying to make it a shot, they're trying to make it a negative point, or they're actually using it in a genuine situation. You know what I mean? Like so,
Yes.
yeah. And so I think
It's
to answer
timing.
that question
Literally,
though
it's timing.
is
It's
subjective.
timing. That's all it is. It's
Yeah.
timing. That's what it really is, though, for real. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. I think you said that perfectly.
if I can say this, and I blame this on men, because we're living in a time now where being a how would I say a woman that hustles, that walks the street, there's no shame in that no more. These women, a lot of these women will go out and making good money, and then they will still demand that you make money. That's because they saying you have to pay for their time. If you ain't making the right amount of money, you can't get their time. That's what that's all about. Okay? And my whole thing is if you got your money, why do I have to have a whole lot of money? Because the plan is for you to pay all the bills and do everything, and I can take my money and I can just be frivolous with it. I can do whatever it is I want to do with it. I can set up my funds so that when you gone, and I have my own bank account, I can do my own thing. They want to live like they single in a relationship. But most men ain't stupid enough to do that. All right. But that's what they want. They think that they should be able to work and do what they want to with their money, and the man should do everything for them. And that, and I can't say it any clearer than that. That's a woman. That's what night workers, street workers do. You got to have a certain amount of money to have their time. And that's what that's all about. That's that mentality.
Yeah. Let me get Gemini in. What's up, my brother? How you feeling?
I'm good. What's going on with
You know I'm good, man.
What's
you?
up, player?
I can't
Yeah.
call it. What's good, cousin? What's up, Jen? What's up, Fuji? What's up, Alta? What's up,
Is Alter up?
Mr.
I
Biblical?
be seeing her step in every second.
No,
Every
she
What's
on
couple
happening,
mute.
seconds.
Gemini? What's happening? What's happening,
She
Gemini?
did speak.
Oh, she did. Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta
So
make sure.
y'all
I
was
gotta
on
make sure I
a
got her cover and stuff. So she get comfortable.
y'all was on a specific question, or y'all was just talking.
I did. No, we were just talking about a bunch of random stuff that need to be heard, anyways. Though, so, let's get it. If you want to get it going, like before we get it going, because I see the room jumping from 20 to 15 and all that stuff. So while y'all in here, go ahead and what's the deal? What's the deal, Island? Oh, stranger here. So, what's the deal, man? Y'all, you can come up to. I know she can make this conversation interesting. I know me and her used to go back and forth forever. Man, that's like my second ops on here when I first started as that. me and her used to go
Thank you,
back and forth.
everybody, for getting him up to 20K, because he said he wanted 20K. So thanks, everybody that's been tapping. Appreciate you.
Now give me the 30K. Because it's 17
Damn.
people in. Yep. Some of y'all, don't be some out there, y'all. Some of y'all wasn't even in here. It was the hard work off the panel was doing it. It was like about 3 miles, so y'all can get to work now. Get to work. Now you can get to work too. I don't care if you at work. You can go to work while you at work. So, all right, but good looks, Perkins. Yeah, y'all do that too. Join the team. If y'all don't got no orange heart to y'all name, it costs 1 penny. Y'all can join the team. Help put me on a popular live. Hashtag FYP's up in the building. Share. I know a few of y'all have a share. We only got 24 shares. We can get some more people in here, man. Because this topic, I'm going to do this tomorrow, too, because I feel like this is something deep. And I got, like, 2 main things I really want to expound on for these next 2 days, low-key. So I really want to talk about this. Also, so, okay, we got the hashtag FYPs. What's up, Kelsey? I see you in here. So we got the shares. Okay. I only seen Kelsey shared only. She the only one. If y'all don't know how to share, hold y'all finger on my ghost face over here for like 2 seconds, 3 seconds, however many seconds it takes for a whole list to pop up. Then when that list pop up, go ahead and share it out. Share it out to everybody. Wake them up. It's only Friday. They can stay up. They up. They good. They can come up in here. See, he did it. See, Biblical got a share in. Also, did I get everybody? Okay. Fuji got the shares in. And y'all can come up if y'all disagree with the topic itself. Y'all could really come up. We looking for y'all so we can see if we can come with some type of understanding within one another. So as you see, the topic says you don't care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. So that means if y'all just having abortion after abortion, you don't care that much about kids for real. But I think that's everything though for real. Let's get so whoever answered
No,
whoever answered it.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
Okay, cool. So we can start with you. Then we gonna get Fuji, Cousins, and then Biblical. Because I don't think he answered it either. So we can start with you.
But yeah, I think that you could have abortion after abortion and really, really, like, to the very core of you love children. You just don't want none of your damn own. You know what I'm saying? Like,
interesting.
That's that because I'm sure that, you know, the women that do that got like nieces and nephews and little cousins, and they probably go to the moon for them, you know. But as far as their own, they're not in their head space to where they can, you know, have kids and be responsible for children, or they have absolutely no desire to have children of their own, you know. I think that would more be the thing than not actually like caring about kids.
Okay.
IMO. I'm a land.
All right, for sure, brother.
I tend to agree with the prompt. You know what I mean? Especially, I mean, let me just say to put your
It's more
own.
prompt mediocre, so it's not.
Nah, that 20K was mediocre.
I had to message you real quick.
Yo, that
It's just a
20K
mediocre
was mediocre.
prompt. Don't gotta worry about it.
No, they can.
I was like, that.
20K mediocre. We need to tap and get that shit.
Right. Facts. Now that's facts. What's up, Slimmy? Come on up. You know I want to hear from you.
Nah, but for real, you don't really care about kids agreeing to more than one abortion. I think a person that continues to have more than one abortion doesn't really care about themselves, because everyone knows what you have to do in order to have babies. And if you continue to get pregnant and your remedy for getting pregnant is abortion rather than having the children, then not only do you not care about the kids, you don't care about yourself.
Double whammy it. I like that one. Okay. Cousins, then Biblical, then Slimmy.
I could give a real simple answer, but let me try to give something different. Keep the conversation
Go
going.
ahead, make it cousin way. The cousin way. Let's go. I love it.
You know, I think that from the last two answers, I think are correct, right? Because you can look at it from different ways. You could say that you aren't going to be a good parent So you actually doing better for the kid by not having it, right? So that could be one way of looking at it. There can be another way of looking at it as you don't believe that it is a child yet. So at that point, it doesn't matter, right? But then the third point is, I think that's interesting is, I don't know if I wouldn't say that it's not about caring about kids more so than caring about yourself. And I think she said it very eloquently. If you are doing this recklessly, risking taking the risks to have that procedure done in the first place, willy nilly, you don't give a shit about yourself. And I think if, so regardless if they cared about kids or not, that I think is probably the worst part. So, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I think the kid part is different. Depends on what you consider kids. You know what I mean? Because, a lot of people believe that that's not a life until it's born. So if that's your belief, then who's to say that they don't like kids? Because in their mind, it's not a kid yet. So I don't know. It's just kind of, I guess, perspective. But I would lean more into, you have a lack of life esteem, if that's a new word. We can use that.
All right. Biblical.
Yeah. Well, the fact is you don't ever have to get pregnant. This talking about the point about where they really don't want to have kids, and because they don't think that'd be a good mother. Strap up, wear two jimmies, use the IUD, get on the pill, do something. You ain't ever got to get pregnant. That way, you ain't ever got to go to the hospital and have the baby taken out of you. And I believe if it's not rape or incest, or it's not a medical challenge for the mother to bring forth the child, then anytime you do it other than that, it's for convenience sake, and that's a monster, as far as I'm concerned. Not just the second time. The first time you do it for convenience sake, you're a monster, because it's been scientifically proven that from the time, prior to what month in there, it's got a heartbeat. All right, it's alive. You can try to call it what you want to call it. God said, I formed you. I knew everything about you before I formed you and put you in the womb. So you is alive. You got a heartbeat. You alive. So that's an excuse that's tossed out the window too. Like I said, if you're doing it just for convenience sake, oh, I got horny and I did it and I got pregnant. Oh, I don't want that. That's garbage. That's irresponsible, childish. Because keep the Jimmy in your pocket. Make the man, if you're a woman, make him use it. If you ain't got birth control yourself, well, you got to wait and let me get myself together before we get engaged in this. Because for no reason at all, I don't want no baby. So if you do it one time, as far as I'm concerned, for convenience, you're a monster. If you do it again, you're a double monster.
All right. Slimmy, what you got? And then we got open panel after Slimmy.
Okay, so I guess the way I feel about it is that the reason that women are allowed to use it willy-nilly like it is because the bigger issue, in my opinion, is the lack of sexual education and how these things that are set up for us are supposed to work versus how they can be a detriment more than they can be an help. And I think that we aren't educated enough on our bodies and how our bodies work and how these things will affect us. So we think that they're safe fallback plans when they're actually not. Just like the gentleman before me mentioned wearing two rubbers. That's probably the worst advice you could ever give somebody. IUDs, while they may be convenient, they're mostly uncomfortable for men. Birth control, those things have a lot of psychological and physical effects on women, even when rendering some women barren. So the problem, I think, is not the availability, it's the fact that we aren't educating people on what the consequences of these things are, what you can do to your body by doing them. And we also aren't educating in schools anymore about SMECS. I think that's the biggest issue. I think that if we were properly educated and had more understanding of the ramifications of our actions, we would be less likely to take these measures that we are taking. Now, in my personal opinion, when it comes to the ABs in general, I feel like if it's not a situation that's a detriment to you, if it's not a situation that, some of the other extremes were mentioned, it should not be something you're doing just to do it. I think that adoption is a great option. I think that, there are other avenues that you can take instead of doing that, because not only is that a detriment to the child, because now we've lost a child, I think that it's a detriment to your body. You don't understand what you're doing to your body. You could one day decide you want children, and now you've messed that up for the rest of your life because you've allowed yourself to go through this so many times thinking that that's the easy way out, and it's not. And I'll land my plane there.
All right. Open panel, y'all. Anybody agree or disagree with people? Anything?
So
Answer
I would
true.
like to open up some. I would like to open up some fire. So let's talk about this.
Uh-oh.
Now, mind you, let me start off. This is not my personal opinion, but I'm gonna poke the bear. Listen, when people talk about, because it was a couple of comments. So, for one, if the baby is it's life, it's from conception. There's people who believe that, right? Whether you believe it or not, that's not what I'm talking about. But does that mean, though, if that's the case, when you're born, you're already 1 year old, you're already 9 months, right?
I've always felt that way.
Right. So okay, so that should be that. It should also be then, if that's the case, if you are a man, you're gonna pay back child support for 9 months because it starts when it happens, right? We wouldn't want that. Nobody would vote for that. Nobody would say, "Oh yeah, I owe her money from when she got pregnant for child support." If they can come after us for child support, because that's when it happened, right? Or do they get a social security number? Do women get benefits to live their life to have that kid from the moment that they're pregnant? Does all of these things happen, is my point. And I don't know if they do, but this is something to ponder, right? We sit up here and we talk about we love the kids and it's all about the kids. Is it about that, or is it about your just personal opinion? Because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of children who are not getting adopted, who are in the foster care system and getting neglected, timing out, have no, like, we don't give a fuck about these kids once they're born. Nobody, the same people that vote against are pro-life, quote unquote, they vote against these things to tell women that they can't make these choices, also vote against the programs to help them when they have to make the choice. So if a woman says, I can't do this, yeah, I fucked up, but I can't do it. Now what? Well, that's on you. Guess you should have made it. Like, we can't have it both ways, right? But at the same time, my bigger question is, how many women are seriously doing this willy-nilly? Now, I've mediated a lot of cases with, divorces and things like that. And some of those divorces were because of that. Okay. And it was the mental strain that woman had when she did that. I don't think that I've ever talked to anybody personally. Now, I'm sure that there are some women who are reckless like that, right? I ain't gonna say that there's nobody that does it. But I think the majority of women, that is a very intimate, very emotional decision to make. I don't think that they're going willy-nilly, just like, you know what, no deal, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this, no problem. I have never seen that. Now, somebody can
Well,
correct
if
me
they're
if I'm
doing it the
wrong.
second time, yeah.
But hold on, like, that's what I was gonna get to. That's what I was gonna say. Now, if you gotten to the point where, like you said, that this woman is doing it as a contraceptive, you know what I mean? Like, that is her mode of, like, she's just reckless that way, then yeah, I would say that woman had a problem. But that in itself is that woman's problem. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a deranged person. I don't know if the whole idea of having this procedure, I think there's a reason for it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if, because as a man, I really don't have nothing to say about this shit. You know what I mean? I can talk about it. I can put my opinion about it. But we have no idea what these women are going through. And to sit up here and try to even justify it is kind of ridiculous. But I'm just throwing this out there for the conversation so we could talk about it, because these are certain things that I think about when we talk about, well, we have all these opinions and this is when the life starts. But are we doing the proper steps in having the programs to keep that going forward? Or are we just talking shit because of our religion or because of whatever, you know what I mean, we think, and then we're just imposing that on other people? What do y'all think?
Can I
Let me answer
go?
that
I
right quick.
don't
Let
want.
me answer that right quick. Let me answer that right quick. Number one, I like how you just so flippantly threw that in there. What is it, just about religion, or is it about, number one, number one, the heartbeat start at 3 months. That's when the heartbeat is. I watched the video and it showed the baby where they put the forceps in there and they open up the scissors. They start going and it's chopping the baby all up and it sucks it out with a vacuum. And I'm watching the baby run. It's screaming, hollering. It's trying to run from the blades. It's alive. Okay. And this all can be avoided if you be responsible. Don't tell me that grown folks running around here, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old women don't know that they can possibly conceive by having intercourse. They can do anything. And if they can't do nothing else, they can refrain. All right, period. So there's always something they can do to prevent a child from ever having to be born, go through that, be put up for adoption or anything else. Okay. And number one, the man holds a live organism in his body. We got that child inside of us long before we insert it into a woman. When it goes in her, it goes into a shell where it's incubated. Okay? So it's alive when it leaves me and then it gets into her. And after 3 weeks, after 12 weeks, it has a heartbeat. So let's not make excuses. And majority of abortions, these things are done for convenience sake. Okay, they just decided they don't want to. I want to have the intercourse. I want to do all of this and do all of that, but I don't want the responsibility of a baby. Well, you're irresponsible for laying down and conceiving a child. Number one. All right. And then you talking about the programs. There's the programs trying to justify it. You was trying to justify it. You're trying to give every excuse for why it would be justified for a woman. A woman is not the only one involved. All right. I put my seed in there. That's me. And I don't care what the government say. The government could try to take my rights and say that it's only the woman, it's her body. It's not just your body. When I put my body in you voluntarily and you told me you was going to bring it forth, you was going to take it to fruition and bring it forth. This was something we agreed upon. And then you get angry or upset and then you decide that you want to take his life. So it's not just her body. It's my body inside of that body. And I know we don't get no consideration for that. A lot of men don't holler about that because a lot of men that when you got a woman that's going to have this procedure, majority of them have men that want her to have that procedure. And that's the reason why majority of the women do it, because they found out that the guy just want to lay down with them and don't want to have a family with them. A lot of these women ain't going and doing this because they don't want the baby, but they found out after they got that way that the man don't want to be there. That's the reality of the situation.
Okay.
But I don't care how you try to slice it up. If they wasn't great, if it's not an underage girl that was taken advantage of and it's not a medical condition, you're a monster.
Okay, so let me just say this first of all, because it seemed like he came back with a little animosity. So let me just understand something real quick. First of all, I clarified from the top, this was not my position. I'm just throwing a question to the panel. So when you want to come at me, put some bass in your tone. Unless you want to argue, because I'm not here to argue with you, Blair. It wasn't against you.
I'm responding to what you said. Don't take it personal. I'm responding to what you said.
No, you came at me with a little angst.
No, I didn't come at you. I'm talking to the panel.
Listen. So hold on. Okay, so if I took that
all
wrong,
right,
then I would give it. I would let me
don't
say
take it personal. Let it go. Let's just move on to somebody else. Let it go.
So stop interrupting me then. You
in your feelings. You in your feelings because I disagreed with you.
Did I interrupt you at one time?
No, ain't nothing to say. Let somebody else talk.
Did I interrupt you at one time?
Ain't nothing.
I did not interrupt you one time, brother.
You ain't got to come back at me. Let it go.
But you had to come at me. You had to say something. I'm gonna say something.
I didn't come at you.
You don't want to listen.
I came at the topic. It's an open platform topic.
Exactly. You want to say something?
Exactly. So then I'm gonna say something.
I've been trying to speak for a minute. I got cut off so he could go on his.
Somebody else talk.
Right? Because he's just going for no reason. But listen, all I'm saying is this, bro. It's not about my opinion. It's not about any of that. It was just a question for the panel to talk about. So if you want to debate any of those little things, we could do that later. But you know,
I'm
that's
not
fine.
debating
It
nothing. I
wasn't nothing too
responded
deep
to
though.
what you opened up with, and that's it. That's it,
Okay.
and that's all.
Like, so
All right.
I let him come back, and he's still going on a long talk. Like, what is going on?
Am I allowed to speak yet? I'm gonna respect my
Oh
elders.
yeah, you can talk,
Go
Slim.
ahead, Slim. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Kevin, stop it. So I think my thing is there are some programs to what you brought up that do start to help benefit the woman prior to the baby being born. I am one of those people who have always thought in the back of my mind, why is it like, yo, birthday starts. I get because it's a birthday, it's the day you were birthed, but to me, when you come out, you're already 9 months old because you've been in gestation for 9 months. You had to grow from something. So I have always believed that when you come, you're already 9 months old, not that that's the start of your life. You're living when you're inside the mother. But oh my God, he was talking for so long, I forgot some of my point.
Me
I
too.
got it. I found it. So as someone who has had two of them, and I don't mind talking about myself because can't nobody beat my ass. The first
I
one,
will.
Kevin, you don't want these problems. Now, the first one was because the baby already passed, so they had to remove it that way. The second time was a deliberate choice because I did not want to go through what I went through the first time, and there was a high probability that I would. And that was too much emotional trauma and stress on me for me to even chance it. So as someone who did, I don't think that would, it's statistically proven that it's not a lot of women who are going out there and just doing it just to doing it and doing it like it's no different than popping a tic tac. Like, no, that actually is factually not true. There aren't women just out there doing that in vast numbers. It's actually very small. So when we're talking about this topic and we're talking about how we feel about it from our feelings instead of from understanding what it is and what it's actually for, a lot of the women who are doing this, it actually is healthcare. So we have to take our feelings out of it 9 times out of 10, because when we see the girls in the media and stuff doing it, we're seeing that little bit of media push. We're not seeing the actual majority of women who are going through that procedure. And I'll land my plane there because I forgot what else I was going to say anyways.
So I feel you, Slim, and I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I've had one myself, but mine was a very tragic situation. But I only bring it up to say this: it takes a lot out of the body. I heard someone saying they don't know how it, what the procedure does to the woman's body, but it takes a lot
Exactly.
out of the body. There's a ton of blood loss weeks and weeks and weeks after. It's just like actually pushing a baby. You have the period for 6 weeks. You're drained of energy. You literally can't function and get out of bed for about 3 or 4 or 5 days. You see what I'm saying? You literally have to nurture yourself back up to health to even go to the bathroom, and you need help. So it's a really bad
I didn't
procedure.
even get anesthesia.
Wow, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, I had anesthesia and this happened in the early 90s.
Yeah, I was not afforded it. The first time it happened to them, it was more important for them to get it out because it was already deceased than it was to worry about my comfort.
Right, to clean out the infection and the residue. And see, what a lot of people don't understand is there are in fact women out there who are using abortions as a contraceptive. That's why my stance will still remain my stance, that women that are having multiple of them, you know what I'm saying, don't care about themselves. Not to include the ones where they were medically necessary, et cetera, et cetera. But there are women out there who are doing some frivolous screwing and then turn around and be like, Plan B, and if they don't catch the Plan B, they're at the clinic. They're at the clinic.
Mm-hmm. And they
Excuse
don't
me.
even realize if your weight is over a certain amount and it's not even that heavy, that plan B don't work.
Facts on facts. So what they're doing is they're making that procedure look so bad that the women that actually need it for medical reasons are going to be without them. Just like we just had a young woman pass away here recently because she couldn't get one. But it's really hard on the body. And for those that are using abortions as contraceptive, I pray that their bodies allow them to continue staying on this earth for a long number of years, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot.
I want to say this then. The only reason why I would feel they care more, they care about themselves, but not in the way of how we look at it, right? So they only really care about feeling good. That's what it is. So they do care about themselves, but it's just the they don't. Basically, they just care less about the child. So they look at it like, well, whatever. It's just a thing. It's a whatever. And I want to just keep feeling good. I just want to keep, bending that thing. And I don't care if it's a. So that's how I look at that. The reason why I don't, because I think we talking about like self love, because you would do that. But that's if you feel like you have morals or something like that. But otherwise, I think. But that's otherwise, it's just they just want to feel good, and that's what it is. But that's what I'm trying to sum this thing up to, because what the first one, which we gonna get to that. We still on the first red one, ain't we? Dang, we.
Yeah.
Uh,
Taco first on the second one.
yeah, yeah. Actually, you
Wait,
can start
hold
it off real
on.
quick.
Like,
Oh,
but
go ahead,
that's
now.
but that's crazy. Like that they be trying to use like a plan B, like to think that that's like a contraceptive. Like they really be doing that. Like that's not gonna take away that you don't have no protection, baby. Like you trying to use that to prevent you from being pregnant. Like you probably already
Right. I'm worried
pregnant.
about what else I could
Like you
catch.
probably already there. What you doing?
Oh,
Baby in there doing laps.
and then the funny thing is, if you are already what's it called, if you are already pregnant, taking a plan B isn't going to make that stop either, because there are a lot of women who don't realize that the man juice has already taken its place and doing what it's supposed to do. So that's not going to stop it either. Like I mentioned, your weight can make it not work for you. You're not supposed to be taking more than one plan B every 6 months. It's supposed to be a backup plan if what your contraceptive actually isn't working, not something you take after every time that can render you sterile.
Like, if you want to be so sexually active, then you need to be on birth control. Like, you need to be on something. Not just taking all these Plan Bs. Like, I don't know what they be doing, but yeah, like, a Plan B is not going
It's
to
a
save
lack
you,
of
baby.
education.
Like, you still going to be with a baby daddy. Like, that's not
Oh,
going
and whoever was going around telling people that if you take one plan B, you good for 3 days, no, it don't work that way.
But before we move on, I would like to say this. If you wear two condoms at the exact same time when you're getting ready to have sex, the friction between the two rubbers will cause one or the both of them to pop. They don't just stay on there together like tape, guys. And if this is a method that men have been using, it is your fault. There are broken fucking families because that no one taught you how to do that shit.
So one from broken condom to broken family. Okay, I get
Oh, God.
it.
And to be fair, rubbers are only
Like that.
86% effective in preventing pregnancies or STDs. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay.
Oh, and like C. Sim says, stop buying magnums when you know you wear a lifestyle and vice versa. That can cause pregnancy as well.
like they gonna kill themselves with
Let
these
man fake they stuff up. Y'all wearing booty pops and uplift chests
I
and
haven't
all that
heard about
stuff.
booty pop panties since I was in the 8th grade.
Let one man let them trick themselves until y'all trick yourselves.
No, Kevin, it's a difference. Me tricking you is just gonna lead you to
100,
Gotcha.
disappointment.
100,
No,
100.
Kevin, no,
Got a
Kevin, I'm not
magnum
gonna
and they
let you
come
get
out with
away
the
with that.
wee.
Nope, Kevin, I'm not letting you get away with that, because me
Oh man,
wearing a push-up bra is different. You just gonna be disappointed. You wearing the wrong size rubber can lead
he
to a
gonna be
broken
disappointed.
family. No, it can lead to a broken family.
And he
Because if
gonna
she
get
gonna
his
do it,
thing
she still
off.
gonna do it.
Nah, he what you talking about? It's gonna be a full family.
It's a
You just
difference
gonna be
between my
disappointed. He got the
boobs not being as big
schmeenish.
as you think they are versus you wearing the wrong size
It's
rubbers.
a disappointed wife. That's all that is. The family is good.
Kevin, go to bed.
You're just gonna be dating a little schmeener.
Okay, now when you put that
You get
magnum
off
on and you
up
do what
tonight.
you do, and then that condom is stuck up in the back of her hoo
Uh,
ha, then what?
but they happy though. They happy.
Goodbye.
Okay.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
So the
See a
first,
fake for a fake, man. They wearing makeup and stuff. So they wearing all. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Yeah, but
It's
me
an
wearing
even
makeup isn't
game.
gonna get you pregnant.
That's cool. But that's the whole point. They both wearing all this stuff for each other to have that thing happen. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Nay,
Like
I'm gonna need you to get your friend.
like
Kev,
I feel like
I just want to say,
Surprise!
from one
like
man,
if you
from one adult male to another, I'm kind of disappointed right now, sir. Just a little bit, you know, just a little. I got the joke, but just a wee bit of
I'm just
disappointment.
saying they gotta be fair. They can't be sitting here tricking people and they get mad they getting tricked. Come on, man.
Listen, the tricks that women pull don't lead to like
Let that
18,
dude
19
trick you
years
with the
of
mag.
obligation, dog. But to the prompts, um,
Cause he go ahead.
if they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even open your legs? Because though that's the case by case basis. You see what I'm saying? A lot of women don't even know that they're not healthy enough to carry. You see what I'm saying? Some women don't know that they can't dilate. Some women don't know whether or not their body will reject the baby, which acts as a parasite when in utero. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of them don't really know the consequences. A lot of people wouldn't make decisions if they already knew the consequences of their decisions. You see what I'm saying? So that's why.
Mm, mm, mm.
exactly like, and also like if you like, well, I feel like if you don't even know, like then you shouldn't even be doing something. Like if
Mm.
like I don't know, like I just feel like if you don't know, like I just feel like if you don't know like the consequences or something like that, then why are you literally humping somebody? Like
Mm.
all this humping and dumping, like just sit down because like you literally doing like a grown up act, like a grown adult action, like, and then like you don't want like the consequences that come with it. Like they be trying to act like want you to coddle them and stuff, like please, but you was literally having that good time of pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Like you was having a good time, good old time.
As my mother used to tell me, I'm not gonna hold your hand while you cry and pee on a stick because I wasn't holding your hand while you was riding that, and you can let your imaginary take wherever it wants to go with that. So, I do think that people need to suffer the consequences of their actions, but I also think that like while we have a fundamental understanding of what SMEX is, a lot of people are not educated on what the consequences of SMEX is. We're taught that it feels good, but not what can happen when things go wrong. And that's the issue that I have. I was lucky enough to go to a school where we got the big blue book of all the STDs and all the things you could get and what could happen when you don't take care of yourself. We watched videos on what it looks like to actually push a baby out.
So
We had to be in partner families where you were married to a classmate and y'all had to learn how to budget and what it looks like to do all of these things. So by the time we was ready to start experimenting, a lot of us were kind of scared, and we had a full service clinic at my school. Other communities are not that lucky.
so
Exactly,
this
explain. Like, and what
So
also?
wait, everybody don't do sex ed?
No, it's not a
Is
thing in
that
schools anymore.
I mean,
really?
they should be still teaching it in elementary.
They don't teach you much more than this is a rubber, this is how to put it on, don't get pregnant.
Well,
That's
see,
the
the problem
basis of what the
is,
American school system teaches in terms of
and
SMEX.
you're
Oh,
right, but
that's
what
why I could
happens? The
tell.
problem
Like,
is
damn.
Oh wow.
problem with sexual education is the fact is when they're teaching it. They're teaching it when they're in elementary school, when they're playing with dinosaurs and thinking that fairies are fucking real. They're not teaching it to them when they're in high school or in junior high when they're actually beginning to have smecks. You understand what I'm saying? So by the time they're coming out of the third grade and fourth grade, they don't know what the hell a condom is. There's videos of these kids flying them and thinking that they're balloons. You know, I think it's all about timing. If they continue to push, real shit. Because if you tell me something when I was 5 years old, I promise you right now at 44, I can't remember that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
At
see,
18,
we got it in high school.
and see when I got it in junior high. And when they gave it to us in junior high, I graduated high school in 1998. And when I had it in junior high, they gave it to us uncut, uncensored. You know what I mean? And it scared a lot of us. scared a lot of the people into actual marriage. Hello, you know what I mean? And then later on, I've seen the dumbing down of the education and the way that they were taking a lot of the literature away from the schools and then reallocating them from junior high into elementary. By the time they get to high school or that sexual age, they're not going to know what the hell that they were learning when they was in elementary.
As people have a problem with California, but I will say a lot of our schools actually do what they're supposed to do in context of teaching people about SMEX. Like every school I went to, because I worked in the clinic my senior year, so my job was to go to middle schools, to go to other high schools, and we taught their SMEX ed. We were the ones that gave those lessons. So, I got to see what the curriculum was from school to school up through the state. When I listen to other people talk about what their education was on it in other states and how they learned about it and stuff like that, a lot of them never heard anything. They found out from messing around and finding out. They didn't have, parents don't give their children the talk anymore. Like it's not in schools anymore. And then schools don't teach everything. Like I said, there's people who say, yeah, we learned how to put on a rubber, but that was it. It was like that scene in Mean Girls where he was like, you will catch something and you will unalive. Here, take some condoms. Like that was it.
Right. I grew up in California. I'm from California as well. So it is very true. Every level we learned something. But the majority of what I learned was at home. Like my father sat down and my uncles, them dudes was vicious. They didn't give a fuck. Hey, this is what it is, player. This is what's gonna happen. This is what she gonna say. This is what you gonna do. This is what's gonna happen. And I'm embarrassed, and they didn't care because that was the lesson. And as a result, there was never a slip up. There was never a problem in my life because I had that information. So I think somebody said it earlier that education is key because people will make decisions. People mess up, but most people will make smart decisions if they knew better. But a lot of this is just learning on the fly. And then all of a sudden you learn by a mistake. And now you're playing catch up. Now it's just trying to fix the mistake instead of knowing in the beginning. So I think maybe it's the home is lacking. Like we've been saying this for a long time. Parents not teaching that fundamental, you know what I mean? To where when we got to school, the little stuff that they did teach at school, that was just, bonus. That was just the little frosting on the cake because I already knew the rest of it. So
It's funny that you say that because a lot of, like, let's also be real, a lot of, like, well, maybe in my generation, my mom, compared to like all of my friends' mothers, was old as hell. Like my mama had me at 35. Granted, she had children before me, but all of my friends growing up, their mothers were relatively close to them in age. So it's like, how is a kid gonna teach a kid about something that they don't really understand themselves?
Exactly.
Can I jump in really quick? Because
Hi, Mr. Print.
what's up,
I love
man?
the conversation. I see 22 people in here. I see a bunch of friendly faces, a bunch of different cousins. But what I don't see is I don't see the likes going up. I want to see those likes going up, and I want to see some creative hashtags. But I just want to say that the curriculum in the schools has gone down in overall effectiveness, and content has changed dramatically as well. Just an interesting correlation, not necessarily causation. But the sex ed programs in schools changed dramatically when they went away from a much more in-depth teaching that also was supported on the foundation of abstinence. And then there was a societal shift away from that. And you can kind of track that there's the problems we're complaining about kind of all started, as the downstream of the education system when we kind of pulled that out. That being said, there should be a return to some of the classical knowledge that was being taught. But I'll go one step further back in that as a parent right now, I'm completely disappointed with the education system and the results that it would bear on its own if I weren't an involved parent with both of my children. And personally, I think that the school systems have too much on one plate, and they're having a hard time managing what they're teaching, how they're teaching it, the content that they're teaching. And if you look at the scores of how our students are doing globally, we're not doing too well. So my pitch is that instead of complaining that the school systems aren't teaching what needs to be taught as a parent, tell the school systems, you know what, get arithmetic down, get writing down, get language down, get history down, get science down. And when you got those things figured out, then you can think about taking some more responsibilities off of my plate as the parent, because my plate as the parent is to teach certain things. And I'm down for the school to have something, but they don't have a good track record of being too successful. I'll hold my breath if you want, if you can find me a government program that's done anything with any sort of efficiency or success that's worth replicating. So that being said, I'm okay with the school systems not doing it. In fact, I think the parents should step up and do more. Why are we looking at the school system saying, be the mommy and daddy and teach my kid everything? You already hand over 8 hours of the kid's damn day to the government. Take some time to talk to your kid, have a conversation, for crying out loud. Teach them about these things. You want somebody who's got some different idea or moral set, giving those ideas to your child? Or do you want to take the responsibility that you deserve as a parent and do what's right by your child, and you pass on the knowledge that's necessary? So we can talk about the school and blame them all you want, but I want to say, why do you expect the school to do everything? You're the parent. You do some of it, and your kid will be better off for it. I guarantee you. You might not like it. You may hate what I'm saying, but I guarantee you, you take the time, your kid will be better for it, and you'll be better for it. I guarantee you. After having a conversation with your kid, getting to know them, ain't gonna hurt nobody.
Exactly. Like, and I was also gonna say, like, yes, like these parents, like it's not even the school or the teachers, like, because I was also gonna say, like, and then these kids, like then like these kids, like, and these teens, like they be thinking like they be so freaking grown because now that like they be sexually active, like, but they parents don't even be like giving them a talk or nothing. Like it's not even the school or yeah, like the school giving them the sex ed talk. Like you can't depend on those schools. Like their parents need to be having to talk with them. Like that's crazy. Like then they be thinking like they so freaking grown because like you don't want to do now. Like and you barely even know anything like or barely about your body or nothing. Like you barely educated, baby. Like that's just crazy.
It is
But
crazy.
yes, like I definitely get what Mister is saying. Like it's like yeah, you can't like depend like on a school down. But like it's like that's crazy. Like they barely teaching it.
Are you done? I don't want to cut you off, love.
Oh no, you can go.
Okay, Mr. Prince, for the first time in our TikTok history of being in lives together, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit.
Uh-oh.
So,
It's all good. You know I'm totally okay with other people being wrong. You know that.
I know I was being, oh, wow, 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 wow. I'm telling your wife like you.
That was dope.
Like
That was dope.
parents just need to
So
be parents.
hold on a second. So my disagreement isn't in totality. I do think that parents need to step up and do their jobs because the issue I have is, especially with someone who has worked in the educational system, right? Parents expect us to raise their children for them. And then when they feel like we're not doing enough for them or not under teaching them what they want their children to know, they blame us for it when that's their end of the bargain. Like, yes, we did have your children for 8 hours of the day, 5 days a week, so there's a lot. But when we need you to pick up your slack, and it's more than just sexual education, making sure your kids do their homework, making sure that your children live in a home where they feel loved, where they can be where they can grow and have understanding of things. They're not doing that at all, and then expect us to do that on top of us doing our teaching job. And then when it's not enough for them, even though we're overworked, underpaid, and undervalued, then they have an issue. So I think it's a balance of both. I do think that it needs to be in schools. I do, because we talk about the things parents typically won't talk about. And then I do think there needs to be conversations at home as well. I think it's a blend of what you were saying and the educational system. But it also can't be the educational system when the same parents who don't want any of this stuff in school won't have those conversations at home. You have to make up your mind. You can't tell us don't teach my
Right.
child this and then you're not going to teach it to them.
I want to rebut because like I said, I'm okay with you being wrong, but here's the thing: is you weren't
Oh
wrong.
my God.
You just didn't realize that you didn't agree with me, and let me point out why. I had already said at the beginning that I think that the school system needs to return back to its more effective criteria. And
Oh, I
then
didn't hear
after
that part.
but after I had said that, I went on to my tangent about parents taking up the responsibility to teach things, and my whole focus on it is because too much is being thrown at the school to handle, in my opinion. The schools are not built to handle teaching kids every aspect of life and raising them, and that's what parents have expected from schools. You're absolutely correct. I agree with you, and that's what my whole tangent was about, is saying, how about parents step up and we start doing this, and then when the school system can equally manage and properly handle the main categories of education: arithmetic, science, education, history, etc., when those areas are finally down pat, then we can think about stacking more on the school system's plate. But it's overwhelmed. And parents need to step up. And guess what? Teachers need to have the ability and the authority to look at a parent and say, you need to step up and help your child. And when the parent clutches their pearls and goes and cries to the principal needs to say, deal with it or go to another school. Okay,
And I'm telling you,
the
we can't
authority
do
system.
that.
Well, I'm telling you my opinion. This is what I agree with you, but teachers don't have the ability to do what I just said, and they need to have this ability to say, guess what? You need to step up, mom and dad. You need to make sure that Johnny reads chapters 3 through 4 next week. You have to do it. And if you don't, Johnny's not going to get the help he needs. He's going to be held back another year, and it's going to be because of your inaction. And if they get offended, they need to be able to be okay and be offended and reassured that they're still fine while being offended, and that Johnny still needs to read chapter 3 to 4 this week. So, I'm agreeing with you, Slim. Really, we agree.
But
It's
Flint,
just,
My
I'll be
bad,
right back.
because I honestly thought you were saying that it should be taken out of school completely
well,
well,
I
But
think
from
some
a
you
general
mentioned it.
sense.
besides a general
Yeah.
medical standpoint and biological standpoint, understanding as far as sciences and things of that nature, I think those things should be included, and I think people need to understand the biological functions they're going through, especially in high school. I think there's going to be education for that, of course.
But I'll say this though. What do you think about this, Print? Because I do hear what you're saying, and I agree. But it's like history has shown that people, in quote, I'm sorry for saying it, but people are just stupid. Like we can say what should happen, but the majority of people won't do it, right? The majority of people are not having that talk, and they're not going to have that talk with their kids. So if you are in leadership as a government or school system, whatever, I think that it does, there is something that needs to happen as far as if you know that these people are not going to do it, right? We have to figure out a way to include that in a more effective way than it has been to put that into the schools. Because if you don't, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? And we could say it is, and in the perfect world, I totally agree with you. I think it should. In my life personally, that's how it happened, and it worked. But in most people, that just don't happen. And so it's easier to mandate or easier to institute something in institutions than it is to tell every American family that this is what they have to do, right? So what do you think? How do you think that you could integrate that? Because I do believe that it needs to be something. But what do you think that, you know what I mean? It has to be a little
I
bit
mean,
more comprehensive than just medical. You get what I'm saying? Like, what do you think?
yeah.
How do you include that?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to solve an issue that has been highly debated for a long time. So I don't think I
Right,
have
just
the
an
exact
idea. Just an
answer.
idea. Because I know none
But
of us really know.
but my idea would be to try to come up with a solution that's going to serve the most good to the most people at the most in the shortest time. Okay, so I would like to try to keep the if people need to be taught something, if we're going to decide that unilaterally across the country every school needs to have an education system for this, then I would like that education system to be uh, purely fact based, and I would like it to be I would like a lot more of the subjective and nuanced portions of that to be left to the higher academies and places of higher developed study where it can be entertained in a reasonable area, not necessarily in high schools. So, because I feel like there's a lot of mixing of of potential hypothetical ideologies that are being exercised amongst people who aren't really prepared to handle the repercussions of some of these ideologies. So I think that we have to be careful with what we teach and how we teach it. Indoctrination isn't bad in its inception of the word. How what we indoctrinate and how we do that is what's going to determine whether it's good or bad. So my opinion would be keep it fact-based information, keep it information that's going to keep people healthy, and keep it biologically oriented so that we can understand what's happening with our bodies in order to keep dominion over them.
There you go. What's up, Tone? What's happening with your player? You got the red on you. I don't know if we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just lagging a little bit.
I
I'm
hope that
gonna
was a good
drop for
answer
a
for you,
little
cousin.
bit. I have to go check in. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah. Did anybody else want to touch that answer? Or
I really believe that they should, a lot of the things should go backwards. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to go back in order to go forward, if you will. You know what I mean? These days, a lot of the teachers are not really hands on, if you will. You see what I'm saying? They have a whole bunch of students in a little area, and there's two of them against this whole army of rebels, if you will. They're taught via tablet, iPad, internet, etc., etc. So they're not with them. They're not actually hands on shoulder or taking little Johnny to the corner between classes. You know, the classrooms have to be smaller. The tablets have to be taken away. You know what I'm saying? If the tablets are taken away, they should be only taken away for one period of the four. You see what I'm saying? Because these days, I think they're fashioned. They have four classes a day, and then they switch out to a B schedule. You know what I mean? I find these days these kids are faltering and falling behind because they have access to the worldwide internet all day long, from the time that they wake up to the time they go to bed. They get on it from their phones when they're on the bus on the way to school. When they're at school, they have to log on to their tablets, do their accounts. They have to look for their own websites. They have to research their own work. The things are not explained. They're expected to read and comprehend everything. Words that are college level, and they're only in seventh grade and sixth grade. You know what I mean? The web is good, but it's not the end all be all, if you will. We are not having control of our children because our children are not being taught hands on.
Well, that's
like we saying,
if I can point to something that you're speaking to is you're speaking to the necessity of things that are government oversight. The system that you're complaining about exists because it's much more cost effective to file these students through the system in a computer based learning setup. It costs less, it's faster, it's more effective of processing student number whatever through grade 9, 10, 11, 12, and then out of the system on with the next. It's a much more effective system. So You know, that's
And
what we get. That's
I
what we
guess
get.
that's
That's
a
what we
matter
get
of
with government oversight, like the way that it's functioning.
that's a matter of opinion. And there are also schools that can choose not. A lot of these schools can choose not to implement tablets. I understand it's a government system, but what actually happens in the schools are carried out by the teachers, so on and so forth. They don't have to have them, but if you see that the things are not working, and they're not working, if you look at the standardized test scores and the way that these children are behaving, just like with the Einstein guys, they do the same thing and expecting to get different outcomes. It doesn't make sense to me. The children are failing. They're failing. Okay. And what's the thing that's covering the whole class? The internet and them being online from the time that they wake up to the time they go to bed. And there is a difference, sir, between someone complaining and answering a question. I land.
Hey, could I?
Okay.
I would think
Wait.
this
Hold it.
real
Hold it.
quick.
Hold it. Hold it. Hold
Oh,
it.
you want
Hold
to
it.
get in, Gemini? Go
Hold it.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I'm trying to let Tone get in. He ain't said a word. He been up here a few minutes. He ain't said a
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
So I let him get in real quick.
Uh, just let you know, it was all good. I was actually driving, so it was all fine. But more than likely, I'm probably gonna divert back to what I seen up on the board, and not what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry, I wasn't really too involved in it because I was driving. But yeah, I'll comment on what I seen on the board. Excuse me, little one. Sorry, my cat. Yeah, I see you. I see you. You're not supposed to be in here. Okay, so you don't really care about kids. Agreeing to more than one abortion. I don't think you care about kids. Um, if you have an abortion at all. Um, if you have one at all, you don't care about kids. You don't care about human life. Um, sorry, one second. My cat is about to get on my nerves. Come here. Come here. Okay, so can someone read the first question for me so I can properly answer it while I'm dealing with this cat?
So, hey Tone. So real quick before we read that question, um, do you feel like it's possible for a woman to care more about herself and her lifestyle, but still love children?
You said care about herself and her lifestyle, but still care about children.
Yeah, like she doesn't want kids of her own, but like she is like super auntie or super um, miss whatever to all of the kids that are already present.
Sure, she can have a level of care, but if her priority is her lifestyle, then more than likely the kids won't be her priority.
Nah.
So sure, but not as much as her lifestyle and the way she carries.
You cheating. You cheating. Gemini, I caught you. You made me run all over here. You cheating. You can't you can't manipulate his answer. You gotta give him the topic.
What I do?
Yeah, it,
What I
You,
do?
you gonna ask him the question from your angle. He said, I want you to answer. Do you believe that if a
no,
that
I
was
mean,
funny. No, no,
I
I
mean,
wanted him to answer. I want to see his perspective on the topic itself though. But the way he did it, it
No,
was
he
funny.
said. Oh,
yeah,
He
for the
answered it
That
question, he
already?
was kind of
said.
slick.
Yeah,
That
he said
was
that
kind
they
of
don't
slick.
care. They don't care about kids at
I would
all
say
if they
Oh,
have
that's what
one
he. Oh, okay, I
abortion.
get you. That's when you guys said that. All right, I didn't think he would. Okay, I got you. I got you. I thought he was being
yeah, I would
funny. I
say
was like, this dude trying to do.
I mean, I would say these are two different things.
Yeah. So,
Being a
did you hear
auntie,
his question though?
yeah, he said,
Yeah.
do you think she could care about both? And I said, sure, but if her priority is her lifestyle, then more than likely she's going to care more about her lifestyle than she cares about her auntie. That's my answer to that. But if you're doing that into relation with abortion, I think those are two things different because Abortion is unaliving a child in utero that would have resulted in a live birth. That's an intentional unaliving. That's what that is. So if you can do that, right, I think that you more than likely don't care about humans, be it human children, especially ones in utero. You don't. So I don't think that's comparable to, let's say, a super auntie that said, you know what, I don't want kids of my own because I know how y'all be, but I do like y'all still. So I would be a good auntie, but I'm gonna focus on my lifestyle, which I don't think is wrong. Sure, be a super auntie. Stop. My cat also knows how to open doors, so he's trying to open my door right now. But I locked it. Okay. If they say a lot of women are passing away by pregnancy, why even open your legs? That would be a great question if that were the thing. So the mortality rate is extremely low for pregnancy. Yeah, it's very low. But if that were the case, right? Sure, why would you then, right? Why would you open your legs? Yeah, a lot of women are. That's a farce. It's political propaganda. I know we've heard Kamala saying that it's political propaganda that she's using to push the pro-choice and unaliving children. That's all she's doing. We've got stats on this. Even actually Planned Parenthood has their own stats on it. And yeah, they even told the truth and know that she's lying, which is interesting. You can look it up. It's on Guttmacher. They have the study. I actually have it too. I'll pull it up later. Um, do you believe God is more pro-life or pro-choice? Why not? Pro-life, of course. Yeah, he's pro-life. Um, yeah, there's tons of scriptures where they talk about unaliving someone, well, murdering someone, right? And how this is not permissible. Even in Proverbs 6 and 16, it talks about, yeah, you knew it was coming. I know, Ken, you knew it was coming. Yeah, Proverbs in 6 and 16, it talks about the things that he hates the most. And one of them is spilling innocent blood. What is a fetus? What is a child? That is an innocent human being that you are unaliving. Therefore, yes, he is pro-life. And I know there's people that want to bring up that one scripture about the water, holy water that was tainted and stuff like that. Yeah, that was a test for that man. That was a test for a man. That wasn't something that was told to be like, oh yes, this is a thing that we do. This is something that is permissible. No, that was a test for that man and his wife. Um, let's see. Why do you believe men are using nature as an excuse for a lack of discipline? If you use nature, or primal nature of man as a lack of discipline in society, you you're uncivilized. You're just primal, and you should be looked at as that way. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. That's like I said, we're social creatures, and we're also communal too. So if you act primal and just off of nature and leave out all social implications and how to be civil and communal, yeah, more than likely you'll be ostracized or controlled. That's what we do to people. They tend to just try to act bluntly on, do stupid shit. Yeah, no, that's what happens to them. They get either ostracized or controlled. Yeah. Okay, wait. Why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Example, men that claim they are leaders blaming women to make them a better man. If you have to be a better, well, if you can't be a better man because women aren't being good women, you were never that in the first place. Don't sweat yourself. That's the same thing as women is saying, oh, I can't do this or be like this because of this. No, that was just never your character to begin with. That's all. So don't sit here and blame your character flaws or inactivity or dormantness on someone else. That's an excuse not to be a good person. Good people are just going to be good people or aim to be good people. That's it. But this is crazy to see you doing an abortion topic. I thought we was gonna have some opposition up here. I ain't gonna
Yep.
lie. Yeah, I was actually debating some pro choices earlier. Well, actually, no, I did one like a few days ago. She was a neurologist professor, and she tried to debate me. I ended that debate in 3 minutes. It was hilarious. See, I should have clipped it. I really should have. It was hilarious. She worked at Berkeley or some shit like that. But yeah.
Hey Tone, can you identify any institution in society that was put in place that maybe in its inception helped men deal with that self-discipline? Anything come to mind?
That help instill self discipline.
Yeah, an institution that by its nature agreeing into it, its byproduct is one that creates self-discipline.
That creates the safest one. I would say when it comes down to discipline, probably let's say like the army. That's probably one that comes to mind, like military type.
What about marriage? Would you, when it
Yeah,
in
I
its
mean,
inception, would you say it qualifies under what I was describing?
well, to instill discipline, I would say no, but it would be a I would say it would be a demonstration. You should demonstrate it within marriage, but I think you should be disciplined before you go into it because that was what make you a husband. And the same thing for a wife. These things were established before you were married. Remember that scripture, he who finds a wife, which means she was that before marriage. Marriage didn't make her that. She was
Yeah,
that before.
I understand that point. I guess what I was kind of getting at is that marriage and its function, it prevented a lot of the issue with men using it's my nature as an excuse for a lack of self-discipline, because you were one man married to one woman and you were going to sire your children and you were going to be in this unit where you were going to raise these children, and it protected women, it kept them from being abandoned raising a bastard, it guaranteed paternity for the man.
Okay, no, I
There were
agree.
these societal things that, like I said, it was kind of a byproduct of marriage. Was it created these areas of discipline? Do you agree or no?
I would say sure to an extent. I would say for what they needed to be as a man that is married, yes, of course. Now there's trial and tribulation that of course built men up more than they were. Let's say, um, for instance, there are things that more than likely you may not go through as a man by yourself, but you as a man that have other people depending on you, i.e., family, wife, children, or something else. Obviously, you have things like discipline, virtues, other things like that that you would probably have to convey out. Characteristics that you would have to then enact or keep up as a man. And yeah, I would say sure these things are probably lessons and things that you have learned while within marriage. Sure, but I think that characteristic, let's say the pragmatic the action of it happening, that virtue has to already be there first. It would have to be there first. You just enacted on it and kept it up. But I would say sure still I do agree. I do agree.
Okay, so then I guess if I we were to extrapolate it one step like further, um, do you see how the destruction of marriage in the last 60 years, 50, 60 years or so, do you see a
Mhm.
correlation, not necessarily causation, but a correlation between that erosion and men's attitude versus their self-discipline when it comes to promiscuity? Do you think that that's a correlation there? Like, Is that just connecting only in my eyes, or do you see that because marriage has lost
I
its
definitely
value,
agree.
that
Yeah, I definitely
men have
agree.
to put this energy somewhere, so it's easy to blame nature, whereas before I used to put this energy in being a good husband so that I could find a wife. Is this a false connection or no?
No, I wouldn't say this is a false connection. I wouldn't say it's an exact correlation, but or an exact cause. But I wouldn't say you're wrong either. I mean, because of course, I would say it's a tit for tat type of thing. It's like a domino effect. This happened, therefore this happens, therefore this falls apart, therefore, this is not a thing anymore, therefore there's destruction here, therefore, yeah, I understand that. So of course, so marriage not being a thing, right? Or not being taken seriously means that men obviously say, you know what, to an extent, I don't have to act this way. I don't have to develop these characteristics because this is not what is needed from me from this society. This isn't. So I could do this. I could go and just spread myself thin. I could do this. I could stay on my game. I could go party. I don't have to be stoic. I don't have to be courageous. I don't have to be assertive or anything. They don't have to do these things, right? Because of the deterioration of family, um, societal norm, what would have been, right? They don't have to do these things anymore. They don't have to, what's it called? They don't have these, I guess, expectations anymore for, anything. Therefore, they don't really have to display them. But, I think being put in a situation where you have to, of course, it would probably be, you know, they probably be very, like, what, trivial to it.
Yeah,
Like
and
I
I
said,
guess that was kind of what I was getting at, and I know cousin wants to get in. We got to get Zeus in here. So thank you for entertaining that thought with me. I think it was kind of an interesting idea that we just went through. That the institution did one thing, and through its erosion, we're kind of back to where we were before it was created. It's kind of an interesting conundrum. So thank you.
mhm,
Yeah, I just
yeah.
wanted to say to that, like I think maybe it is the marriage kind of institutes honor and a consistency. I think maybe that might get developed through the institution of being married. You have to be consistent, right? You can't take days off. You know what I mean? Like you become like that responsibility gene kicks in because now you have to be honorable, you have to be consistent. But discipline is like integrity. That's regardless who's there, who's watching, who's what. So whether you marry, whether you're not, if you're a disciplined person, you're gonna be disciplined, period. If you're not, you see what I'm saying? The, like when he said the army and stuff like that, it's because if you don't do it, you're getting court-martialed, you're getting
Place of
smoked. You're getting
duty.
something. It's making you be. And so as a result of that, habitually you become disciplined. So a lot of people come out the military, they're still that way, right? Because it's now a habit. But I think to your point, I think it's related, but I don't know if it's a cause, like Tone said. You know what I mean? I can agree with that. I think the more direct causation I think of marriage would be like responsibility or like consistency. What do you think? I know. I'm sorry. Somebody else wanted to get in. I think it was Zeus who wanted to get in, but we can talk about it later.
Yeah, what's up, kid? What's up, panel? What's up, Brent?
That's a good
Yeah,
Who's that player?
I imagine if there were like classes in America, like it is in China. They have like women etiquette classes in school. Younger men have martial
Jesus,
arts.
can you get a little closer to your mic, my guy?
Oh yeah, my bad. But yeah, imagine if there were like classes in America like it is in China. They have like women etiquette classes in schools. The younger men have martial arts classes and martial arts instructors, that teach them discipline, and loyalty, right? And I think I heard someone speaking about the schools, because yeah, in America they failing, bad. And I'm gonna tell you, I was a teacher. I'm actually, working on getting my master's in psychology slowly while I do my businesses and stuff. But the schools are failing bad. I mean, I'm working on my program. I have a nonprofit that I'm working. Hopefully, I can get some partnership with this youth corps. But when I go into the school systems to help to try to insist on mentoring these kids and stuff like that, it be the boards, like they be pocketing the money, that's meant for the children. I've seen this type of stuff. What school systems like I think the school system need to implement a better system. Like, right, for example, I think this would be a good, well, it would be a good portion that I believe that will be lifted to help teachers. Because the young individuals need it. The system that I'm thinking like that they need to implement is a better system for fathers that are involved, right, with their children that want to be involved, to where they be automatically notified in regards to like behavior, right? Because a lot of time, most of the time, what I've seen, I promise you, they wait till things get too bad, or they do it on, they'll know a father is involved. They know the child has a father, but they won't have some type of program to where and I've seen this too, where they allow conflict to control how the children's development is in school. And hear me good on this, because I'm telling you, I can prove this, and I'm doing more research on this shit. The school system does not always follow what's in the best interest for the children. They do how can I put this? They allow the conflict to overrule in what they see children would be struggling with. And like, for example, children have to get counseling, right? After they have some, maybe 4 Fs, 2 Fs, and 2 S's, hypothetically. And the mom would be the primary, majority of the time. Okay, let's just say that. And the mom will just be putting the kid in tutoring, and tutoring won't necessarily be doing the do, because as we all know, any parent should know, you got to work with your kids at home, in order for the child to be most successful in school, and then they go to school, and they get the rest of the learning from the teachers, because it starts at home. I do believe that. So that's what's not happening. That's what a lot of times, in these, so these schools like Jim Hill, Callaway, Kirksey's Middle School that I was teaching at. Oh my goodness, I'm talking about they have so many issues with the parents being involved, like, and a lot of times, and this is the research I'm trying to get the data on, and these surveys is how I'm getting it. And I'm asking the kids directly. I'm asking the children, because I'm getting the permission of the principal to get these surveys filled out in class. And this is for the kids who may be struggling in school, or have behavior problems. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily just go bombarding their student. No, right? But I think it would be beneficial to the kids if there's some type of better method to where the fathers want to be, that are fighting to be involved, and there's this whole court thing in the middle, where, and of course everybody can say, yeah, it's a public school, but I'm telling you, public schools do get in the middle, and they do choose a side. They do. Public schools do that. They'll actually allow the moms to change things regarding what they say, based on what they say. Now, the document can clearly say that the father has rights, but the school, if the mother says not to do something, I guarantee you they're going to honor what their mother says, right? So that's a problem. That's a huge problem, and it actually jeopardizes the children's success in so many different dynamics. I've seen it, and I can prove it. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm working on gathering that data. For just, I believe it'd be beneficial, but this is something that I thought that was interesting, and I'm going to land. And I'm not going to get biblical at all, on this, but it is a portion of the Bible where it reads like, the Bible includes, and I think that this would be a good method to, again, be a solution. for the children too, you know. But I think more so too, like Brent was saying, you know, we need to have more better families staying together and things like that, knowing how to, you know, be wives and be husbands and things of that nature, you know, because my dad loved my mom, you know, and so it's like I definitely believe in that and that unity. But if women don't possess this, the quality to understand of being feminine, you know, I don't think that it would be is that there's not going to be too much success for relationships. You know what I'm saying? If women don't understand that it's their role to be feminine women, respectful, they don't have to holler, they don't have to be loud to assert their opinions or whatever. That is what I believe. That's what's ruining a lot of things that's happening in the world. You know, people are. I'm just saying, but the Bible includes several verses that touches on the subject of behavior and character. Again, this is behavior and character that the children are witnessing, right? So it's like some of these can be interpreted as advice for women, often in the context of wisdom, gentleness, and discretion. I think a lot of women lack discretion, in different ways. And here are some verses that people are commonly referred to regarding the concept of a loud and contentious woman. Proverbs 9:13. The woman folly is loud. She is undisciplined and without knowledge. Right here, loudness is associated with folly, lacking wisdom or prudence. The verse is more about a folly than volumes itself, continuing against disruptive or undisciplined behavior. Proverbs 2:21-9, better to live on a corner of the roof than share a house with a quarrelsome wife. Okay, this verse emphasizes the discomfort of constant contention or argument, regardless of gender, encouraging peace and harmony in relationships. Again, that's why feminine women rule. They rule. I'm telling you, I respect some feminine women. I just can't say that enough. This passage speaks of wayward women who disregards guidance or stability, right? Often interpreted as a warning against unfaithful or rebellious behavior. So, but I'll land there. Appreciate the care.
Hey Kev, really quick, before you totally land, get that plane back up. You're gonna circle really quick, because I want to point out that what you said was absolutely true. My wife can get way more out of me with a gentle little touch of my shoulder and a whisper than she can screaming at me from across the house. But I just got to know, you don't really care about kids if you're agreeing to more than one abortion. What's your take?
Say that again.
Oh yeah.
The question in the red. What's your take?
Was that a question for me, man?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Oh my goodness. I think it was a live about this the other day about s'mores or whatever. Shoot. I mean, it's murder. I mean, ain't no way else to look at it. Women who, I guess I don't know. I heard one woman say she had 5. I was like, damn. How do you? It's tough. But
her midsection is just a hearse at that point.
You try to say schmurder, don't say the,
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just tough.
You weren't wrong. Yeah, you were right. You're right.
It's unfortunate though that I don't know. I mean, it's bad. I mean, hey, but I ain't no woman. That's just my small opinion on it.
Kev, don't be going to sleep over there.
Leave me alone. I'm up.
Let's get some taps on the screen.
I do got a bad record right now. I just did like 3 weekends in a row.
Dang. But nah, I would say Zeus, don't quiet yourself on that. Nah. I think it's a human's rights violation, and I think everyone has the right to speak out on that. So it's not just something that, women can speak on. Men can speak on it as well.
I put it in the book. I put it in the book, dog. I got a book. I'm going to publish abuse awareness. Because men get abused the most. They say that women ones get abused. No, men get abused the most. Trust me.
Yeah, we be getting our ass whooped, but
we just don't say it enough.
I just want people to tell me what human right do you have if at its foundation you don't have the right to be alive?
Yeah, okay, so I think at our foundation, actually, that right there, our supreme right is our right to life, under the telos of what man is. Um,
Exactly. Exactly.
Under the telos of what man is, our supreme right is the right to life. And I think that no one else should be able to encroach on that right or infringe upon it. So when it comes down to humans, right? You are a human at conception, because that is when literally you have all the markers for life, everything um in that DNA compound literally is there for the rest of your life. That's what you need. You can assert, well, you can maintain homeostasis where you are. You have the seven indicators of what it is to be human, and pretty much, yeah, that's what makes you human and alive. You grow from then and there on, even though you're not a, you know, person walking around. You are a human in development. But it's
Yeah.
crazy. We're all humans in development. So
Yeah.
like
At the moment of inception or conception, I'm sorry. At the moment of conception, there's brand new DNA that has never existed and will never exist ever again. Right there.
yeah. Therefore
Brand
you
new
are
human DNA. Not
human.
mom, not dad. Brand new individual.
Yep. That means you are human and alive. You are a person. I know that's philosophical, but you are a person by definition. You have your own unique chemical and DNA makeup, which makes you an individual, even if you're inside of someone else.
How? So is okay. So but so if you don't have to, and I'm just wondering why. I'm just want to just dig into this a little bit. So because this is dependent on the host, which is the mother, to live, right? So there's no breathing on your own. There's no eating on your own. There's no nothing on your own. Does that does that even play a part in that idea? Like does it, or it doesn't matter? It's just well, there's the idea is here, and so now they have the full autonomous rights, even though they're not autonomous. What do you think?
Yeah,
You know
well,
what I mean? Like what?
yeah,
And
as a
again, this is
person,
not my fault. I'm just asking because it's come up, so I'm just
yeah,
digging
I've
into
heard
it.
it before. Yeah, I've heard it before. So first off, remember, pregnancy. One, most women tend to put this amoral agent in that state of dependency. And we know, especially in this country, when you put someone in a state of dependency, you have an obligation to them in some sort of way, whether it be contractual, verbal, communal, some sort of obligation. So I think you do, um, as someone that lives in a community, and as a mother and a person that puts someone as the moral agent in a state of dependency, to then see it through until you can get that obligation transferred off to someone else. I don't think you should be able to unalive them now, because we can do this the same way outside of the womb, right? Even though that this child is outside of the womb, right, they still can't mostly eat on their own or survive on their own, um, which means they still, even after birth, have to depend on their mother even more, actually, than they did while they were in the womb. And I'm not saying you cousins, right? But women would tend to, or people pro-choicers, right, would tend to say that since they are still dependent on the mother, this would be a reason to unalive them. Um, no, because if you can't keep that same energy outside the womb, I don't think you should be able to have that choice or that energy inside the womb. Other than that, it'd just be a special pleaded location. That's it. So yeah, we should definitely have moral consideration for the child wherever they are, right? Because murdering them is a immoral action. And I don't think just because they're in a certain place, it would make it okay, right?
So then, if the action was, because these are the things that I hear as well, right? So if you have a case where it's either the mom or the child make a decision, You can't. One of you got to go,
Mhm.
and if they choose the child has to go. Now, is that wrong too, or is that okay? Because
Well, if we're
the circumstances.
well, I would
What do you
say
think?
if we're in a state where we have to choose, obviously more than likely people are going to choose who they can save. But we don't usually go through that, especially let's say in a hospital setting, right? They are under obligation, that Hippocratic oath, to save everyone in that situation. So let's say if we're in a situation like this, they'll take the child out and they will do what they can. They have two teams, they have another team on standby for the baby. They will do everything they can to save both lives. It's called the principle of double effect. But so they will do one thing, right? To have an intention to do something good. If the outcome is bad, the intention was to save both. But that, like I said, that doesn't like sully the value that we have on life. We
What was the
intend.
question again?
No, what I'm saying is if it's one or the other, right? Because I totally understand what you just said, right?
Yeah.
Which is, but I'm saying if there are cases where women are not going to survive this, so they make the decision to get rid of this, terminate this, try again later. Um, Maybe whatever health reasons, whatever the case is, right? Not going to be able to take it to term, so
Oh
you want
well,
to
I mean,
risk unaliving yourself. But now, but what I'm saying is, so when it becomes now the life one or the other, there seems to be no one saying, well, nope, let that kid go. You just got to unalive yourself, and
Yeah, I don't
nobody
think
says
there's
that. You get what
I
I'm
don't think
saying?
there's any
They,
moral standing for someone to tell you you have to give your life in
yeah,
that
there,
sense.
yeah,
I don't think that there's any moral ground for that argument. I think
there
that
isn't. Yeah, there isn't
I
because,
think
like,
that I think even biblically you'll find that if there were a hierarchy given to man to make this decision, I think that the man would say that wife needs to survive, and and we have to go through with the procedure on the baby, and then we can try again later. I think I don't think that's a morally difficult position to take, and I don't think there's anything you could legally argue that would compel a woman to be unalive so that the child can be born.
yeah, I would say this is the normative stance when it comes to this type of thing, right? Because we understand when it comes down to this, we're going to say this baby is more than likely not compatible with life, or it will threaten the life of the mother. Now, of course, when I'm an abolitionist, so I am against human rights violations. That would also mean the mother. That would also mean the mother. If one isn't compatible with life, that means it is threatening one of the other's life. Which means, let's say it was like ectopic or a miscarriage. Well, first off, that means the baby was already not compatible with life, or they are unalive. Therefore, we would take them out. You do a D&C, and which isn't an abortion. It's under medical, what's called, for the insurance. Yeah, they call it that, but it's not. But yeah, we would take them out because obviously it would threaten the life of the mother, which you would use the castle doctrine or self-defense principle, if that makes sense to anybody.
And here's the really interesting thing too about the medical technology right now. Um, if a woman finds herself in a position where carrying baby to term is going to be detrimental to her physical health, then right now they can do a cesarean, and they've kept babies alive from like 21 weeks in the incubator, the NICU center, and the medical technology is getting to the point where the scenario that cousin brought up only exists in a very short window. If and I think Tone kind of brought it up too, is that they try and do everything they can, and they're not successful all the time, but the technology is advancing really, where we're getting to the point to where viability is very, very young
Yeah, it's
outside of the womb.
Yeah, the lowest I think is 21 weeks and 5 days. That's probably the lowest amongst viability that we have, and where we can pretty much sustain life for that child. So with the scenario you brought up, cousin, I do understand it, but you're gonna use most hospitals, right? They'll use the principle of double effect. Let's say if like Master Mr. Prince said, they'll give that lady a cesarean, like or something like that. So they'll take the child out and then they'll do what they can to preserve the life. They won't unalive it and then do what they got to do, like, because either way you're gonna give birth to that child. You're going to give birth to that child, whether it's through abortion or through cesarean or natural birth. You're going to give birth either way. The only thing that pretty much stands in the way is either if you unalive it or not. So I would say, as abolitionist and someone that's pro-life, is don't unalive it. Just take it out. Try to give it as much care and sustenance as you can to keep it alive, to see if it will be compatible with life. If not, we tried. We tried because that's as much as we can do. I don't think
Yeah, I think the focus is on the effort, right?
yeah, that's what we're trying. Our intentions
So,
isn't to unalive it.
so is it effort when people be like, I don't have the mental capacity or I don't have the finances and all that stuff?
No, that's not
Would that?
capacity. Exactly. There
Right,
you go. There you go. There's not, and these aren't excuses because you wouldn't let's say like this with those same excuses. I wouldn't say that right now. Let's say if I had a 2-year-old right here and I don't have any money. I'm not gonna
right.
say, well, I
I
don't
was about to
have
get
the
there.
resources to take care of you. Let me go ahead and just yeet you. I can't do that. Like I can't do that. It wouldn't make sense. It's unintuitive.
There is something to be said too for in 9 months I'm gonna have another mouth I have to feed. I need to get my ass a job.
Yeah, that's really what
There's
it is.
something to be
Life's
said for what
hard.
that does to an individual.
Yeah, life's hard. Get a helmet. That's what I would say. Because if you haven't, if you brought life in, it doesn't matter how you did. You brought life in here. It's not up to you. You're not God. You shouldn't. You shouldn't get that decision to where someone lives or not.
So I hear that, and just because this is a good conversation, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate a
Uh,
little bit, but I would assume that a woman who is thinking in that nature, she's not thinking rationally. That's the reason why she's not mentally able to take care of the kid in the first place, because she don't have that train of thought. So if we recognize that and we say, all right, that's fine, you just got to take it to term and put up to her adoption, or whatever the case is, right? That would be, I hear that a lot too, right? So okay, let's say that's the case, but then a lot of the people that talk about this are the same, but they don't push for the programs that's going to keep that child once it's born. They're against those programs too. And so my only question, when I talk to people, and I'm like, okay, look, you can have that position. I respect it either way, right? But if I say that, you can't get rid of this kid unless it is a dire emergency, that's it, right?
medical exception.
Then I also have to now push for the programs that once that child is born, that you can actually make that happen. If I know that this woman is mentally not capable and I still make them do it, why do not we don't have the same push for the kids that's already here, that's in foster care, that's struggling, that aren't being looked after in that particular case? Nobody gives a damn about them.
Yeah,
But and I'm not saying you. I'm
Can
not
I
saying
can
you.
I
I'm just
speak on
putting this
this really
out there,
quick?
right?
yeah. I would say
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah. I'm just
this.
just putting it out for general purposes, just so y'all know. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear this conversation. I hear that one a lot too.
I just want to say really quick on that. Um, when I get to the deflection to the discussion of the afterbirth conversation, I usually find that the debate's going in a pretty disgenuine direction, but I try to really keep it on board because you won't find a lot of disagreement in me if you talk to me about it. So the current adoption system has tons of flaws. Um, hang on a second, really quick. What? Oh, good night, son. Love you. But anyways, so the adoption system, it has a ton of flaws in the way that it works, but you got to understand what we're asking it to do. We're saying we have an influx of children who have been removed from their homes, and we need you to find them homes that are not going to put them in a worse situation than they left. And this is a difficult process because there's a lot of pay incentives that open the room for people to be shady and have corruption. So I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying it's a hard ask. Right now, there's like 2 million people, I believe, 2.5 million people on the wait list for brand new babies that are born that need a home, like infants of any race, any gender, anything. They don't care. They just want an infant. And there's like 2.5 million people on that list waiting. So
Exactly.
the problem isn't that there aren't people who are willing to adopt. The problem is that we have this system with miles and miles of red tape that is necessary, some of it, but it's the bottleneck between getting the babies to the good families. There's a congestion and a slowdown, and I don't know how to fix it, but I agree that there's a problem there. And then as far as mental incapacity, there are already laws on the books that protect women, particularly who are mentally incapacitated, who are found to be pregnant. There's a lot of different laws in different states based
Or
on
like
mental
Impala.
capacity and what's legal, what's not legal. There's a whole mess when it comes to that. But if you're talking about general like mental stability, um, that's why when I use my definition, I said specifically physical health, because health can also be misinterpreted or construed to the definition of my mental health, my financial health, my perceived health in the future due to my own worries in the present. Like, there's a lot of ways you can twist the word health when you just put it out plainly. So that's why I said physical, because when you just say health, you're opening the room up to a lot of different avenues.
Yeah.
So I hope that kind of, it's like, I agree, cousin. There's a lot of issues with aftercare, but there's also other issues that are preventing certain aftercare and certain systems that offer care to mothers who want to take babies to term. There's a lot of pushback and societal suppression of those organizations as they exist right now. That's not being put out because it doesn't agree with the mainstream narrative. I'm not. This is not a conspiracy. This is a real thing.
Yeah, I would like to piggyback off of that. Um, and I have a question, cousins. Just for the hypothetical. And the infant adoption agency, how many kids do you think are waiting to be adopted?
You said what? Say again?
That in the infant adoption agency, how many kids do you think are waiting to be adopted right now?
I guess it depends on the age. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that the most popular, or the most popular, sound like a damn car lot. The most desired is a certain age. Once they get past a certain age, it's like, I'm good. So you have a
Yeah.
lot of, at a certain age, there's none, right? There's a waiting list. But then right out of that age, you might have a couple of thousand, depending on where you look, right? So I'm just saying, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm just saying, in general, there seems to be more emphasis on, abortion, because that seems like that's the hotter ticket. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
So
there's more emphasis on
yeah,
that without speaking about the other, and it just interesting conversation. But I don't know the exact
yeah.
numbers.
So the infant adoption agency and the fostering are two different entities. So in the infant adoption agency, there are zero children waiting. Zero. None.
Let's let me let
I'm
up
seeing
to.
about
I got
108,000 is what I'm seeing right now for what's considered infants.
yeah.
Infants?
I got.
Well, see, that's after a certain age. See,
Hold up,
that's what I'm
y'all.
saying.
Hold up,
People
y'all.
want
Hold up, y'all.
newborns.
Y'all got two people that haven't said anything yet, though. Y'all just ping ponging. I put in the comments to see if y'all can let the other two. Cause Sunset been on here for a good while. I don't think I heard him say any. Him or her. I
No,
don't know.
I haven't said anything. Hello, everyone.
What's up, Sunset? And then we gonna get Re in after that too. Then y'all can go
What's
back to
happening?
open
You
pack.
know what? I read that comment. I thought you said sunset gone. that she left. I didn't. My bad. When I saw the comment, but I thought you were saying she left. I couldn't really see the
Nah.
screen. My bad.
Oh no, no, no.
I'm still here.
After they go, we can go back to open panel again. Yeah, Sunset in, then re.
Okay, far as adoption for foster children, I had foster kids. It's hard for the foster children today. I had two, they were siblings, and the lady called me and she says, listen, I have siblings. I said, siblings? She said, yeah, a boy and a girl. And I don't want to separate them. I'm like, all I asked for is a boy, like that. And she told me it was a 13-year-old girl. I'm like, oh, 13-year-old girl, right? I already had, two girls at home with me already. So I was like, oh, okay. So I said, well, let me think about it and I'll get back with you. So I thought about it and I said, and I prayed on it and I asked God, what should I do? Next thing you know, I went on and accepted them in my home. And the boy was like, what, maybe about 6 or 7 years old. The girl was 13. And I was like, oh my gosh. So when they brought him to me, the girl, she was a certain size and what have you, she was wearing a size 22 at the time. So when they came to my home, this is how foster children are. Okay, see, because they've been basically shuffled around to home, and this is exactly what happened. And she didn't want to, separate them because of the little boy. He was a little, he's a little feisty. He wanted his mommy, and so mommy had problems, far as dealing with certain things that she shouldn't have been dealing with. And so she lost them. So I had them and I accepted them in my home. And what happened is I fixed food. And this is the way it is with the children because people treat them like they're less than human beings. And because they're not theirs. But I treat them like they were mine as soon as they come inside my door. And so I told him, I said, I fixed food. I told the 13-year-old to fix her brother a plate. So when she fixed both of their plates, she piled it up. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at her at her size at 13, wearing a size 22. I said, baby, I said, let me tell you something. I said, I said my name, Miss So and So. Her kitchen is open 24 hours. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want, just let me know. I said, you're more than welcome to have whatever I have. I said, but you see how I got my plate? This is how these children are. I'm serious because they're afraid that they won't be able to get to eat. And so, and this is what I'm saying about people having children and then they fall by the wayside and the poor children have to suffer. So I didn't want that to happen in my watch. So I told her, I said, look, I said, you can afford to lose some weight, sweetheart. I said, we're going to start exercising and stuff like that. I said, but anything you want, I will never take candy, cookies, none of that stuff from you. But you got to learn how to, to maneuver this and know how to do things in a proper way. When you get these kids that come in your home, they're damaged, they're abused, they're misused, their mentality is just totally just destroyed because they've been taken away from their family, their mother, and you just have to treat them with kid gloves. But that was one of the best experiences that I could ever have in life. And if I had to do it all over with them too, I would do it over again. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Out of all of that, I had me a valedictorian, which is her, and here and the boy turned out to be an artist. I mean a professional artist. So I'm just saying, I understand how the world is today, but these children need a chance. The ones that's got these babies and having these children, that's pregnant. Why would you want to abort a human being? It's wrong. I even went to a place with this lady and she was getting ready to abort her child. Here I am, 8 months pregnant. She asked me what would I do? I said, what do you think I would do? She went on and she had that baby. That baby living today and she is successful today. But she'll never know that I was the one that basically saved her life because I would never tell it. But we need these people to get themselves together mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, and learn how to do right by our children. You want to bring them in the world, but you don't want to treat them like they're a human being. It's just not fair. It's not fair at all. Too many people don't have compassion. They don't need children. And if anything, have the baby. Have the baby. I am one that she had the baby. I was one of those babies. I was at the hospital. My kin people came and got me and saved my life. At least I was still in the same situation far as within my family. Because other than that, I wouldn't even know who I was and where I came from. It's not fair. I'm against that abortion shit. Excuse my French. But it's not fair. At least let that child have a life. That's all I got to say. I'm done.
I want to say something about that abortion thing. I was 16 years old, dating a 19-year-old. I got pregnant by him. I was a orphan kid too. At age of 4, 3 to 4, I had to go into an orphan home because my real mother couldn't take care of me, and really she didn't want to take care of me. So I moved into a foster home, loving foster home. I miss my foster parents to 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 now. But after I moved out their house, my real mother came to get me. And when I moved back with her, it was a living hell. At the age of 16, I got pregnant by this guy that I was dating. Uh, my teacher took me to Planned Parenthood because I didn't know what was wrong with me. They said I was pregnant. I was scared out of my wits to tell my real mother, due to the fact because she physically harmed me any chance she got to. My brothers, no, they never did nothing wrong in her eyes. But this woman physically abused me every chance she got. Teacher drove me to my house and sit with me so we could talk to her. When she opened the door and let us in, the first word came out of her mouth was, what the HEL did this little MF do today? And teacher said, oh, she didn't do anything. We just come to talk to you. My mother said, what y'all want to talk about? What? My teacher said, she's 2 months pregnant, almost 2 months pregnant. My real mother looked at me and said, oh, H now. Oh, H now. We not having a little asterisk, y'all can put the B on it, up in here. No, no, no. You're going to have abortion. Now, remind you, this was not my choice. The guy I was dating, he found out, he knew. His mother and father had called my real mother and asked her, why you won't let that girl keep her baby? And she said, Nate is the father, he had to say so too. She told them she did not give a damn and hung up on him. The day so that day, I will always remember, it was the end of April. We went to the clinic, and I was in tears going to the clinic. Went in there, The people did what they had to do. So we left. When I got home and laid down in my bed, because I was hurt for one, and I was crying another thing, but I didn't cry in front of her. No, matter of fact, let me back it up. We get in the elevator, and she says, "How you feeling?" I told her I'm okay, but deep down I wasn't okay because I couldn't tell her how I really was feeling because she might have hit me while we was in the elevator. So I went home and laid down in the bed, and I cried and I cried. So I got up, we lived in the projects, in Indianapolis, Indiana. I walked around the project because everybody was in school. I thought I'd go for a walk. One of the neighbors called me to her house through her window, and I said yes. She said, "Did your mama make you go have an abortion today?" I said yes. I said yes. She said, wow. I said yes. I said, Miss Deborah, I didn't want that. I wanted my baby. And she said, Virginia, I'm so sorry what you go through. And I stood right in front of her and I cried. She hugged me. She said, your mother treats you so bad. And I said, I know it. I don't know what I done to this woman. But then I know why she treated me so bad. Because she she didn't like the way I looked. Because I was born with a facial this bigger. So um the daddy knew, the father knew, and he broke up with me because of that. And then the school bus had to go past his house every day. He uh he would be standing in the window when the bus go past, and to the point that I started leaning down in the seat so he wouldn't see me because I was hurt. And I know he was hurt too. He was hurt too. So as I got more into the Bible and I kept reading about murder and unaliving babies and stuff like that, I, I kept thinking to myself, God, I don't want to go to hell for murder. I didn't make that choice. This is a choice somebody made for me. I can't tell a woman what to do with her body and not to do with her body, but I am not down with abortion. That hurted me. That hurted me really, really bad, and it sticks with me. It's a part of pain that I carry with me every day, knowing that my son or daughter could have been this year 39 years old because of a woman's choice that she made for me because I'm her daughter and she didn't like me. She didn't like the way I looked. I was called ugly and everything by her. But she made me unalive a baby. And I always kept asking. And then to the point when I got older, I kept talking about it, till I had to find somebody and really sit down and ask them, will God forgive me for what I did? But it wasn't my choice what I did. And they were like, yes, yes. And I asked them another thing. I said, do you ever think I will see my baby in heaven? And they said, yes, you will see your baby in heaven. And it put a lot of relief on me that I know one day that I'll see my baby. But it hurts me to my heart what she made me do. And like I said, I was nervous and I was scared because it wasn't my choice to make. And I didn't want to go to hell for that. So, um, I mean, I'm done. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm done.
Hey,
I'm
Ree,
done.
Ree, is that how I say it, Ree, or is it Ray, or?
Ree. It's Ree.
I want you to hear this. And you can take this as true or false or whatever coming from someone you've just met right now. But from my opinion, God has nothing to forgive you for. You did not do anything from the story that you told me. You were a victim. And in my opinion, you're asking for forgiveness for something that has no connection to you in the sense that you were a victim. I don't think you have to ask God for forgiveness for that at all, in my opinion. And I don't think God expects you to ask for forgiveness. I think if anything, he wants you to ask him for the strength to endure the grief that you're going through. And if you don't mind, I would love to include you in some group prayer that I do over here in my hometown.
Sure.
So I just want to let you know, I don't think you have anything to ask for forgiveness for at all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, thank you for sharing. You have to realize that even after 39 years, that still takes strength. And so I will not sit on anything that Prince said because everything he just said was 100. So I just wanted to add that to it. You're stronger than you know.
I'm not gonna lie, Ray. Like, I've got tears in my eyes. Like my heart hurts for you. I truly hurt for you right now. So I appreciate you sharing that. I don't want to turn my camera on because I'm an ugly crier.
It's all right. Nobody was cutting onions this time.
Mm.
I mean, you ugly before you cry, though.
You ain't wrong. Yeah, but it don't help, man. It don't help.
Hey, Miss Ray.
Ree.
Ree,
Yeah,
I
hi.
want to.
What's
I
up,
want to.
resin boys?
What's going on, man? I want to thank you for sharing that. I came in the middle of it,
So did I. That's
but
amazing.
I believe that more people need to hear your story because the count is up to like almost 38 million children this year, and we don't talk about it enough. And we don't hear stories like yours that impact us the way that it should. We should all be ugly crying every time we turn around and talk about something like this. Instead, we become so calloused that it is what it is. And ma'am, the fact that you sat here and shared with all of us and helped us to remember what we're fighting for, I just appreciate it.
Thank you.
Miss Ray, I
Yes,
want to thank
ma'am.
you too as well. I'm 54. I'm in New York. Proposition 1 helps to equalize health care for women and African Americans and gender, whatever people. So, hearing your story, I know when I was younger, I met a girl who was 11 years old who had a situation where she ended up with a child, and we went to the available options of Planned Parenthood, and then I took her to a high school level home where the young girls were all there with their children because I didn't know what kind of decision she was going to make, and years later I don't remember because I remember how much it affected me. When I had my first child, I was 22 years old. I was in a relationship. I was an adult. I had a job and all that. So when I took my child back to those locations to help those young girls understand the pressures and things of having a child, and then listening to their stories and other people's stories, there were women who were forced to go to term when they didn't want to. That holds a spiritual, mental, physical hurt as well. What you're saying is like you were like you weren't given the option. And there are women who are forced, despite how it occurred, to carry on. And and they have to then hand over that life to other people. Their fears for that child that they don't know, like you said, what you went through as a child, imagine having one who's then forced into that situation. Yeah, I'm sorry, your story touched me on so many levels. So many levels. Like I know, man, you're really trying. You've been great, but you don't understand. When you go into that situation, it's a sterile environment. People talk to you. You actually have to talk to a kind of a therapist person, and you have to answer their questions, and then you're put into the next place, and you're sitting in a room. It's a sterile room. You're in a gown because you put your stuff in a locker. Your things go in a bag. Then in this other bunch of other women sitting around holding their heads because this is what we're going. This is the procedure you're gonna have it, and it's a medical procedure. If you go for surgery, do they do that to you? No, they don't herd you in a place. You go to surgery, you get in a cot, you get some people to speak to you, you get to fill out forms, you get to do this. In this situation, you sign papers, you wait in a waiting room, they put you in this room, they tell you put your stuff in a locker. It's like having an x-ray. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous when you are making a decision of this magnitude. How dare they reduce it to, is it life or is it not life? I don't know. Like she said, well, she was what, 15? How did her life is in shambles? The people she trusted have been ripped away from her. You mean she's supposed to make a decision about another life coming into this world when that's happening? Please, please understand. Women don't go to these situations without an idea that our whole lives are going to change. And it doesn't matter which side you fall on, it is ripping you to shreds emotionally, spiritually, and physically. There are women who go through this procedure and can never have children after that. No one considers that. There are women who go through this procedure and don't return. No one thinks about that. So I'm sorry. I came in and her story just hurt my heart so much because I have so many people I have been in contact with who I have tried to help and make the best decision for them, and there isn't one. There isn't a best decision. It's just what's right now in front of me and what can I do. It shouldn't be allowed that a parent, a a a a bully who has forced you into the, they should have no say, and the government shouldn't have a choice. So in New York City, it's Proposition 1. Please vote yes for women to retain their rights. And Miss Ray, thank you so much. But I'm telling you, hon, I'm in love with you. I'm loving you because I have known too many women who this has inspired. It drains them. It brings them back to places they didn't want to be. And I'm glad you shared it. I just needed everybody else to know it is not as simple as they want it to sound. It is not, I'm going to walk in here and I'm going to make a choice and I'm going to, no, no, no. It has so many ramifications for 20, 30, 40, and 50 years later. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to just say to what the last guest was saying that it sounded like you were kind of all over the board on what you really were supporting. Maybe that's just me that was a little confused on it, but um, you alluded to having a baby, sending the baby out for adoption with people you don't know to potentially have a life with suffering, and then that's the horrible scenario. So my remedy is to not let you have life then?
I that the scenario that I'm putting forth is that the women in these situations don't get enough time. They sometimes aren't mature enough, and they certainly don't get enough proper mental health or physical health education in order to make decisions. And as she was a youth, her her guardians made that choice, even despite the fact that they weren't good guardians. Her good guardians were taken away from her. People she would have trusted to help her through this were taken away. Women who are SA'd, if the man comes forward and says, I don't want her to have this, under these new laws, he would legally have the right to stop that procedure from happening. This procedure only has a small window. You can't do this after 24 weeks. I'm not saying it should happen or it shouldn't happen. What I'm saying is that enough information, care, and love should be put into these decisions. She didn't get any of that. That was denied her.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Okay, I understand exactly where you're coming from. The thing it is that these young children, these are children that you're talking about. I understand that part, but the thing it is that sometimes children be forced into a situation that they don't want to be involved into because they're nothing but children themselves. I understand where you coming from on that part, but the point is what I have to make is this here: not to unalive a human being, regardless whatever had happened, even if it was so-called the R word, which I won't say on here, even if it was that, at least somebody else can have that child and bring that child up within the world. You see, because like when I was conceived to a point that my mother, uh, her husband was in the service and stuff happened. Okay. So I become to be somebody else's, not his. And then therefore she didn't even know that she was even actually pregnant with me, because that can happen because I was the same way. You can still come on your menstrual. Okay. So during that time, and then she had me, then all of a sudden she just didn't just get rid of me. She left me there, but she made sure she had family to come and get me. So I don't feel that we have a right. This is my theory, my way of thinking. I don't feel that people have a right to say that this child can live or die, because we are God's children, and that's just the way I look at it. And if you can't be able to take care of it, at least give it to someone else. Someone else will love that child the way it's supposed to be loved. That's just all I've got to say about it.
But she's a child, but she is a child who didn't get love when she was with her biological mother.
Right. I'm.
So her fears should
Hmm.
have been respected when it came to the point. She's a minor, but
Right.
she still should have been offered every possibility across the board, because as she said, she didn't want to give it up. And that means she could have been offered the opportunity to say, I want to open adoption, where the people who care for her child are
Hmm.
able to get in touch with her. She's able to choose them. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like there are options.
I respect that wholeheartedly. That's what
Right,
I'm
and that's what
saying.
so
Yeah.
I'm not against what you're saying. I'm not
Right.
saying everybody should terminate a pregnancy. What I'm
Right.
saying is that the women who are in the situation should not be denied that option if all their other options are so horrific to them
Hmm.
that they feel like this is the best way to go when all the options are laid out to them.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Um, his mother and father was willing to, oh God, was willing to take the baby, not adopt it, but take the baby
To
and
raise.
still let me be in the baby's life. I could do
Hmm.
whatever.
Hmm.
That was the option that they talked to my real mother about. That it was
They didn't tell you, right?
the lady said that she told my mother, she said, we're not taking the baby away from her. We'll we'll take the baby for now on till she get done with school and her and Nick get done with school and whatever they plan on doing afterwards, they can have their baby back. We're not, you know, saying that she can't keep she can't never see her baby. We can't. No, we're not doing that.
Hmm.
Instead of her having an abortion,
That's called the open adoption now.
so she
Back
was like,
then it wasn't, but when an open adoption happens, you like you said, it could be a family member, it could be the father's family, it could be anybody you trust, who you agree to, and
but
they raise the child with you, knowing you're the mother.
she said, but then when she said hell no and hung up on the lady, that made me, like I said, I cried.
Only
Hey,
because you
really,
were
really quick before we continue on, I just want to get a mod break in because the conversation's really getting into some deep waters here, and we're touching on some interesting topics. So let's see those likes coming in. Let's see some shares happening. I'd like to see some hashtag FYPs, hashtag lives, hashtag shares. Feel free to gift the panel. Don't gift me. I don't like gifts. Don't gift me. But feel free to gift Kev. This whole thing doesn't happen on accident, believe it or not. This took a little bit of intention, just like our lives did not happen on accident. There was some thought to make it happen as well. Um, Notice I said live in that. So, anyways, let's keep tapping that screen. Let's get those likes going. Let's get the share. Let's get more people in here. We got 22 people. So let's get that tapping going. And if we have any of the mods in the room, please go ahead and drop me from the panel. As soon as I'm done with this mod break, I just want to close it out with, I understand that you're dealing with people who are young. You made the reference around 15, 16 years old. You're talking to some people. I know that's young. Anecdotally, I know men and women who have had children at that age, and I know men, or not men, but I know women who have had the procedure at that age. And here we are now, displaced 22 years later. The women who express happiness with their decisions and the women who express regret with their decisions almost follows exactly with the ones who kept their children versus the ones who didn't. So I'm just telling you from a long view standpoint, there's a lot of regret that comes. I think that the pain that we heard in Ree's voice was the pain that I spoke to earlier about with you, Kev, if you remember, about how just because you have the procedure doesn't mean you're no longer a mother. You are still a mother. You are just a mother who let your child pass to that procedure. And there's a whole lot of grief and confusion and heartache and pain that is associated with that decision eventually, because reality eventually settles itself. And that's what we heard in Ree's voice. That's why it was heartbreaking, is because she's still a mother and she still yearns to see the smile on her baby's face. And that was kind of what we alluded to earlier. So go ahead and give me a drop, whoever's the mod in the room. You all have a wonderful night. You all be blessed. I don't think you can go wrong with choosing life. I think that'll give you the best
She said,
outcome.
"Ain't no way there's Mr. Bag," and she just walked.
Hey,
What's
Good
the
night.
Alter's here.
I'm
She
gonna
good. She
drop you
can drop
down.
me. Drop
you
me,
drop
Alter.
him,
Y'all have a
and then
wonderful
you can
night.
Yeah,
Y'all
take
be
his
blessed.
spot,
Seriously.
altar.
Yeah,
Good night
I'm
and
gonna
yeah.
thank
leave
you.
too because ultimately I agree with both women. The youth, it's young, you're young. You don't understand everything that's being told to you, but it should be given to you. All your options. As Ree said, there were other options available to her that she wasn't presented with at the time it happened. And I feel horrible for her.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't take away the other options either. I kind of feel like education and information, communication are the best ways for women to make the best determination with the people who will be responsible for that child's life. People who make comments on the outside, but they're not going to be involved. That bothers me. But when the woman sits down with the people who are saying, "I will help you," let their story be told. Let her be able to make a decision, even if she's 16, 15, 17 years old.
Well, I was
Give her
17.
her options. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
leave.
Yeah,
Thank you, everybody on the panel. I really
Mhm.
appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm about
Yeah.
to drop
Can I
down.
just say this real quick too? Just because even if you are whatever your stance is, I think that if you are in America and you stand for freedom and we think that's what it should be, then it has to be you have to be able to make the choice. Now, even if you don't agree or if that's not your personal stance, that's fine. I would say if you are, pro-life or pro-choice, the thing that we should really be is pro-education and pro-support. To where
So,
when these women are going through this, they have the proper counseling that they need to make the proper decision, right? The
mhm,
proper
mhm,
assessments, the proper go
Yes,
through
yes,
everything.
that's
mhm.
all I'm saying.
Well,
Yes,
if anything, let's push for that. But nobody wants to
Exactly.
push for that. They want to just make sure it's that one side or the other. And I've
Mhm,
always been on this platform, and I've always said I'm Switzerland, and everybody, that's the joke because I don't have a side, right?
mhm.
But at the same time, because my side is the freedom to make those decisions. If it wasn't
choose a side.
for that, right? There's horror stories on both ways. There's stories where women have like this woman today. She was basically, had no choice into giving up her baby. Damage. That's terrible. There's other stories where there's been women who have been forced to carry an incest or carry, an assault.
Mhm.
And when
Mhm.
we say, well, that's okay, it's a kid. What about this woman? Like y'all, there's a lot of intricacy in this. And
Mhm.
what Print got off before he said, hey, there's people that he knows that still have regret from doing it. That should tell us men that, women are not just going into this with no feelings and just using this as, like we said earlier, there may be few women who use it as a contraceptive, quote unquote, where they just using it because they're reckless. Yeah, that might happen. But the majority of these women are not making this decision lightly. It's not like, oh, it's just no thought behind it. No, this is a very, emotional thing. And the reasons why they're doing this is usually some catastrophic reasons. It's not like they just, making this shit just a decision on a Tuesday for nothing. So I don't know. I think we need some more understanding. That's why I appreciate these conversations. As a man, I'm about to shut up, but I just want to say
Think
that.
I did. I think the one part when you said majority, that got me though, because I think the numbers high for a reason. I can't see that many hearts being into them numbers being high. I don't know
It
about
is,
that one.
you realize it is 150 million women, and about two quarters of that has had a pregnancy or more. And then we talking about 1 million maybe. What are
Uh,
we talking about? A fraction. We're talking about 1% maybe of what's going on. So what I'm saying
how
is
many
those
babies they
numbers,
said got unalive though? Them short
It's not
amount of
even.
people making that many babies.
It's not even 2% is what I'm saying, bro. It
Uh,
seems like it's a lot. It's a lot of numbers. Like it's a lot. If you look at the number on paper, it's a lot of people. But compared to how many people it actually is, that percentage is not that bad. It's the same thing when we talk about like how men go to prison, right? And they'll give you this number about all the black men that's in prison. And we say, damn, there's so many. But then when you look at it, it's like it's 2%. You know what I mean? So it's not really a thing, but when we use those numbers and we use them in certain ways, it gets skewed. You know what I mean? Because that is to promote whatever side they trying to promote. You got one side saying it's only 1%, the other side is saying, well, it's a million people. You get what I mean? So it's just based on trying to make that argument for whatever they believe. And for somebody like me, I look at the raw data, I'm gonna look at everything. I'm gonna look at both sides, I'm gonna look at and try to figure out what is the actual truth. And the actual truth is it a problem? Maybe. You know what I mean? It's a problem in certain demographics. I will give you that. It is a bigger problem in certain demographics than others. But that's something, again, that we need to work on those educational programs. We need to work on the systems that are making it, that's making it the reason why this stuff is happening. We don't want to focus on the reason why. We just want to focus on the symptom. But I'm just saying, if we focus more on that part, on, okay, well, why are they not educated? Why is this going on? I think all of that stuff would stop. You get what I mean? But we're not focusing on that because we're too worried about the hot points, which is pro-life, pro-choice. And that's always been, at every election cycle, that's one of the biggest topics. Why is that? For the last 100 years. You mean to tell me that this is always going to, probably always going to be no matter what the numbers are, it's always going to be a political thing because that preys on our emotions. Some people are for it, some people are against it. We always going to fight. And that's what this is made for. Instead of actually getting to the problem, which is getting the education system better. I'm going to get off my
Exactly.
soapbox. My bad. I'm sorry. I've been rambling. Let me shut up.
So,
No, I,
cousin
I
B,
I agree with you, cousin. I definitely agree with you because for one reason, we're going to keep having the same old problem. It's going to keep going on and on and on. It would never change because you need to basically, what we need to do is basically teach our children how to do things in the right manner, to get education about it. They so-called having school system sex education, but they're not teaching them the right, complete right from, way of basically dealing with the sex education today. It's not like it used to be way back when. It's different now. They need to teach them exactly the hardcore about sex education, come into reality of about what's going on. And then what they need to do is have the kids inside some kind of counseling to order to one-on-one with a counseling of the counsels to basically to teach them about certain things. They should have these classes completely just on that. But they don't because mentally a lot of people are going through. You have to realize a lot of them call themselves latching out by reaching out and looking for love in all the wrong places. So they figured that's love by having sex, by basically being with someone. And that is not the proper way to do things. It really isn't. Yeah, I got married at the age of 17 years old. What the hell? Why should I have been getting married at the age of 17 years old and pregnant? You see what I'm saying? Because it starts at home first. The parents need to learn how to be parents and to teach their children the right fundamentals of life. Totally. But they don't do this. I sit down and I talk to my kids constantly. Oh, yes, I did. I sit down with them and I talk to them constantly about the fundamentals, about what life is, what young men would do, and how people will approach you in every which way it is. And my little ladies are doing very well. And I thank God for God teaching me because I had to go through to order to find out so I can be able to teach them. But a lot of people don't have that compassion, that love, and that understanding to take time with their children because the school system can't teach them everything. It starts at home. And I feel sorry for the lady Reed because she went through some stuff that she shouldn't had to go through. Someone that brought you in the world treat you that way. This is the reason why the things is the way it is. I had to sit my mother down and ask her what the reason why she did what she did. And she finally told me exactly. She broke it down to me. She said the reason why I didn't keep you, because for one reason I didn't want my husband to misuse you because you was not his. So I figured I would give you to his family. So I respected her enough on that. I was 10 years old when I found out who she was, which I knew beforehand. Because you know how, some kids sit back and listen, but they don't necessarily really tell it, but they listening. Now, I was a very smart kid. So I sit back and I listen. So they said that this person is coming to get you, which was my mother. They didn't say that your mother's coming to get you. But the thing it is, I sleep in the same bed with this woman, which is my mother. I said to her, and she didn't even know that I knew. Nobody knew. I said, Mama, I have to use the bathroom. Which way is the bathroom? She looked at me and she looked up. And so grandpa went in there and talked to her, which is her dad. And he said to her, well, maybe, they told her. They didn't tell me. I listened. You don't know what a child may be going through at that time. And I talked to her like I was a young lady to a point because I was very smart. I said, well, why did you do certain things? And she told me why. And I respected her. I did not hold anything against her. That's how I became to be the woman that I am today. I've gotten stronger. I've been through some stuff, but that's okay. It's a lesson learned. You cannot harbor the lesson that you go through. You take that lesson and use it as a blessing and you learn from it. Don't harbor over it. Whoever's out there, whoever's going through right now, don't hold it against your parents. And don't hold it against yourself. Forgive yourself for being and holding and harboring whatever you holding inside of you. Free yourself. I've been there. I've done that. I'm done. Sorry. Gotta go. I'm serious, man.
Let's get raising boys in, then we're gonna get big little mama in.
So, Kevin, I've talked a little bit in the last week. I've been fostering boys and girls for the last 20 years. For the last 11 years, we've been doing boys. Currently, we have 12 boys in our house, ages between 6 and 17. We've been doing a lot of research with the politics going on, with everything going on. I'm amazed that my 20-year-old kids don't know who Margaret Sanger is. So we're going back through and we're training and teaching the boys. I don't want them to just spew what I teach them. I want them to do their own research and think for themselves. But what we're learning through all of this is that we have forgotten who Margaret Sanger was and why she started Planned Parenthood. If you look at the data, it's 37 million some odd. If you follow the link I put in there, it'll show you. It's going up every time you turn around. But the majority of those children are black and brown babies. The reason that is because she called us weeds and said that we needed to be eradicated. The whole entire goal of Planned Parenthood isn't to talk about women's rights. It's to talk about destroying our races. In my opinion, if we educate, like we were talking about earlier, our children, the problem that we have is we're allowing people to come in and read sexual stuff to kids that are in elementary school because they want them sexualized. So that means that more and more kids are going to be having stuff at younger ages and doing the things that they're doing. And we need to work on helping them to understand. I'm trying to teach my sons that they have value as well. And if they don't learn how to date correctly, all they learn how to do really is break up. I try to have the boys not date until they're 16 because they have to be able to take care of their own hearts as well as the females that they're with. What we're also watching happen is that we're letting men get away with not having any responsibility to taking care of their kids because the way the world is happening, it's just become this normal thing. Men are supposed to take care of their families. They're supposed to take care of their wives. They're supposed to be the kind of men that we used to all look up to. I remember being in high school and going over to my friend Sherrod's house, and there was like 12 or 15 of us. And his father came out and sat us all down and had this discussion with us about Malcolm X and about Martin Luther King and just about the way that we spoke to each other and how we talk. We don't do that anymore. And I feel like I've had it stolen from me because I have to, as a Hispanic man, I have to quote Martin Luther King and I have to quote Malcolm because we don't have any Hispanic leaders like that. And the reason is because we keep getting rid of all of our children. I've gotten to raise over 200 boys and girls who are absolutely amazing, and we've gotten to help them become better versions of themselves. Not because I get paid more if somebody does something great, but it's my way of saying thank you to God for the life that He gave me. And if we're going to change this country, it's not going to be about some president that none of us are probably going to meet. It's about us having an impact in our communities and standing up and telling each other no and helping each other and lifting each other up and being my brother's keeper. But if we don't do those things, we're just going to continue to head in the direction that we're headed. And that's completely away from what God ordained us to be. That's my spiel.
Oh, yeah, big little mama.
Hello, y'all. I really am so curious on who gave people the right to tell me about my body and what to do with it. I really am confused on why somebody gets to decide on this. Now, personally, I don't believe in, fetus the fetus. I guess that's what the kids are saying. That's just my personal values, but that's my personal choice on that matter. I can't tell a woman what to do with their own body, and I find it weird that we want to put so many constraints and controls based off of old information that's not really relevant to today. When it comes to the eugenics movement, because that's what Margaret Sanger is known for. She was a part of and spearheaded the eugenics movement that caused the unaliving of a lot of young black women. Even if you do the research on her, it's not really relevant to today because we're talking about the impact of today. Your fear of losing women is actually more likely to cause the loss of women, as we are seeing as we have doubled down on laws that make it more restrictive for women to get access to health care, so to say. Now, personally, like I said, I don't agree with it personally for myself, but for another woman, if you feel like that's the choice you need to make, then that's the choice you need to make. Having had friends that were in the system, having had friends who have experienced the abuses in life, I would never assign on for somebody to experience that or tell somebody they must allow these children to experience that. So if somebody needs to make that decision for a better life for themselves or to prevent a harsher life for these children, then I feel like they have made this decision, the right decision for themselves. Now, I do think that people need to be more responsible, stop laying down and having sex without being thinking about the impact of what they are doing. However, taking someone's right to choose about what to do with their body, to me, is not the right way. I feel like that people should be given agency over their own body, and women got enough restrictions being put on it without you also taking my right to do away with something that I feel might have a negative impact on me or my life. Or maybe I'm not fit to raise those children. I wasn't raised by my birth mother. My birth mother was an addict. She gave me and my siblings up. It was my brother because she was fresh out of high school, and then it was me and my two sisters. She was addicted to the drugs throughout my entire life before I was born, before my oldest sister was born. This is something that's been a pattern for her. And then on top of that, my father was also an addict. Neither one of them had any business raising children. No business. Though my father was functional, neither one of them had any right to bear children into this world. But they decided to do so. That's her right. But ultimately, if she had made the choice, I think she would have made that choice the right way. Because when she got pregnant with my brother, she was not ready to take care of children. That's why she left him with his father's family. And his father didn't take care of him either. And that's where the problem lies. Now you've brung whole generations of broken children into this world, children that don't understand what's going on. And now they become adults in this broken lifestyles. And we're just creating a more broken society. You're so scared of the population getting declining that you're okay with what you're creating in society. Broken homes, broken families, broken emotion. People don't know how to regulate emotion anymore.
So I got a question then for
Well,
that.
you
Then
know
I got.
what? Can I say something?
Oh, let me no.
Okay.
Let me see something real quick with
Go
that though. I got two questions.
ahead.
So you said, so would the solution be instead of making breaking broken homes is unalive the kid?
Oh shit.
Hold on, I'm by a train.
Hello? I didn't hear that.
Hold on, I'm by a train.
All right.
The solution to the problem cannot be to bear more children into this world that potentially could endure way worse than if they were brought into this world.
So unalive the kid instead of letting them live. Okay, I got you. All right. So then my next question is,
Do not
what
sum my answers up like that, because
you
the
just said it.
solution would be to.
I just cut it short because you basically
Well,
just
a
said it.
kid implies that that kid is actually grown, because a kid, a baby, and a fetus are three different things.
Got you. Got you.
Yes, words are important in this context.
I guess yeah. That's, whatever make you feel better. If you say fetus, whatever. But still stop the child from having the chance to live. So
Yeah.
the next question, right, is with the topic itself, because I don't see who said who mentioned about women not having the rights. I don't know where that came from, even though that ain't the topic. But the topic itself, right? Um, do you do you really in general, do you believe people really care about the kids agreeing to more than one abortion?
Was that question directed towards me or towards someone else?
Yes, you're the only one I was talking to.
Oh, do I believe? What was the question again? Which
So
one was this?
do you believe that agreeing to oh, do you really care about the kid if you're agreeing to more than one abortion?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
I do
tell me
think
how.
that you can care about kids
Because
even
the
if you
first
do
time I
agree
can
to
get it
having
could be
more of
by
one.
mistake or whatever. I can understand that, but after the first time, how is that
I
you
think
caring about the
it's.
kid?
I still think it's irresponsible, but I do think it's a better decision if you know for a fact you are not in the right position and there's nowhere for you to place that child
So
immediately that would protect that child. Because
if
if
that's
you
the
know
case,
anything
then
about our foster system, it is not a place to be in.
I
okay.
mean, it's
If
irresponsible,
that's the case,
period.
then
I'm hard. That is like the young lady said. That is totally irresponsible.
Like it's irresponsible, period, to have your legs open.
I was just about to. She done got to the golden one. I was about to get to white. If you know
Like,
all
why your
this,
legs
right?
open anyway? Like, you shouldn't even be having no abortion if your legs, like, if your legs is closed, then you won't even need to have no abortion. Like,
Thank you.
that's crazy.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate
agree with
you
that, and that's what I
you
said.
saved
It's
my
very
life.
irresponsible, regardless. The
Oh
smartest
God.
decision is to not engage. Don't oh God me. I'm in the middle of speaking. That's disrespectful.
Oh
No,
God.
it's to me. It's that's disrespectful. I did not cut you off while you were in the middle of speaking. Doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with what I'm saying. At least respect me enough to let me finish what I have to say without interruption in a rude manner. But like I
All I
was
said was
saying,
oh God, and God is the main source. That's all I just said,
that was
sweetheart. I'm sorry.
disrespectful. I don't care what your
All
personal
right, let her
beliefs
rock
are,
out real
but I
quick, man, because
respected
I
you.
tell she's feeling a certain. So go ahead, get
It's
your thoughts out. It's all right. It's
it's
all
not
right.
about feeling a certain way. It's about I allowed everybody else to
Okay,
speak and I
cool. We
did not
get you. We
interrupt
get your
anyone.
point. You got it. You got it. You ain't got to let it all out. Just go ahead. We're supposed to get to the topic.
No, I definitely believe that it's
Y'all mute up
irresponsible
too.
for you
Everybody
to.
mute up so she don't have. I don't want. I want her to have her answer straight. Whatever we talking about. I don't want to make it seem like. I want her to express her. So go ahead, Big Mama. Go ahead and finish your point.
No, I think that it's very irresponsible for people to keep engaging in sexual contact without the understanding that a child could result in whatever it is you're doing. Nobody's discounting that. What we're pointing out is that the possible impact of your decision could be much worse if you decide to bear a child into this world. So it may be in your best bet to, like I said, it's not a decision I would personally make, but I can't tell another woman how to think and how to feel about that when it comes to their own body. Who am I to dictate to you my personal feelings on the matter? That to me sounds very wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, the party or something.
No,
So
I'm
basically, since
outside, so
based off your answer, right? So I'm gonna ask you the question again. Then, do you think people really believe? I mean, care about the kids? Like I said, I get the first time right, but after the first time, do you really think they care about kids from that point?
I do
If
think
you
that they
keep
care about kids. Being irresponsible does not necessarily mean that you do not care about kids. Those are two different things.
what what okay, what do it mean then? If you know that you deleting the possibilities of having a kid and you do it again, what do that mean then?
You are irresponsible.
Like, even the first time, Kel, because you keep saying, on, like, the first time, like, you can see, like, if the first time, but if they do it,
First
like,
time will be like grape or something like that. That's why I'm giving a little leeway, right? The first time can be from being a child and not knowing whatever. I get the first time I can understand that. But after that, if it's a repetitive, that's why I had to make it. That's why I had to make it. Or if it's a repetitive thing, I think now it's getting to a point where
I'm
not even just
sorry,
the
but I just
irresponsible
be
part. It's like, dang, do you even care about that you unaliving possibilities? Let's say that then, because I guess I can put it that way.
no, and even like if they keep the child, like it's still like what was you thinking? Like you're still irresponsible. Like you were just having a good time, like having a good time of pleasure. That's all you was doing. It's still irresponsible.
Okay.
Like yep, it's still irresponsible because that's what that tells me. Because like the baby is not planned. It's very irresponsible to me because what it tells me is that, oh well, now I have to now get ready for a baby. The baby is not planned. I just found out I was pregnant, so now I have to get ready for this baby because I'm being irresponsible. Like
Okay.
that's not, like, no, and it's not a flex. So
And, and you know what? I like
like
that though.
that's crazy.
Even with that,
Right.
right? Because I'm always gonna be on the side with the kid, just overall, right? I would rather them be irresponsible so they still have the ability to be responsible with a
Right.
alive kid.
Hello.
So at least they have the ability on that. But you talking about being irresponsible, then take them out and still debate the kid don't even get a chance.
And
So
it's not
that would
fair.
be the difference.
It's not fair to the child. But this, okay, now this part here, okay, I just want to mention because I haven't heard it this evening at all. Okay, this morning now, whatever. But the
Wait,
thing
before you do
is,
that, I want to say one more thing too.
go ahead.
Most of us was born out of irresponsible. We get to talk on this app, so let me just throw that in there.
No, you did. Did you go there? You are so bad. You tell the truth.
I know,
Though.
Kev.
Now, this is what I
I
wanted to make. Wait a minute. This is the statement I wanted to make. Okay. Now, if you happen to be raped and it was against your will.
Yeah, say grape. I don't know if you said the word, but say grape.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Against grape. If you happen to been raped and it was against your will. Now, I just want to hear about that part. What do people think about that, and what would they do in that situation? That's all I want to
Hey, could you repeat that? Because my sound went out. If
know.
y'all don't
Okay.
know, hear what you
What,
said.
I want to know, I'm going to say grape instead of the other word. If you was graped and it was against your will, how would a person feel about that, or what would they do about that? And do you think it's right for them to still have that child, or should they abort it?
See, the thing about that, that's a moral thing, right? To where
Hmm.
some people will say that, hey, if the God didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't happen, right? And they actually believe that it doesn't matter. Whatever happens is because it was God.
Thank you, cousin.
Well, that totally depends
There.
on whether you believe that God interferes in life
But that,
or
that
not.
but I'm right. So some people may say that, right? There's other people who will say, no, I think it's justified that you can abort, right? But see, the problem if you take the moral argument, we can all give our opinions. But when we start looking at it legally, the problem comes with if that is an exception, because a lot of people will say, I'm pro-life with the exceptions. So that means that in the case of this or incest or whatever else, then we can take that exception. But then what you do is now you leave it into the hands of interpretation. And what we know through history is that once you have that, it is now the woman has to go through the rigmarole of proving that she was in fact this and it wasn't consensual, and then it's a whole debacle. And now that becomes a problem, right? And that's the reason why, if we're talking about legally, that's why I would say legally, I'm more on the pro-choice side, because when you talk about that, that means now that you don't have to now put these women through not only do they have something bad happen to them, now they got to have the actual abortion, which is another double whammy. And then you're going to put them through the whole stage of having to relive all of the trauma or whatever to prove that they even got into this position. Like, it's a whole big ass thing when we get into a legal realm, which I don't know if people really realize that. Because when you start putting it that way, now it depends on who is in charge instead of who should be making the decision, which is the party that's involved. So I just say that if we're really talking about being free as a country, my opinion, this is just my view. You know what I mean? We can talk about the moral implications. I think we can do that all day. But I think when we talk about legally, it shouldn't be a question. You know what I mean? You should be able to make that choice. But that's just my view. You know what I mean? And I could be wrong, but that's just how I see it. I want to say one thing though, because I did look up your site, my brother, and I believe, just to clarify, that 38 million, that is worldwide. All right, that's what that counter is. And from everything that I've read, that's worldwide. Even when I looked at the site, when we're talking about in the United States, it's just over a million. So we're not even talking about a fraction of. It's about 1%, right? It's about 1% this year of how many unalivements have taken place. It's about a million and some change, but it's been about a million. So it's 15 per 1,000. Okay, so that is the rate if we want to be accurate from everything that we've seen in the United States. That's what it is, right? Through this year so far, but worldwide we're looking at more like 38 million.
Wow.
It's close to 38 million, right? So that is, but you got to understand though, when you're looking at places like China, places like India, where the population is over 5 billion people, that number increases, and we're putting all of that into the metrics for when we look at United States, which is kind of, it's a little misleading. Although that being all said, a million is still bad. You know what I mean? Like if we really look at that number, the number is bad, but the percentage is only a 1%. So it depends on, again, how we look at it. You know what I mean? The perception of who wants to argue, make that argument from what side. They'll push these narratives in two different ways. But I just want to throw that out there as the clarified numbers. I did look at the site too, my brother. I just want
Thank
to
you,
make sure.
Kevin. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
So, but the perspective depends on whether you see pregnancy as life or not, or whether you feel like God is making these decisions in your life. Now, personally, I'm what they call a deist. I believe that God is in everything, but He doesn't interfere in your day to day life. So, to me, a pregnancy is not God's work, it is just nature in itself. I mean, if unless you want to say humans are God, which to me doesn't ring true. I mean, everybody has their personal beliefs,
Oh
but
my
I don't
God.
believe that life begins at conception. I believe life begins at first breath, but every person is different. I mean, you can sit there and kiki at the opinion, but just like you are laughing at me, I could laugh at you on how you believe that life
No, I'm
begins
not
when an
laughing
egg,
at you.
a
I'm
sperm.
just basically expressing myself like you're expressing yourself, sweetheart. That's all it is.
I
That's
mean,
all.
but it's a mocking laugh, though, Miss Sunset. You can imagine if I were in your shoe, or if you were in my shoes, that what you
I'm
were
just
saying, what you were doing, would seem very disrespectful. But
saying that.
nevertheless,
Yes, okay, thank you.
perspective is everything, though.
Yes, it
How
is.
I believe is not going to be the same as how you believe, and that's okay.
Got that right. You're right about that, and I respect that. Thank you. I do. Definitely. I respect you too.
Can I add to this conversation?
Hmm.
I think the initial question that Kev was asking was, do the women care about the babies, right? If they continue doing actions that may result in them making a decision that would not give a baby a possibility. And I think the answer that we're all running from, or that the people that have answered this question are running from, is no, they don't, right? That's the obvious answer, right? And the obvious answer comes as a sign of them not caring about themselves and consistently putting themselves in the same predicament in which the possibility of them not, of them knowingly having that as an option in their mind of birth control or life circumstance control is constantly being presented and held in their hand as an option, right? Now, let's flip the script just for 1 second. You know what I'm saying? We could easily say, if this were an inside out world and we said women no longer have the right to decide if they birth children,
Hmm.
right? But
Okay.
instead, let's give men the right to say that they can birth children. And so let's imagine for a second if men decided if women were mothers or not, right? Now, in that world, it would be inside out, and every woman would call men tyrants. But
Mm.
there's women every single day who decide if a man is going to be a father or not. And no one calls them tyrants, right? So it's like I believe that there's a fair exchange and a fair shame that should be across the board. Overwhelmingly, I believe that the equal shame would be said in a statement like conception without commitment is a shame. And then both parties would get the same penalty of shame. But in society, we don't do that. What we do is we either shame the mother for not vetting the father or the man, because we can't necessarily talk about, I know it's below 6%. So it doesn't make up it doesn't represent the 94% of women who choose to actually have sexual intercourse, right? Openly, honestly choose it. It's 94% of women make that decision, right? So roughly, So I would rather talk about the 94% than the 6% that don't, right? So what I'm saying here is that when we talk about when we answer the question of whether or not the women who decide upon having the option of unaliving the possibility of life and they consistently choose it, right? They consistently live the lifestyle that says, I don't want the consequence, but I want the fun. It's obvious that the answer is no. They don't care about children because they don't care about themselves. I don't know if that hit home with
Interesting.
some
I
people,
like
but
that. I like that.
I agree with
That
you.
made a lot of sense.
It makes sense, but I don't agree with this statement.
I do.
Uh, yeah, I feel like the idea that you couldn't care about kids just because you are sleeping around, to me, that doesn't make sense unnecessarily, because humans do a lot of things that are different from exactly how they feel. Like you don't feel like going to work, but you go to work every day. You do a lot of things that you don't want to do, but you still do them anyway.
well,
They don't
okay,
care about the job.
so
No,
so
but you care about
I
so
paying the
mean, what
bills,
the
so
heck?
though.
so
But
You care
let
about
me
paying the bills. You
let me
care
create
about buying the
something.
things that you want. Those are things that you do to
No,
take care of the things
But
that you
y'all
that's
care about
desire.
busting
that's
it
not being
open, but
no
don't care
that's
about the
but
kid.
no
I
no
get you.
no no no
thank
but
you.
no but hold on 1 second.
Exactly.
There's a difference between being
We agreed
amoral.
upon that one.
There's a difference
Wait, what
between
you say,
being
Kev?
Right?
They care about busting it open?
That's right. We agreed upon that
there,
one.
there's a difference,
They
right?
putting that to
There,
work.
there's a difference between I'm gonna throw out 3 words right here, right? Amorality, right? Amorality, right? And basically what that means in short is someone who doesn't care about wrong or right, unless someone else catches them doing it and shames them for it. That's amorality, right? I don't care if it's wrong or right because nobody can shame me for it. But the minute they can, there is now, now something's wrong or right. Then I'm going to throw out propensity. Okay, propensity is the practice of doing something, right? And then after you do it for so long, you have to own the title that comes along with doing it. If I go to a store and I'm always picking up things, hiding them in my pockets and walking out, what will I eventually be called? A thief, a shoplifter. And you got to own that title. You can't say, oh, well, the way people act and the way that they really live. No, you a shoplifter, you a thief, right? And then proclivity, right? Proclivity is the same thing except for one between these two. One is developed and one is natural, right? I don't know what's happening in our world because on one side you think that it's like the world has damn near made it to where it seems as if a large group of women, especially in our community, have naturally adapted. I mean, like it's like it was like nobody told you to do it. Nobody showed you how to do it. You didn't take a class. There wasn't no tutorials, nothing. You just showed up and you know how to be the worst person ever. Our society has gotten that way. And then on the other side, it's when someone learns it, right? At the same time, people are, because the world has become so amoral. Don't say nothing, girl. It's okay to keep having baby showers and nobody know who the daddy is. I'm not like my wife said a few months ago when we went to a baby shower. Well, actually, we got invited to a baby shower, right? Because that was the last one we went to, right? She said, I'm not coming to no more baby showers where there ain't no daddy, where nobody know who the daddy is. And
You're
the
not
girls,
my dad.
I'm not coming to no, and I'm not, she said, I'm not coming to no more unmarried baby showers. She'd made that conscious decision.
I know that's right. Like I'm
And
not gonna
and
be.
yeah, and that's the part that we're teaching young ladies. Hey, girl, it's cool. Have a reveal
No,
party
it's not.
with just you and your. No, that's what they teaching though.
I
It's
know.
cool. Have,
Exactly.
have a reveal party with no dad present. It's cool. Let's celebrate this reveal party. Why don't you have a reveal party and line these guys up you've been with and reveal who the real daddy is?
Yes,
Let me ask you
hashtag
this,
is
Diggs.
like that's.
Why do you assume that these women don't know who the father is? Why not assume that the
Oh,
fathers don't want to be involved in the life? Because we see
I'm
that a
just
lot more often than the scenario that you're putting out there.
okay. So we're
Yeah,
not
I
playing
agree
pin.
with you,
Okay, see,
Christopher
look,
now.
it's
I do.
it's either it's either pin. Okay, what I see happening in reality in our society is that you have a girl holding a tail in one hand and holding a baby in the other hand, and she is giving the tail to some donkey and pinning the baby on some daddy.
It's literally becoming a trend to have kids out of wedlock. Like they be having baby showers
Yeah,
like it's the new weddings.
yeah.
Why
Oh
why do
yeah,
you keep having a baby shower with a baby daddy? Like
I
I mean like
definitely
I'm
see
not
that,
even
but
trying to be like
usually,
that. Oh my god,
Enough is
please and
enough.
it's a broken home.
It
Like it's not
really
even
is.
broken home. Like
It
it's not
really
even
is.
right.
No.
Listen,
And
so
then
I'll
you
what y'all
definitely
saying.
agree
know,
to that. I do see a lot of baby daddy presences whenever I see baby showers. You do see like this almost celebration of single motherhood that is become
yeah,
kind of
that's
problematic.
the sad
And I'm
part
not
about
saying
it.
that that is a good
Yeah,
thing at all. But
right.
when
I
you're in
agree
that
with you.
situation, you're in that situation. You can't just undo it.
Let's
It's
just
not.
start celebrating smorshments. Let's,
Yeah,
hey
I
girl,
agree
I
with you.
almost
I
had a
don't think
baby.
it's something to
What's the
celebrate either.
So,
But
It is
so
not.
we're
No,
Diggs,
celebrating the
Now,
baby
no,
first
opinion
I
of
don't
leader,
all?
feel
can
like
you
any
say
of this stuff
something?
is.
if
I
I
don't
could have a
know.
moment.
Is the baby is the baby shower a celebration of the baby coming? Right. It's not a
right,
celebration. It's
it
not a
is.
family
It
shower.
really
It
is.
don't
It
say it
really
don't
is.
say family shower. So we putting too much on all of this shit in the first place. The actual baby shower itself is ridiculous. But if the father is there as
Like
well. So like let's
what?
just
Like
be
that's
honest.
just
Like what are we
Oh,
crazy.
doing?
I understand what
What are we
Pastor's
I
doing?
would say
saying.
this,
It's a
listen,
celebration of
because I
life.
because I agree, right? The message that's being sent is
Yeah,
a bad message. But for me, I always like to go past the symptom and look at the
right.
problem, right?
Exactly.
So this is a
I get
symptom.
you. I
This
get
is
you,
not a
Pastor.
problem, right? This is a symptom. Okay, and it's true.
Yeah.
However, it just seems like we talk about all of the single moms, the single okay, but the dads have an equal part. They're leaving too. It's not like it's an epidemic of men trying to be in their lives and women are just exorcising them out the
No,
way.
we're making it
No,
easy
see,
for them to
Jules,
walk away.
that happens very rarely, right? Let's just be honest. Most men don't want that responsibility. But I want to say this because the idea that just because they don't care about themselves
Exactly. I
doesn't
get
mean that they care
you.
about the kids. Because I agree with hashtag with what I said earlier. If a woman is doing this repeatedly, this is a pattern. She
It's
don't
a
give a
pattern.
damn about herself. That's what it
I
is,
agree
right?
I agree with you, cousin.
Now, I would say that
So
probably. Now, I would say that probably, if you don't care about yourself, I find it hard for anyone to care about anybody else, right? So
Ooh,
naturally, that
ooh,
would make me believe that
ooh.
they don't care about kids either, right? Because if you don't care about yourself, how are you gonna care about the kids? However,
Mm.
we do know that people are not monoliths, and we try to put everybody in these boxes. And especially with something like this, I don't know if we can honestly say equivocally, you don't care about yourself, so you don't care about the kids. I will say that I agree with him totally. This
I
she don't
do
care
too.
about herself, but I
So
think
I
because
agree
she
with
could
him.
have, and the reason why I say this is because I
Yeah,
see
I
this a lot,
agree.
where it's a lot of warped sensibilities where they will say, "I'm not a good person, so why
Mm-hmm.
would I bring a child when I know I'm gonna make this child suffer?" And so to them, they believe that this child has no conscience yet. It's not missing nothing. Now,
Right.
while
that's what
I
they want
think,
to believe.
but that's what they do believe, and they have a right to believe that.
Yes,
I
and they
don't
have
get
the
it.
right to. You
Listen,
right,
I
cousin.
don't believe that shit. I don't think that's right, right? But
Right.
how can we,
Exactly.
just because we believe one thing, tell somebody else in their mind they're wrong when that could be in their mind they are actually doing the most righteous thing that they know. Now, again, I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying
No, I
that it's
know it.
correct, but what I'm saying is if we look at history, if we look at humans, and we know
Mm-hmm.
how we are, if you want to
Mm-hmm.
be really honest with ourselves, we know
Mm-hmm.
that people have different perceptions. You can look at a 9 and think it's a 6 if you're standing at the right position. So the point is, I think he's like, I'm gonna give him 80% right because I agree with him. But I just want to put that little bit of a 20% on the possibility that they actually believe that they ain't shit. And so that they cannot provide for this kid, and it's better for them to do it the other way. And I think it's a cope. I think that is a damaged person, and I think they have no care for themselves, and that's why they would do that. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong, but
But
you know,
no,
that's just
no,
Okay,
me.
so
you have no, cousin. You have a right to feel, and your opinion is yours. We on this panel basically. That's why it's no argumentative or anything else. Because for one reason, you have your opinion. We can agree to disagree. That's it.
so
Or
That's
Pastor,
it.
let me.
also,
Sorry,
like,
Nico.
or also like maybe like they like doing that, like just repeating like what their parents did. Like I don't know, because like if you,
It's a
because
possibility, sweetheart.
yeah, because it's
It's
like
called a
if you
generational
don't deal
curse
with
for a
your
Yes,
reason.
stuff.
it's a generational curse. But see, I stopped that shit. Excuse my French. Go ahead. But you're
Yeah,
right.
because it's like, yeah, because it's like if you don't heal your stuff, like then you, yeah, like then you also subconsciously pick your parent. Like you pick your parent if you don't heal. Like you can literally pick somebody like your parent,
That's right. That's
like your
right.
kid, like 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 your kid, dad or mom can be like just like your parent.
But the thing it is, because somebody birthed you, that don't mean that that's your mama, baby. Understand that, and that's a fact.
I
So
agree.
How
I
well
agree with
do
her.
I
I agree
know?
with her right there. Like what I think has happened. What I think has happened is that see, there's a really big difference. Okay, well, first let me just state this. In 2020 in 2023 last
Hmm.
year,
Hmm.
there was 1,037,000 smorshments. Okay, that's 20% higher than right before the pandemic.
Oh wow!
Okay, right. So
Are you kidding me?
yes, I'm 100% serious.
Damn!
That's
I didn't know that.
20%. Yes, 1,037,000. Okay. That's 20% higher than before the pandemic. Okay. So look. What's happening is that the more liberties that we extend, the more bucket list life becomes. So this is what I mean. There's a really big difference
Right.
from a man saying I want to be a husband
Mm-hmm.
and 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 I just want to get married, right?
Okay.
There's a
But
really big difference from a man saying I want to be a father or I just want to have a baby. There's a really big difference between between a woman saying I want to have a baby or I want to be a mother, right? So you got on one side a person wants they want an activity.
mm,
And on the other
ooh.
side, the person is submitting to a responsibility, right? So that's what's happening. When you give liberties to people at large,
Mm-hmm.
simply because they might qualify financially, simply
Mm-hmm.
because they might qualify with their liberty. I can, so I will, right? What happens is a lot of times people, they they're just checking shit off their list. They're just checking shit off their list. I got married, good. Now I can get divorced. I had a baby, good. Now I can put them up for adoption, give them to my mom or my sister.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
crazy, and that's what's happening. That's what's happening. It's literally becoming that way, and you could see it all in our society on both sides, right?
But
You
it's
see it.
so sad.
You see
It's
it.
so sad.
So,
But
I don't feel like it's a narrow thing, though. That's the problem.
so one of the
Our
things that I
community doesn't even value marriage. I mean, we don't promote it. We don't have it. Like, what is it? Like 30% of the black population actually ever gets married. Majority of the population doesn't get married. Some of them don't even want to get married. A lot of people end up in these long-term relationships, or if they're lucky enough to live in one of those states, these common law marriages. But marriage is not valued in our community. So of
hold,
course you
hold,
don't see
hold,
which people are
hold
pushing
on.
towards that in today's society. I'm sorry. Oh, you all having problems hearing me? I know it's a lot of background noise because I'm in the car, but I was getting ready to drop anyway because I know the noise is a problem. But yeah, I don't.
so
I don't feel like. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so what one of the things um, one of the little girls who is one of my boys' sisters.
Mm-hmm.
We were
Mm-hmm.
talking to her. She's 7 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and we were asking little things like trying to learn about them. And so the question was, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Mm-hmm.
And she looked at us and she said, I'm going to have 3 baby daddies and I'm going to have 6 kids because
I'm
if I
going.
have,
I'm going out the door.
listen, if I
Woo!
have a baby daddy with multiple men, I get paid by the state by multiple things. If I have babies with just one man, I get paid less than if I have multiple babies with multiple men. She was 7 years old and she knew this. So, cousin, what I'm realizing more and more, even as we sit here and talk, we have gotten to a point where we want to justify everybody else's sin instead of comparing the reason that we have a 6 and a 9. We need to compare it to the word, and it needs to be what the word says. What happens is we, as a society, as a people, we want to justify, oh, well, that's their sin. And so when I get to heaven, I can be like, well, at least I didn't do that. At least I didn't do this. What everybody seems to forget is on Judgment Day, we're going to stand before the Lord exactly by ourselves. We're not going to have anybody else to blame, anybody else to point fingers at, nothing. We are going to have to do that. And the more that we justify all of this other stuff, it it destroys the fabric of what Diggs was just talking about. We have to start to choose to be the families that we're supposed to be, and we have to teach our children how to be that. The problem is the world is throwing, while we're using a squirt gun, the world is using the ocean. And so we're trying to fight all of this stuff that just, it's super hard.
Oh my God.
I feel like because morality is dependent on the communities that you grow up and the beliefs that you develop, it's a spectrum. So, like, I was just talking to Cousin B, who says that marriages aren't really necessary in today's society. We know structurally in the United States of America, marriages tend to yield the best outcome for children. And so if the value is children, the value should be also family. And marriages is a part of that. We don't push for marriages. In fact, I hear the majority of excuses being given on why marriages are unnecessary and we don't need to get married, and yet we're having a conversation about how women need to be more accountable and keep their legs closed and wait until they're in committed relationships. Well, the ultimate commitment is marriage in this society. We're not even telling people they should wait until they get married. We're literally pushing a narrative that doesn't make sense. You can't expect people to have morals when you're not even pushing for that type of morality. I hear about more funerals than I do about weddings. I've been to way more funerals than I've ever been to weddings, and it's sad. Most people are like in our community specifically, you don't see that kind of push for us to get married. The sheer amount of people I know that's been in 10, 11, 12, 15-year relationships still hasn't got married, not an engagement ring or anything. And at some point, some of these women have actually given up on the idea of marriage because they say, I didn't get it in the 5 years. We've been together all these years. What's the point of getting married now?
So
Because
can I?
you can't,
That's
that's
sad
not
though.
teaching structure, that's not teaching family.
Wait,
But hold
hold
on.
on, wait. Who is that?
Go
Big
ahead.
Lil
Go ahead.
Mama?
That's
That's
me.
sad. That is really sad. Are you serious?
But
Like,
okay.
but
But
that's
wait.
because you have to set marriage as a standard first. Like, that's why they're not getting married, and that's why they be like,
They don't have
oh
the
well,
standard.
yeah, like
Okay.
They
that's why they be
asked, they
like,
wanted to, no, they
Hold
said
on,
they
real quick.
wanted to get married, but they're still not married after all these years. I got one of
But
my
But
friends, she's been with her boyfriend for, let's see, we met 13 years now.
yeah, because she didn't set it as a standard. Like, she set it as a
right.
standard, and
Still
she's
no wedding ring.
but here's the
But
thing, right?
that's her fault.
Because
You
I
can't
wrote this. Hold
listen.
on.
You cannot
Because
blame anybody for that. You have to blame herself for that because she did not put that out there in the first place. You see what
exactly
I'm saying?
sunset.
That's her fault. So you
here's the thing,
cannot
y'all.
blame others for that. She
What is
can't.
marriage though?
She had to blame herself because she should have set
Right.
that as a standard to that
Look,
man.
look,
Like,
look.
I
Here's what I'm
want
saying though, right?
marriage, and
But
do
you
you
I
want
know,
wrote
the
this,
same, or I'm not dealing with you, period.
but
So she
right.
listen,
had to blame
I'm the one
herself.
that
I
wrote it.
agree.
I'm the one that put it
Part
out there,
of
What
right?
you
that
say,
is in the
cousin?
Yo,
What
cultures.
you say, cousin?
what I
What
was
you
saying
say,
is
cousin?
the reason why I wrote that is because marriage isn't the problem.
Right.
Is commitment is the fucking problem. We can
Talk
sit up
to
here and
me.
talk all of our marriages, marriage. No, motherfuckers is getting married and divorced. Marriage don't mean shit now. So the bottom line is commitment is the problem. When we sit up here and talk about somebody who has been in a relationship for 20 years, right? But say it's a problem because they're not married. What? They committed? I'll take that over a fake ass marriage. I would rather be with somebody for 30 years, make a family, be there all day, every day, and that's my soulmate, and we get up out of this motherfucker together, than have a marriage for 5 years that end up breaking up because it was bullshit. And I
Talk to
Committed
me,
think
to what
cousin.
though?
so hold
Talk
on.
to
So
me,
hold on.
cousin.
So what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying, what I meant by that, right? Let me clarify, is that marriage used to be a utility. Okay. It used to be a fact of to survive. I mean, food on the table, like to actually survive, marriage was the best option, right? So people were forced to stay. A lot of people worked on marriages more because they knew that choice wasn't out there. So, like
Yeah.
hashtag said, now we have options, right? So now that utility of marriage is no longer there. Now it's about, hey, I can be happy by myself because I don't need another person to pay my bills, so to speak. Like I can still survive in society without being married. And I think that when
It's
people
still
put that
open
in their
leg.
mind, but
Let
but but
let
but
let
but
cousin
but
talk. Let cousin
but
talk.
again, but again, that's a whole nother moral context. That's a whole nother moral talk, right? I'm just talking about the fact of the matter is that a marriage without any loyalty or without any commitment is worse than a fucking boyfriend or a girlfriend. So the
Thank
marriage
you.
itself is not the goal, is what I'm saying. A marriage is catalyst to the rest of your life. What we have to start realizing is that people don't see the label of marriage as a moniker anymore, right? Marriage is
Thank
something that's
you.
bonus. It should be something that, hey, you know what? I know that this is my mate. I'm getting married next year. So you all know that I'm pro marriage. But I don't, but I still can look at people who don't marry and don't judge them. I don't have to
Thank
believe
you.
the same thing as somebody else to respect their decision. I think people get it fucked up. I don't
They
understand
do.
why we get into this situation where it has to be either my way or the highway when, yo, we got billions of people on this planet and everybody think differently. And it don't mean that they wrong or right when we're talking about morals or we're talking about a value. When we're talking about something that's tangible, like a law, or something that is that theirs are facts that we can't deny. But when we talk about like, hey, if you don't want to get married, if this person don't want to get married, they want to live together and shack up, hey, that's on them. But if
You
they,
know how I feel
So
you
about
know what I'm
that,
saying?
cousin.
I
I
don't
gotta
push that message, but I can't judge them for it. You get
let
what I'm
me
saying?
say this
That's
though.
all.
I gotta say
You
this
know
though,
Like,
because
how
the
what's
I
the
reason
feel
why.
point of
about that,
playing
Hold on,
cousin.
house?
real quick,
Like,
y'all.
Too.
I
Because
just
you
want
know
to say
what?
this real quick.
I was married the first time. First time I was married 20 years. The second time I was married 20
Mic
years.
check.
Now all I want to do is just basically get with somebody and we basically make our own, everything that's going on with one another. We can do our own vows. We can jump the damn broom and we can do the ring and every damn thing else, but we don't have to necessarily give it to the state. I
That's
ain't
crazy.
thinking about that no more. I'm not. I'm not thinking about that anymore. I've done that. I've been there, done that. That white picket fence, all that shit. I did all that shit. I'm done with that. But I'm not telling the young people, get married. If that's what you want to do it. But when you get to my age, slow that shit down. I'm
Yeah,
serious.
I think
Live
that's
life.
yeah, I think
Live
that's the
life.
problem. We making up our own morals and stuff. So this another thing though.
Oh, listen,
Well, what cousin said. I think that's what the problem. That's the reason why people say marriage, right? Is because commitment that is so it's so broad, and it's like, what are you committed to, and what's the center of your commitment? Now if you're talking about commitment through a human being and then they make up their own morals as it go, that's why the stuff don't work out, because they just like, okay, I'm
look at
committed.
you.
I'm
Look at you.
committed to
Look
you.
at
If you
you.
treat me right, if you make me happy, that's how I'm committed. But that's not how it's supposed to be. You got to have some type of center, or some type of core. That's the reason why we mention so much like
It
marriage
starts
without
there
God. What
first.
is that?
No, it
You know,
starts there first, brother. I'm
huh?
sorry. It starts there first before any commitment comes in, before you even get married. Commitment has to be done, just like cousin said. Do you understand what we're talking about? It starts there first. That's
Mm,
all I got to say.
what we talking about?
Okay, so
Is that
so
hold
what
up?
I
I'm trying to see if my point even got across. I don't even know
oh
what just happened. What was I
go
hearing
ahead,
though? I was trying to see what you meant by
go
that.
ahead, Kev.
What you said what start
Okay.
what first?
A commitment starts first before you
Yeah,
even make a,
commit and like I just said, committed to what? Because commitment is a very
committed to
broad word.
now. Okay, can you let me finish? Committed to each other, far as one
What that
another
mean?
values. Go ahead, you got it. Go ahead. I'm done.
What do that mean though? That's like when people be saying respect or something. That's very subjective. Commitment is subjective. Committed to what part? Committed to happiness? Committed to that I like you or you're cute?
Committed to respecting one another.
That's
Do you
Everything that you
understand
subjective.
that part? Do
no
you
everything.
understand that
Listen,
part? If nothing else, committed to one another, far as
But your commitment
respecting
is
one
different
another.
from other people's commitment. That's what I'm saying though. So that
But
varies.
one, no, but see, the thing it is when you talking to that significant other, we're not talking about the world. We talk about each other, as far as the significant person that we talking to, as far as the individual we talking to. Okay, not necessarily the whole world, but once you get to learn the person, these are the values,
So you make up
that you
your
have
own.
to commit to each other,
So
each
you just y'all
other.
just make up your own vows and just say we're gonna commit
It
to that.
has nothing.
you make
It
up your
has
vows when you get
nothing. It
married,
has
right?
nothing to. No, no. It
Yeah,
has
no, but the
nothing to
ones
Listen,
that
do.
we get married because it's a lot of religious views behind that
but
that you
that's the
talking about.
same thing,
Because
bro. That's what I'm saying. Listen, when you commit, right, to a person, right, you committing to your person. The same
we'll do
vows
that.
that you make, listen, the same vows that you make on your wedding day, that shit just don't start the day after. This ain't like you was never committed all of a sudden when you put the ring on, now all of a sudden, dun, 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 I'm committed. No,
Yeah,
it don't
but
work that way.
we know
You
marriage
have to
ain't
be
that though.
committed to
Cousin.
make the vows, is what I'm saying. So
Thank you.
those
But
same vows that you make, right? We all write our own vows. You know that, right? But so when those vows that you make, that is what you've committed to before you walk down that aisle. So what I'm saying is, you cannot ask someone to marry you if you're not committed to them first, unless you fake it, right? You cannot. That's what I mean. And a lot of people, like you said, it's just the idea. I think somebody said it before, like they are just doing it because it's a checkoff list, right? I just want to be married by 30 type shit. And then this person, okay, he'll do or she'll do. And then they go ahead and get married. So that was all vows and everything. There's no commitment there. That's the reason why those things come out and they end up not working. But the ones who are committed,
Exactly.
they
Can I
go
say,
through thick and thin, right? You committed to this person, you're gonna make it work. And you're gonna go through those good times, bad times, all that shit. And you're gonna learn together. That's what a commitment is, in my opinion. So if I was gonna answer that question,
that's
that is
crazy.
what the commitment is. You
Thank
give me,
you,
yeah.
cousin. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Like some
Yes, I'll
people
explain a little
literally
bit
just
later. I
want
think
the
it's going over
title of a
what y'all
wife
talking
and
about tonight.
husband. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta really like kind of break it down because it comes from somewhere. You can't, like I said, it's different levels of different people. Then they can say the word
Yeah,
commitment, right? They can say it, but
you right.
it
You
freaking
right,
varies. And
brother.
who knows their commitment is gonna be secure because they have nothing for it to look to, but just themselves. They just make up their own commitment and then say, let's just follow that. That's why it's best to at least have a religion
Well,
or something
if
because
if you
if you make up your own thing and don't have nothing to like kind of because like I'm put it this way, a lot of people's if we say a commitment, right, it goes based off of how they feel, and then we be like, well, that's my moral compass, and I made this up. That's not that'll mess you up because that can varies. It changes.
can I say this? Can I say this?
how do you feel that? I mean, because I'm gonna tell you something. It's only you and that person. You and that person has that bond.
Look what been
Y'all
happening.
married.
Look
Y'all
what boyfriend
committed
and
to
girlfriend
each
do.
other. You don't bring other people involved into that to your marriage. Because when it comes to your mother, when it comes to your father, when it comes to your sister, when it comes to your brother, when it comes to your cousin, or whoever's on the outside, it's only you two.
Okay.
That's all I'm just saying.
Can
Oh
I
man,
add to this?
go ahead, T.
Go
So
ahead,
the
T.
so the reality of what we're talking about when it comes down to commitment is there is character involved on both sides, and then with that being said, there's core values. And so those core values, those things have to be in alignment with each other. Those are irrespective of your religion. There's irrespective of your integrity or whatever. These things are not changing. They're not fleeting. No matter what your circumstance is, your core values, because of who and what you decide to make yourself be, your core values can't change. So if I decide to build a relationship with you based off of my core values, no matter what is presented in front of me, it will not change because of the core values that I hold for myself.
I love you, T. You know I love
Where
you,
the
girl.
where do the I'm gonna make y'all think today too.
I
So
love
where
you,
do your
girl.
core values come from?
So it depends on the person that you're talking to. Some people get their core values from religion. Some people get their core values from their understanding of character, right? The definition
What
of
do
what
that mean? Now
character.
explain it. I'm not gonna let you slide on that. So
Which one? No, no, it's
understanding of
okay.
character. What do you get? Where did that come from?
The understanding of character. So character involves a few different things. Character involves things like integrity, honesty, being congruent, or someone that would who does and says what they will do. They're in alignment with what they will do in life, as far as their word that they keep to each other. Character also involves them having a certain moral compass that they hold themselves to, regardless of what anyone else does in life, and that they hold themselves to that.
Can I?
So if I
Okay.
ask somebody else that question, is they gonna say something different, or is that just your version?
I would say that it's possible. However, the definition at its core.
I agree with
Listen, listen. I would say
100%.
that it's
So I
possible.
will
I'm gonna be
change
real with
mine.
you. I'm gonna be real with you. It's possible. However, when it comes down to actual definition of character, that is not changing. It's an unchanging thing because it requires you to be an unmovable person. When you have a certain perspective about who and what you want to be in life and how you want the world around you to respond to them, to respond to yourself, then it's unchangeable.
Can I?
Ooh.
Can I add to something really quick? Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. This is crazy to me. I mean, it's not crazy, but I think there's some misunderstandings going on, right? So, all right. It's not commitment. It's not. It's not commitment. I think there's plenty of people who commit. I think
Boyfriend
there's
and
1,000
girlfriend.
people who commit a day. I think people commit to their diets every single day. I think it's dedication that's missing, and
Oh.
the distinction between commitment and dedication is commitments are made with your head. Dedications are made with your heart. Okay.
I think it's God that's
Um,
missing. Forget all that. I'm gonna be real.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
that's not.
Commitments
I
are made
think
with your head.
people
Dedications are made with your heart. This is the way that
listen
it
to
is,
you.
right? What happens is there's people that are committed every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
They commit to stuff every day, and then they go and eat that brownie, or don't go to the gym, or whatever the case may be. But dedications are done with
Whatever.
passion. Dedications are done regardless of the other person. When somebody is like, for example, with me, right? What she was just talking about character, that was almost there. But the way that I hear it is like, or the
That's
way that I've learned
commitment.
it is like this, right? Hold on one second. The way that I learn it is like this. Okay. It's not about committing to someone. It's about being committed to who you are. It's about being dedicated to who you are. Like
Some
I'm
people
not a
don't even know who
faithful
they is
man.
though.
I'm not a faithful man because I have a good wife. She could be a dirt bag and I'd still be a faithful man
Because that's who you are, right?
because it's
That's
who
right.
I am.
That's who you
That's
are.
Right?
why I was
That's
trying
right.
to
It's
get to.
who I am, right?
That's right.
Many people what happens is people make like they say they want loyalty, but loyalty is every store has loyalty points. I got loyalty points at Target and Walmart. It's a
Oh,
transactional thing, right? People are
I
only
like
loyal
that.
as long as it serves them. But when you're
Right.
faithful, it's with your heart and it's who you are. That's why I use the word dedication, not commitment.
But that,
Because I know people that are
But no,
committed. They
that
get
is
committed
true.
every single day. People get committed to hospitals and then they're released. Like
but that's why I said the
people are
word
committed all the
congruent.
time.
Because
But it's like what what we I think what we really want to know is who people actually are,
yes,
right?
why I said the word
When you can
congruent.
see that they when you could see like my wife knew I
That
was a
part.
faithful person
Hello.
because she knew I was a faithful person because I was faithful to myself. She knew I was an honest person because I was being honest because I could be honest with myself. She knew that I was a hardworking person because before her I worked hard. She seen me being me and said I
That
want that
part.
to be part of my life. I want
Right.
those characteristics to be part of my life. I seen that she was domesticated. I wanted someone who was domesticated to be part of my life. And I think what
That
happens is
part.
most people are actually committed to the change in people. not the growth in people,
I doubt
right?
that. I doubt that. I think people are
I'm
committed
t- and
to.
I'm telling you
No,
because
no, no. I think they're
most people
committed
don't
to
even
them.
like
Oh
these
yes,
stories.
more different
No, no,
definitions. We
no.
gonna get somewhere.
I think they're
Hey,
committed.
Y'all
I
gonna
think
see what
more.
I'm getting to though. Watch
I
y'all.
think.
Why all y'all come with
Well,
different
Hold
let
things?
him
on.
finish,
So
Mo.
listen. This is what I'll
I think
say.
more
Let him
specifically, people are
finish.
Can I
committed
say this
Let
real
to
him,
quick?
them being
Let me
let
say
special.
this
him
real quick
finish.
because
Let him
yeah,
finish.
Okay,
no, I was
so
gonna say hash. Oh, I think I agree with you, hashtag. I think we're just using two different
yeah,
words for the same
yeah,
meaning,
yeah.
which is But
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I
Okay,
got you.
because I mean, and I'm not disagreeing with anybody. I think we're actually speaking the same language. We're just saying different words, right? In our culture, once upon a time, and I think it's like cousin, you said something that hit that sprung a leak with me right now. I mean, earlier. Once upon a time, every subgroup of people had a culture, okay, and that culture was
Mm-hmm.
designed to make them survive and strive and thrive. I'm sorry, survive,
Gotcha.
strive, and thrive. What has happened
Mm-hmm.
is our culture has become just things. Hip hop, for example, is not black
Ooh, you're
culture.
right.
Storytelling is black culture. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. So once upon a time, sharing was black culture. Once upon a time, teaching was black culture. Once upon a time, like building together was black culture. Like these things were
Right,
designed. Culture is a structure of survival, striving, and thriving. But culture doesn't mean that
you're right.
anymore. The same way family don't mean family no more. Now people are calling
Right,
family
you're
my
right, brother.
baby. Hold on. Now people are calling family my baby and me.
Mm.
It's not
Huh.
even man, woman, child. It's my baby and me and maybe my mama. That's my family. Family didn't exist that way
But that's
before.
not a new phenomenon, though.
Family never existed that way before. That was an incomplete family, but now
No,
people
that's
think that's
good.
a complete family.
No, I agree with that point. I think
But
too.
they
Like
committed though.
one of the things that we have to go back to is to your point, Mister Hashtag Diggs, is that um a lot of people are motivated by exterior or extra forces, and those things can change how and what they move and how and what they believe in, instead of actually moving in a space and in a parameter of life where they actually are self-motivated, self-disciplined, self-committed to being the best of themselves individually, and then that will speak to a bigger culture, a better culture, a better dynamic within family, a better dynamic within relationships. But instead, the issues that we have is that everybody is following whatever is most common, whatever is most popular, whatever is most loudest, right?
You're right.
So, with all of
You're
those
right.
things considered, that has nothing to do with commitment, but it has everything to do with you being committed
Well,
to.
it also has a lot to do with at least one sect of our society has no standard.
Right, that's what I was going to.
Watch this.
You're right.
Watch this right here. Watch this
I-
right here.
Can I, before you
Watch.
Uh-huh.
go, I just wanted to say this.
Yeah, yeah,
A
sure, sure.
person who stands on their square and who understands what character means, it doesn't matter what anything else does. That person is self-motivated and self-defined by what they hold themselves to, and it doesn't matter how the world around them changes. They are always going to do what is most progressive and most and best for those around them. It doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. They're always going to choose that,
Oh yeah, integrity is key. I mean, they know who they are at core. But watch this right here.
and they move from that.
Watch watch this right here. Besides having a lingam, right? That's a man piece, right? I mean, a male piece, right?
Okay.
Besides having a male piece, and
Mm-hmm.
besides and having some dingleberries, right? What qualify and being 18, right? What qualifies a man, I mean a boy to be a man, right? I don't
Oh,
have to
no.
I don't have to talk to. I can guarantee you, I don't have to know any of these men on this panel. I don't have to have ever met with them, sat down with them, and watched them interact. But I can name at least 3 things that they will not disagree on me. Every man is supposed to be responsible for what he creates, builds, or is the head of.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
right. That's
Right?
Right.
right. Right. That's correct.
Every man is supposed to be resourceful, right? And he's supposed to have a skill in which he can operate.
And be resilient.
He's
Exactly.
resourceful, he has a skill. That's it, right? If you
And
don't know how to
resilient.
plumb, you better know a plumber.
Resilient.
You know
Being
what
a
I'm saying?
resilient, being
Yeah,
the
yeah.
resilient of the man
It's
that he is.
but let me ask you, if he doesn't have those things, is he less of a man?
No, he is, in my
Every
personal
man will
opinion.
tell you he is.
Listen, every man will. However, the difference is with
He
women,
would
we will
say
tell
that,
you.
but that doesn't
Most
Well,
make a
men will
difference when you're
tell
being
you
that
that he's
man.
less of a man. Now
right, I
watch this,
agree
watch
with that.
this.
I agree with that. However, the
What?
thing with women though is that we will tell you that it's a tier of a hierarchy in which we
Yeah,
grade
yeah,
them,
yeah.
right?
He could be
And
less of a
so
man. Now watch
he
this
could
right
be
here. Watch
in
this right
a
here.
man in preparation, a man in walking, a man in et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera.
Okay. Most women can tell you the standard of men. They know it. But watch this. Past having a cunnilingus, right? Past having ovaries, okay, and past being 18, right? What is the standard of a woman? What takes her from being a girl to a woman?
The same, in my personal opinion. Do you want to hear it? I think
Well,
it's
let's see if the women agree.
okay. So I'll say it. So my personal opinion, I think that a lot of the transition between boy and girl is going into adulthood, and in my opinion, going into adulthood is gender neutral. Everybody needs to be responsible over very specific skills. You need to know how to take care of yourself in all facets of manners, and then you also need to
I'm
know how.
specifically talking about woman, though.
I
Go
know.
ahead.
I'm just saying.
Okay, okay, okay.
My conclusive the totality of my answer includes that. So as far as a woman goes, she needs to have a she needs to be a human being very similarly and be a functional human being. Right? That's number one. Because a lot of times, oftentimes that that a lot of men complain about with women is that they are really unalive weight to them when they need help and to grow. So because she's not a functional human being. So
Okay, now time out. Right there. Let's stop right there. The majority, now answer this question honestly.
mhm.
Do you think the majority of people who call themselves women want to take care of themselves?
No, they don't.
Huh?
They don't.
They don't. So what was that? Would that make them less than a woman?
No, it depends on
What? It doesn't?
no, listen to me. The reason why I say that is because
Okay.
it's a bunch of men that want her to be that way. In the same way that they say to a
But wait a
woman,
minute.
we
It
don't care
doesn't
about your
matter. It
degrees, we don't
doesn't
care about
matter
your
what men
career.
Let
want.
her finish.
Hold on.
No,
It doesn't matter what men
let
want.
T finish, please. Let
It's
her
about
finish so I
her.
can hear what she
It's
had to
about
say.
her.
You're not necessarily listening to her. Let her finish, please.
To answer your question honestly, there's a subsect of men and women where men want women that do not fully actualize themselves, and it's the truth. They talk about it all the time. A woman, oh, we don't care about your degrees, we don't care about your job, we don't care about these, this, that. All we care about is your ability to be submissive and subservient to me. The second part of it though is there's a subset of women that are like, I'm going to actualize all of that and see if I can find somebody that matches me at that level. And I think a lot of y'all want that woman, but y'all don't understand how to navigate with her because y'all were taught to deal with the woman that will not self-actualize. In the same way that we were taught to deal with men that haven't self-actualized as well.
Okay. Okay. So is it safe to say? because I'm talking about regardless of what the opposite sex wants, right? And I do agree with you. I think
But
there's people that don't
can't,
want
because majority of us have
to,
been
to be
conditioned
there, right?
from very young. Majority of us have been. We have to have that conversation. Majority of us have been conditioned from very young to perform to get chose.
Right,
Hold on,
right,
hashtag.
right. I
That's your
get that.
point. I
I
don't know
get
how
that.
y'all understand each other without getting the whole understanding of what they're even saying.
Let's hear what
Go
she has to
ahead.
say down there. I really want to listen to what she has to say.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead.
No, no, no. I
Oh,
want to
you
let
ain't
y'all
gonna want to
finish.
hear her because she gonna be in the same tip as
Oh,
me.
I want her to explain it exactly. Go ahead, girl.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna let them finish only because I'm not really sure where y'all are at in the conversation completely. I
I
just
enlighten you. So basically,
okay.
what we talking about is So we was basically talking about we was talking about the goal, right? So I guess like cousin was saying about commitment, and I was saying marriage, right? Even though everybody look at marriage so much different, right?
Right.
They was speaking on. I guess the reason why I was speaking against commitment because I said there's so many different forms of commitment. Is like where's your basis coming from? What I'm saying, character and all that other stuff. But I believe that every last person gonna come up with something different. So it got to be something solid that people can really follow to make the situation work. I said, God,
Right.
I just went to the root though, because I do believe it got to be something beyond just committing to a person, because like people change and all that stuff going to change.
They
Like if
do
we was talking
change.
about commitment, boyfriend and girlfriend do enough on that. They tried that. They at least try that though. But we see what happened on that situation. So that's what we was talking about on that though. So I guess they feel like commitment is more powerful than I guess marriage itself. I don't know.
Oh, so as long as y'all committing,
We
as
were
long as you
past
have the
that.
idea. No, go ahead. Because I'm really trying to
No,
understand.
you go ahead. Speak your piece,
So
sweetheart.
he was just
Please.
saying, like,
She
because
trying to catch in.
So so
I'm trying to get what y'all. Go ahead, Hash.
the last point I was trying to make was that typically, like, okay, the last point was basically there is no standard for what even I mean, and I'll go this far. There's no standard for what men and women are anymore. There's no standard for the basics of what they should be besides biology and age anymore. And that's the biggest issue. Like it's not about it's like everybody has they're all over the place with what is the basics of what a person is supposed to be. I like how Tia said self-actualize, what that word you used because I can't say it right now. But I like how she said that because what happens in this situation is that when we don't have a bottom line for what you should show up as, we accept less and we still call you that. We still say you're a man or you're a woman when the truth of the matter is you haven't arrived to this level. You haven't arrived. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sunset, Sunset, are you
So here, so okay, my bad.
Somebody,
Okay, hold on.
What you got?
there? I thought
You
Sunset.
you you want you want me to say something?
I thought.
I would say alter ego. Like what I was
You,
iterating to him was that there's a baseline that regardless of gender, we should be reaching as responsible adults. And because to hashtag's point, there the goalpost has constantly been moved. There's really no clear definition of what that means in today's time. That when we talk about even to Kevin, that's your name, right? The host, right? It can be moved. It's easily moved. Anybody can make up something. Anybody can come with something. But when you actually are talking about character, and you're actually talking about things that aren't subjective, but things that are actually practical, that can be pragmatic, right? A pragmatic perspective on life. You can pull from those things and show how not only do those things have a better outcome in life, but they also um, impact you positively and impact your future and those that are associated with you positively. That's where I'm coming from. Because at the very core of all of those things, in order for you to do that, you have to have a level of self actualization, meaning regardless, because most of us aren't taught these things, be they male or female, or if they are taught something, they're taught something in a negative facet, right? We're taught things that will take away from our ability to pair bond, our ability to commit to each other, our ability to even trust each other. If we won't get there, or we won't have the conversation, then it's impossible for us to take the next step, which will be healthy, functional adults that have character and integrity about ourselves, and we have a clear vision about what the future looks like. And
Right.
I think to Kevin's point, that's why
Exactly.
commitment seems subjective.
Right. So for me, when I was saying commitment, I think our hashtag, he used another word, which I think it all comes
Dedication. I said dedication.
dedication, right? It
He
all
said
comes together for
dedication.
me, right? So
Dedication
dedication
is
and commitment
commitment
is the
too.
same thing to me, right?
Yes, it
So,
really is.
right, and I look at it like the dedication is to myself, right?
Right.
The dedication is to my integrity, what I believe to be honor, what I believe to be honorable. Okay,
Thank you.
that's it. That covers everything. It's not honorable to be a liar. It's not
Thank
honorable
you.
to not have, to be faithful. It's not honorable. So everything for me is covered under honor. So you try to
Good.
do what's right. You try to do the best that you can for who you are, no matter who's looking, period. I don't care who's around me. I'm going to still be me by myself. I'm going to still be me in front of y'all. So to me, that is what honor is. Now, within that umbrella of honor, if I'm in a relationship and I say that I'm dedicated to you the same way that I'm dedicated to me, that means that I'm going to be honorable to my partner. And that means being faithful. That means being honest. That means you get what I'm saying? So it just is an extension of me, and I extend that to my partner. That is the vows that I will have on my wedding, right? It's the same thing. Now, to answer Kev's question, I think he was trying to get at where do we get these ideas from the base, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, Kev, but when I don't think that question has been answered. And he was saying like God, and I would agree, right? It comes from a lot of things. I think, and I said a higher power, but that whoever your God is, because there's different people with different religions, but whatever that moral code comes from, what they have been taught, a lot of it stems from that. A lot of it stems from your experience in life, what you found to be right and wrong, as from what you've seen, the things that you found that work better. Some of your society, whatever society you live in, some of that is going to rub off on it. You know what I mean?
Thank
What's acceptable. So all of that, I think, together is where it comes from. But I think you do
you.
have to have a spiritual base. I think you do have to have
Yes.
some base other than yourself. Because if you're not
Yes.
otherwise you're selfish if you're not selfless. You
Mm-hmm.
can only be selfless if you can
Now,
believe in something other than yourself. So I do agree with Kev on that. But I think that was where I came from. So hopefully that'll be a catch up on my position.
now,
No,
can
I
I
agree.
speak?
Listen,
Can
Thank
I
you. You
can
listen.
I
got to
can
my
I
point because
speak?
I was about
Can
to
I
keep on
speak
picking
now?
at y'all
Can I
until you.
speak now?
No, it's
Can
okay
I speak
because I
now?
was gonna say to
Tia,
you,
Tia,
Kev.
can I speak now?
Go ahead,
Tia, can
love.
I speak now?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
listen.
Listen, you know I love you. I'm about to mute,
I love you
baby.
too, boo. Wait a minute. I'm just saying. Look, exactly. I agree with everybody on this panel. I do not disagree with anyone. I be honest with you, I don't. Like I said, I was married 20 years the first time, 20 years the second time, okay? Both husbands wanted me back, but guess what? I could not go backwards, okay? Now, let me tell you something. When a person don't appreciate you, you got to learn how to appreciate yourself. That's the number one thing. See, they had their chance and they did not know how to respect it. When you talk to your significant one, that you are talking to today, forget about the past and you going off into the future. You talk to that person and y'all have agreement upon the whole situation. It doesn't matter how it may commit off into. It doesn't matter. You got to, like I said, you got to leave mama, daddy, sister, brother, cousin. It doesn't matter who the hell they are. If you two are committed to each other in whatever level it may be, let it shall be.
So I got a question then.
Quit trying to make something that you think that it should be, because it don't always have to be that way. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Back in the day when our ancestors, we jumped that damn broom. We did not get involved into society or any damn thing else. But today, I will say this again for my young people, because I'm an older woman, okay? But now I respect my babies. I respect them. Okay. But today, if they feel, if that's what they want to do that. But before you do that, make sure that that is on the ground level, on the same thing that you want in your life. Other than that, don't do it. Y'all have to be on the same accord.
Can I
That's
say
all I have to
something?
say about
Okay,
That's
that.
I got a question before you for that. So,
Go ahead.
because I be hearing everybody say sound bites that be sounding so good and stuff. So since you said you had two situations that didn't work or whatever, and then you said you had to learn to appreciate yourself. So what did you appreciate about yourself? What you get out that
You know
situation?
what you know what I appreciate about myself is that I release and I let go and I let them have what they wanted, because those are now the first one wanted to, get a divorce. And I'm like, oh, it took me a while. I said, well, damn, I got to go and listen to and learn and forgive somebody else's fucking fart. I mean, seriously, that's the way I did it. I'll be honest with you. And then with the second one, with the first one, he said, well, that was my first and only that I ever had. He said, I was like still pining for this person. And then all of a sudden what happened is that was the only person I was still having sex with, even after we got our divorce. And so I was like, he said, if I marry anybody else again, I'll marry you. You know what, sweethearts? Let me tell y'all something out there in this life. Seriously. Look, sometimes some people can free you from the stupidity of the ignorance that the person did not even know that they had within inside themselves.
So what you get? Why did you get with them stupidity people though? And back to the
No,
appreciation part. Let me
listen to
hold up real
me,
quick. No,
listen to
no,
me.
hold up. I try to have a
Go ahead.
conversation. I'm not trying to hear your whole story. No, I'm trying to
Okay,
see.
okay.
So I'm trying to see, like, because you said, I heard you say appreciate. Only thing you said you appreciate is that you got rid of them. I think it's something that got to be deeper than that. Like, what did you learn out that situation? Because everybody can always say, you know, what the person they
Okay.
dealt with. It was some reason why you was with these people that many years or something like that, and now they just
Well,
stupid and all this other stuff. So, what did you learn
I
about
had
yourself and appreciate about yourself though? Besides the
what I learned for myself from that whole situation, that I knew that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, which is God Himself.
Can I
He
go
freed
after
me.
her?
Listen, He freed me from the whole situation because I was a prayerful person. You understand that? I was a God fearing person. I was a person he didn't even know what the hell he had. That's what the whole thing it was. Okay? By me knowing who I am, it was enough of that. Okay? Not necessarily call yourself trying to look aside or whatever, but me knowing who I am a person that you can't play with, even though you try to play with me, you can't, because I'm a chosen one. I know who I am.
but how
I
long
can,
it took for him
like,
to play
let
with
me,
you until you figured that out?
okay, I was with him for 20 years because I
Oh
had
my.
children.
Okay.
I had children. My oldest, I mean, my baby girl right now is 42. The other one is 45. The oldest one is 48. Okay. I got 10 grandchildren. My oldest granddaughter is 30. And then I have 3 great grandchildren. So therefore, it's saying that to say this today, he still want me back today. He said to me when we were still dealing with one another, even though we went to the courthouse, I'm gonna tell you how my shit ran, okay? I'm not gonna leave nothing out. I'm gonna show you exactly how my stuff went. Okay, so what happened is we went to the courthouse to go get the divorce. That's this kind of person I am. Went to the courthouse and the judge asked me, said, "Do you want alimony?" I said, "No, just give me child support." Okay. I said, I can take care of my own self. So after we got done, this kind of woman I am. Next thing you know, well, now we just did what we just did. I said, well, who's dinner on? I said, let's go to Larry's. We went to Larry's and everything down there, downtown in Chicago. And we had a little celebration and everything, had our dinner and what have you. You know, that's the kind of person I am. You know, a lot of women is not like me. I'm sorry. I'm like that. And even with my last one, he had the nerve to hit his chest. If I done anything wrong to you, if I done anything, 20 years with that one too. I said, hold on. I said, let me tell you something. I said, he said, forgive me. I said, no, 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 no. I forgave you. I said, who you need to get forgiveness from is God, not me. I'm good. I'm good because I know who I am. Okay, I already went through everything it is. When I was married to the man, I even told the man, I said, let me tell you something. I said, come here. I said, I got something I need to talk to you about. This kind of woman I am. Okay. So I told him, I said, come here. We were still in the same household. And so next thing you know, he came in and I said, have a seat. I said, I need to talk to you. I said, you know what? I learned a lot from you. I said, but do not take anything that I'm getting ready to say. This I left this out one time. I said, do not take anything I'm getting ready to take you out of context. I said, because what I'm getting ready to give you is a compliment more than anything else.
Can I
I said, whatever we went through, I said, I'm gonna tell you something, brother man. I said, I learned a lot from you, and I appreciate you teaching me what a man is. He held his head down. I said, hell no. Hold your goddamn head up. I said, I mean that, because you're a man.
can I say something,
I
Mr.
respect
Sunset?
you being a man, okay? This is what I told him. And so he held his head up and everything. He said, but forgive me. I said, no, I said, we both went through this shit together. I said, I would never put everything on you. If we had to do this together, okay? But still, then again, if you getting off into a relationship, you got to talk to one another and express one another to one another and accept one another for who they are. If you can't do that, you don't have nothing. You don't have nothing. And I did that with those 2 people, but they did not understand me. And after a while, I had to release and let go. A woman, after a while, she get tired.
Can I say
She get.
this to Can I say
Go
this
ahead,
to you,
baby girl.
Sunset? Um,
Go ahead, baby girl.
I think
Go ahead, baby girl.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna try to say it in like the most diplomatic way possible.
Say it
And
whatever the way you feel you have to. I'm good with it.
yeah, okay. So I think like the larger thing of that, because two situations back and forth. This is not my opinion, but from him asking that question, I think he was trying to ask you like, what did you learn from both of those situations that you moved differently from? Now,
I learned this here to move on, don't suffer, keep going, and don't get yourself off into something that your ass ain't supposed to be involved into. Because let me tell you something, you will get yourself off into depression. Yes, you will. You will get yourself off in depression. And a lot of women today, they off into depression because they stayed their ass there too damn long and they ain't got sense enough to get themselves out the damn situation. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I
I'm
agree with that.
serious.
I would
Yeah.
okay.
I'm serious.
So what I would ask you, Sunset, is if
Go ahead, baby.
with you knowing that, right? Like,
hmm
are there
hmm
signs early on that you can peep, that you can
Oh,
see?
those
And with
signs is
that being
early
said,
on.
are those things that you learned?
Listen, sweetheart, you asked me, do those signs are early on? Yes, they are. But I'm gonna tell you something. I was the kind of woman, I figured, look, let me let me say this first of all. Okay, remember when God says, who's chosen for you is chosen for you. You might think that that person is chosen for you if if you basically go off the path, go off the path in which I did. And I was like, off into a lonely perspective. Yes, I would admit that. I would admit that. But today, me lonely, hell to the no. But I'm just saying, that's what I was. And so I led myself off into stupidity. Women, let me tell you something. Do not bring your butt off into stupidity, off into being lonely. Lonely is good. What you need to do is take your time for yourself and learn who you are, okay? And get involved into you more eventually off into God's way of being and pray and ask God to bring the right man to you, not what you want. Because if you start praying for the man that what you want, that is not God's choice. I'm just speaking the truth.
Now that part I agree with, but I know Hash wanted to say something. Go ahead, Hash.
Yeah. So okay. So the way that it works, I mean, I've done a lot of looking into this. The way that it works is like this. There's an order that it happens. Some people won't even realize they're going in this order, but this is what happens. It's suppression, right? So suppression is when you realize that you are deciding that your voice doesn't matter, right?
Exactly.
So
You're
that's
right.
suppression, right? So
Yeah.
the person is no longer, they no longer have to tell you that your voice doesn't matter.
hmm
You have internalized that your voice doesn't matter. That's
That
the
part.
first step, right? That's the first step.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
second step, the second step is aggression. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is when you begin to have internal dialogue, conversations with yourself about how the other person is treating you. You start having conversations with them, and you're able to create their dialogue in your head, right? And you begin to get angry for conversations you've never had with the person, or you're completing
Mhm.
conversations you wish you could have had with the person,
Hash,
but
write that down. Let
you're
me do a lot.
suppressed.
No, excuse me.
Okay?
Let me stop you for a minute. It's
Yeah.
not anger. It's not anger. It's not aggression. It has nothing to do with it. It's a joyful feeling. Over to
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
heart.
I I can't even explain it. Okay, so then the next step is
You can. I
apathy.
know you can.
Okay? So the next step, and sometimes these things are in no particular order.
I
I'm just going
know.
through a series, okay? So
I know.
so the next thing is apathy. What is apathy? This is complete uninterest in your life or the other person's life or in how you affect anything. Okay? So apathy, right? So what happens is you're like, well, it don't matter what I do anyway. Well, it don't matter what we eat anyway. Well, it don't
No,
matter. Nothing. You're so uninterested to where
no, no,
you
no.
don't want to have like.
I do not agree with you, sir. No, 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 no.
Okay, go
Hell
for
to
it. Go
the no.
for it. Go for it. I mean,
No,
but
no,
you
no.
you
I
got to
let you
understand what
go so
apathy is,
Accountability
though.
hit
far.
heavy.
No,
What's that?
cut you off right there. No,
Okay,
no,
go
no, no,
for it. Go
no.
for it.
What it is that when a woman knows who she is and her value, and she don't let nobody else take over that. Okay? Because once a woman knows who she is, and a man, anybody on this earth, I don't care who it is, and once she knows who God is, oh man, yo, sorry, excuse me, I want to say this, your ass is grandson, guess what? God is a lot more. Because let me tell you something, God is in my life.
I mean, you
And
good.
God directs my, listen to me, God directs my life every day. And this is what women need to get in their life. They need to just basically forget about everybody else and let God take control. And when God take control, ain't nobody else got control after that part. And
So,
when he brings the right one, he will bring the right one. And guess what? She will know. She will know.
I mean, okay. Well, I'm gonna say I agree with that point that you should go to God for what you're wanting. I mean, for what you're desiring. Ultimately, if you do go with what you want, you're gonna get what you want, and what you want, honestly, is not what you need. It's gonna be something that's gonna be a hindrance to you. So
Tell me
you
about it.
I agree with her on that because you do need to go to God to Lord, what is it you have for me? Let's see right here. I really like this guy. He got this and this. You see all the appearance and all the things he has, and you're not gonna see the future of what that looks like for you, right? Based on what you want. So I agree with that part when it comes to that. When it comes to going to God for what you're actually needing. But Hash, I think what he's expressing what these words are, right? Hash, he's expressing the words and then
Yeah,
he's explaining what these words are. Not that they're in direct connection with
yeah.
you, Sunset, or anyone. I think he's just explaining what these words are, what
I'm
they
just
look like.
explaining it so that because she asked, "What are the signs and what do you go through?" Right. So I was on apathy, and this is an uninterest. This is
It's
when you
time to
don't
go
feel like
home.
you like this is when you don't feel like you affect anything, and it really doesn't matter if you do, and you're not interested in making decisions anymore. All right. When you get to this apathetic place, apathy is the earliest form of depression. It's the earliest form of depression. So it's like you're like, it doesn't matter, like whatever. It don't matter really what I do. Everything's gonna go wrong anyway, whatever. Or you're gonna find something wrong anyway. It don't matter, right? Then the next thing after apathy is inertia. Like what is inertia, right? That sounds like weird, but it's where you can't find a reason to move. You ever laid in bed and you couldn't figure out a reason? You forgot what you were like you don't have any more zeal to get up. You can't find purpose. Nothing is important enough for you to go, for you to get dressed and feel good and look good. That's inertia. That's right after apathy. The uninterest in the world and then the uninterest in self and purpose, right? If you're feeling that with somebody, you're definitely there. And then depression, I like to describe it as a room that you don't know how you got there and you don't know how to get out. So imagine being in a dark room, right? Imagine being in a dark room and you don't know how you got in there, nor do you know how to get out. That's what's dangerous about depression because you don't know how you got there. You don't know how you got there, nor do you imagine walking in a room, right? You this whole time you've been walking down this hallway. You've been going through suppression, aggression, apathy, and then you get to inertia. And finally you're in the room in inertia, right? You don't want to move, you want to, and then somebody closes the door behind you. There's no lights on in the room, nothing. And then suddenly you wake up. The door is loud. Boo boo. but you don't know where you are. That's depression. That's what's so dangerous about depression, because many people don't know how the hell they got there. So they don't know how to get out.
Okay, now first of all, that was a great breakdown. That's a really, really great breakdown. And I think that's in a way even too what like it stresses people out, or it pulls them away, because if you can't explain why you're there, you definitely can't explain to nobody else. So it's a very good point. That's why people just like, I'm not gonna talk about it to anybody, because I don't even know how or why. And then if I explain it, they're gonna start gonna try to be pity on me. So, but where are you connecting these points though to hash too, so I can understand?
So I'm connecting these points to people being in relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether you're, this could be a relationship with your family member. It doesn't have to be intimate, right? It doesn't have to be like physically intimate. It could be, you could feel this way with your father. You could feel this way with your mother.
Mm-hmm.
You could, like, it doesn't matter. And so once you're in that place, the only thing that gets you out is, in most cases, it's responsibility, not identity, right?
You ain't hashtag. You better speak. I'm waiting for his book, y'all, and his
That's
tour.
cool, right? So,
Like
no,
hashtag
Sunset,
fucking his
come back. I got a
tour.
question for you. Come back.
She
That
said, "I'm
tour.
coming back. Don't worry about it." Did you call my name?
You did it.
No,
Accountability.
Krista
Come
is
back.
hilarious to me. But wow. Okay, so go ahead, Hash. She said
So
it's the
like
responsibility. Woo.
it's responsibility, not identity,
Mundane. Yeah.
because identity is who you were regardless of whatever, right? It's who you decided to be. But
Mm.
responsibility makes you, it's like somebody rolled you a flashlight.
I got a question.
Go for it.
So my question is based off of what we were talking about earlier about how we are not a person who's about integrity or about character is not swayed by X, Y, and Z. Is it not the same thing that your responsibility is not swayed by what the thing you were just saying just now? Responsibility versus
No, you're talking about the
Identity.
person.
identity, right? Because
No,
would they not? Hold on.
responsibilities and identity. Okay, go ahead,
The
so I can
reason
get the
why I'm
question
saying that
clear.
the reason why I'm saying that they are not separate from each other is that those who understand the responsibility that comes with identity and all of that, they understand they cannot be separated. I am who I am. My words have to matter and have to align and be congruent no matter who I'm speaking to, no matter what I'm doing.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
so
I'm asking the
I think I
question.
understand. I think I understand what you're saying, and but clear me up if I'm saying this wrong. So the way that I think I hear it is so you're saying that you have a responsibility to yourself to maintain your identity.
Yes.
Okay, yes. You
Y'all,
absolutely have a responsibility to yourself to maintain your identity. The the thing about that, right, is the responsibility to yourself is not a duty. It's not something you practice. It's something you you purpose yourself to. It's kind of like, okay,
Why wouldn't it be though?
it's not like a practice. It's just who you are. So like
But wouldn't it be if you think about it in a sense of like,
oh,
especially people who don't know this, right?
oh, okay,
What
so like imagine it like a body, okay?
mm-hmm.
So your identity is like your body. Your each part of your body, each limb represents an identity pivot. Okay? So let's just say your identity is being
Marshall.
charismatic, right? Like being charismatic to people.
Right.
Another identity would being expressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another identity, like that would be your like two arms. Your other identity would be, sympathetic, right? Like,
I don't. Excuse me.
I don't
like
know.
I
these,
think
these,
that I don't
these
think
things
I
that you
think those are
identify yourself as.
right. That's what I was about to say. I think those are
Yeah,
traits of the identity of the
yeah,
person.
yeah,
And
yeah. So,
I think what
like,
where I'm coming from
okay,
is
go ahead, go
the
ahead.
perspective that all of these things that I say make up to me. Not only do I first and foremost have to prove those things to me, and then constantly be congruent to how I show the world and show the people closest to me, but most importantly, I also have to be congruent to myself. Like, and be
Yeah, yeah.
honest to myself about those things. I can't break promises to myself and think that I can keep those
Yes.
promises to the world around me and be a person of character.
Right, right. See, here's the thing. This is where crisis comes into play, right? Some people go through whole life realizations, and other people go through midlife crises. Okay, so a whole life realization would be you slowly realizing uh, the moments in which you are inauthentic with yourself, or that, like, for example, your defaults don't match your core values. So for example, let's just say if my core value is to stay free, right, but my default is to up thing or pull out my pistol every time somebody make me angry, they defeat each other, right? They defeat each other because eventually my default might take away my freedom. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's an example of a whole life realization. Okay. You slowly realize that your mouth can't keep you a job. You know what I'm saying? So you say, I got to curve my default. I got to curve this thing that I do in order to keep the things that are the most important to me.
Mhm.
Right. So a crisis, a midlife crisis would be like you having a responsibility, like a woman having a baby, right? She's a baby. She doesn't know who she is. She's like 15. She doesn't know who she is. She's a baby. And she's been doing for this baby, loving this baby, making this baby, waking him up every day, all of this and that. And then the baby gets 18 and the baby no longer needs her and goes off to college. And then she wakes up the next day and she says, it's time for breakfast. And nobody's there. It's time for, and then she doesn't know what the hell to do with herself. She breaks down because all the things that she breaks down because she's not seeing the opportunity. She's seeing the offense in the baby being absent. It's offensive to her and who she thinks she is. She has told herself that she's only valuable as a provider for the baby.
Okay, so I
So
don't
that's a breakdown.
I
That's a
don't mean to
breakdown.
be a contrarian in that in the
No, it's
example
cool.
that you
It's cool.
gave, because a lot of women do like you're describing essentially like empty nester syndrome,
Yes, yes.
and a lot of women never get to that point, or a lot of more and more women aren't even going down that path that they understand that, and then even more so, I think that if we scale it back totally for both men and women, we won't even have those type of conversations, because if we start being more responsible about the adventure or the journey of having children, then we're first and foremost talking about the journey of becoming an adult. And so, with that being said, we can talk about like this third party that absolutely is dependent on us when that changes. But how about we have the conversation of what does it look like where men and women, because that's really where most of our issues are in this community, right? Where men and women are so codependent based off of these piss poor um, beliefs about
Can
relationships.
can I address one thing you said?
Sure.
The like, a lot of times our words are our reality.
Mm-hmm.
So you said having children, not raising children. So that the concept of having children will lead you to the midlife crisis. But the concept of raising children
I spoke that
will
way because
keep.
I don't have
No, no, no.
children.
I'm just
No,
using
no,
your
no,
verbiage,
no.
right?
Listen, you have to. Everything is in context and nuance. I spoke
Yeah.
that way
I
because
know.
I don't have children. I spoke.
I know. But
I utilize
I'm
that
just.
verbiage because I don't have children at all.
No.
And so,
I'm
if
just using your verbiage to make an example, right?
right, I'm saying,
So
but I'm
a
saying
person who is having children
Yeah.
never identify the child growing up. The person who is
But
raising
you can't
children.
use what I'm saying as that example
No,
because
No.
he's
I'm
just
using the
using his.
verbiage.
He got something else from it, so he just explaining. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'm just explaining it. Okay. So look. So the concept of having children never. It's about it's about being responsible for somebody else. The concept of raising children, it implements your identity and how you can instill things to push the child out. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So the concept of having children says to your subconscious, I'm not like I need to be responsible, but I don't need to use my identity. The concept of raising children is I am responsible and my identity is going to help me be more responsible. Does that make sense what I just said?
yeah, it does. That's why I said that. That's why I was trying to draw a line of delineation because it's different. I utilize that verbiage because I don't have children at all. While I get it in the context that you are
I get
laying
it.
it down at, but I
Yeah.
use I you are pulling from words that I used, right? And so with that being said, I use those words specifically because I don't have children. That's why
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said it in that manner.
I
However,
get
I
it.
get in the
I just
context
got
of those.
something. I just used the words so that we can like create it.
Absolutely,
So yeah, so
absolutely.
the mindset goes like this, right? And I want to get back to Kev's points, right? So
Hmm.
like if we go to the third prompt, for example, right? If we said why do you believe men are using nature as an excuse for lack of self-discipline, right? That's his third prompt, right?
Hmm.
Why do you believe men are using nature as an excuse for lack of self-discipline?
Hmm.
So if imagine so I'm gonna give you a scenario, okay? Young boy raised by a single mother, and she says, I don't need a man for nothing, right? Okay, this is a crazy scenario. Okay, so just bear with me. She says, "I don't need a man for nothing." Now, unconsciously, if this is her narrative, she's already telling the young boy that he's not valuable when he becomes a man. Okay, unconsciously, she's also telling him that at some point, the only value that a man has shown her in his life, in her life, is the value in which he came to be. In other words, making a baby. Okay? Unconsciously, and this is before she even does anything,
Hmm.
unconsciously, what she's also doing by raising him to be a man is showing him that, okay, you are valuable as long as I have control over what you do.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So then when he gets to a certain age, he goes out in the street if that narrative of hers hasn't changed, right? If that's who she is, if she ain't married or she hasn't shown anything different or nothing like that,
Hmm.
he goes out in the street and he says to his friends, well, it's okay for me to treat women a certain way because because I am seeking to be valuable to them in this way sexually. I am seeking to show them that I am valuable in that. That's the number one way, right?
Hmm.
I'm also I also don't have to create a relationship with a woman because the first woman I knew said that she doesn't really need one. She's the most valuable woman in my world. She doesn't really need a man. My entire life, she hasn't shown me she values one, right? So
Hmm.
I don't need to I don't have to value myself, nor do I have to expect or demand value from you unless it's sexually.
Okay.
So
Ma'am.
then so
Okay.
So what he does in most, and these are regular cases,
Mm-hmm.
is he learns the pattern of an iser. Okay, what an iser means is it's just a word that means learning the patterns of, right? And then who is he learning the patterns of? A woman. So what is he inevitably, if since that situation did not change, what does he inevitably become and project? A womanizer.
Okay, so can I
Go
posit
ahead. Go
this to
ahead.
you though? So with everything that you said, I'm not denying that because I do see that pattern happening in life, right? What I will posit to you though is there is
Everything that you
a.
said, I'm not doing.
I'm sorry, there's an echo. Okay, so what I am positing to you though is the healthy dynamic of a woman saying that she doesn't need a man, but she wants one. There is a psychological and sociological call to duty in that statement. Just because I no longer need you to take care of the very basic things that I have in my life, I still want you in my life. That does not mean you're less valuable. It does not mean I don't need you. However, what I am doing though is asking you to step up in these different ways. And because you refuse to understand what those things are, you'll revert back to those old ways of thinking and thinking that I'm talking down upon you or saying that you're less worthy or less valuable. However, all that I'm saying is if we're going to adjust and adapt to the timing that we're in life, all that I'm asking you to do is pivot. Right? If anybody played sports before, you know with basketball, if I pick up the dribble, at best all I have is the pivot on this foot. And I'm waiting for someone here to come in and pick up and to either give me an opportunity to make a play or for me to pass the ball off to someone else. That's all that most women are trying to say. They're not saying that you are no longer needed. They're not saying that you're no longer necessary. They're saying that in the way of old, where I had to rely on you, right, where I had to rely on you in this way, they're saying that way no longer matters right now. But in the way that I want you to show up for me, I'm telling you that. And so that doesn't make you less valuable. I
So
think
oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll finish.
yeah, okay, sorry. And I won't be too much longer. If I'm monologuing, but I will say that to this, I think that a lot of things that tend to happen when men hear that women say that we don't need you, I think that y'all hear that you're not worthy or you're not valuable or there's no worth no more or there's nothing you can do for me. But the truth of the matter is that we're saying we need you to show up in a different manner. We need you to show
Talk
up in a
about
different way.
Tia.
That's all that we're saying. We're not saying that you showing up in the way that you are as the man that you are isn't enough. We're just saying that, okay, try to adapt in a different manner. And we're telling you the
So,
same, we're giving you the keys at the same time how you should show up for us. But because you don't necessarily want to hear it, you think that we're saying that you ain't S. You can never be S. And I'm not gonna lie, there are some women who do say that because they don't understand what's
Yes, they
happening.
do.
Right? I'm not gonna deny that. Right? I'm not gonna
Yeah,
deny your reality when it comes to that.
yeah.
But what I'm going to say largely the issue is that we're telling you that um honestly, if we're looking at we at a space table, you my partner. How many like literally we're partners right now. And if we're
Right.
partners right now, I need you. I don't necessarily need you to be on the table, but I would love for you to understand the way I'm playing this game right now. The way that the world has changed since we used to operate 20 years ago. That's all that we
Talk
asking.
about it, girl.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Then let me respond to that.
Hold on, baby.
Okay,
When she just spoke, she spoke the truth.
she did, and I'm gonna speak with her 1 second.
All
Okay, hold
right,
on. I
cool.
got you. So listen, for first of all, I completely agree with what you said from your
Yes,
point of view, right? From your point of view. But
yes.
I'm telling you, I know I'm not a man, But those words will never, you got to hear me good, okay? Those words will capital, okay? Never land with a man. It won't ever. So it can be your duty. It can be all these things you believe it is. And that's why I said everything you said is correct. But we have to be better at communicating our needs. We have to. In order to receive what you want from that person that you're desiring, you have to communicate better.
Okay,
You
so
can,
Alter, I will ask you, how do we say it? If I broke it down in
That's
the
what
sense
I
that I'm
said to
saying,
you.
so look, so
Where
hold
do
on.
we
So
do
listen, so
that?
listen, the way you broke it down is the way you need to say it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Right? The way you, that's why I said you're not wrong. But you can't say, I
Yeah.
don't need no man and tell him how to show up. That makes no sense to him. I promise you it don't. You cannot say that. So you can say, hey, this is where I am in my life. These are things that I'm needing, okay?
right,
Not just
right,
wanting. These are things I'm needing in my life at the point in where I'm at right now. So that gives him the opportunity to decide whether or not I want to show up for you in that way. But you can't just put him in position and tell him what he's going to be without explaining why he needs to be there. While all these different things may have to go together, right? So
right.
I'm explaining. This is what I'm wanting,
I
right?
know that.
No.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
agree with that. I agree with that, Alter, 100% because
I know that.
I'll
Yeah.
tell. I'll tell men right now, like I'm not. They'll be like, "Oh, what? Why you don't got no man? Why you not dating?" I'm like,
Yeah,
only thing
because
I
you
need a
know,
man for right now
this
is this,
woman
that,
here
and
is
the
straight
third.
to the point.
And
She's
then
straight
they'll
to the point.
and men will respond accordingly to that because it's still
Yeah,
showing up as far as me saying what I need. And the thing
right,
about it is, a woman saying what she wants is still saying what she needs, but it's not. I think the it's really a case of semantics that's whooping everybody head.
right. You're
We're
right, Sylvia.
adapting to the fact that we don't need you in the old ways of 20, 30, 100,
Right,
40 years ago. We need
exactly.
you to show up in this way that's relevant to the present. And
Well, hold
most
on, wait.
people haven't
Right.
adapted to that language. That's
Because
where I
that
come from.
old shit don't go nowhere at all. Even though I might be off to that shit, but guess what? I'm over to the fucking new age. I'm with y'all.
Well, I
So
don't
let
know.
me
I don't know about the new age, but go ahead. Okay.
uh,
I'm with you.
uh
I'm with you because I'm gonna tell you,
man, yeah, I know
it's
you
so
heard I was
much
about to go, man.
disrespect.
You about to tell that mute button. That's what you about to tell. Let me I was about to say, I'm gonna let you talk in a minute. Uh is that we know that like most people, and I talk about people with this situation too. Though a lot of people, especially when you're younger, they're built off words of affirmation, right? Which I try to teach people to not rely on that. But as kids, we need it like crazy. That's why I say it's more of a kid thing. Well, it's adults that's taking it on too, though. So for the most part, them words mean a lot, and they're not going to interpret it. They're not paying attention to the actions or none of that stuff. Like what you is directly telling them is what they seeing it. Now, some of the actions I can see, like you even though you speaking on it and you saying that I don't need a man and all that stuff in front of your child and all that stuff, and then he's seeing that you don't need it because you over there, nah, get out my way. I can take this trash out and all this other stuff. He's seeing all this stuff, right? So he gonna be like, oh yeah, mama, and then that junk be true too, because it's like I see this to this day. I can tell who got brought up by by a single mother and stuff. As soon as you say something about it, mothers, if it wasn't for my mama, you got to think about your mama and all that other stuff. Well, they be because they grew up, only with their mama, and they didn't realize daddy wasn't ish and all that other stuff. So they got that stuff. Really, it does something. Just like when what hashtag said what he said. That's like it might be unintentional. They might not be aware of what they're doing, but that does affect the child all the way until adulthood. And if they don't get a mind of their own, they just won't learn because they're gonna go based off of what was being told. So it's like they will not be able to speak on. Well, I'm only going by. I mean, they're not going to be able to speak what you're thinking. By you saying, "Well, I just mean for you to step up and all the other stuff." You got to say, "Step up," then. You gotta be direct. Just like if a dude was like, "Well,
Yeah.
I love you," he was like, "Man, F you," but I mean, I love you or something like that. I'm supposed to get you to understand that I'm saying I love you by saying F you or something like that. No, that's
No.
gonna take time. Even if you was like that, that's gonna take time as an adult, right? Because that's after you done learned yourself and start loving yourself and all that stuff. Then you can read through different things. Like, man, yeah, I can tell the way that my dad or my mother expressing it. They mean that's their form of love because they never knew how to love. But that's after they love themselves. But if you're the one that they're idolizing and looking up to, no, they about to take every word you say seriously. They're not gonna take it for what you think in your mind it is, you know. So that's what she just what Alter just said. Like that's perfect. Like you got to really change the way you speak, low key. You can't just expect a
But
child to know exactly what you mean. So
this is the thing though. When hashtag made his comparison, he was talking about the way men hear it. And this is the thing. Men have to be honest in the fact that y'all aren't your love language ain't just physical, it's words of affirmation. Y'all need women to verbally express in the ways that y'all are needed. And the thing about it is, if y'all keep operating in the sense of, oh no, I just need to, figure out what that thing like, y'all gonna keep operating in the same cyclical things that women operate in. Y'all not telling the truth, just like women aren't telling the truth, and that's why you're getting the outcomes that you're getting.
Can I say that learning to make more requests and less complaints is probably the key component to the conversation, right? Like so typically the way that we hear that most men experience women is women speak in deficiency. They don't say what they want. They say what's not there,
Okay.
right? And so what happens is and and so what's like, what happens is or what they or what they don't want, right? They don't specifically say what they want. They just say what's not there and what they don't want. The hardest question that I've had to get women to answer is to tell me, without telling me what you don't want, tell me what you want.
Okay. So
And
let's pause right
and that's
there.
the
Let's
most
pause right
Hold
there.
on,
difficult
let him finish
thing.
one point.
No,
One point.
because
Hold
that's
on.
important. It's important
It is, but
because
let's let it be important after he finishes his point because he got to get it out. He got to get it out, friend.
ooh.
Yeah,
Okay, my bad.
that's the
My
most
bad.
important. Yeah, that
He ain't go. You can't ever respond to a point because he ain't said it.
yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
that's the most important thing is to learn to speak request without okay, with the absence of speaking a complaint or a deficiency, and that seems to be extremely hard for our young ladies to do. That's like part of womanese. Womanese, it just that's the language. I got to tell you what I don't want, even if I am going to tell you what I do want.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Tia. Look at that self control. Stop playing with her. Go ahead, Tia.
Listen, baby, it's been a journey, and I've been working on it. You know what I'm saying? I've been
Camp is the best place to
demonstrating
come. So anytime you want to
everywhere I
practice, come
can
to camp.
go. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, to you hashtag and anyone else that agrees with that. Okay, so first and foremost, I would ask you, do you feel that men express themselves differently, and how so? If you could
Yeah,
be succinct in the answer.
yeah. Men typically men just tell you what it is they want,
Mm-hmm.
or if they feel like they have to speak to you in your language, then they'll take away the other things and leave you with one thing,
Okay. So I'm
right?
glad that you
So
said in their language because
yeah.
so you agree that men and women speak differently and express things
Oh,
differently.
absolutely. It's a totally different language. It's a totally
Okay.
different
So
language
why do men keep condemning women for speaking womenese in their women?
because women don't care to speak man.
I know a lot of women that try
No,
to
no, I mean,
understand y'all.
no, I mean, most women don't care to speak man, but they require men to understand womanese or and speak womanese. So like, okay, a woman will say, like, okay,
Y'all,
let me
while
try
he's
to clear this up.
explaining, y'all, please tap the screen. Keep tapping the
Yeah,
screen. There's no
let me
reason that
try to
he can
clear
only
this
get
up.
40K.
Okay, okay, there's a really big difference from being understood and being accepted, right? Or being understood
I
and
agree.
coming to an understanding. Most men don't care to understand you. Okay.
Most men don't care to understand
Most
you.
men don't care to understand you.
Okay.
Most men care to come to an understanding.
Okay. I
Okay.
agree.
So the difference is when I come to an understanding, I accept you.
Mhm.
When you want to be understood, you're asking too much for a complicated thing. Most men have to be put on a slow drip of understanding,
Mhm.
right? You got to
Mhm.
put that thing in an IV bag and put
I
it in
was to
his
say
arm
that
on
sound
to
like an
sleep.
IV bag.
Yeah, you got to put it. You got to put it in the IV bag and put it next to the bed, and he'll get it in his sleep.
Mhm.
But if you want to be
Mm,
understood
this is
right
cold,
now,
y'all.
if
Mhm.
you want to be understood right now,
Mhm.
you are asking to get into a disagreement with a man,
Okay, so are
right?
you not doing the same thing with the woman?
No,
How
because men
not?
just tell you what they want.
You also just said that sometimes men don't express things overtly, and that she has to understand that because she wants to understand him.
I
Is
missed
there not a
everything you just
gap?
said. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
I missed everything you just said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you also just said in your statement that when men want to be understood by a woman, that she also has to take the gap to understand him if he's not speaking straight up. You said men either speak straight up
Yeah,
or
but
they speak in a way that a woman
well,
has to
okay. So
want to
look,
understand him. No,
this
no,
is the way
no.
that.
The only reason why I'm bringing this up is to say
Okay.
that a lot of the times our issues come from the fact that we won't take the time to understand that both of us have a gap of understanding.
Well, okay. This
That's
is the way
it.
that it is, right? Okay. So I agree with you, but this is the like. Okay, this is the best way to say this that I can think of. Women verify, men validate. Okay, so this is the way that it goes.
They verify what?
Hold on. I'm going to explain it. Okay, so here it is. Men are not allowed to complain, for example, right? Because a man's complaint has to be verified to be real by you. A man can't live in complaint until you tell him that it's okay for him to complain, right?
Okay.
But a woman's complaint is automatically validated
Why?
because you have the shield of emotions to validate. Men cannot.
Why?
You have the. Oh, well. Okay, so why is a passive aggressive word? Okay, so I'll tell you
No, no,
what.
no, I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm
No, no,
saying
no,
in
no,
the
no, no, no.
same way that
I'm just gonna tell you what.
in
Okay,
the same way
so
that in the same way that you're saying that a woman has to give a man that same grace, a man needs to give a woman the same grace. That's
no,
really the truth if we're
but that's
talking
not the
about.
experience of most men. That's
It's
not the
not the
experience.
experience of most women if we're being honest either.
I don't know. I
I
mean
know.
I'll accept that. I will accept that.
I
Right?
know, and that's
You,
the
you,
thing that we have to stop generalizing things if we're really
no,
going to get
but
down to the nitty gritty of
no,
why
but listen,
we don't
listen.
work
Okay,
on an
so
interpersonal level. We have to stop.
let's
We have to
exist
stop
separately.
general.
But that part is okay. So your part can't only be true, Tia. His part can't be
Yes.
completely
No, no,
incorrect.
I didn't say
That's what.
my. I said both of our parts were true. Alter.
Right, but you have
What
to.
you're missing
No,
is
what
But
I'm
not
let's
saying
just
is,
saying that.
exist
no, what
separately,
I'm
right?
saying is, you have to take in what he's saying as opposite of like what you're inserting, because both of you guys are inserting something that's necessary. Like what you're
Yeah. You
saying, how
see,
you're saying it is necessary, but he's
I'm
trying to like
only
he's closing
right.
in the he's trying to close in the gap of where the gap is for the man, so we can not
Right.
have the gap.
You
To
see, you
see what's
see
happening in that gap. Go ahead.
in the conversation that we're
I've said
having.
it's a gap on both
Hold
sides.
on.
No,
In
yes.
the conversation, like literally, what I'm talking about is happening in our conversation right now. So
Mm.
in our conversation that we're having, I only exist because you exist as well. But I cannot exist alone because everything that I have to say has to be verified for you and verified for you to in your existence, in your experiences, in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it
Mm.
doesn't exist. This is why you have to like women do that a lot, right? So I'm not saying that men don't do it. I'm saying women do that a lot. So what happens is this,
Yes,
right?
they do.
Right. Okay. So what happens is this: when a man says something, right,
Mm-hmm.
right away, in most cases, especially if it's discontent. If he's like, I don't like this, or this is not right, or whatever, immediately there is a call.
Why?
Hold on. Immediately, in most cases, there's a call, a trigger that says, where can I exist in his complaint? I need a
You're
complaint to
existing in your
match his
own self.
complaint.
No, most times, most women tend to actually. The issue is most women try to exist in the point of where can I exist that I am not what he's complaining about. That's what most women try to do because they're trying to be chosen by men.
Whoa, wait, hold on,
No,
no, no, no, no, no.
no,
Y'all
no,
be
no,
missing everything
no.
has be
You're
saying.
wrong,
I
They
that's
missed
Tria.
what he's
everything I just said.
saying.
You're
I hear what
wrong,
he's saying, but that's
Tria.
what most
I'm
women
sorry,
do.
I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that. You exist with yourself.
What?
You cannot let
I said
nobody
what?
take your existence of being who you are. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I cannot let you
Yeah,
take
this,
that, baby girl.
Okay,
yeah,
wait.
I love you.
Okay.
It's
but
Has
this is
okay.
why,
explain. Wait, wait, wait,
like
wait, y'all. It
most.
has explain that point, please. Explain what you said with his complaint. She tries to exist. Explain that for
Oh,
them.
okay. So look, let's just say I don't like red. I don't like it when you
Right,
wear red. It makes you look this way, right?
right.
Right away. In most cases, the man won't exist until she has something to exist also. So it's like, well, I don't like when you wear blue,
Okay.
right? So so
Right.
so it's like she has to exist in his truth. It's not about
Right.
validating him.
It
It's
has
about
nothing to
existing
do with that.
also, right? So
Right.
I
so
Right.
should.
so so what I do a lot of times, right, is
Hmm.
I tell men when I talk to men, I tell men, it's more important for you to be honest with your expressions than to be tactful with them.
Right. That part right there. You got
So,
that too.
yeah,
No.
I t- I tell men all the time, i- if you want to continue to love yourself and be authentic, you're
Right.
going to have to offend her.
Yeah.
You
Okay, so
have to be okay with offending her, and or you have to just say, you know what, I don't care if she's offended if
That
I'm
part
being
right there.
authentic.
Hello.
I don't
Hello.
care, like I don't care if I'm being offensive,
mhm.
if I'm being
Right.
authentic,
Mhm.
Right.
right?
I have no issue
So
with
Right.
that. But what I was
so
saying to
like,
you
but
Okay.
is
but
Hold on.
hold on, hold
He
on,
about to land. He about to
hold on
land.
one second.
Hold on,
Hold on.
Tia.
Let me land to you real quick. So
Tell him
what happens, right? When men have the audacity to do this,
Uh-huh.
uh, which most men don't, to be honest,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
When men
Okay.
have the audacity to exist outside of women
Okay.
and not to comfort women, a
Okay.
lot of times there's restrictions against
Why
men
is
having
that?
access to women.
Why is that though? Give me.
Okay. So immediately, that man who told that woman the truth may not get any that night, right?
Oh, I got
okay.
you.
Right.
What I
I
was
So
trying
got
to
so
you.
most
say.
men, so most
That's
men,
the only reason why I wanted to know of that because other than
yeah,
that, I didn't give a damn.
Wait,
yeah,
but
like most
Yeah,
men
okay.
can't.
fuck you.
So what has to happen, right, is that
Okay.
men have
You
to
know what?
like.
I
I mean,
love men with morals and standards. I love
yeah,
men with morals and standards.
That drink in that cup is good.
I,
You hear
Women
me?
take that,
man, ain't
women
it?
take that like, they reject things. They
Yes,
take that off to reject it. I don't do that. When men have morals and, perspective offered to themselves and standards, I love it. I love it.
A
oh,
lot of men, a lot of men are not valued for their self worth, right? They're not
Well,
valued for that,
time
and the
out.
reason why,
Hold
the
on,
reason
Spencer.
I
One
think,
second.
the reason I think that a lot of men are not valued for their self worth is because self worth holds you to a standard and like an SOT, a standard of treatment, right? You only get to treat me this way, only, right? You only get to treat me. If you treat me any differently than this, You can't exist in my space. And many times what happens is a lot of females, the way that men experience them, a lot of females,
Women.
they want to be loved the way they tell you, and they want to love you the way they want to.
Right. That's
Wait,
what
so
I
let's
was
say this
speaking about
love.
in the same point that you said that, okay, a man will say, I don't like women that wear the color red. There will be a group of women in the same regard that'll say, I don't like women that wear the color red either. I don't trust those women that do that too. That whole thing exists because of the performative nature of them trying to be chosen, and they're not living in authenticity either.
Well, I mean, I like the chosen thing because the chosen thing is something that we don't talk about that much, right? When a woman actually likes a guy, she cares about being chosen.
Yeah, but
When a
I
Wouldn't
don't
it
woman
care
be
about
when
doesn't like
chosen.
a
I
someone
don't care
guy,
already
about
be
being
in a
chosen
relationship?
enough to not be chosen on my merits, or who and what I am.
no, 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 no. But when a woman actually likes a guy,
No, I'm not. I'm
she
not.
cares
But I'm
about
telling
being
you,
chosen.
I'm not
I
going to
tell
in the
guys all the
same way
time,
that
if
you're
she don't
saying
listen
that.
to you, she don't like you.
I'm telling you in the same way that you're saying that men need to disregard to a certain extent, so that he can be his full self to a woman. I believe in that in the same way as a woman. I'm not going to pretend and bend and be anything other than what I am just because I like you or I have interest in you. Because if you don't meet me where I am, we don't meet each other where we are respectively, then I can't do it. It's not
That's good
realistic.
right there. I mean, that's a mutual thing right there. Like I mean, I like that, right? Okay, so to get back to Kev's point real quick, right? I think Kev, my answer to that question, why do you believe men are using nature as an excuse? I think the reason why men are using nature, like sexual I'm gonna say sexual what is it called, proficiency, right? Why they using sexual proficiency as an excuse to not be disciplined is because like the world teaches men one thing, and men believe what the world teaches them. For example, there have you ever been in a conversation, Kev, where you've heard women say, "Man, I can't wait to meet that virgin. I'm gonna teach him everything he needs to know about my body, and he's gonna love me just the way that I want him to because he ain't been with no other woman, and I can't wait. Where's the virgins at in here?" Right? I mean, that's gonna be a conversation that's gonna be so rare to have. Right? There's just not gonna be women that's gonna be around here saying, "I can't wait to meet the guy who don't have no experience or who has very little experience with women." So that's one of the excuses that men will. Well, it's not an excuse, but it's a
Hashtag.
reason. It's real.
Hashtag. That's not a priority of women though. Women don't think about
You don't think
sexuality
so?
in that manner.
I think it's
No,
unconscious. I think it's because women
no,
desire
it's not unconscious. It's the way that
women
society
desire
is set up.
men.
It's
No,
the way
no,
that
but
society
women
is set up
desire
in the same
men
way that
who
a
are
man will
desired.
say that he gets more women when he's in a relationship. He gets more women when he's volunteering,
Absolutely,
right? That's the
absolutely,
way that
it's a
most
fact.
people. Again, hear me out. Just let me rock for half a second.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
In the
Oh, he
same
be
way
letting
that
you rock now.
women.
But you gotta take in what he's saying. Go ahead.
No, no,
He be
I'm
rocking.
listening to him all the time. I promise you I am. I'm very
Okay.
multifaceted. I can hear a lot of things at the same time. In the same way that men do that and
Yeah,
listen to
talk
that,
to
and
me.
women say, and women also absolutely respond in that way. What we talked about earlier, when it came down to being integral and having character, it takes you to another level. Everybody on a societal level operates that way. So if you're holding yourself to that standard, as far as just because I got a ring on my finger, I know I'm more likely to get more responses from women, then that shows me who and what you are. You as a woman, you know that, oh, he vetted already. He married. I'm gonna go pick him because I know he a decent dude. That shows who and what you are. We have to start being honest on a very practical level about these things.
But we know that it's real though. Like my
I'm not denying that
experiences.
it's not.
Yeah, I mean it's very
But you
real.
had
Like
you.
like I'm a married guy, right? And when I was out in the clubs, even like okay, first of all, women look at me harder and talk to me easier when they see a ring. right away. When I'm in the grocery store reaching for bread, they all checking me out. When I got my ring on, when they see it, I see them look at. I see women look at my hands. Literally see them look at my hands. I'll be like seeing them out the corner of my eye, looking at my hands, and then they feel completely like they get flirtatious. They want to see just how far they can go. A lot of them, right? And then also, when I was out and about before being married, everything. If I was with my lady, or if she just left to go get something or go to the bathroom, that's when women got more. They got more aggressive in those moments. Or if I'm dancing with a girl on the floor or whatever, that's when women were trying to get my attention. They was peacocking the most when I was with somebody, and that's the experience of most men. Women don't want men who women don't want,
But
right?
this is what I'm saying to
Wait,
you,
wait, wait. See,
though.
hold on, T. This is why I say I don't think you're taking in, because as soon as he speak, you speak on your point. You gotta at
I'm
least
agreeing
respond to
with
what he
him.
said.
I'm saying
So
that
just respond to what he said first.
those women that he's describing, are they women of value? That's what I'm agreeing with him. I hear him. He's not saying anything complex at all. Are those women any women that you want to pay attention to, especially if you're holding women to another standard?
Yeah, I was
I'm
about to.
You're
okay.
holding people to another
Oh, go ahead,
standard.
go ahead,
Yeah,
Go
let
go
me
ahead,
try to,
ahead.
Kev.
because I've been trying to find a way to jump in, but y'all been going for. But
That's what I'm
oh
saying.
dang! Every time I move, this thing pop up my ear. I would say, because I guess the more I'm just listening to people overall, especially just on this app and outside in the real world, I think I'm start leaning more towards like I don't. That's why I put in the comments. I don't believe like man or woman is in a monolith no more. I think I used to be like that a while ago, but now I'm just like listening to people and hearing them. I don't think it's a common thing that you just gonna get everybody with the same exact thing. And I kind of see where Tia trying to come from. I see where she's trying to come from, though, for the most part. That's why she asking that question, because I seen it too. Because I was thinking about my mind, like, are you talking about the women that don't really know nothing about themselves? You know, that's why they looking for married men, and that's why they looking for. So it's like, I mean, I think that's once you start learning yourself, and that's what I would say. That would be kind of my advice is knowing yourself. That's why I say you got to know your person, because each person gonna be different. If you give advice for like a for let me see, like based off of gender or something like that, you probably wouldn't be successful because you like, all right, well, all women like this and all men like that, and then as soon as you try to run into them, they ain't nothing like that. Then they got so many other things that they gotta, I think it's like human traits you would probably have to like give, like, man, do they listen or do they that? Like, but if you put them in a hole, like, well, all of them react off their emotions and all men act off.
No, no,
So it's like you got to
like
look at like speaking of character, right? We was talking about that earlier. Like you really got to pay attention, but you got to know a lot about yourself first too. You know what I'm saying? A lot about like how you react off your emotions, how all that stuff. But then you look at how others doing, and you compare yourself to others. Like, okay, that's where the empathy come from, and what's something else? Empathy, like you like also like putting yourself in other people's shoes, all type of things or whatever. But the more you learn about yourself, which I would say was happening with me and stuff. I learned that that's why I could tell when somebody got an anger issues. I could tell when somebody is hard to forgive and all stuff because like I believe humans got like a common trait, and you can really just see it from each other. So that's something I kind of learned in the process, but. Bobby doing it when I be saying like speak on like a monolith type thing. I realize it's just not that because like if you trying to say that, especially with women, some of them do be just don't even be they switch it up based off their emotion. That's one thing I can say though. Like they stuff will switch up, but then I could say maybe some men could be like that, but it's kind of hard to be like, well, women is like this because they will switch it up on you quick, based off how they feel. That's one thing. That's why it's kind of hard. I do agree with that one part where you were saying that I think it was something you would just say. I just it was on the tip of my tongue when you said that they
I said,
the
women
way
don't
they
want women. I
speak, the
said,
way
what?
they not the way they speak, the way they
Oh,
understanding them, right? You said something about understanding. You
yeah.
said trying to understand them. Now I most definitely agree that with that part though, because you would freaking hurt your freaking head because it's like
hmm
because it's just about trying to I forgot how you worded it though. You said
I, I, I,
understand.
I said understand and being understand and coming. I said being understood and coming to an understanding. Like
Oh, okay,
like
okay, there we go. Yeah, yeah, something like
I
that. Yeah,
can
so
I
I
can
felt that part
accept.
though. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
yeah. I get that one
I
though.
can accept, but like most men can accept. They'd be like, oh, okay, I'll accept it. Even if they don't like it, they'll accept it. But if you want to get if you want somebody to get into your psyche and understand right now, for real, like right now, I just can't do it. I think it's just a bad idea. I think it's a terrible idea. It's like that's a lot. You asking somebody to get all into your head and stuff, and that's one of those things that men are just not interested in doing immediately.
But I can understand that, like, when it comes to, like, the in-depth part of it. Like, I need you to, I think that's where those breakdowns come from, and I feel like, dang, he don't understand me, or maybe she don't understand what I'm saying. Because there is just some parts, I feel like, in your own mind that people just not gonna get, period. Like, so it's just, there's just more like they can be in depth, but then there's, like, more so, I want to just say surface, of course, but there's more things that how you explain things, it's just like, okay, I'm not even going to go into it this way because I know you may not understand how I think and how I move completely. But there is ways that we can connect and come together to make it cohesive. Um, and I was kind of definitely swaying where Kev was talking about. And I always thought this way anyway. When I used to even have conversations in lives, a lot of my conversations was never male, female oriented, only when it was necessary, because I do believe, I mean, we are more, we're intelligent to know that there is a difference between men and women. It absolutely is. But I think the emphasis I can say that we put on it as of today is a lot more than it probably should be. But there is things that we do. There is things that we do as humans, like as individuals, like communication. Period. Like even if it comes to men and women, or women to women, how we communicate, it be off. How sometimes men and men communicate. Like I ain't understand that. I think like that, but ultimately there is a way to just communicate. Period. If you have good communication skills, sometimes it can be beneficial in a relationship. But I do understand this too. Say you have great communication skills in the workplace, it does not, and I've seen it, it does not mean you're going to communicate well with your spouse. It does not mean that. I've seen people can negotiate themselves into contracts out of whatever case is, and cannot communicate on a personal level. So I definitely believe, I know that there is a difference of men and women, how we think mentally, how we arrive in different ways. And absolutely, society has a big part to play in how we operate within each other. Because sometimes we think we're away and we're really not. It's because we watched a video for 2 hours every day and we think we like this and we think all women are this way, we think all men are this way. And we have a skewed mind, a very blurred vision of how we see each other, which then it's like, how do I think, kind of to Tia's point earlier, how do we really come together when we, in a sense, is I don't know if that's how she was saying, but it sounds like that's what she's saying. How do we have this, like, it's almost like a fear of really just connecting because of these outside things that make us already have this idea about each other. So I think for sure when it comes to how we come together completely, it's like, in a way, in order to understand each other, and not even at the deepest level, but just at a level that punctures the skin, right? Go a little bit deep, but not to the deepest level, because you're not going to understand anyone at this deep level. We still understanding ourselves. People can say all day I know myself, you don't, because tomorrow you're gonna understand something else different about you. So you're always understanding each other. But I think we have to come to a level of understanding that kind of puts the woman man conversation down and talk about, this is who I am, this is who you are. Regardless of your title, regardless of your position, regardless of your masculinity, regardless of your femininity, I'm a human, you're a human, talk to me with respect. If we get that understanding, we can get somewhere. And then we go into like, this is what makes me me, this is what makes you you. I'm gonna appreciate or deny based off what I'm, based off what you're presenting. But so collectively, all of it is true because it's still an experience that everyone, that a lot of people, enough people have to, in order to have a conversation. But to get to the point of coming together, we have to lay the male female down just a second to be able to say, I'm a person, you're a person. how do I want to arrive? How do you want to arrive? And I think that's why we do better in the office than we do at home. Because at home, I see the man, and you see the woman. All my emotions, all my feelings, all these different things. I'm gonna just let it out. At work, it ain't no male, female. It's, did you get your work done? Did you make it happen? Did you sign this up? They don't care about all that. Like when you're in the military, y'all know, if anybody's been in the military, they don't see. I mean, yes, you're male and female, but you're a soldier. Get it done, make it happen, come together, respect, talk to me like you got some sense. All these different things. It has nothing to do with male and female. That's how we need to, from the basis, I think now, to go back to that connection. How do we work together regardless of your male standard, regardless of your feminine stance? How do we connect, period? How do we make this thing connect, regardless of all those other things? But then we have the reality is we do see the difference at home, but that's where we need to have the conversation. And even on here, we see the difference in male and woman, male and female. We see all that all day. But where do we come together to have the mutual respect and understanding of who each other is, who I am, who you are, not not the majority of the men, not the majority of the women, not the small amount of the women, not the small amount of the men, who I am, who we are. And I think that's why sometimes we don't like to get into. It's like, well, because then we go, that's anecdotal. So we have to speak on the full scale of things, and that's fair. But I think personally, we don't know how to come together on this personal level because we're always speaking on the larger part, that people don't know how to come together personally. Like this, so it's like it's so many parts to go with that. And cousin said something earlier. It's just a point he said earlier. I just want to go back to, and then I'll go back to that. That you don't have to be offensive to be authentic, though. And I think truth, and I think authentic, which is just being who you are. Sometimes being you or being straightforward can be offensive. And the problem is we don't always know what's offensive to you. That's the thing. Because you can speak, hashtag probably can say something and know that in his mind, I know I'm not saying this to be offensive. However, we're intelligent to know what can come off as offensive. So I get that too, right? But sometimes just telling a person, even if you say it the sweetest way, baby, I love you, but the way you looking at Dre, you call me fat. How the hell you gonna call me fat? Right? I don't care how soft and sweet you say, baby. And hashtag got that calm, cool voice. You cannot make me think
Man,
he said it to you in a terrible way. You just gonna take it how you heard it. I don't care how he said it. I don't care
man,
how
listen,
sweet. I don't care if he brought flowers and a piece of cake with it.
man,
Don't give
listen.
me that cake. You already think I'm fat. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what you say. Even though he's have a love you
All
regardless,
of
it's
that.
like no. It's just babe. Like I just think like if he was just like babe, I feel like you look slimmer in this black dress. So you don't look fat. That's all she heard. That's it. So that's just how sometimes our mind works with things. Even and then to his point, as far as how this can be opposite. If a man feels, if you say, a certain way with how he handled something, how he handled whether like what's something that a man can get like offensive on. I don't know. Hashtag would have to give me an example, but
Yeah, I mean, typically what happens with men is being misstated, right?
mhm.
Or like, see, there's a difference from hearing and listening. I like to say that hearing is human emotions acknowledging and responding or reacting, right? And so you don't have to have said any words for someone to hear you wrong. You don't have to. It's like listening to music, right? We've all heard an R&B song that says something ratchet, but it sounds so smooth that you didn't even realize you was offended, that they said words that was crazy, right? But the melody was so good. Then we've heard some people like DMX. It didn't matter what he said, because if you wasn't paying attention, his voice would make you feel like, did he just call me something? Or he could have been like, I love you, mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because of his delivery. Listening is, I like to say that listening is listing things to be put to an end. It's about like task, information, concepts, requests, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So I think I think men are better listeners and women are better hearers. But I've learned to do a little bit of both pretty decent because I got daughters and a wife, and learning to hear has been like an uphill battle overwhelmingly, simply because I live in a man's world. A man's world, it things are exact. Most things are straight up. It's right. It's right. Doesn't matter how it was said, it's right. Right? Doesn't matter the loudness of it, it's right. That's it. That's all you're paying attention to is the information. With a woman's voice, in a woman's world, it matters how the volume, the bass, was it whispered or was it yelled? Like all those things are attached to other stuff. So hearing is completely different. Now, being a man who got daughters and a wife and whatever, like learning to hear has become extremely important because learning to hear means that I had to, especially when women get to speak in womanese and not telling you exactly what they want. And little girls say, I don't have no ice cream. What is she saying? She didn't ask me for ice cream. She didn't say, I want ice cream, daddy. She said, I don't have no ice cream. So what I say? Oh, that means she wants ice cream. But she never asked me for ice cream. And then when we get over there, I'm like, do you want some ice cream? Or I say, which flavor ice cream you want? Oh, I want this one and that one, or even worse, I don't want chocolate and I don't want the strawberry and I don't want the butter pecan. Well, baby, it's only vanilla left. You want vanilla? Yeah, I want vanilla. She knew this the whole time. She knew this the whole time, but she went through every don't. I don't want a Ghostbuster. I don't want a Ninja Turtle. I don't want an Oreo cookie. Baby, they got ice cream. I mean, they got vanilla. Yeah, I want vanilla. Speaking in a deficiency language, and you do deductive reasoning. You be like, okay, so learning to do that stuff has been a thing. But believe me, there's a lot of guys that are not that patient. They're completely annoyed by women all the time. They love women, but as far as what Kev would consider the nature of women, like the nature of men, like if we talked about what we just generally say is the nature of men and the nature of women, then now we're gonna get into something else. But a lot of men are disgusted by the nature of women. In my mind, the nature of women is to compare, complain, and compete. That's what I was taught.
So can I? Because
Go ahead.
it's been a whole bunch of topics I've been trying to get in. I don't know if I can remember them all.
Go
I
ahead. Go
told
ahead.
you
You
it's
should have been
hard.
did that. You gotta do that around here. Come on, listen.
Okay, so I think my overall stance is that we are closer to being alike than we are apart. The nature, nurture, it's nurture. There are certain ways that men think and organize that's different than women, absolutely. How we talk and how we communicate, it's not nature. That shit is nurture. I'm because the same things that we can say are annoying by women, right? Look at two dudes talking about basketball or talking about football or talking about baseball or whatever it is that they love. It's some two gamers talking. Them motherfuckers are extra in every detail,
Hey,
all
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
extra,
they're
they're all
annoying.
emotional, all of that shit.
Annoying.
But then if it comes to a woman, now the emotions is annoying. No, what's annoying is you didn't want to do it right now. I had to learn that for myself, right? It was like if I'm in the mood for a conversation, it's all good. But sometimes we come home, we ain't ready to talk. So when the woman is ready to talk, all of a sudden now it's a woman's nature that we're annoyed by. No, what you're annoyed by is the fact that you just didn't want to do it right then. It's not because we can't understand. When I hear this, and I know there's a lot of guys, I don't want to act like I'm going against what hashtag was saying, because what he's saying is representative of a lot of men, right? But I think that because of that, It goes to that nature as a cope, as a cop out. It's a justification so we don't have to work on our soft skills. So we don't have to work on communicating. Men that have no problem communicating with women, right? They always had women friends growing up. Maybe they don't have these problems because they're not uncomfortable talking to women. So they understand the idiosyncrasies behind it. They understand the details. Sometimes, like my man was saying, he knows his daughter is going to go through the gambit backwards. He knows that's how she's wanting, and that's how she talks. He can notice that because he pays attention to his daughter, right? And so that's the same thing with any other woman, female, male dynamic. Women, you should understand the idiosyncrasies of your man. You know when he grunts a certain way because he don't have the vocabulary. He might just be a blue collar dude. He don't really talk. And a lot of women have these dudes. They understand them perfectly. Maybe somebody else gonna look at that shit like, why is he a caveman? I can't understand nothing he talking about. But that's the thing, right? My fiance, she asks questions, right? That's her little side piece where it's, instead of saying a statement, she comes with a question. And I'm like, why didn't you just say it? But in her mind, when she asks a question, that is me, like that's her lending control to me. When she asks a question, it is her getting her point across without trying to be over domineering. So I had to say, okay, got it. Now I can be an asshole and keep pushing the fact. Fuck that shit. Say what you gotta say. Fuck it. Why you always gotta talk? No. Or I can understand how she's doing it. Got you, baby. Okay, now when I hear it, I know what it is. It's not annoying anymore. But a lot of the times, like he just said, men don't have patience for that. And we want things how we want it, just like women. Y'all want things how y'all want it. And the problem comes when you don't have the patience or willing to do the required work to get it how you want it. And so what we do is we blame it on other things. Women will blame it on emotions. Men will blame it on nature. And this goes back to the question, why is it that we do that? Most of the time, when a man brings up nature, it's to justify some bullshit. Men don't say nature when he is doing something good. Yeah, it's inside nature. It's just what we do. No, it's always when it's about cheating. Well, that's just a man's nature. See, we don't talk about wanting a lot of women. There's nothing wrong with that. Going out, being single, nothing wrong with that. But nature is always used as the excuse when it's to justify something else. In my experience, and what we see on this app all the time, when you start bringing in nature, it is to justify why a man can do this and a woman can't, or why this, you know what I mean? And I think that's the problem with it. It kind of delegitimizes the actual thing about men's nature, because we do have certain things that is innate to men, but we don't, a lot of men have gotten to the point where they have just made up so many excuses in order not to deal with the fact that they're not comfortable dealing with their emotions. So we would rather avoid them. That's why we have problems communicating, because instead of, if we were sitting here and use analogies talking about women, that's why most men are going to automatically go to a car or go to some other analogy when they're talking about the woman. And all you have to do is just say what the fuck it is. But we can't do that. Why? Because we're more comfortable speaking in things that are tangible. We're more comfortable speaking in things that are easy, that we can, 1 + 1 is 2. I don't want to have to look at division or fractions and all this extra shit. I don't want to have to do all that. I want to make it simple. And that, I think, is the problem. It is the interest behind it. Because when we want to know something, oh, we are all in the details. You can't tell me that we're not emotional. We get extra emotional when we talk about sports or talking about something else. We all in our emotions. Everything is feelings. Ain't no facts. Ask somebody about the GOAT debate and see what happened. Talk to somebody about politics and see if these motherfuckers don't lose their mind and get all emotional. So
Oh,
that's
hell
why I
yeah.
say it's not nature, it's nurture. I'm sorry, I've been running. Let me stop.
No, I want to just say real quick, but no, he said, oh, hell yeah. But no, you made some valid points, and what I was taking from something you said is Women are overly, I'm gonna have a lot about this. You have to come, cousin. Women are overly comfortable with expressing emotions, and men aren't, based off of experience. That's what it seemed like. And but to what you're saying as well, men do have the ability. We all know this. They have the ability to express, not necessarily be overly emotional. I think we just have more of a open open playground to be emotional, or express ourselves in a personal emotional concept, right? So on the personal level, men feel like I need to be quiet, I need to not say nothing. First of all, anything I say can and will be used against me in the court of home. Okay, that's one. And then two, and that's based off experience. I know when I've said certain things to a woman, so it's like I rather not say nothing so I don't even be taken wrong, because it can and will be used against me. But with that being said, you still have to create some type of space to have a conversation and to express, even if that person gets offended, to hashtag's point, because we have to have a conversation and we have to be able to learn how he responds and communicates, and how she responds and communicates, and blend that together. It's just gonna have to happen. But you're right, men absolutely know how to respond emotionally, and the reason why they can respond emotionally um and during a game is because no one is getting offended. Why? Because it's a bunch of guys that are together, understanding that if I say, hey man, it's why you blah, 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 ain't nobody like, what you mean? Ain't nobody gonna have that. It's just it's an open dialogue. It's free, so their emotions are free. And so that's why then we need to understand as women, what is the blockage where I can't let him be more open. At the same time, it's not for him to be fully open in those parts that we want him to be either, in those areas. But I think for women, we can pull back a little bit when it comes to our overly emotional ways and learn how to speak more directly. I think that's the thing we should work on. And then men have to have the balance of being able to respond more, not just leave us in the well, maybe he means this, maybe that's what he wants to do. He's not saying anything, so I'll just, because you have to understand, as women, understand how we are when it comes to like we'll fill in the blanks, and that sometimes is an issue within our own self, that we will fill in those blanks. But the other thing he says, nature versus emotional, both are used to validate their own their own BS and to justify. And I think that's very true. So I don't know if we ever just answer the question, why do you believe men are using nature as an excuse for lack of self discipline? And I think it's because it's been
Oh, I thought, my bad. I
it's
thought,
been on. Go ahead.
no, because I didn't answer that too. I think the reason why they do it is because it's a reason that it can't be really, you can't really defeat that reason. Like if I can say that it's nature, that means that it's irrefutable. How can you go against nature, right? It's almost why people use stats sometimes. People make up stats because unless you know where the source is, you can't really refute that. I mean, we can argue it, but it makes it sound like it's legitimate. You know what I mean? Like, this is a study and this is blah, blah. So then it makes you say, oh, okay, I guess it's a fact. Well, if I say that it's nature, then I guess it's a fact. That's why it's used, I think, in my opinion. It's just one of those tactics in debates where certain things you can say that will solicit a certain response or a certain respect. And if I can bring out the laws of nature and why I do this behavior, that's hard to argue. You know what I mean? Because if I just say it's something I want to do, now that opens up the floor for the argument. So I just
But
think,
Can
see,
I
yeah.
jump in?
oh, hold on, I'm letting Tia go. Go ahead, Tia, and I want to respond to cousin.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, but you was waiting. You can go ahead with your point.
Go ahead, love.
Okay. So, to what cousin was saying, right? Oh, Carrie, get off the game right now before we get upset. See this, y'all. See y'all responding to these games. I got time. He showed us no emotion this whole time, but when it's game, I was like, but Oh, you guys just respond to what I care about. Oh, that's what. Okay, there's like, nah, low key, that's a point. Y'all don't give a crap about how we feel because
Hmm.
y'all sick of how we feel. Well, guess
Don't say game
what?
again.
Y'all like to play games with our emotions. I'm gonna go lie tomorrow just
Life
because of
is
that.
but a game. Life is but a game.
What
Life
I
is
wanted to
but a game.
say, okay, so because you didn't go, you was chitter
Oh my
chatting
bad.
with
It's
Kev.
Kevin's fault. He needs to move out the camera. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay, okay.
So, so what cousin was saying, and this is why I don't think that saying it's my nature makes it unrefutable. It doesn't, because especially this is for those who believe in the Bible and the Word, right? Because nature has nothing to do with you learning to have self control and self discipline. Oop. So it doesn't matter. We know you can know what your nature is and know how to move in the world because of your nature. Not let your nature run free because it's your nature. Like
Yeah,
that
you're
just
right about
don't.
that.
It can
No,
be
you're
my
right.
nature, huh?
No, I'm saying you're right. I don't think that
Hold on,
it's
wait,
true.
cousin. I love you.
It's not true, but I'm just saying I think that's why some people use it. If that makes any sense, like they think, you know what I mean, like it's gonna make them valid. But you're right.
Yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
It doesn't.
Right.
There's a whole thing called the social contract, and that typically when we're generalizing the way men behave and we're generalizing the way that women behave, we're talking about the social contract. We're talking about the way that, this is how you're expected to behave. You're expected to respond to things. And none of those things speak to the person who has taken the time or who's even curious enough about themselves to overcome that. So when you generalize people, social construct and social contract, two things. The social contract dictates, and it's the thing technically that outlines how you're supposed to behave on a societal level. It dictates the way masculinity looks. It dictates the way femininity looks. And then the social construct in particular, those things dictate the way that the masculinity side and the femininity side operate and respond to each other. So in general, when we're having a lot of these conversations and people are generalizing and limiting your capacity to be better, let's talk about it. You could dictate, not see. There you go, Kevin, with the piss poor. Dictate the way that your capacity of being better than self mastery, things that if you're a Christian, right, those things talk about you becoming evolved and being better than and evolving beyond. And in psychology, it talks about leaving behind arrested development, where for history, for generations, people only knew this much about life. This is what they said would make you functional as a human being, even though it necessarily didn't make you successful as a human being. Those things all collectively are a part of the conversation that we're having around our dynamics between men and women. And I think that until we stop generalizing people, and I think the generalization is important because the game, to y'all jokey point, people have to play the game. But those who don't want to play it anymore, there's another level that you can enter into. Someone who gets serious about like what they want their outcomes in life to look like, they don't have to play a game anymore. They simply just have to do the things that make sense, that 1 + 1 = 2 about. We don't do too much on the computer. I don't know what the computer has to do with what I'm talking about. Nevertheless, I'm saying this to say, like, we have to stop generalizing people. We really do. Like, the choice of the matter is that if you hold yourself to a certain standard about who and what you are, anyone else that it is outside of that, there's someone that you shouldn't be focused on. And nobody ever wants to hear me about that when I say it, but I absolutely mean it. If you are a man or a woman that wants to be married, that wants to be committed to the, when I came in this room, that's what y'all were talking about for a long time. Anyone else who is not on that same wavelength, you shouldn't be talking about them. There's no need for you to understand them. You should be putting all of your interest in and your energy to people who want to do that and understanding them. We focus on the wrong things for a lot of things in life, especially as a community. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm gonna keep saying it no matter where I go.
You're right. I think the biggest part of miscommunication and making bad decisions and all this other stuff is people are choosing the exact opposites or something different than their ideology or different than what they believe, and then they try to make it change into what they want. And then when it doesn't,
Right.
it's trauma. Now it's another horror story to validate their bad experiences. When the whole problem is you.
Why
Like
are you there? That's the
you're the common
question.
denominator in your decisions. And
Why
so,
are you there?
right,
Why are you
if I'm a
there?
Catholic, why am I talking to Muslim women? I don't know, bro. Something about them veils. I like that. I like the way they be look. Bro, you just setting yourself up because you have totally different beliefs, right? And so I just use that as an example out of my ass. But the point is, that's what we're doing.
Oh, did he?
Traditional,
Or a simple
traditional
example, cousin.
people
A simple
trying to
example
talk to
would be
non-traditional people, and then they get mad when they don't agree. It's like, yo,
men love to say that women don't care about their feelings, or we won't let them express themselves to us, and if they do, we no longer respect them. I guarantee you right now, I done lived in like 10 different places across the United States. I can line up 100 women where you could cry on her shoulder. Last night, me and my woman. I could line it up for you right now. But most of them gonna focus on the fact of the women that show up and they say, "I no longer respect you because you cried in front of me." That's what they're gonna keep talking about, keep bringing up online.
but you know what? Here's the thing with that. Like, I think there is a certain type of man that is very true for, and I call them suckers. That's just my word for it. That's a pushover. That's somebody who don't stand on their own square, right? When you are not secure in your manhood, whatever that is to you, right? When you are not 10 toes down on your square, then yeah, you're going to lose respect every time you slip because you have never showed yourself to be solid. But a solid man, if he cries or shows emotion, in most cases, women actually get more attracted to that because they see this solid beast who now they're like, oh my God, this
We
dude
actually
broke
get
down.
aggressive, to be honest with you. We
But I'm
get
just saying,
aggressive.
right? So, like, if you are a certain stature, you know what I'm saying? Then yeah, you can do this is natural. But if you haven't made to that stature, then everything is going to be against you. And that's kind of, I'm not gonna say it's fair in life because I think it's a little bit of unfair. You know, we do as men, we get judged on our utility. Women are primarily judged on your fertility, and that's just how it's always been, right? And I think there's still some of that going on even today, where that's why women are judged off of their beauty and your youth, and all that, right? And men are how money and status we have. Like that's why. But with all that being said, there's still a humanity element to there. And sometimes men have in the past been able to forego our humanity as long as we have enough utility. But nowadays, it has gotten to a point where your utility ain't enough. And there's a lot of men who are having problems adjusting to that. And because that's all they've been taught, that's what's been always handed down. That's what, so it seems like the deck is stacked against them. And so I do have a sense of, I ain't gonna say pity, but like, I do feel sorry and I understand the plight of a lot of these men. You know what I mean? I never had to go through that myself, but I do understand. I have friends that went through it. My problem comes when you try to tell them what the situation is, and then it's all the excuses. And then it's woe is me. And then it's, you don't understand, that's just what it is. A man gotta be this. Shut your ass up. No, you don't. What you have to do is realize who the fuck you are.
But
And then
that's what,
and
but
stand in it.
cousin,
And
that's
that's the
the
problem.
point.
Yeah.
Any man complaining about a woman saying that I no longer need you, but I want you, is that same man. Because we're not taking away your value at all
It's not that
whatsoever.
same man. I'm telling you, it's not that same man. I don't know. I don't know if cousin's cool with
Yeah.
that. It's just no way that you're gonna sit here and tell the man, I don't need you. I don't. What is the point of saying that? That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
No,
what
no,
is the
no.
point of what you're
I
doing?
don't mean it overtly. That's what you gotta
Get out my
understand.
brain.
I'm expressing the sentiment that women say and that I feel. I don't need a man to take care of X, Y, and Z for me. However, I want a man and this, that, third, and etc. He still has value. He still has a place in my life. However, in the same way that they keep referencing in the past, I don't need him in that way. I
What's
don't.
the past? What's
So
the past reference? Go
The
ahead. I'm
past
going to
is
listen.
the past references where my grandmother, my mother they didn't have access to bank accounts to be able to own housing. They were limited in education. Those things I don't need a man in that way. However,
so
I can take care of myself, and I'm taking care of multiple households right now with my efforts as a woman. The only way I need a man is to show up for me in the way that I want him to show up. Meaning,
so
I
that's
need
that
him.
that's that thing you was doing earlier where you was talking to. So you think said like I said, people pay attention just to what you say and stuff though. So just
Mhm.
imagine if a dude told you that, hey, you know what? I don't need you like that though, but I do want you though, or something like. How would you feel?
I will be okay.
Okay, you're right. But like I said, based off the word, they're not gonna expect that because you got your own definition in your head. Well, I am not meaning like that in that way. I mean, but we'll never know how the other person is going to take it, especially if you're dealing with another person. So people pay attention to wording.
Okay,
That's
so
that's what
I
happens.
gotta ask. I gotta ask. So clearly, from you and Alter, I need help with explaining this. If I say in the way that of the past of old, I don't need you to financially take care of me, though I would like it. I don't need you to take care of the household of the old. I can handle all of these things of myself, but I want you to be here because I love who you are right now as you show up to me. I love the man that you show up to me as, and
Then you
those
say that.
things.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I
Wait,
say, listen,
hold on.
you about to make me cuss. You about to make me cuss, Kevin.
Wait, so if a man comes to you right now and you're just okay, you're not saying that you don't need him. He needs to have a job. He needs to have some type of income, right? Or are you just saying, hey, I don't need you
No,
for
he
this
needs
or
to be
that.
able to take care of
I just want you
himself.
to exist. I don't care if you ever worked in your life. I don't care if you bring a dime
No,
in this
I
house.
didn't say
As
all
long as you
that.
are loved.
I didn't
Okay,
go
so
that
I'm
far.
trying to see. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So
He
like
needs
what?
to be able to take care of himself. He needs to be a functional human being. Like I'm a
Well,
functional human
independent.
being. We're functional. Both of us are functional human beings.
So I think the same. This is the thing. I think the same way we're talking about the men doing this, we're doing it on the other end. If
Right.
you are, if you are not so concerned, because to me, again, I ain't never, my man ain't never had to say nothing about no uh bank lead. He never said none of that stuff. So when y'all keep getting upset of the men who are saying the things you don't like, you don't even want them. So why are y'all comparing your reality to them? I never understood that.
Oh
So if
wait,
you're
I'm
not,
not. That's not me, so I can't answer that question.
okay, so
I'm
that's what
just
I'm saying. Like in
responding in the
general.
sense of me as the woman that I am right now. That I want to be. I'm a leader in my own regard. I pay bills in 4 different households. I'm responsible for taking over a whole. I got a whole lot of things, a burden of leadership when it comes down to running a household. And when I want a partner, the thing I don't need my partner to be that person unless he absolutely wants to come in and do so. How I want it, but he doesn't have to do it, so I don't need him to do so. That's what I'm explaining. And that's what a lot of women are explaining too, especially ones that are already successful when they're saying that. They're not taking away the value or the utility of a man or the necessity of one. They're just simply saying that of old, I don't need you to handle everything.
I think what they're also saying when they say that is they don't know how to choose a man for them.
I
They don't
think
know
that's a
how to. They don't.
possibility too.
Yeah, they don't know how to point it out because, again, if you wholeheartedly know what you want and what you desire, what you need,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to go down a whole list at the bottom of the floor about something. You're gonna see that, you're gonna identify, you're gonna observe, you're gonna all these different things, and you're gonna
Right.
decide whether or not this person who he is. The moment you start telling them what you don't need, what you do want, they're gonna just try to fit those voids and then be whatever they want to be once you get them in.
To
So I
be
just think all
fair, the
that
only reason why we're
extra.
saying it in that way is because of the conversation that we're having right now. I would never say that to anyone that I'm interested in dating. Never.
But but so, ladies, let me ask you this though, right? Because this I think is a good example of. Remember when I was saying we do a lot of things the same, but we try to make it seem like we're so different. Like I think we all have trigger words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men have trigger words, women have trigger words, and the craziest thing to me is that we all know what each other means, but we still use it to fight. Like when you say you don't need us, men know what y'all saying, but the ego in a man feels that need is more important. So you have to understand, we do understand your sentiment, but in a man's mind, to be needed is more important than to be wanted because that's how we look at respect, right? So when you hear that, your ego kicks in and you get touched. Your ego get touched when you hear that. When a man hears he does not needed, that's why he has a reaction. It's the same thing that when y'all hear submission or y'all hear certain words that to you it comes off as you're trying to control me. And a man is trying to tell you, no, that's not what I'm saying. When I mean that, and it doesn't matter how many times we explain it, y'all still gonna take it that way. These are two examples of how this works. Like, so instead of, as a man, instead of me just saying, okay, cool, I understand what you mean by saying need, and I ain't gonna get worried about it. It's something in us, we all gonna get triggered when we hear we don't need a man, right? And it's something in women, and mind you, some women don't have that, right? Some men don't get triggered. But for the majority of when we see, especially on this app, as soon as you say anything about being submissive or, a woman, younger women being more, suitable or you just want to control her. You just want to, it automatically goes there no matter how much you describe it and explain it because it's a trigger word. And I think this is one of those where for some way, man, as adults, we got to get past that shit because I know we all know what each other mean when we're talking about that. When a woman says they're independent, every man knows exactly what she's meaning. But yet they will always argue. Well, if you're independent, that means you don't need nothing in life. Ain't nobody independent.
Because, but
Like,
see, the thing is, though,
what the
there is a,
fuck?
we have to be honest, though, that there
You
is
know
an
what I'm saying?
energy and there's a way that comes with that. There is a,
Yeah, I
when
was
you,
about to say
again,
we talked
when you
about
have
that.
to say these, because when you have to say these certain things, there is something coming with that. You can be an independent a woman, whatever. Obviously, the phrase irritates me, but you can be a woman who's taking care of yourself, who has your stuff in order, who's doing all your things. That's fine. The point of saying it all is that to me, when you say certain comments, that's telling me the insecurity that you have or that you're trying to cover. Because there's no need to say that. You're because now I'm saying I'm this independent woman. Yeah, but what about the other parts of you that are incomplete, that are out of order? You want to feel like the
Right,
independent
right,
woman idea. That's that's
Right.
that's something that comes with that when you say that. When you say, because you don't need to say it. It needs to just come
Right.
off as
No, no,
what
no.
you
That's
so,
what
are.
I was saying to you.
but
Though
hold
I
on.
don't say it. I
So
don't say it out. I don't say
no,
it
no,
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 I'm going
overtly.
off of what
no,
cousin
no. What I'm
said.
saying is, yeah, yeah, because but here's the thing, right? So, because I agree, right? There can be tensions behind it, but like you and I, we could talk about it right here, and it's like, okay, we're talking about it, no big deal, right? Because we're just talking about the context. But if somebody says it, we can immediately say, oh, this chick is insecure, or this is her, she is. I'm not even about to entertain it, right? We have that choice to do that because we know what it means and we know why she's saying it. But yet we will choose to get butthurt and entertain it and then argue. And I'm not saying us in particular, I'm just saying in general. People know what the intention is, but you still engage in it. You give it the power by letting it be what it is. And I'm saying when you are actively knowing what this means and what this person means by it, that means that you are actively choosing the drama that comes after it when you reply.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
I
what we
completely
are,
agree with
and
that
what we
part.
do, yeah, yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. Like we are giving that shit, and then later on we complain about it. You
And
know what
then
I'm saying?
to
So it's just like
the
it's
next
weird.
to the next point, me and hashtag were having a conversation, and he asked when we were talking about taking it from the whole independent I don't need nobody conversation that women that they say women like to bring up. He said I said, okay, I think that it's a human thing. That these are things that adults do. Adults need to be able to take care of themselves, et cetera, et cetera. And then he asked me how many women do that. And I said, I don't have an answer for you in that regard, but I know that there's a lot of women afraid to do so. So then we went down that particular lens of thinking, and so with that being said, of course, when a woman says she don't need a man, but she still wants to be dependent upon I'm sorry, upon him, then I get the issue that men have when women say that. You still want me to save you, you still want me to take care of you, et cetera, et cetera. But what I'm talking about is a whole different thing as far as being a human, being a functional adult that both people need to do. You know how to take care of yourself as far as financially, in the household, cooking, cleaning up behind yourself. You know how to be a fully functional adult. That's where I'm coming from. I don't need you to give me that space to do that. That's where I'm coming from. That's
And
why
then
I've said it.
I'll say this too, right? To be fair, because a lot of times this comes up in conversations about gender roles or something like that, right? You just now finished talking about you want men to pay for you on the first date and all this other shit, and then come 2 seconds later talking about you don't need a man. So you can see how that builds up, right? Like
Right. That's what I was
yeah. So
saying.
if we're being real, yeah, we see how it builds up, and we see how these conversations go, and then they start manifesting, and then all of a sudden people getting their feelings, and then somebody might say something a little smart, little tongue. Maybe you get a one insult in, and then that triggers the other person, and then it just goes off the rails. And and my thing is like it goes off the rails from little stupid things that we all know the meaning of, but yet we let it get us so
Out of pocket.
out of pocket, right? And it's just funny to me because sometimes I think there's been times where I've gotten to where I'll be like, wait a minute, I'm tripping. I need to stop, and then
Yeah.
we'll laugh about it later. But it's like, and after the fact, I'll be looking in the mirror like, what the fuck was I doing? How did I even let that shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's something that I just don't understand why we do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been there too. I've been there before when I've been jumped by like I call it being jumped. Like a bunch of people talking like, "Why you advocating for women in this manner, in this way?" And it's like, yeah, even though I might not live this way, I'm still gonna advocate for women in this manner. And then I'm looking and I'm like, well, why did I do that when I got jumped and nobody came to my savior?
Wait,
And
wait,
now
wait.
I'm
You
looking
said,
in the,
wait.
I'm
You
looking.
said
What you
you you
say?
you said even though you don't live the way that, so you're still advocating for it.
Yeah, I
What's an
don't do that for
example?
all things, but some things I just genuinely feel like for as a woman that I should advocate for. So when I do it and I get jumped, and I
What
was
is one thing though?
one of the things particularly was like the way that a woman dressed. It was I was on a panel one time and they were saying that because of the way a woman was dressed, she deserved not deserved. If she was assaulted, she deserved it. And I said, "Oh no, I'm never going to agree with that." And they were like, "Oh no, you I thought you were smart, but I think you a dummy. I'm never gonna agree with you." Then I said, "Okay, cool. I'm never gonna agree with you about any of that. I'm not gonna change my mind about that. Even if all she had on was some drawers, she didn't deserve to be assaulted." And I feel that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, because I was just wondering if you were saying something in the sense of like, because sometimes we try to promote things that, like you said, we wouldn't even do because we know why we wouldn't do what we know what the results come with that, and or well, all those different things, and we fight to the end for something that we know
Yeah,
actually
no, no,
isn't
no.
cool
I
to
feel
do.
you. No, no, no. I got three godchildren from one lady, and she had no business having them in the chair. But I'm not gonna let them children suffer, even though she had no business doing so. Would
So
I
in other words,
advocate for
you
people having children? Hell no.
right, okay, yeah. So that's we on the same page.
Yeah.
We're on the same page because I
Yeah.
don't think people should get assaulted either because they look like anything. But that's
Things are more complicated than people make it seem. And that's all that's always gonna be the perspective that I come from.
Did they
that.
say
Yeah,
that they think they should do it, or they just saying they got what they? They probably said I got what they deserve or
No,
something
no,
like that.
no. They said both. I asked
they
her.
probably said it.
I would say, what do you expect? I would say that. I probably wouldn't say
No,
did
no,
they
no.
deserve, but I would say, what do
I
you expect?
asked them, and they
Got the
said
cheeks out
that
talking about touch me, and then somebody
no,
why
no,
did you do that?
no, no, no. They said that
Mike Blay.
they
Mike Bless.
deserve
Oh,
what they got. That's what they said. It's a totally
Mike
different
Blay.
thing.
Mike Bless said, "What's going on, Mike
And they
Bless?"
said that, and then she said, "Oh no, I thought you was
Do
smart,
something, bro.
Tia."
I know you're trying to get me involved in this.
Nah, I thought you was smart, Tia. I thought you knew that this. I said, yeah, okay, cool, but I'm never gonna advocate for nobody being assaulted. Well, they had on the clothes. They was wearing it.
I get that all the time because y'all know me. I don't really have these sides. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Is it?
free comes, man. Some shit we don't even think is it might be morally wrong to us. But if we win
Right.
freedom, then you have to believe that it's, you know what I mean, in that freedom. So sometimes people need the
Right.
freedom to be stupid. And I know I don't
That's what
believe
Even if you
that
don't
it,
believe in it, that's none of
but
your
sometimes that gets
business.
misconstrued as you're promoting it, and then you get into those arguments.
It's even if you don't believe in it, that's the thing. You don't have to necessarily believe in it in the sense of that you are advocating for your peer group or yourself, or it's something that you would do. But it doesn't change the fact that because an example that I brought up was there's a whole museum about babies and unitards to old ass ladies, and they were sexually assaulted. It doesn't matter about what they have on.
What if you change the perspective on
all
that
right,
just a
now I
little,
know. I
Tia?
know it now. You said enough.
What
Now I
if
know
you
what angle you was
change
coming
Wait,
what
what'd
if
you
you
say,
change
Kevin?
oh, my bad.
What'd you say, Kevin?
I said, I think I know where your stance is at because that's why I say because I didn't heard that type of conversation though. Based off all your talking points, I can tell the stance you was coming from. And what I was about to say, what I notice a lot of women do when they do say that they automatically assume a man or somebody say, and not saying that they might have really say that, but I notice when they say that just like if a dude, because that's what I always use to counter. I'd be like, well, if a dude, what like, I would say, like, what do you expect if a dude was sitting there walking with a wad of money out or a chain on or something like that, like it ain't gonna get stolen? Like, of course, the other dude is wrong, but why do they take away both sides need to be accountable for for what? Okay, I'm gonna say one got to be responsible, right, for the situation they got into, The other one
Mhm.
need to be accountable for what what they did, even though they can care less because of course they're a thief, so they don't care. It's like an assaulter is gonna be an assaulter. It's not much you can do but
Exactly.
call the police on them. But I think that I don't. I think that I notice people don't like it the opposite way. They rather be play victim, like, well, they should know better. That's cool. Of course they don't know. Of course they can care less about knowing better. They knew better before they touched you, or they knew better before they even robbed you. So I don't get how we supposed to. Well, how can we
What
change
what
them? We
The
gonna do is say
the
that
send them
point
to
that
jail.
is the
that
But
point
I think
is
where
for
to get messed
everybody's
up is that
conclusion.
people think that people can live careless in life and think nothing gonna happen to them because they feel like that's what that entitlement thing come from. They think that,
Mhm.
well, no, I get to dress how I want to dress and all that other stuff, and nothing should be able to done to
Mhm.
me. That's the I would never teach my daughter what about to say no silly junk
Right.
like that. I would never teach my son to say flex his life and all that
But
stuff because that's how you
it
set them
don't
up.
matter if the YT boy and his Sperry's and his collared shirt with his khaki get robbed, then and the baby get abused. It doesn't change the behavior of a predator.
Of course.
but let's change it. Let's change the perspective. If I go out to the
What is
club
a
and I
baby doing?
gotta
What the heck? I thought about that.
Oh, I said it because of the museum thing
if
that
I
I
got a
brought up. That's where
full
that came from, Kevin.
if I got a full suit on, I got my tie hemmed up, I got the nice shoes on, all right. Like as a man, I'm out to attract a certain individual, right? Somebody that sees that I'm put together, that sees that I'm available, that might think I have some money, that might think I got this, right? So for women to go out with something that's like revealing and
Come on, I know we not slow
you're
down.
getting a lot of attention from people that aren't what you're trying to attract,
It doesn't
then
anything.
what do you expect from the interaction, because you're going to get a lot of this is almost like fishing, right? It's like I might put cheese on the end of my hook, I'm gonna get a lot of bites, but that's not the fish that I wanted.
What y'all keep ignoring the fact of the matter is that she could be scantily clad or she could be fully clothed.
But what y'all not getting
Knew
with
it. That
that
she
with
said
that
it again. I knew
what
that's
y'all
what
don't
angle she
get.
coming from. There you go.
But see, that's the thing. And I see why you guys jumped on
And I'm
because.
not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking the question. So I'm not
Well, I
disagreeing.
am disagreeing, but I'm gonna say like as far as because this
That's
is the
fine.
thing.
It's not.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm not
this
mad at
is
nobody.
the thing with that, right? Is that because you're right on the fact that, and I think that's where people they unalive on that hill without realizing that another hill exists, and the
Mm-hmm.
other hill is that regardless of what you have on, people can touch you. Absolutely. Why? Because there's cycles in the
Facts.
world. Can you eliminate them with one zap? Absolutely not. So should you be smart when you go out? Absolutely yes. So
Absolutely.
if you on one hand say anybody can be attacked, and on the other hand say she's not putting herself in a vulnerable position by dressing a certain way, then you are absolutely ridiculous to say so, and absolutely don't care for the safety of women. So don't speak on women. Don't speak for women. Don't act like you feel
I
like.
wasn't speaking
No,
on.
no, no. Mike, I'm not talking about you. Be quiet. I'm not talking
Oh,
No,
about
no,
you.
no. And I will say
my
this too.
bad. You're right.
I
I
do
said
think
that.
that I
You
do think
good?
that
You good? I
some
see.
situation
I'm
You okay?
glad.
So I see. I see. You
Nice.
see where I was going with that. You see where I was
Yeah,
saying.
no, I
some
get
Okay.
what
All
you're
right.
situations do
saying.
make a woman and then put women in more precarious situations. However, the reality of it is it does not change the fact that it don't power.
No, Tia, what you're not under, this is what you keep doing with hashtag. You want to deny one point and make your point be the only point that matters, and it's not true.
No,
What you're
I'm not
saying,
denying
no,
either
I'm telling
point.
you
I'm
what
not
you're doing. You
denying your
absolutely are.
point.
No, you're denying it by continuing to go back to your point as if that's the only point that was made.
No,
And when
I'm
we're
adding a
saying,
caveat to it. That's not
I got the
denying
caveat, you led
anything.
with the caveat. So what I'm telling you
No,
is
I
that,
didn't. No,
oh,
I
you did.
didn't.
That's why we're here, because you talked about this. You led with that.
I did not deny no caveat. I did not at
No, no,
all.
no. I said you
I
led. So
said
you gotta listen to you.
I said
Yeah.
straight up that
Tia, I said
it
you
will make
led.
her more susceptible. That is what I said. So what you're talking about is invalid. I
No,
did
no,
not
it's
deny what
not.
you're
All I
talking
said,
about.
Tia, I
It
said you
sounds
led.
cute, but it's not what
Tia, I'm
happened.
not trying to sound cute. I'm just trying to make a. I'm
It
just telling you what
sounds
I'm
cute,
saying.
but that's not what happened. I
Okay,
said
well, I'm glad it's
it's
cute.
possible for it to
Hmm.
make it more susceptible, but it does not change the fact that anyone is subjective to abuse. Is
Yeah,
what
and
I
no one's
said.
no one's
Well,
negating that. So that's
That's the thing.
That's why I
Like,
said I know where you stand there because I done
yeah,
did
that's
this
why.
talk to so many
Yeah.
people, man.
But
And
yeah,
the
you right
fact
with that.
because you not validating the other point. You keep it's like you
Right.
is
I
pushing it.
agree
And
with
we got
it.
that. We done
I
got it when
agree
the
with
first
it.
time you said it. The first time you said it,
Exactly.
we been got it. It's just like I think I could tell what side you're leaning more towards because it's like you will use
There's
one
no
after we
side. No, no,
after.
no. What you
Look,
gotta
just one quick
understand, there's
second.
no
All I'm trying to say
side.
is that what you
I'm
do
not
because you might not be
choosing
aware
a
of it.
side. I'm not
What?
choosing a
I mean, it's
side.
obvious. I mean, it's kind of obvious. I'm trying to explain to you what you're doing though, and I don't know if you're aware of it or not. But
Okay,
like
I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna say debunk, but once somebody not counter, but basically explain to you the other side of it, you'll keep going back to your same side again after we already get it. So
Yeah.
what about if it's a baby or what about like no, we
Mm.
already got the point. Like you making it worse and worse. It's like when you gonna speak on the other side because you never said nothing about it. Like dang. You know what that you is right. I do got to be accountable on that side. People do need to pay attention to the way they dress. People do need to make sure they keep their money to themselves because it is like she said earlier, psychos out here, or not even gotta be psychos. It's people that's fiending out here. I ain't gonna even lie. It's people that want money like crazy. They gonna steal. They don't make them a psycho. They hungry. Or some people just fiending for their punani. But I mean,
That's actually Lab. That's actually what
So
I
what
got
was
going
I
on when
supposed
I
to
walk. If
say?
I walk out,
never mind. It's cool, man. So
in a,
we're gonna just say
if
you
I
right.
walk out in a full, if I
No,
walk
I'm
right, if I walk
asking
out
what
in a full
I'm
suit,
because I didn't think I disagree with
hold on,
y'all. So I want
I'm
to.
saying
I'm trying to learn.
So
no,
what's
Tia.
why do we
So if I
say
walk
that?
out,
Go
if
ahead,
I walk
Grumpy.
out in a full suit, if I walk out in a full suit tie and all of that,
Make
and
believe we
then
got it, bro. You about to use 1,400 example. I done used
no,
about three myself. She used two. You used two. You about to go for another one.
yeah, I
From
mean,
this point she got the point that she want.
okay.
She got the point she want. So
Okay.
it's no point, man. And I could tell like I'm glad she asked that question because I was wondering what she was talking about. We got we.
I mean, yeah, I know. I'm confused too, bro. It's all good.
It's not confusion. It's not confusion. It's just I think I believe
Yeah,
we
no,
got
I
it.
Get it, got it, good.
Yeehaw.
Moral of the story, guys: don't go out looking any kind of way thinking somebody's not gonna look at you.
Right.
Just like you got some sense. Period.
Hey, but Archer,
But
Right.
what about the
isn't
ones
that
that
Dave
get
Chappelle's
attacked
joke?
just because when they got tennis shoes on and a foot? No, I'm
He
just
goes cousin, bro.
I'm
He
just
about to
I was
get
messing
about
with you.
to
booted. I swear.
say,
I'm just,
cousin,
I'm
He
just
gonna
cousin.
messing
come.
with you.
Hey,
I know.
isn't that
Even though
Dave
I knew he
Chappelle's
was
joke?
playing, I got irritated again. Like, bro, what the
Yo, like my
next?
nuts. Yo.
Hey,
But what about
isn't
like when
that
we
hey,
hit? That's there it go. That was what it was right there. When you hit
Yep.
the, and I'm gonna start using that. When you hit the, but what abouts? That's what it show you where you at.
mm,
That's
Oh,
what it
so when I
mm.
is.
said that,
Yep.
that's what you meant.
Yep.
Okay.
But
Okay.
but
Isn't
you
that
wasn't
Dave
Okay.
doing it in
Chappelle's
different
thing?
languages
It's
though. You
like
do when you do. But what about that? Mean you trying to basically disregard what's been saying to you the other way when you keep saying, but what about that? Mean you didn't get the other point. That's what that means. I'm
I
glad he
thought
said
that
the
when I
word. So I'm gonna start calling that junk when people
hey
start
lab,
doing
hey
that.
What
lab,
about?
no,
hey lab.
But what about?
I
Isn't that Dave
genuinely thought
Chappelle's
that I
joke?
was
Isn't that Dave
including
Chappelle's joke? He's like,
what
if I
y'all
walk
were
out like a
bringing into
policeman,
what
you
I
can't
was
assume that I'm
saying.
a policeman. But if
What,
you walk out
That's
in a
that's
hooker's
weird.
uniform, I assumed
but
you
what
was a
about?
hooker. My bad.
Mike Blige.
Like what?
I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
Yo.
Excuse me, officer. Hey, just because I dress this way doesn't mean that I'm an officer. And when you got a girl with her TTs popping out the turtleneck, hey, you can't talk to me like that just because I dress this way doesn't mean that I'm a whore. Yes, it does.
Clothes don't matter.
Yes, it does.
This boy made me
It
take my
actually
shopping now.
does mean that. That's
Boy,
what I thought you heard.
Well, maybe have this boy gonna jump up to 200
boy, but it jumped to 2,000 just because it's not. Well,
just off of
please,
Hey, but
this
that's
one
God,
thing.
literally that's a joke that came out
Clothes
over 10
matter.
years ago. That's a joke from Dave Chappelle that came out over 10 years
Clothes matter.
ago.
You get what you get, and that's all they go.
Yeah, that's an
boy, you
old
gonna rip the
joke,
boo up, please, please,
and it
Kevin.
makes
Talk
perfect
about
sense
what do you
though.
mean? I want to know what you mean. That's all they gonna go. Then we gonna have 1,000. But what
So
abouts in
wait, can
there?
I
But
ask
what
a
about?
question? So Kevin, when you heard what I was saying, that's what you heard. I was essentially like I'm Biggie Shorty on the corner. Like, just because I'm dancing on the corner as Biggie Shorty don't mean I'm a hoe. That's what you heard.
No, I didn't.
Well, that flew across the lake on that
Dang.
one.
Another of my
Oh, God bless.
subscribers in here. Go ahead,
What?
test out one of my new. I got some
That means I
more
was skipping
icons for
the
y'all, some
skipping the
stickers for
rock on
y'all.
that one. That's way past over your head.
I'm not talking to you because what?
I know you don't want to talk to me. I
It's
know you don't want to talk to me.
What? Biggie
it's
I
just
already
Shorty
Mike
know.
was
Lee.
dancing on the corner getting pulled
That's my
over. And she was dancing on the corner. She said, I'm not a hoe just because I like to dance on the corner. Is that
I
not the
never
example
called
you
you
just
that.
gave?
Hold on. I
You fucking
never said
loser.
not a
Stop
word of
talking to
that
me.
situation.
Stop talking to me, please.
Well, I sound like she did it with the pouting lip too, though.
Kev, please.
Oh no,
Talking
she
lip.
rolled that
Well,
eye
tell
into the
me.
left hand corner of that pocket, bro. I've
Oh,
seen it
y'all
in my
done got
head.
into a little circle. Okay, I hear you. Respect.
Oh, we're getting emotional now. Okay, hold on a
That's
second.
not me. That's him gaslighting. I ain't say nothing.
I'm asking a
Yeah.
question.
What's the
What's the
question?
question?
I was talking to Kevin.
What's up?
So I said that when I made my
Oh, shit.
statement about the children, and you said that you knew where I was coming from, the perspective that I was coming from, that I was I was disagreeing with the reality of how the world operates essentially, as far as like when you dress, you depict yourself a certain way. That's the larger thing that's more important, right? Is that not the point of what y'all talking about?
I guess
Yeah,
so.
I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not talking to you. I'm talking to Kevin.
Oh, my
Or
bad. My bad.
alter
I'm
ego
sorry.
could come in.
I was speaking out loud. That was my brain. That wasn't even
It's
me. That was
okay.
my
I
brain.
appreciate your brain for working. I'm glad it works. I'm glad your
Yeah, that was
brain
my brain.
works.
Yeah, that was my
I'm
brain.
glad your brain works. I
I just
Yeah,
feel
appreciate
like
sorry.
it.
I
honestly,
apologize. I apologize. That was my brain
I'm glad
speaking
it
out loud.
works. No,
Yeah.
I'm glad it works. I just want to make sure that what I was saying so that I can fix it to iterate it going forward in the proper manner.
I
But
think
when I
to,
brought up the babies and the thing, that's where I was coming from. I was just missing. Is that what you were saying? I was just missing the reality of what goes on, right?
I think it's just is to be more vocal as you are about the other side, more vocal about the importance of why people are saying that you should dress a certain way, and dressing super provocative makes you more of a target. That's really all it is. It's just that's the
Of a
only thing.
target. That's really
What? Oh, um, yeah. So that's just what that's.
Sorry, alter ego.
You
Sorry.
know how he intro every time. It never changed from from years ago.
so. So me saying that. So what I said was posed incorrectly. That I wasn't clear enough about advocating for dressing properly, knowing the outcomes.
Yeah,
Is what you're
there you
saying.
go. So I ain't gotta say nothing else.
Bingo.
Bingo. She said it perfectly. I have to write that
Amen.
down the way she said it.
I'm just confused. I was
Amen.
confused because I was trying to ask questions all this time, and there was a whole bunch of teeth and grinning and chin showing. But all
You
right.
better look at that chin right there, boy. Better look at that chin, boy, right there, boy. Ta 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 tia.
I need to write it like that.
You got it. You got. You
Yeah,
got it.
that's perfect.
You got it. You got it, girl. When you're on the TikTok. What?
Mute up and you come right back.
When you miss the.
Hey, Lav always knows that I'm the asshole in this conversation, so
Mike
that's
Blay.
just
Yeah, you just like that.
Not gonna
Mike
say
Blay.
my life. Somebody pretending to
I
be an
got Stacey
asshole but
Adams
becoming
on
a
with
loser.
some basketball shorts and some long socks. That's me.
Uh-oh.
Mhm. Couple.
But do that make you a basketball player, though?
No, it just
No,
makes me an
makes
old
you a
uncle.
Do you
person.
I'm just an old
deserve
Don't you
uncle
ever
pushing
say
the
no
a
grocery cart through the
blasphemous shit
basketball?
like
grocery
that
store.
no more. That's blasphemy.
What y'all talk about? What y'all trying to have a conversation
Hmm.
about? That's me.
Oh, y'all want to run this back? I had a topic from yesterday. Let's see.
Back in my day, sir.
Cause I'm gonna run this back a little later. I got this from yesterday. Hold up. Oops. I'll change the color of that thing. Hold up. Yeah. I had this yesterday. This when my live was dry. I ain't had nobody. I had to get off that boy early. It was too dry. Oh, they did me bold. Why you laughing at me? That wasn't cool. Why you laugh like that? I'm mad.
It was dry.
It was bold. That's why I came back with a vengeance tonight. I came back with a vengeance. I'm like, what the
Where you
heck? Why
from?
nobody in here?
Where you from? Where you from?
I'm in Detroit.
Okay.
Where you from? Oh, she trying to pull up the location on me. I'm sorry, T.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah. I was wondering why you answered that question. I was wondering why you answered the question.
He said, I'm gonna show you being
I hope
touched
you're not
around
that
here.
bad. I hope you're not that much of a loser, Kevin. But I'm from Virginia. I really hope you're not much of a loser to follow him up.
Right.
She said that with some intent. I don't know what y'all talking about. Where you from?
I'm trying to figure that whole diaspora out too.
Where you from, homie?
Yeah.
Pull up
Hey,
Yeah,
on
all
me.
people be asking me that. I'd be like, I'm from the west side of America. You pick your poison.
No. What part,
Please.
homie? Where you from, homie?
Where
Yeah.
you from,
Oh
homie?
Where
no.
your grandmama stay? Where your mama stay?
You know what I
Matter of
mean?
fact, get out the car.
It's about time to pull that IP address out now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You better make
Canadian,
you
man.
sure you put the right clothes on today, sir.
Cousin
Oh, that's
always sound
facts,
like
bro.
he is
Where I'm
in a
from, that's facts,
mine.
bro. That's facts, bro.
Cousin, are you near your phone? Why
What
should
happened?
or shouldn't your past matter?
You said what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Cause I'm like, why you sound like he under a pillow and some rocks?
Yeah, test it out.
I, th- I, I,
Rocky ass
alter,
fools.
alter. I think your past should matter based on your growth for your future. I,
I said, cousin, most of it.
My boy Mike Black.
My bless never gonna come in
hey,
hot.
hey,
He said,
yeah.
I'm
He said,
cousins today.
oh,
Hey, I'm everybody's cousin. It's all good.
oh my
Hey,
god,
put
My
the
boy
other one
man.
man.
back up there, Kev. Put the other prompt back. That's
Oh,
what I
you want
think.
that other one, huh?
Man, I say you can't change it
That's
Oh.
when
what
somebody
six
come up.
He said,
six
don't
came
change it
up
when I
with.
come over here. This is big 6'4" in that
We'll come
building.
back. We'll come back, cousin.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cisco. How you
Because see,
doing?
What up, six?
well,
Hey,
hello.
6'4", meet my new friend Tia. Tia meet 6'4".
Me and
We
6
all in.
already know each other.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
the
My
Tia's
cousin.
bad. Well,
Tia
I'm the
cool.
know
I
me.
cousin
just wanted
Mike
to get a
Black.
little bit of credit, man. I want some validation in it, boy. You know what I'm saying? You know, like your women,
Unfortunately,
like
you ain't gonna get it right now, love. But
Yeah, Tia
you
don't know me.
know,
Tia's changing her
dang,
clothes right now.
dang.
again, loser behavior. Just
You
Dang,
know,
why everybody
rampant.
gotta be that? What
It's just
happened?
rampant. Just
when I
What
so
saw
happened?
this,
unfortunate.
when I
What
saw this
happened?
prompt, when I was coming
Why
to
you
the
being like
space,
that, man?
and I saw this prompt, and I came into your room,
Okay, Diddy, hold on a second.
Hmm?
What?
You call him Diddy?
and I said to myself,
He said he came into your room.
Oh,
man, why
he
don't
said he
nobody
ain't
I'm
ever
need no
say,
sorry. I'm
hold
clothes.
on,
sorry,
wait a
bro.
minute, wait a
Sorry.
minute, wait a minute. Why don't nobody ever say? I mean, he ain't the only one that's out there. Why don't nobody ever say like, no Elton John?
Because Ellen John was honest about his shit, bro. And he didn't put nobody on video about it.
You know, we'll never say the real. We'll never say the ones we know. The other people, the other ones out there. Why we never say no Big Frida?
Because if you holding it if and no Diddy on this one, if you holding it over somebody's head that they gonna
Whoa,
call you out.
And no
chill.
Uncle Fester. What's my man name? And
Put it away,
what's
That's
my
the
Mike
man
Black.
name?
difference,
And
Put
bro.
it
That's
away.
the difference,
hey,
bro.
what's
We
my
all
man
knew
name
what
in
Elton
Pink
John
Panther?
was about.
This
What's
ain't
my
the
man?
place, Mike Black. Chill.
All
What's my
right,
man
my
name in Pink
bad,
Panther? You
man,
never
my
say
bad,
his
bro.
name.
Quit holding it over heads.
All right, all right, all
But
right.
here's my thing, though. I was on a panel with some white tea women because I've been on their ass. I've been getting them white tea
Whoa.
women's
Whoa,
ass.
whoa,
Let me
whoa.
tell Dr.
Pause.
Umar now.
Pause,
You've been on
bro.
that. All
Pause.
I've
right.
been getting on
Full
them.
pause, bro.
I'm telling him.
And I told them this false thing about AB and this Roe v. Wade. Number one, Roe v. Wade was a lie told on a black man. And it's
Hello.
funny how
Oh,
y'all
hold on.
never
You got a
ever.
situational ship going on.
I said, I don't know why y'all always blow past that. That it was a lie on the brotherhood.
Hey, yo, this is your live, bro. This is not my
Now,
live.
what I don't understand is they want to get rid of the cheering based on how they feel, but won't just practice outright self-control. If you feel the way they say they feel about men, you would think they would not have none by men. But the contradictory is when we see the children. Men ain't this, men ain't that, men ain't that. But then look at all these children you got by men. It don't make no sense. And then you throw yourself in a false fight that they trying to tell you what to do with your body. Ain't nobody trying to tell you what to do with your body. They just trying to tell you that it's asinine to do AB in such a late term. That's all they saying. That's all they saying. It's just we don't want to do it in the 8th month. We don't want to do it in the 7th month. That's all they saying. They say you can do it in the 1st month, 2nd month, 3rd month, 4th month even. They say, oh no, when it comes to the 5th and better, man, we really got to talk. A big false fight, and we ain't never talked about this before like this. AB is one of the biggest topics. And when it's all said and done, unless it's because it causes her to detriment or the child detriment, or if it was great, we really talking about unaliving children.
But that's actually not true.
Yeah, if we got a heartbeat, legs, arms, feet, toes, mouth, hair, eyes, ankles, elbows, fingernails, heart, liver, spleen, spine, that's a child.
Yeah, I'm talking about what you're saying, the political stance compared to the actuality of it are two different things. And so I'm saying what you're saying, or you're kind of intermixing the both.
The fight is to have the
So,
fight.
so the difference in the conversation I'm trying to have with you is based on the political stance. If you want to have that, we can have that. Based on the actual choose point and life standard, we can have that conversation. But those are two different
What's
conversations.
happening? What's
The reason
happening?
I don't buy AP watches, the reason I
Okay,
don't want a McLaren or
the political stance. It really don't make no sense in the political stance.
And
you
what do you
might
mean by
not know when you're driving a car that costs more than a house, and let's not bullshit that it's
All
expensive.
right, my boy up there jamming. Yeah,
that?
yeah.
They ain't got the red light on too.
I'm about to say he cruising through them streets. Man, y'all better be dressed right now. That's right. You know who cruised through. Hey, come here, young guy.
My young whippersnapper.
Whipper.
Let me ask you this. Who is it? 6'4"? 6'4" was talking.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a broken bone in your leg, your whole leg was snapped in half. Um, do you think it's the government's choice whether or not you get that bone fixed, or it's your choice?
It's my choice.
Okay, then shouldn't you just leave that choice basic and leave it up to everybody to make their own choice about their own bodies?
That I had no problem with. Yeah, people. Yeah, your body, your choice.
Okay, just that. Okay, that's your bottom line. Okay, bet we came to a conclusion.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, they got to understand that.
There's no same time. You just make
No,
the
yeah, it
decision.
is because see, you have to deal with the consequences of your choices that you make with your body. So if we see a woman who's pregnant and she's smoking crack, do we tell her stop because there's a baby in your stomach?
Yes,
Or
we
do
do.
we say, hey, it's her body, her choice?
No, but we do tell her to
Man, it
stop.
is her
We
body, her
do.
choice. If we gonna go that far,
It is her
I'm gonna
body, her
use that one.
choice.
I'm stealing that from 6'4". He must be using that in a while. I'm using that one. I'm
Nah, but
stealing.
we do tell her to stop though. I don't
No, we
think
don't
there's
tell
any
her
point.
nothing. We
You
don't tell her
controlling her
nothing.
body. Who gives you
Right.
the
You
authority?
can't tell her to
Who
stop.
gives you the
That is what she
rights?
No,
wants to
no, no,
do.
no. I'm not saying that she has to. I'm saying we tell her like I don't think that's a good idea.
No, we
So when
don't.
people tell them that they're wrong for aborting babies continuously, you're just so what you're more so saying is that there should not be anything legal put in place to tell a woman what she should and internally or not internally but at the end like basically do at the end.
Just
Yeah, I just feel like this is the problem with, and this is where that idea of patriarchy things people have. Who are you to tell what we can do with our bodies? Well, unfortunately, because another body could come out of your body, we kind of, and because you could care less about your body, we kind of have to regulate your body. That's the
well,
problem.
I guess to put it in perspective, if you were married, if you were married
Mars.
to a woman, if you were married to a woman, right, and you were talking to your doctor and you're going through everything that's correct as in that, and the doctor
Eat that mother lover. Whoever doing that.
Whatever you
and
said,
Oh,
and
Camille.
that's me.
the doctor said that your wife's life is in danger if you continue with this pregnancy. Is it your choice or is it your wife's choice to continue, knowing that your wife might not make it
Oh, okay, because I'm married and Alter Ego is
out?
married.
Perfect scenario. So your
No, no,
wife
no.
is
Listen.
pregnant, and then there's a lifer unaliving situation going on, so where your wife might not be, she might not be available after the birth. She might still be able to give birth, but she might not be able to live her life after the birth. Whose decision is that to make, to continue with that birth or to um uh unalive that birth? And and I understand it's a conversation because it's you and your wife, so you both have to have that conversation. But who's the ultimate yes or no on that? Who's the go or no go in that situation?
My wife is the no go. She
Yeah.
got the
Okay, well then
ultimate say.
there's the end all be all in that situation right there.
Wait, hold on. Your phone went out. What'd you say?
I said that's the end all be all in that situation. Is that once your wife decides whether the baby's life is more important or her life is more important, whatever she decides goes. So you either have to be a single father or you have to be a husband to a child that you guys both might have lost.
In that
And I'm
scenario,
saying that from a personal. I'm saying that from. I almost lost my daughter and my wife in the same moment that my daughter was born. My
well, I mean,
daughter
since,
didn't.
I mean,
My
listen,
daughter didn't.
well, you
My
kind
daughter
of,
didn't.
you
A minute.
sort of moved the goalpost, but I'm gonna rock with
I
the
didn't
game
move the
anyway.
goalpost at all.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
listen,
saying
listen. I'm gonna tell you
Mike,
why
we
you
can't
moved the
hear
I'm
you.
goalpost.
realizing.
This is why you moved the goalpost to me, because if it's my wife and the situation is dire like that, of
But
course I'm gonna
but
leave it up to her.
but if you blanket statement the outcome of the laws passed, if you blanket that, then you have no scenario of personal availability.
I wonder.
Meaning that like there's people that go
Mike,
through
wait,
things.
what are you doing with your
Yeah,
phone?
your stuff is going in and out. It's
It's
my
like
blank.
Mine is. Mine
yeah,
is.
it's
Yeah.
like going in and out.
I don't know why people act. I wanted to say that real quick. Why people act like law means right? I don't understand it. Like law, they can make a law about anything.
Yeah,
I
can you
don't
guys
make
hear
it
me better
legit.
now?
They can make a law about anything. I got a lot of backhand people when they talk crazy. They don't make it
Can you
right.
guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that based on the personal situation and the scenarios that may happen, which is million times a million, right? There's an infinity amount of situations. How do you place a law over that covers all of those scenarios? Because even though you're thinking of it as one way, when I tell you a personal situation, you'd be like, "Oh, well, that's different." It's not different. You blanketed a law that allows me or doesn't allow me to do something that creates a better life for our family.
I think it's
It's
different though.
law,
I was talking about this earlier though. It should. I swear that they should call abortion
baby.
different from
All right, F1.
uh from uh because I think the other word that we looked up is called what was it? Termination, some termination or whatever. I forgot what it's called.
Oh yeah,
Not
yeah.
huh?
No, I was trying to remember, but go ahead. Yeah.
Was you here earlier? Yeah, it was
hmm
some termination or whatever. And I believe that should be separated because I believe like
Elective.
I guess
Oh
that's
yeah,
everybody
okay,
put
that's
Well, I've
right.
been saying
Elective
that word like
termination.
crazy. I didn't know it was a bad word, but uh, AB,
Yeah, yeah.
not Broner, not Adrian Broner. So no. But but no, I was about to say that I think that should be separated because I feel like that's two different things, and we can't just like you said. If it's like, I think that should be when when you on unalived on the table. I'm about to unalive. You have no choice type situation. Yeah, you gotta you gotta save yourself or something like that, or try your best to save both of them. But just because you don't feel like it, or I don't have the money, or all the other stuff. Now that stuff, I don't think. No, that's crazy. Because imagine
Yeah,
if one of us
mine's
was
a
here,
little.
one of us wasn't here because they don't
They
feel like
already
it.
have they already have separate names from it, a DNC, all of those things, but based off of their understanding of AB, they dismissed all of that underneath that. That's
Well,
why it's been a
Kev
multiple.
too. Kev, my wife was under 2 epidurals when my daughter was being born. My daughter didn't breathe for 6 minutes. My wife was almost not about to make it. I was put in a position in that moment that I never thought of before, where I was going to make the decision on who makes it. Was I going to tell my wife that our baby didn't make it, or was I going to tell my baby our wife or her mother didn't make it? I was stuck in such a conundrum, right?
No,
And
I get what you're doing. You just
you
explaining
get
your
what
story though. Because I'm about to say, I thought we just
yeah,
talked about this.
it's my personal story. That's what I'm saying. It's
You just
so
want to say it. I got
intricate.
you. Yeah.
It's so intricate when it comes down to the details of the situation, that how do you blanket it the whole way across? How do you make the law that says no matter what
Hey, you
happens,
mustn't hear
I'll
nothing I
stay?
said. You just repeated the whole thing over again. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
I must have
exactly
talking
my
to a brick
point.
wall or
Exactly
something.
my
That's
point.
crazy.
Wait,
Yeah,
who's
exactly my
that?
point.
No, but what he said, he just literally said that there should be a separate way to call what you had. I would call like I would say I just think it should be called medically induced AB.
It's a DNC. They have it already. That was already a thing. And in certain states where they banned AB period, they also banned those as well. Where if a woman say she was pregnant and she had a family and all of that, whatever y'all want to call it and classify it as, if she needed to have that type of procedure, they banned it.
Right, and that's why we are saying there should be a separate situation. It should not be blanketed. Like we don't want you to hear me. It should not be blanketed across the board. That's my
So
whole
you're
thing.
saying retroactively based off of the laws that changed it after there already was a difference, and now that
Right.
they consider them all to be the same.
Right. That's what I'm saying again.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm saying. It should be like in concrete, not like, oh well it was one, but now it's not because they're all the same. No. Like somebody gotta have a brain to be able to be like, hey, this is dire. Like, of course they want their baby to be here, but they're about to unalive. And this child also won't make it because some women have most definitely chose. They even tell their spouse, which I know is, I just feel like I can't imagine being in that position as the mother or as the man who has to kind of go with what the woman's going to say or whatever the case is. Because you have women who are like, no, let my baby make it. If I gotta go, I don't care. But a lot of times people will put you you'll be in a situation to where both can unalive, and it's like it's safer to let the baby go and let the woman live. And in a situation to where it's something like that, a complication, I mean, like it's insane for a doctor or anybody to be in position to not be able to do what they know to do to save the life of that mother when the child also won't even make it for one. I just think that's just
So how
that's
do we
now
fix
murder to
it?
me. Huh?
How do we fix it? How do we fix it now that it's been done?
I think it just has to continue to be fought for. But this topic, I think this topic is what is important to talk about too, so that people can understand how you're affecting the women who really need it. Just like when people, it goes the same thing when people who get essayed, who are genuinely essay victims, and you see somebody touch your shoulder and now you're an essay victim, you're messing it up for those who are really, or who lied about it and who said, he did this to me and it didn't happen. You're messing it up for the women who already don't want to tell, who
Watering it
already
down.
feel a way about it, and they can't even go in, they can't even be acknowledged now because everybody's a liar. And women think men are the most evil men to say, okay, explain how you're an essay. What do you mean? And as much as that's crazy, and I know it can be traumatic, but it's to that point because of how many women have sat there and made it be something that it wasn't, and men have been sent to prison or unalive from something that never happened. It's
And
horrible. So when
that's what
you
becomes that's what becomes so finicky with the law, right? So
Wait,
if and
hold on, 'cause I gotta finish this point. I
yeah,
feel like what
sorry.
is really important with this because I really want people to understand it. This is why when you use something that is very serious for someone's life, you just do it like it's walking down the street, like it's popping gum. That's not cool because you make every woman who is in danger of needing that AB, not because he was mad at me, so I went and got it. Like, oh, what? Like, what are you talking about? He ain't gonna be here for that, so I'm just gonna do it. Oh, I didn't want to have another one. I want to keep opening my legs. I want to keep popping that thing, and I'm gonna keep going. That's what they talking about. It should never have been. It should never have gotten to the point where it is now. It should never have gotten to the point where you can have 6 or 8 ABs and you're only 17. And I can promise you, I was in high school with this girl who had 2 sets of twins aborted while she was in high school. And then 3 more times. That's insane. It should not be okay. And this is why, in a sense, women can't really could just govern their own body because they don't govern it. You're not even protecting it. You're saying how dangerous, how horrible, how scary pregnancy is for women, but you put yourself in situations consistently that can cause you to have a baby. How do you do that? You cannot sit there and say it's a problem and men are wrong for believing. You keep popping it open for them. You know what can happen to your body, but because you don't govern it correctly, and Taylor in the building. What's up, Taylor? Because you don't govern it, you're making it worse for other people, for other women. Every time you use it loosely, a woman has to unalive because of that. This law shouldn't even have had to happen. Just like you said it was before, now it's like, nope, forget it all because every woman gonna act like it's a problem. But the doctors, I think it should be in a sense, which is sometimes can be scary, but left up to the doctors to say, oh no, this is really important. This is really a medical issue and we have to do this. Like we had like ectopic what's it called, ectopic pregnancies like that. Yeah, is the baby is born out of this, but we have to take this baby out to save this woman's life. But what we do, what a lot of times now as women, because we are careless with our bodies, we sleep with whoever. We want to blame the man for not being there. Well, he didn't have to be there in the first. Why was he there in the first place? Why was he even able to insert anything in the first place? Because because of what can happen to your body, you have to be 10 times more ahead of what that man trying to do. Because at the end of the day, as messed up as it is, he
Oh, I
can
see that.
he can insert and he can walk away. He can
No, I agree
insert
with
and
that.
walk away. So
And
it's
I agree
we
with
can't
that.
necessary.
forget hey, Alter
I
Ego,
agree.
we can't forget the false fights behind female contraceptives. Women don't use them because they mess up your body and that makes this. But look what you're doing every time you do an AB. Scraping. Versus you using one of the 100, was there's about 100 female contraceptives that women can use that can help. I don't know why that's not favored. Why they never bring that up?
I mean, to a point though, I think the issue is that both parties, women have a greater responsibility. Let me say that first and foremost. Women have a greater responsibility because we're the ones that carry it, and then black women in particular, we know all of the disparaging statistics that come with that. However, I will say is what I will say is that most people aren't responsible, and that if men going to pretend like they are
advocates and leaders of the next day, then they should be putting themselves in a position where these things don't happen.
But I think
Additionally,
also
I was using words. I guess I wasn't making words in sentences. So go ahead.
no, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tia. Go ahead.
It's okay. Go
Even
ahead.
even that, I
Well, I
like
was
what you
I was
just
gonna
said
say
though.
based on what Alter was saying
Wasn't
is
I
like
just
this
talking
is
that was
where
crazy, and then
the
he gonna still go anyway. I'm about to say
uh,
real quick,
um
even though what he, ooh, I was about to, what? um, I don't even be talking that long. I swear I don't. I just be, but what I was about to say is even with that though, and I used to push this like heavy like last year because like even even though we talking about yeah the man whatever. When it comes to that situation, I think women is the top need to be the top responsible ones. You should. It's not about what a man don't have to worry about nothing if he wanted to. I mean, trying to hold him accountable to your body. He don't have to. He just don't have to. He can just sit there and let you rot with the baby. You know, that's how cold it can be. And people don't realize. I don't know. That's why I never got why they trying to hold the man accountable so bad. If a dude want to be no good and trash, he can do that for the most part. And if he you don't know his name or something like that, it's gonna be hard for you to even get him on child support if that was the case though. But
Not knowing his name. I see
yeah,
you
yeah, that's sad. Yeah,
slip
some of
that
them
in
do
there.
that. Some do that. They feeling something that night. They into something that night. That's what it be though. But that's how bad it can be. But at the end of the day, the one who gonna pay is always gonna be the woman. That's why you would think that she would be the most responsible one, just like with the second one. That's why I said, why even open your legs? You know, you you talking about you can get unalive on the table. That's everybody's go to. You know, oh man, I can get unalive. You know, we don't go through birth. You just don't get what we go through. You got all these crying things. Then why the heck is you even? I. It's weird because if I was, I'm not. No Diddy, but I would say if
And
I
let
was
me
a
say,
woman,
no, no,
right?
no.
If I
You
was
must
a
be
Kevin,
woman,
this what I
though,
Daredevil.
I
say to
would be
women.
super scared to open my legs if I heard
Look,
any type
Kevin,
of
this
news.
what I
But
say.
they don't. They must
they
don't fear it that
daredevils.
bad. They don't.
This is what I say, Kevin. This is what
They
I say to
daredevils.
women.
They
I
daredevils.
tell
They
them
evil Knievel.
it's been
They
three
evil
years
Knievel.
for me. No, let me say this. It's been 3 years for me, and I tell any woman that asks me, they be like, "Oh no, my man treated me wrong." I said, "Close your legs up. Don't do nothing else. Just go get a bag. Go build yourself up. Go be successful. Go to therapy. Get some emotional healing. Go do all of those things." That's what I tell women to do. That's what I advocate for. Okay, close them up, and they be like, "Oh no, I don't know if I could do that." Yes, you can. The only reason why you think you can't is because you have been indoctrinated to think that you need to get some itch
I mean, they not
scratch.
that scared. I don't believe women that is that scared. The fact that they can't fight their urge, you can't be that scared then. Just like these women that be saying, I'm scared of men, but you and every last dude's jaw talking about, I dare you then. Fight me then. I'ma pull up. Doing all this. You is
hold on,
not scared of man. You're not
but
tricking me. You're not tricking me.
but
I
Kev,
just think they pick the time that they want to play victim and they just use to their advantage just to get what they want. But otherwise, they
I'm
actions
scared of
show
y'all.
otherwise.
hey,
Huh?
I'm
But
scared of
Kev,
y'all.
when's the last time you've heard a conversation about this where it's men telling men not to give it up to the woman?
All the time. All the time. That's
No,
what my
how many
platform is.
conversations when you jump on a live, bro? When you 6 when you jump on a live, is it a conversation about a woman needing to close her legs, or is it a conversation about a man not putting his stick into a situation, right? So, how often do we
Which
have
point you get to?
conversations
I'm
with
trying to
our
say.
men? When it comes to our men, how often do we conversate with us to say, "Hey, bro, even though she spread her legs, it doesn't mean that you can penetrate."
Well, the lives I go
I
across
was trying
do
to see
because
what was
that
the
don't
point of you
matter
saying
really.
that. It seemed like
The
you
reason
countered that.
Right.
the
Counter my
point of
talking
me
point.
the
Man,
point of me the
because
point
you
of
know I'm
me
a red
saying
pillar,
that
so
the point of me
I'm a
saying
red
that
pillar, so that's what we do.
is because
Don't
you don't
treat him
create the
like that,
baby.
Kevin. Don't
No,
treat him
you
like that, Kevin.
I'm just saying that was
Before you was
crazy. I
nah.
think he about to
Before that,
add
you
to
was
it. He gonna counter
agreeing.
my stuff.
You was
I get what you
agreeing
saying,
with
but what
him.
about the
You
last
was
time we talked to men?
don't treat him like
But
that
what about
now.
isms?
Oh, dude, hey, that's what he just did to me. I'm like, what the heck? That I'm like, hold on, I'm trying to see what his point he's trying to get to. It's like, and I get it though. Sometimes when people got stuff in their mind, they like, I'm gonna get it out because sometimes you can get either triggered or you feel a certain way. Like, hold up, why didn't I hear what I wanted to hear? So let me go ahead and mention what I wanted to hear and act like I was hearing what I was hearing, but I'm gonna tell him what I was hearing.
No, no, but that's not what I'm talking
That's so
about. I'm
funny,
just
though.
saying that we're always talking about ladies got to
Like,
keep their legs closed, but men don't ever
what did
say
that have to
no
do
to
with
the
what I was talking about? That's what
situation.
I'm trying to get to, though.
Is
And we
how
talking
much
about it again
responsibility
today.
are men going to do it as well?
At
I
the
mean,
end of the day,
honestly,
that don't change the fact. If I tell, I feel you on that. I feel you
Does
on
it?
that. I'm gonna
Okay,
say
okay,
that.
okay, okay,
But
okay,
it's
Kev.
like
Okay,
you gonna
Kev.
try to
Okay, Kev.
derail my
Let me
whole
do it
point.
like
So
this. Let me do
I
it like
want
this.
women to be scared. That was my whole
Does a
point. Now you
woman
gonna tell
have to
me,
make the
man,
decision?
gosh,
Does a
bro.
woman have to make the decision of having an AB if you say you don't want to lay with her?
No. All right.
wait.
My whole point is I want women to realize that if they really care about themselves or don't want to unalive that bad, that means it would be smart enough to stop opening your legs. That's just what that is. You know what I'm saying? If it's really that serious, if you really take it that
I got a
serious.
question. I got a question. So why, as a woman that's been that has not opened her legs, then you get men that's like, and women for that matter too. Oh, you must have been ran through. You must have been such and such. That's why you decided to not do it. Instead, I just decided to get smart. I
Okay,
don't want to
be
have children.
smart. Ain't nothing. Be smart.
That's
Why? But
called
why is that a
manipulation.
topic of conversation?
Tia, who cares what dummies say?
Well,
Who
that's all I
cares
want.
what
I
dummies
don't
Saying, like,
care. No, no, no.
They're
I
gonna
don't
say what they
care.
want.
I don't care. I
say?
don't care.
Right,
But why is that
right.
a
Unless you
thing?
felt like you was run through, you lying.
Why
That's the only
is
reason
that
you
a
can.
because
thing?
it's a
It should.
thing because
You
people
can stop at the
feel
Lord
gas
free to
station.
Jesus,
lean.
Okay. It
Jesus
don't
be a fence and a
listen.
baby in the manger.
I never listen to stupid people. It don't matter. They dumb. So why would they? They shouldn't even have no. It shouldn't even matter that they said that. That the fact that they said that should
You
let you know
blew
they
out and
stupid.
you a virgin. You'll be laughing like, what?
No, facts. I agree. I'm just saying the fact of the matter is everybody is damned if you do and damned if you don't. To be quite honest, nowadays.
You not because it's what that's this is why the conversation be frustrating for y'all because for people
True.
because for people but this is the thing though even though because I know you Tia you saying like you ask a lot of questions for the people right cool but I
Yeah,
think
things that
sometimes
don't necessarily got nothing to do with me at all. I'm
right
sorry.
but the thing is we add so much emotion and that's what I always be confused about why do we have a lot of emotion for that and I think without realizing the points of it it's fair to advocate for things that you don't go through whatever case is but to advocate it in a way that some people advocate in a way that brings about the emotion for themselves and then they start making it be real and true to them. That's people say, oh, I don't it's just TikTok. I leave this stuff on the app. You don't. You actually start to feel this way, you think this way. You start thinking, no, well, men just think this way and you say it's the app, but I think really to me, the app is people. So that's the thing. Real people are thinking this way or feeling this way based off the
The whole
conversations they have.
No, no, I think that's a real thing too. My thing is the reason why I do this because I'm empathetic, but outside of like the time that I'm having
empathize
a
for the other end
conversation,
then.
I
Right.
already did it. I
And
left that
Well, you
side.
more empathetic for the ones that's
I
playing
do
victim.
I do both sides. I absolutely do.
mm,
But that ain't what we're talking about right now. So I'm responding into the case and cadence of what we're talking about right now. That's it. If we were to talk about the other side, I would absolutely have something to say and be empathetic about it.
We was us. The point is, we is talking
but
about the other side, and
right,
then you
we
go
are
to the
talking
other
about the
side
other
again.
side
Oh
opposite.
boo. Oh
That's
boo.
exactly
That
what's
is not what she
happening.
just said. What she just said to me was not that. Be real.
But I'm saying like
Exactly.
oh
Exactly.
man. No, the thing
Exactly.
no, it's not a
Yeah.
oh, did you get it out like
Oh, did I?
I'm trying
He
to
I
trying to
wasn't the one that was
Jeezy,
singing.
yeah.
she
I
got the
wasn't the
whole
one that was singing. Did you get it out?
then she got the whole butter knife spreading it.
Mm.
You
Oh,
got it all. You got all of the singing and the back and the chorus out. Y'all good?
No, Kev ain't gonna never be done singing.
oh
So
no, no.
Oh, okay.
Kev
I was
gonna
just making
always
sure.
sing.
I
Never
thought that's
say
what you was referring
never.
to. Oh, okay.
Well,
Let me
it's but
wait.
well. Let me hold on. Yeah, you can wait because let me tell you. This is the thing. When it comes to the points that you are making and consistently make, I don't see the balance in it. So if you empathize, this is what gets me when people say certain things. I think we had this conversation before, Kevin, too. We like to look good for certain situations, and I even the people don't even probably purposely do it too, because if you empathize, you empathize. So are you just unless you're gonna say like, oh, my empathy is only selective. It's selective to those I
I
wanted
would
to
have
be
word out
for.
my brain. I was literally.
That I could bring, and that's
It
just what.
never
And
got out
if,
of the
and
tip
if
of
it
my tongue, but
is,
that's crazy. You just said that. You just said it out loud.
Wait,
That was
but
crazy.
I'm curious, Alter. How did I not empathize on the other side?
because it wasn't. I didn't feel. You know the way you was massaging at one point. You just tapped the other point. You just like tapped on how you all right. You massaged it. You put oil. You put your back
Wait,
into
wait,
it.
wait, wait, wait. I need you to slow it down. I'm a little slow. Clearly.
Don't call yourself that.
No,
Okay.
I'm just saying because clearly I don't understand, so I gotta be slow.
I mean, sometimes
So
we have our slow moments. It happens. I trust you. I
yeah,
have to
so
slow down.
yeah, so how was I just tapping the other side and
We
empathizing with the
already we
other?
already went over that though, friend.
I'm talking about right now. Why'd you bring it up again if I already
No, because
was clear?
no, we're talking because we're talking in general, and you brought it up again with it. You brought empathizing up. You just brought that up, and then to the other point
I
that we're
brought it up in the
making.
context of what we were talking about from 6'4" and the brother that left the panel. I won't talk about what we were talking about before.
Right. So that means that was more recent. So that's what I'm saying. There was more points that you were making to continue to empathize for the opposite side of what we're speaking on. Do you get what I'm saying? Meaning that more than one point, you have empathize with the other end. Is that clear? Yeah, so that means it was more than one time. That's why it would have to be brought up again because it was more than once, and it was more so the point was driven even harder continuously on the opposite end of it. Because even when I wish Mike Lee was still here when he made the point, because even when I have talked about this on my lives, because I said I have voice. So when it comes to that, I am big on speaking about the other side when it comes to, hey, just if a girl wants to, got it open, got it ready, you ain't what that mean. You don't just insert here just because it's there. Absolutely not. So I'm a balanced thinker when it comes to things, and I like things to make sense. That's for me. It ain't never no like, oh, men are more right. It just so happens
Right.
I have
That
more.
gender whole thing is reducive and reductive to a person's capability of thinking. So I get you.
Yeah, and to me it's more so what makes sense. I think again, I will always believe that men and women have their differences. They absolutely do, but they absolutely do. But and women have said this out of their mouth. I'm a black woman, so I'm just gonna root for the black women. I don't care what the black women say. That's problematic. It's an issue.
I agree. I agree with
So
that.
for
I
me,
agree
Pro
as
with
a
that.
black
woman.
woman, I will never stand on I'm a black
Hey,
woman and whatever
but
a black
altar,
woman says.
but
What?
altar.
Mhm.
What up? What up? Hey, I'm saying, but what about them ones with the big booties though? They be talking and then we be wanting to agree with them because
Do
their
we want to
booties be
agree with
big.
cousin? Please,
This dude always
Not
comment.
because they booties big, cousin.
please,
Lord
big
Jesus.
And then
cousin,
he come back with one bar
please.
too.
I'm just messing. I ain't
But we
said nothing
clear
in
though.
hours. So I had to say something. Shit.
Yeah, I'm about to say because where is he at? Because Gemini definitely and
Oh,
yanked
he
all the
done. Yeah,
pillows
he
from the
done for
closet.
sure.
He hears
Only
all of
way,
his
reason why he would wake up now is because we just called his name. Oh, there you go. Better be
Gemini,
the lie.
Gemini.
Better be the lie right there.
But yeah, no, I just feel like when it comes to that, this is why for me the frustration comes in because if we as women know the things that we've experienced and we keep advocating for the
Mm.
other side because we either experienced it or we feel sad or a way about what they experienced. So I gotta cover that, I gotta protect, I gotta run to their rescue without telling them. why what they're doing is wrong, why what they're saying is
Mm.
wrong. I can have your back and tell you, girl, I got love for you. And the love for you is to tell you what the truth of the matter is, not to make you feel more comfortable in your delusion. That's not love, and that's not caring, that's not protection, that's not empathy. You cannot, to me, you can empathize with a person not
But I
feeling where you
also,
are.
but I'm
Mhm,
confused. Why I understand what you're saying.
mhm,
Absolutely, I get it 100%. But I was confused in part and partial because I was saying how I get how y'all said I didn't go far enough
mhm.
to advocate for the other side, but I also called out both sides of it, and even still I said that I wouldn't allow certain things to go on. And to your point, additionally, I said that I don't just openly allow things to happen while this is even a topic, especially directed towards me. I'm confused because I said I wouldn't just let it happen.
Yeah, but I'm just saying how it can sound and come off, and then I'm speaking
No,
as
I get
it,
it. No, I
yeah,
get it. But
and I'm just speaking like in a,
is it not inappropriate? Is it not in is it not like if we're talking about like context and relationships and especially when we just not meeting you today, like is it not inappropriate because I didn't say I didn't do those things, and yeah, you're
well, so
responding
so
to how it tends to happen and
so
how what you tend to come across with women
yeah,
typically
so the
when y'all
reason
are
why
having these
it's
type of conversations. And then
so
after I agree and I was willing to be receptive enough to understand where you are coming from and even learn from it, you're still doing the same thing after I displayed something differently.
no, okay, so again, I think when we have conversations on panels, everybody personalize it to the third degree. When I'm speaking, and a lot of times when I'm continuing on speaking, I'm speaking in general and in experiences as a whole, because for one, it's not just me and you in this room, Tia. There's other people in here. So when I'm speaking, and I'm also just speaking in general concepts. So what you have to understand is, well, one point that you make can also open up another point, can also open up another point, can also make it a general conversation. So when I'm speaking, every word that comes out of my mouth is not directed personally to you. It is a conversation that we're having as a whole, and I'm just opening up more points to what I'm saying collectively. It's not just everything you said is why I'm dogging. I'm not dogpiling on you with that point necessarily. So if it's more so related to what you're saying, possibly because we're talking about it as a whole. But when I'm talking, I just start thinking of other things or other factors of why I'm saying what I'm saying, and why I stand on certain things that I do say. It just brings more conversation or more context to the whole point of what I'm saying. So it's never just, oh, because you said this one thing, now I got a million more things to pile up to that point. It just opens up other aspects of the conversation. That's all.
I can respect that. Thank you for
Yeah. So
explaining that to me.
yeah, for sure. So it's not just you. Like it's just making me think of like just more a broader point of why we say what we say or stand on what we stand on. But yeah, it's nothing like, because again, like you said, I don't know you, so I'm not anything. And that's why I say, even on, and see, I'm about to do it again. That's what I'm saying. Like, even like when we talk about certain
Yeah,
things, people,
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. It's not a personal thing. I just start thinking about another concept or point or something. Um, and it just goes to something else, y'all. It's really what it is. My brain just moves like that. But yeah, it's never just one. It's never just one aspect. So for sure,
Oh
for
yeah.
sure.
The only reason why I said what I said was because it felt directed, but you said that it wasn't. So I respect you. I'm gonna take you on your word with that. That's it.
Yeah,
That's the end of the
that's why
story.
I said just made me remember.
That's the end of the story for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just made me remember that. Yep. But that's why I was saying too. Like, overall, like when we say stuff, people will sometimes feel like it's personalized, but it's like I tell people too. Like, you don't have to personalize everything that's said, because if I don't know a person personally, I can't be speaking of you like directly. Because I think
Yeah,
even
the only time I personalized thing is when, in y'all case, y'all were talking direct. Y'all were saying Tia,
right,
and I thought you were responding. You were saying this Tia, and you were doing this Tia. That's the only
yeah,
reason that I thought that you were talking directly to me. But I get that how you were kind of utilizing or maybe bouncing off of what I was saying
right.
to make a larger
Thought you
point.
were just speaking
I
in
can,
general this time. I got
yeah.
confused. Was you just speaking in
Yeah.
general this time, Walter? Or was you talking to me?
No, she was talking to me.
Oh,
That's what we talking about right now, Kevin. See
I
that?
could have sworn she
See,
just
there
got
we
off that.
go.
Is she muted or why we don't hear her no more? Muted or unmute? I don't know if she's trying. I think it went out at the right time.
What about them times when they gonna be
Her
speaking in
stuff went out at
general
the
though? What
perfect
about them
time. That was
times?
crazy.
That is crazy. Like
I asked
the
that
fact that
question, it
he
got quiet. I was like, what
multitasking.
the heck?
I thought I was talking. That's hilarious. It's the multitasking. How you do it? Yo, that's crazy. But yeah, that's. I don't even think we got to the last one. Did we ever get to the last one? I know we did.
Nope.
We
Can
never
you
did.
repeat?
Everybody said, I didn't think we touched that one. You want to answer that one, cousin?
Come on with it. Can you read it to me? Because I can't see
Yep.
it.
So why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself? Ooh, that's good. And then, example, okay. Men that claim they are leaders, blaming women to make them a better man. So again, why wait on the opposite gender to change yourself?
You shouldn't wait. And blaming the opposite gender on your troubles is some sucker shit, and that goes both ways. I think that you know we use that word accountability, but in this room, it's actually true. It ain't just rhetoric. You have to be responsible for being the star in your own movie, which is your own life. And how can you be the lead character but blame everybody else? That just don't work that way. Especially when you said it, like if you trying to be a leader, you can't lead yourself. How you gonna lead anything else? And you can't lead yourself by lying to yourself. And lying to yourself is blaming everybody else. So yeah, I think that a lot of times we as men can be lazy on certain issues, and I think it's because we have been afforded that luxury. You know what I mean? Like in history, as long as we are productive, we can get away with bullshit. We can get away with the little blaming woes or whatever. We just go to work, we compartmentalize, we do that thing. So I think we just got to a point where it's a habit to just kind of, if it's something that we don't understand or if it's something that we don't really want to fix, we just put it off on something else. And maybe we've gotten too used to that. And so what we'll do is, if I don't want to be a gentleman, for instance, for example, I can just blame women for not being accepting of it. Why should I be a gentleman if a woman don't appreciate it? Right? Well, you should be a gentleman because that's what you are. You have manners because you have manners. You don't have manners just because a woman is around. You don't be cordial just because somebody is watching. That's what integrity is. And I just think if it's like, it's just used as an excuse to not do or to be lazy or to, not step up to the plate. So I said all of that just to say this, that, it goes back to just being sucker shit. That's the best way I can describe it.
Here you go. I got another one. I'm doing full circle. Another example. Do a full circle. That's like waiting on men to stop slapping on your booty before you can start changing your clothes. Let's do a full circle. That's the example. There go another example.
Smack his booty back. I bet you he'll stop.
Why you got
Wow.
that's
Hey, chill. Why do they like the girls smacking on their booty though? But why? What is it about the girls smacking on their booty that they like?
Are they masculine?
Most, most men don't like it, and that's why you should do it.
I believe that's that masculine side that come out when they do that jump. Shake that booty, girl. Dude. Let me stop for I'm getting that clipped out. We have another ditty.
hey, you know what's crazy though? Let's think about how many times in football, ball,
Good
whatever.
game.
Dudes slapping their own ass, right? But yet,
I ain't
if they
never.
girl do it, they got a problem. That's
Hey,
that's
right,
funny to
you
me.
mad? You mad at me? You want me to say
Bro
good
be
game
moaning in
when
there
I
that
do it?
time when his
I'm just
girl do it.
saying, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You want me to say good game so it's acceptable? Good game. Okay, it's better. Don't be mad at me. Good game.
Hey, but you know what it is though? Like Kev said, it's that masculinity part, right? It's accepted in a game, right? Like society has said, oh, it's okay to do that when you play ball. But if you
Never.
do that around a woman, now you're being too soft. And I think that shit is ridiculous. But for some reason,
I bet you all of
that's a
y'all
good
like to
thing.
be the little spoon.
I did it a couple times.
I
I do that
bet
with
you
my
most
girl
of y'all
sometimes when I had a girl.
like to be the little spoon. All of those things is just
I
toxic.
do both
It's
of them.
just, please just be
What the fuck is a
yourself.
little spoon?
What's
What
wrong
the
with the
fuck is a
wrong?
little
I don't get
spoon?
what's wrong with the little
Hold
spoon.
on.
It's your girl.
Because the little spoon six foot is when your girl like the backpack on you.
I
She
never
cuddling
been.
you.
Yeah, that's cute to me. I don't know. I like it. I don't get it. I don't get what's It's just switching sides. Sometimes you over her. Sometimes she behind you.
I don't believe you, Mr. M. Taylor. I don't
I've
care. I
never
don't
been a
believe
little
him.
spoon.
I don't believe him.
Boy, that like a masculinity thing? I never knew that one. That caught me off guard.
I'm trying to tell it's so many things that women gotta deal with
I
y'all
kind
and
of, I
what
cuddle up between your
is and
legs. I'm
ain't
eating. I'm eating. Ain't I?
masculine and
Fuck
what
that.
blah
I'm
blah
gonna be
blah.
between your legs just chilling for. I'm gonna be between your legs. I ain't gonna be just chilling.
And I'm always big spoon. That boy, he said he can't have no regular intimacy or something. Dang.
I'm
He
between your
said I
legs. What
gotta
the hell I'm
eat
gonna be down
something
there
if I'm
just
down
chilling
there. I
for?
gotta be down there
I'm
for
just
a
gonna be
reason.
chilling. I'm just chilling,
Hey, yo,
right next to it.
if a chick ain't ever tried to use you as her pillow, then something ain't right with you, player.
That's what I'm trying to see.
That's
Like,
real talk. Like
that's almost
she
like,
gonna
yeah, that's a
grab
good
you up.
example too. That's almost like
Yeah.
your chick, right? Using you as a pillow. Like, what
That's
the
what
heck
she trying
was?
to do. She trying to snuggle up and grab you
Except it's
because
right.
yeah, that ain't nothing wrong with
That
that.
ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm the aggressor.
Wow. Yeah, y'all on a whole nother level. I did say I ain't never want to be no alpha male. Y'all go through a lot. I'm good on that. I'm good. I just be whatever. The middleman. If they got a middleman. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's too alpha for me. Can't be a little spoon. Your girl can't lay on you like a pillow. What's going on?
Well, the bed is much softer than me, and so is the pillow. So I'm done. She'll get plenty of sleep.
6 foot, please,
She
please.
gets, she gets plenty of sleep. Trust me, she's gonna sleep. Everything gonna feel like a pillow when I'm done.
Hmm.
See, you just too tough.
It's crazy. I
Just
think I
too
actually
tough.
fall asleep faster though. Probably because of the way I sleep sometimes. Fall asleep faster.
Mo- I've been seeing it on the internet that most men folk like to be the little
The little spoon.
spoon.
I don't know why they call it that. She's still too. Most of my chicks I've been with be tinier than me because I'm 6'8".
You said you how many?
How many? How many? What the?
You
That
said
sounds
you
funny the
six
way.
eight.
Even. No, I said 6 even.
Oh,
It ain't that time.
but no. The men folk be liking to be the backpack, backpack. Yeah.
Hold up. Somebody was too quiet too long. I don't trust it.
Yeah, I be sitting minding my own business on the couch. She'd drop on me trying to be a motherfucking shirt, try to jump on my neck, like trying to be a scarf around this mother. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Oh, that's how you
See,
know she
I was at
love
the end
you.
with the.
But hey, that's what happens sometimes.
That's how you know she trying to be in your skin
Oh,
for real. Be in your shirt, stretching out your white t-shirt.
I mean that. Hey, all that
now I
means
can
is
get if y'all was switching shirts. Now that's some other stuff. You wearing your girl shirt and she wearing your. Nah, I'm not doing all that.
nah, we ain't
That's
doing
when you
I
got
ain't
to
that.
say
question the
that.
alpha male
I
stuff.
didn't listen. I didn't say that. I said she in his trying to be in his
No, I was
shirt.
just saying if it was like I was just saying I see. Dang, I see when you say in general stuff. I see that. That's crazy. That's crazy. You got me off guard on that one. But no, I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
out loud. I was thinking out loud.
Yeah, y'all gotta see when a woman on you like that. That just means you smell good. See, you guys, that's what you gotta understand.
Yeah.
You be irresistible
But
to
it
her,
ain't. It
and
ain't. It ain't the cologne. It's your man
yeah,
scent.
just you.
It's
Yeah,
your
just
Yo,
pheromones.
man. Yo, man. What do a
it's
man
your
smell like?
man's. That's your man's scent. Did you
Yo,
hear what I
It's your
said?
man.
man
Right.
scent.
That's your
You, what
man.
do a little boy
I'll
smell
t-
like then?
I have no idea. That's none of my business because I'm a grown woman.
I didn't know people. I didn't know genders had scents. That's crazy.
Damn, Kev threw out a
Y'all
setup, boy.
do.
Kev
You
threw
can
out a
put your.
smooth ass setup.
It's real easy to tell the man if you go play basketball or if you play sports and even when you wear
Oh
deodorant,
my.
it's still a scent that slips through
Whoa.
your
That's called
sweat, all of that. Women like the way that smell.
stank.
Well, I gonna say all women. I can't generalize. I'm one of them
What?
women
She
that
trying to
like
get out
good
of
Are
ass
team
you
smell.
joking?
generalize?
Are
What?
you joking? Women like funk?
I know.
Yeah,
You talking about a little
man
mini
scent.
stank? You just said like
That's
a,
what I
like
mean. Me.
women
Mm-hmm.
That
like a
ain't the
little
time to
mini
This
stank.
generalize
What you
because they gonna be
saying?
having
see,
stinking
this is what
man
you
getting.
call anecdotal right now because I do not
Ooh.
Yeah.
And they do
subscribe.
do.
Please take that
Mm-hmm.
good hot shower. Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
she talking
He
about
said,
that
"Nah."
little
You said,
micro.
"Right." You ain't.
She talking about that little
I need
micro
that
stank.
hot
I need
showers.
somebody.
Ain't nothing like a body that smells like dial or coast.
It's Taylor.
I like
Mm-hmm.
that cocoa, that cocoa.
Mm-hmm. I love a man that smell like a like that exude his
What?
whatever you want to call it. That
They wouldn't like me because
Exude.
they wouldn't like
You're
me because
rude when you don't
my wife
exude.
always using Bounty and down. My wife be using Bounty
That smell
sheets,
good too.
having me smelling like I live with my mama and shit.
I don't know what happened.
My girl can get the work off her bounty
That's
smell.
why I be
Hello.
chasing your ring down right there, 6'5".
Oh,
See
that's her
her
scent.
again.
That's the
Ring,
scent.
ring, ring,
Mm-hmm.
ring.
They're like
You
Downy.
can
Oh,
absolutely be clean. I'm
ooh.
not saying that that's the only way you can smell. I'm just saying that
Ugh,
like physiologically those things matter to me.
interesting.
You trying to say all stank matters? No,
All stank
no,
matter.
No.
All
All
stank
things
matter.
No,
matter.
it don't. All
no.
steak does not matter. All steak does not matter.
Stank
No,
don't matter.
Oh,
sir.
this is a 12-hour live? No.
What I'm
This is my
saying is the man who
I
stank
want to refresh,
I
but I can't
like
trust y'all.
steak matter.
you can't trust it.
Selective stank matters. That's what she's saying.
I want y'all to come back
Selective stank
now.
matter. That's what I'm saying, cousin. Selective stank matter.
All right, well,
You
we
know,
gonna let you have that.
stank is stank is
Yeah,
such an ugly word.
it
Stank
It's
is such
not
a.
is.
stank.
I like to
It's
call
really
it
man.
body. I like to
It's
call it
man
body
scent.
juices.
Body
It's
juices.
body,
man scent.
body
Wait,
juices.
wait. I
It's man
can't.
scent.
Ugh. Oh, that
You
sounds
talking
trifling.
the body brine?
E.
Man scent.
The body.
Man scent.
Body.
I prefer body broth.
The body.
Body
Oh my
It's
god.
broth.
some things I
Wait.
don't care how much y'all wash, y'all put on cologne to. It's just there.
Hey,
Oh, I'm
from
about to
your
get the heavy
hair
boy.
to your
All right,
armpits
y'all want to do a quick refresh? Let's see, real quick,
to bleepity
real quick.
bleep.
Okay, so within 2 minutes.
No, less.
Okay, less.
Yes. I'm
Y'all be
watching. I'm
too.
watching. Whoever first, they get a. I'm gonna send
I
them
just think that's what
a
happened.
heart. I'm trying to make a
What we
bribe
what we
everybody.
supposed to do?
So he wants to
It's
refresh
gonna be
the
the penny
live.
heart too.
He wants to
What
refresh
does
the
Yeah.
that
live.
mean?
Because we
Turn it
did
off and
12
turn it back
hours.
on.
Yeah,
Get
so
a
he's
new
gonna,
crew up in here.
yeah, he gonna go off and come back on.
Okay.
So
Well, good
come
night.
back to
I
the
ain't say good night. I said
3:30.
come right back.
Don't talk to me in that tone.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, I apologize, ma'am.
It's his man. It's his man tone. You only can have him to sit, not
You
the
don't like the
tone.
man tone. I forgot. Oops.
she
Let
ain't
me
coming
talk
back if
like
that
a
ain't no body
beta.
kisses.
That's the man
Talk
tone.
beta-ish. I'm so
She said she
sorry,
ain't gonna come
Tia.
back.
You're such a
Too
powerful
fresh.
woman.
It's too fresh
Cousin,
in
don't
here.
do that. Cousin, don't do that.
You
You're
know what?
so strong and
And
independent.
Taylor,
Hey, you
follow
don't do that
Kevin so he
either,
can come back.
Kevin.
I got you.
She ain't gonna come back unless it smell like
Nah.
hot dog water. Fuck that.
I'm gonna call the police on you, cousin, because what you talk about?
I don't know.
Whoa, not hot dog water.
Hot
Yeah, we gotta
dog
Oh,
hurry
water.
up and
That's
shift
sick
this
and
now. All right, give
disgusting.
me a
that's
second. I'm right back.
terrible.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.